Wild anglers all know that when a dead fish is hooked, it turns around and leaves. A female anchor, for the sake of the show's effect, actually sneaked into the water to hang a dead fish for me, trying to prank me, thinking that I would back off when the dead fish was hooked, but I secretly laughed in my heart. The fishing rod I use is made of peach wood, the fishing line is made of ink bucket line, and even the fish bait is made of chicken blood. Who dares to challenge the heavens? But this scene shocked all the audience in the live broadcast room. Shocked. Didn't we agree to prank him? Why is there a real female ghost? No. Why is this female ghost bowing to him? At this moment, a woman in a diving suit was smiling at the camera and greeted. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room. I am your old friend Pippi. Today, I will continue to prank everyone outdoors in the live broadcast. As soon as the broadcast started, a large number of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, sending gifts one after another, and the barrage filled the sky. The anchor has been missing for many days. I missed you so much. I thought you were beaten offline by someone. It's already 1 in the morning. Isn't your broadcast time too terrifying? What are you going to play this time? I can't wait. Anchor, are you planning to go diving with all this equipment? Soon. Someone noticed the professional diving equipment on Pippi's body and couldn't help but question it. Pippi aimed the camera at the reservoir next to him and said mysteriously, this reservoir is not only in a remote location but has also been abandoned for many years. My team has already scouted this place in advance. There is a young man who comes here every night for night fishing. Later I will sneak into the reservoir and hang these dead fish on his fishing hook. When he reels in the line, you'll understand. The barrage floated up at this time. Oh my god. That's so bad. The dead fish took the bait. In this situation, if it were me, I wouldn't even bother with the fishing rod. I'd just run. Exciting. So exciting. Pippi looked at the barrage of bullet comments on the live stream, her smile even brighter on her face. She continued, in this desolate mountain wilderness, alone in the middle of the night fishing, suddenly pulled out a dead fish on the hook. TSK, the scene is too beautiful. You can imagine it yourselves. However, this is not over yet. I have prepared more than one trick. As long as he doesn't believe in superstitions, I will make him fish enough. When he finally realizes fear, the prearranged mini Bluetooth speaker will emit a very terrifying sound, and we have already set up the signal jammer in advance, so that he will be unable to call for help. In the live broadcast room, although a small number of viewers questioned the safety of doing so, most people still adhere to the attitude of watching the excitement without caring too much, and some even continue to agree. After all, in today's society, the pressure is too great. Why not enjoy such a real and exciting program for entertainment? You are so bad. Going through this process, I'm afraid even we'll be scared out. This play is too big. What if something goes wrong, and it's in the middle of nowhere? By the time the ambulance arrives, it might be too late. Correct. There have been similar cases before, but that was in the downtown area, and the victim was promptly taken to the hospital. The person upstairs shouldn't worry. The host knows what they're doing. They won't be scared. At most they might foam at the mouth or lose control of their bladder and bowels. Exactly. It's been said that the prankster is a young man. How can a grown man be scared by ghosts? Don't worry unnecessarily. I can't wait. So most people still chose to support. Just as the anchor Pippi excitedly put on the oxygen mask and prepared to dive into the water, the assistant beside him hurriedly ran over in a fluster. Pie. Something happened. Besides that young man who went fishing tonight, there was also an old man with white beard, probably over 80 years old. Pippi said indifferently, just an old man, making a fuss over nothing. Ignore him, tidy up and follow me into the water. The assistant hesitated to speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. The young man was scared a little. It's no big deal, but if this old man gets scared out of trouble, then it's troublesome. On the other side, I handed a cigarette to the old man next to me and said, "Sir, try this." The old man took it, lit it, and said, "This cigarette is good." Young man, what do you do for a living? I see your fishing rod is different. Is it made of peach wood? The bait also has a faint bloody smell. Is it made with chicken blood? I was a little surprised to hear this and said, "Sir, I am a Taoist priest. You can even see this. Indeed, you are very knowledgeable." Sir, just as we were chatting, my float suddenly sank down. The old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly reminded me, quick, a fish is on the line. Reel it in. But I furrowed my brows. A fish on the line? It feels like someone pulled it down there. Although I don't fish often, years of practicing Taoist arts have made me extremely sensitive to things. The commotion just now didn't seem like a fish, but in the middle of the night, no one would be so bored as to go underwater and tug on their fishing hook. I shook my head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Could it be something dirty? Although the environment here looks eerie and scary, I don't feel any negative energy at all. Besides, which dirty thing is so ungrateful that it dares to reverse the Big Dipper in front of this Taoist master? Xiao-chun, what are you staring at? Come and help. Moncler Jacket's outlet. He was in a hurry, and when he saw Chen Xingyi's delay in making a move, he simply went down to the field himself. But it was obviously a big fish, and Moncler Outlet Store being old and frail, his strength was a bit lacking. I'll do it, Grandpa. Chen Changyi took the fishing rod and violently lifted it. Whoa! There was a huge splash on the surface of the water, and a huge black fish was mentioned to the shore. It's really a big guy, no wonder it's so strong. I'm afraid it's more than 10 pounds, I'm afraid. You come and collect the pole, I'll help you hold it down. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Moncler Outlet Store he picked up the plunge net and went into action. Such a big fish, if we catch it, it can be blown for several days, even if we didn't catch it ourselves. But we have helped, haven't we? For an angler guy, there's nothing like catching a big fish that makes you happier. Moncler Outlet Online. The heart is very excited, but the hand movement is very cautious. After all, he is only a helper. In case the fish ran away, his sin will be big. Don't say that the two people just met in passing. If such a big guy was let go, the peach garden would have to be broken up. I pressed it. Moncler Outlet Store as soon as he could, he lifted the plunge net to the shore, and then pounced on it with his hands and feet. Why isn't this fish moving? The expected fierce resistance did not wait, and Moncler Outlet Store carefully loosened one hand and stripped the plunge net from the fish. Ah! Xiao Chen, come and look. Chapter 3. Why are the talismans on this so scary? They won't really suppress anything weird, right? Hiss. Moncler Outlet Store crouching down, he took a puff and smoked off a small half of a cigarette. The strong rush of nicotine mixed with tobacco wasn't enough to appease his thumping little heart either. Chen, did you see that? Moncler Outlet Store pointing to the side of the long-dead big black fish, heart palpitating, said. The black fish just lay there quietly with a hook firmly in its mouth. Chen Chengyi didn't say anything and didn't look at the black fish, but quietly stared at the water. In his heart, he said, strange, there's still no yin qi at all. Is it really just a coincidence? The lack of a sinister aura means it's not the work of a creepy monster. Chen Xingyi could only categorize this incident as a coincidence for the time being. Hiss. Moncler Outlet Online. The butt of the cigarette burned his hand and he didn't notice it at all. It wasn't until Chen Xingyi handed over a brand new cigarette that he reacted. After lighting this cigarette again with the butt from earlier, he swept around and said in a deep voice, Little Chen, this place is permeated with evil. Moncler, don't be afraid, maybe this is an accident, maybe I put the line deeper, the dead fish at the bottom of the lake to hook up. People are not sad, the fishing man can catch anything except fish cannot catch. I have heard that some people will be cultural relics to catch up. I just caught a dead fish, no big deal. Chen Xingyi comforted. Spare a thought for what he said, but Moncler Outlet Online. It was clear that he couldn't listen to anything right now. Oh little Chen, have you ever heard of an old saying? What? Dead fish right in the mouth, reel it in and go. Moncler Outlet Online. While gasping for breath, he said in shock. I haven't really heard this one, but I've heard another one. Once you change your Taoist robes, you'll be dry when you get into the water. Chen Xingyi joked. As a Taoist priest, you can still be intimidated by this little scene? Not to mention a dead fish. Even if he caught up a nest of water shenanigans, Chen Xingyi would be able to overpower them in place. Naturally, Moncler Outlet Store he did not know this. He only thought that Chen Xingyi was a newborn calf and did not know the taboos in this. Little Chen, I'm not kidding you, this place is unlucky. Let's just get out of here. Seeing that the grandfather insisted on leaving, Chen Xingyi did not stop, just sat back again by himself as if nothing had happened. Little Chen, why are you sitting down again? Didn't I tell you to hurry up? See Moncler Outlet Online to come over to pull himself. Chen Xingyi quickly waved his hand and said, It's getting late. It's good for you to go back to rest earlier, but I'm fine, I'm young, I can carry on. Is this a stay up all night thing, this? There's dirt in here. The Moncler Outlet Online look at Chen Xingyi was like looking at his disobedient child, angry and helpless. Then there's even less to fear. Don't forget, my lord, I'm a Taoist priest. What does a Taoist priest do? Master, you even know about peach wood and chicken blood. Don't tell me you don't know what a Taoist priest does. Chen Xingyi asked suspiciously. There's a peach forest in front of my house, and there's a chicken farm in the peach forest, and I grew up with those, so of course I know them. I thought Taoist priests were similar to master's degree doctors or something. My daughter is a doctor. When she mentioned her daughter, her Moncler Outlet Store face was filled with pride. The conversation between the two was relayed into the live broadcast by a miniature camera in real time. The crowd was amused by the Moncler Outlet Store simplicity of the statement. Taoist priests can also be associated with masters and doctors, and I'm still a mage. At first I thought Moncler Outlet Store there was something there, but I didn't realize there was. But not much. Holy, Moncler Outlet Store, this package is too terse. I won't watch the new episode of the talk show without Moncler Outlet Store it. The atmosphere is obviously horrible, but I just want to laugh. I don't know why 233333. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Anchor Pippi's face had long been filled with anger. Come on, I'm being creepy. Horror. It's a live show. It's not a reality talk show. It's the first time in all the time that Pippi has been live streaming that he's suffered such a serious Waterloo event. Do it yourself to trick others, but the result is that people are not scared, but instead, the audience in the live broadcast room is amused. And the kicker is that there are even less gift swipes. I didn't expect this guy to have quite a lot of guts. I was going to play with him slowly, but since this is the case I won't pretend anymore. If he's not a Taoist priest, I happen to have a trick fish here that is said to have carried dozens of lives. I'm going to hang it up and try this little Taoist priest's Taoist skills. At this time, Pippi has been completely insane. His original plan was to increase the difficulty little by little, so as not to exert too much force and really scare people out of the good. But the loss in the first battle left her completely out of patience. Since you made me lose face in front of my live family, I'll double back on you. As soon as he did, he took out the tricky fish that had a weird talisman painted around it. Pippi's eyes were filled with indignation as she stared at the trick fish. How she wished, at this point, that the legend was true and that this fish really did host a murderous and evil trickster in its body. As soon as he hangs this fish on the hook in front of him, the evil trickster inside will be able to strike and claim his life. Help yourself back. Anchor, don't use this fish with the charm. I just checked, it's the Taishang 3 Cave Demon Suppressor. This talisman is very powerful, non-Daoist masters are not allowed to perform, this must be something unimaginable to suppress Once it's used, the consequences are unimaginable. Anchor, don't make a big mistake for the sake of the program's effect. What Taishang 3 Cave Demon Suppressing Talisman I also 3 Qing 4 Royal Demon Subduing Talisman, make up stories cannot even make up, and still here to fool people. I do not think that this is not like a lie. Through the screen I feel this above the talisman is very creepy, as if it is in the heart of the fear as if. Really, see this talisman of the first eye, the heart has a kind of indescribable feeling, and disgust and fear, as if under this talisman, really suppressing what bizarre like, simply do not have the courage to look at the second eye. I go, listen to you guys say so mysterious. This world will not really have weird right. I'm timid, you guys don't scare me. The popularity of the live broadcast room was mobilized once again, and the heat was rubbing up, quickly rushing to the first place of its kind. Looking at the ranking of his live broadcast came to the first place, Pai Pai's heart was excited. Thank you to all the families on the air for your support. Next, please join me in witnessing what kind of magic power this rumored talisman fish has. In order to firmly grasp the eyeballs of the newcomers to the live broadcast audience, Pippi took this fish in his hand, which was painted with bizarre charms, and resolutely hung it on this fish hook in front of him. Pippi had just hung up the fish when an assistant eagerly was gesturing something with his hand. What's going on? Pippi asked, typing a line on her cell phone. The assistant hurriedly grabbed the phone at the sight and quickly typed a line on it. It's hung wrong. This fishhook belongs to that old man. Chapter 4 A trick call and the anchor is straight up honest. Xiao Chen you also do not mind Moncler Outlet Store talking too much. This old generation passed down the words. It is better to believe it than to believe it. I think you'd better get out of here with me. When can't you fish? But in case if you really encounter any dirty things, then. Moncler Outlet Online. While persuading Chen Qingyi bitterly, he moved neatly to pack up his own things. But just as he was about to retrieve his own rod, the drift suddenly moved. Fish on? If it is usual to see a fish bite, Moncler Outlet Store of course, the heart is very happy. But after experiencing what just happened, Moncler Outlet Store the things in this reservoir, has developed a resistance to it. His hand rested on the rod, followed by a shaky retraction. He's scared. He was afraid he'd catch a positively mouthful of dead fish out as well. Noticing Moncler Outlet Store the difference, Chen Qingyi said carelessly, Moncler, why don't you go back first, leave this equipment first, I'll keep an eye on it for you, and then you can come back for it when it's light out. I'm bold enough to fish for a while. This, Moncler Outlet Store showed hesitation. It was only after a long time that he finally made up his mind and said, forget it, maybe I'm overthinking it, why scare myself, besides I don't always have time to come over tomorrow, so I'd better take all this stuff back. With that said, Moncler Outlet Store he took a deep breath and raised the bar with a jerk. Whoa! A carp weighing about 4 or 5 pounds was lifted out of the water, raising a splash. But the weird thing is, this carp is not only motionless, and through the moonlight, you can also see the carp body covered with dense red and yellow talismans, looks extremely oozing. Gollum! Moncler Outlet Store he was frozen with fear, he unconsciously gulped and just stood frozen in place. AI! Seeing this scene, Chen Qingyi sighed helplessly and said in his heart, pity. He did not intervene in this karma because it was Moncler Outlet Store his destiny. If Moncler Outlet Online I had listened to Chen Qingyi just now and not moved this fishing rod, I could have dodged this disaster, but now everything is already too late. Flop. The carp, which was covered in painted talismans, suddenly moved for a moment, and immediately afterward, as if it had been revitalized, it began to struggle violently. Moncler Outlet Store startled by the suddenness of the scene, he threw the fishing rod in his hand. But this carp obviously does not intend to just let Moncler Outlet Store it go so easily. It directly bit off the fishing line, and leaped up from the water, actually directly from the lake to the shore. Bold sinful beast, how dare you harm people in front of Master Dao? Chinchini bellowed, copied his own fishing rod violently shaking, above the fishline fish drift and so on all slipped off, only a bare mahogany. The stick. Then there was a stick towards the carp in front of him. Peach wood, also known as dragon bucking wood and terrorist wood, is the most widely used material for cutting down evil spirits and making tricks. Legend has it that Kwafu chased the sun and threw out the sacred wood into a peach forest before his death. In ancient times, the earliest spring couplets were made of peachwood boards, also known as peach amulets, and for thousands of years, peachwood has been said to suppress disasters and avoid evil spirits, and has been called the divine wood. Therefore, the peachwood itself had an extremely great killing power against the weird monsters, and with the addition of Chenxingyi's Taoist enhancement, the power of this stick could be imagined. Slap! The stick struck the carp's back impartially, directly sending it flying. Ah! An oozing scream came from the carp's body. The sound, 3 parts like the scream of a female cat in heat and 7 parts like a woman's wail of pain, sounded bizarre to the extreme. Holy, Anchor, where did you find that voice? It's too oozing. The sound is so horrible, I'm afraid to turn off the light when I'm sleeping alone. How it sounds a bit like a cat purring in heat, but much more oozy than that. At this point, the anchor Pippi had no time to pay attention to the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. She and her assistant were scared white by the scream. Although the two of them were underwater at this time, they were not too far from Chenxingyi on the shore, so they could hear very clearly the weird scream just now. This kind of immersive feeling is by no means comparable to those viewers in the live broadcast room, who heard the sound through their cell phones. It felt as if it were the screams of a real trickster, miserable and grievous and deep, plunging into the eardrums and taking in the heart. Anchor, where did you find this voice? It's more real than all the creepy screams I've seen inside all the panic movies. You can totally go and dub horror movies. There's a bright future ahead. Yes, Anchor, now domestic horror movies if paired with such shenanigans, the box office will definitely go up another notch. Anchor, the rise of China is in your hands. Looking at the flirting of the crowd in the broadcast room, Pippi hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that the sound just now was not something he had made. But the crowd on the air was clearly not convinced. Anchor, your props just now are flying up, but also play stupid. I actually believed your ghost words, but also said what this body painted full of charms of the dead fish is you in the black market plucked, but also said what inside the seal of the evil trick. I really believe in your evil. But it's scary enough, think about it, suddenly a fish flies out of the water in the middle of the night and dislikes towards you, how scary. This young man. The courage is really big. Take the fishing rod up to do, not at all spoiled, but that old man seems to be stunned fainted. I hope the people are alright. Anchor, is there any hard work left? You haven't scared people down yet, keep screwing. Looking at the pop-ups that were watching the fun, Pippi was numb. Although she had no inhibitions about not honoring the trickster gods or believing in them, her intuition told her that something didn't seem right tonight. Especially that eerie cry just now, it wasn't at all something a normal human or animal could make. No way. My whole life can't be ruined here, let's go ashore first and think about it in the long run. With a cryptic sigh, Pippi gathered up the gear on his body, and planned to dive quietly back to the shore. But it's like the leg is unconscious, it can't move at all. I can't move my legs, pull me up. Pippi gesticulated with his hands as he typed a line on his cell phone at a rapid pace. The assistant at the side first nodded, then stated with a pale face, Sister Pippi, I can't move my legs either. Chapter 5, The Woman Guile's Mandate to Ask the Celestial Master to Do Me Justice. After a mournful scream, the carp on the ground disappeared, and a female ghost with a disheveled head, wearing a red dress, and with water dripping out of her body, appeared in front of Chenxingyi. Seek death. In an instant, a white thunder in the palm appeared. The thunder light is wide open and fierce and peerless as precisely the 5 thunder in the positive law of the young 5 thunder. Whether it is a weirdo or a zombie, the most fearful thing is the thunder law, because the thunder law contains the purest righteousness in heaven and earth. Among the many thunder methods, the young 5 thunder is the most honorable. As soon as this female ghost appeared, Chenxingyi sensed that she was carrying an endless amount of grievances and fury. It means she has a lot of human lives on her hands. Therefore, Chenxingyi does not intend to stay. A shot must be this female ghost body shape all destroyed, never enter the cycle of reincarnation. But I didn't expect that this female ghost not only didn't think about attacking or escaping, but instead, she knelt down to Chenxingyi. This scene was also relayed in real time through the camera into the middle of the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, everyone was nonplussed. Let you trick. How do you trick a real if I'm not wrong, this thing? It's a trick, isn't it? Be confident, it's a trick. Actually. I also not unacceptable, this Nima hand-rubbing thunder method is what the situation This is even more outrageous than okay? It's over, the anchor has kicked the bucket this time. Hand-rubbing thunder method, this is a god. It's really blinding my aluminum and titanium alloy eyes. I originally thought that Lubu was already invincible, but I didn't realize that this man was even braver than him. Whose general is this? You how did this female creep kneel down for him? Buddy, if you don't kneel down, are you waiting to be struck by lightning? Will you kneel or not? I kneel. I clank my head. Anchor, did you arrange this girl too? Anchor, say something. Pippi was numb at this point, and the fact that neither she nor her assistant could move spoke volumes. Although it was very hard to believe in my mind, I might have actually hit something dirty today. When the female trickster in red dress and red shoes with her feet off the ground appeared in the camera of the live broadcast, Pippi wanted to die at that moment. It's over. There's no such thing as standing by the river without wetting your shoes. This time we've met the real thing. Although Chun Xingyi's performance had slightly reassured her, she soon realized the seriousness of the matter once again. Can he let himself go after he screwed over such a powerful man? If he knew that he had made all this happen tonight, would he strike himself with lightning too? Sinful animal. What are you doing? Seeing the female ghost kneeling down, Chun Xingyi knew that there must be a reason for her to do so, so he didn't rush to chop her to death. However, for this female guile whose hands were stained with blood, Chun Xingyi naturally did not have a good temper. Heavenly Master, I know that my daughter has done a lot of evil and I am afraid that it will be difficult for her to live, but before I die I still have a wish that I haven't fulfilled. Please fulfill it, Heavenly Master. The female trickster fell to her knees and pleaded. And you tell me. As the saying goes, the trick of dying is also good for their dying. Trust Chun Xingyi is still willing to listen to see. If one could help fulfill his or her heart's desire, it would also add a lot of extra merit to his or her cultivation. The female guile's face was delighted, and she hurriedly said, my daughter is from Guangling, Yangzhou, and only because when she was washing clothes by the river, she was made a double by the water guile in the river, and that's why she died, and was trapped in the river and not entered the cycle of reincarnation. I knew that only by finding a new double to take my place would I be able to escape my suffering and be reincarnated, but the little woman couldn't bear the thought of letting the tragedy that had befallen her repeat itself in someone else's body, so she kept her hands off the matter and carried the fate of being a water trickster at the bottom of the icy cold and bone-chilling river all by her lonesome. Hearing this, Chun Xingyi frowned. If it was really as this female guile said, not even willing to find a double for herself, then she should be a good guile. And later on, how would her hands be stained with blood and end up in this field now? The female guile's words caused the audience of the live broadcast to break their defenses. She's really so gentle, I'm crying my eyes out, obviously being a stand-in for other water shenanigans herself, but not willing to let anyone else be her stand-in. Suddenly realized that this female creep is not so scary, and quite beautiful. If this pretty water guy sister doesn't mind, I can be your double, I can. Toward the end of the White Emperor's colorful clouds, the licking dog was even by my side. Dude, there is no need, really no need. If we talk about finding a double, there are now two ready-made. Seeing this pop up, Pippi suddenly felt his heart tighten and his scalp tingle. Combined with what Water Trick had just said about finding a double, the reason why he was trapped finally made sense. She just felt as if her oxygen tank was about to run out, and it was getting harder and harder to breathe. Could it be that one is really dying? Is he himself going to be this water creep's double, replacing her as the new water creep? Pippi tried to call for help, but she realized with a jolt that she couldn't speak, and she couldn't even move her arms. Couldn't do anything except that his eyes were still free to move and he could still see the screen in front of him. Chun Xingyi expected that this female trickster would not dare to lie to himself, because no matter what, the human life stained on her body could not be faked, and he had to take her no matter what to get rid of a big harm for heaven and earth. Then, according to this female guile should still have experienced something that led her astray. And this experience is supposed to be where this female trickster's legacy lies. Go on. Chen Shang waved his hand to signal for the female guile to continue. The female trickster nodded and continued. I don't know how many years I spent under the dark riverbed, until one day a great monk found me. He told me that he could get me out of my predicament himself, but needed me to cooperate with him. At that time, I had long had enough of being a water trickster, but I couldn't bear to lay my hands on those innocent people, so this great monk's words piqued my interest, so I tried what he said. And then? Chen Shangyi asked. Then my nightmare began. I was refined into a magic weapon by this great monk, without a mind of my own, and became a tool for him to harm people. Until then I didn't realize that he wasn't some great monk who saved suffering, he was clearly a demonic monk. But it was too late, I had lost all ability to fight back and could only watch as one after another died horribly at my hands. Speaking of this, 2 lines of blood tears actually fell from the female guile's face. She continued with a face full of pain, Heavenly Master, I know that I have made a great mistake and have sinned deeply, and although these are not my intentions, they do not serve as an excuse for me to absolve myself. I don't expect to live on in the world, I just hope that after I die, the Heavenly Master can do me justice and punish that demonic monk who was the culprit behind this whole thing. Chapter 6. The Taoist Master looks quite kind, he shouldn't give you a hard time, right? Ding! Female guile's request detected, host rewarded 10,000 points of merit upon completion. After the female guile had told the whole story, a beep suddenly sounded in Chen Xingyi's mind. Exactly his system. Merit could be simply and crudely understood as Chen Xingyi's experience value. The more merit he gained, the deeper his Dao would be and the stronger his Dao skills would be. Ordinary cultivators could only build up their Dao through constant austerity. As for Chen Xingyi, who had bound the system, he could obtain a large amount of merit regardless of whether he was doing good deeds or catching shenanigans and subduing demons. Especially in this world of bizarre invasions and weird monsters, merit was everywhere, and this was precisely the main reason why Chen Shunshangyi's cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Your matter is accepted by this Taoist master. Chen Shangyi nodded and accepted the female guiles commission. 10,000 points of merit was extremely tempting to Chen Shangyi, plus it was his duty to drive away shenanigans and subdue demons, so Chen Shangyi agreed without the slightest hesitation. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for making it happen. The female guile shed tears of excitement, but this time they were not tears of blood, but 2 lines of clear tears. Because her wish has been fulfilled, her grudge has been eliminated, and she is no longer the evil trickster who harmed people's lives, but just a poor human being whose karma is entangled in her life and who cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. It's time to hit the road. Thank you, Heavenly Master. That female trickster knew that her sins were deep. She knew that it was not easy for this young celestial master with great skill to promise to help her take revenge, so naturally she did not expect the other party to let her go. She had already predicted her end. The probability would be that the heavenly thunder would be added to her body, her divine form would be destroyed, and she would not be able to transcend her life for eternity. But in the last moments of her life, instead of being afraid, she smiled with relief. However, Chen Shangyi did not offer the thunder spell, but rather pinched his hand and recited the incantation. By the edict of the Taishan, transcend your lonely soul, free from suffering, and reincarnate as a human being. Heavenly Master, this. Female Gui suddenly froze. The expected heavenly thunder did not come. Instead of a powerful thought force, is peeling off the layers of karmic obstacles on their own body. Although you have sins in your body, you are a pitiful person. As long as you sincerely repent, I don't mind giving you a chance to be a new person. But after all, too many innocent people died at your hands, and although these were not your intentions, you cannot escape or hide from the karma of this. Though you re-enter the wheel of reincarnation, you will have to pay your debts to those you have harmed in your lifetime, and only when you have paid all your debts will you be able to truly become a new person again. Chen Shunshangyi's voice surrounded the female guile's ears like a loud bell. The female Gui had long since cried into a tearful person at this point, and she once again made a deep bow towards Chen Shunshangyi. My little daughter remembers the Heavenly Master's kindness, and when she has paid for all her sins, she will accompany the Heavenly Master for the rest of her life, serving as a slave and a servant in return for her kindness in this world. It's so touching. 555555. I originally thought that this little Taoist priest was a worldly man, but I didn't realize that he was also a confused person. Bad people put down their butcher's knives so that they can become Buddhas on the ground. Isn't it too unfair to the good people? Upstairs is the one who is confused. The celestial master has already said very clearly, although this female trick has harmed a lot of people, but it's not her intention. She is just being used by the bad guys, and has become a magic weapon that has no consciousness but only kills. Do you mean to say that if I stab you with a knife, the law doesn't sanction me, but instead sanction the knife in my hand? The upstairs brother is very enlightened. I do think the celestial master this is very humane, and very handsome. Finish scattering flowers and have a big reunion. Wait, it doesn't seem to be over yet. Our anchor is still underwater. Wait, Anchor, why is your face starting to turn purple? If it's running out of oxygen you blink. Anchor, you're not going to karma, are you? At this time, Pippi all body only left eyelids can move, and oxygen tanks in the oxygen has become more and more thin. She is about to be unable to come up for air. Tears of excitement came to his eyes when he saw that someone in the live stream had finally noticed him. She blinked desperately at the camera, banking on the hope that someone would help her. Why are your eyes blinking so fast? You say something. No, you make a word. Anchor, are you playing 1, 2, 3 woodchucks? Oops. Anchor is out of oxygen. Don't worry, Anchor. I'll dial the police for you in about. You'll be rescued in an hour. P.S. If nothing unexpected happens. 1 hour, the anchor person is cold. Have said you in the middle of nowhere and the whole other people are not safe. The ambulance cannot save you. Now eat their own evil, right? It's called God's sin can be forgiven, but you can't live with yourself. With the end of Chen Xingyi's spell, the female guile's body had completely disappeared and was thrown into reincarnation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing the Dead Souls X2, merit plus 200. Hearing the system's beep, Chen Xingyi did not show any joy, because he had just transcended 2 dead souls, one for the creepy lady and the other for the grandpa. Chen Xingyi tilted his head to look at the sky and said in a deep voice, is it really hard to disobey heaven's order? Cultivators have long been able to see through life and death, but Chen Xingyi is sad that no matter how deep his Taoism is, in front of the heavens, it is just a drop in the ocean, and that feeling of insignificance makes him very powerless. Moncler outlet store. He did not listen to him and threw down his fishing rod and went home, which is the fate of God. He knew that even if he intervened more deeply, it still wouldn't help. Heaven and earth are unkind and take all things as ruminants. Heaven and earth are a cage. How do I jump out of it? Just as Chen Shangyi was thinking, at the place where the female trickster died out, a long lurking Yin-Chi suddenly surfaced and scurried towards the bottom of the water. Finally appeared? In front of this Taoist master, you are still a bit too young to play the trick of golden cicadas. Chen Xingyi shook his sleeve robe and threw out a talisman, chasing towards the cloud of Yin-Chi. Bang! The talisman struck, and the cloud of Inchi dissipated by 7 or 8% in a matter of moments. But there was still a small portion of Inchi that reconverged and burrowed towards the bottom of the water. Such tenacious Inchi, I don't know how many lives have to be sacrificed and how many years of pounding it takes to condense it. The person behind this is not simple. Chen Chenyi frowned as he looked in the direction where the Inchi had fled, but he was in no hurry. This pest can't run away now that he's found it. 2. Suffocating. Due to the excessive lack of oxygen, Pippi's consciousness had begun to be disoriented, and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he only felt a spinning of the sky and earth, and in a daze it seemed like a mass of black gas had rushed into his heavily aura. Anchor, I see that your seal is black. There will be a bloodbath in the near future. Anchor, the program is effective enough, you should go up, or else it's really karma. Yes, Anchor, go up and kowtow to that Taoist master and apologize. I see that he is quite kind and should not make things difficult with you. Yes, Anchor, people who are cultivators have a sense of style and won't see eye to eye with us mere mortals. People still think that the Anchor is looking at the fact that they have messed with someone they can't afford to mess with, and that's why they are hiding under the water and don't dare to go out. So there was a flurry of advice on the air. Just then, Pippi's eyes snapped open, and as soon as she did, she removed the oxygen mask from her head. In the eyes of the assistant's horror, he swam violently in the opposite direction, with a speed that was not at all what a normal human body could possess. Just then, Pippi's body suddenly stalled, only to feel a huge force wrapping itself around him. Immediately afterward, a stormy heave was heard. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 7 I don't care who your father is. You must die today. Flop. The calm surface of the lake once again exploded with 2 huge splashes. Anchor Pippi and her assistant surfaced at the same time. The little assistant only felt as if his body was gripped by a big invisible hand, swooshing to the surface of the water, and then swooshing to the shore. It was just that the body that had been immobilized a moment ago had once again returned to its control. The little assistant had long seen Chen Xingyi's greatness in the video, and after experiencing what happened earlier, she was even more impressed with Chen Xingyi. The moment he felt his body regain consciousness, he made a very wise decision. That was, flopping down on his knees and then kowtowing frantically to Chen Xingyi. Little Taoist master, little heavenly master, she's the one who tricked you, and she's the one who made the props. None of this has anything to do with me. I've warned her that this old man is too old to withstand a scare, but she wouldn't listen to me. Little Taoist master, you are generous, so spare me. Although the two were pulled out of the water, several cameras hidden in the shadows were not destroyed. As a result, this wonderful scene on the shore was also relayed in real time to the live broadcast. This Nima a second do not bring hesitation really kneel down on the box kowtow this set of small moves really silk I have to say, the desire to survive really pulls it all together, but I suspect you're plagiarizing my idea. How did this Taoist master pull up 2 big living people from the bottom of the water to the miso? This Nima is a Taoist priest or a fairy I cracked up. Who just said that this Taoist master is very kind to come? Please come forward. Roll. Chen Xingyi never looked at him squarely from the beginning to the end, leaving him with only one brief word. But it was such a plain, unadorned word that he was as relieved as if it were a treasure. Bang, bang, bang. Again, he kowtowed 3 times in a row. The little assistant was thrilled beyond words. Thank you, Master Tao, for sparing my life. Thank you, Master Tao. Then I'll get lost. Then rolling and crawling, without even being able to recognize the direction, he left the place in a hurry. At the edge of the reservoir, there were only 2 people left, Chen Xingyi and Anchor Pippi. Let go of me. I'm just an ordinary person and a girl. What kind of hero are you bullying a girl? Pai was fixed by Chen Xingyi at this time, unable to move, and she acted with a face of eagerness, as if she was going to cry out in the next moment. Shut up, bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. I want you to be revealed as you are. East Armor Qian Yuan Hong, the positive air is popular quickly. I receive long life, and heaven and earth are crossed in the palm of my hand. Chen Xingyi obviously didn't eat her, and with a few slight movements of his lips, an incantation sound resounded by the empty reservoir. What do you want to do? I'm a normal person, I'm a girl, you can't do this to me. Pippi didn't know the spell, but the sweaty hairs that exploded on her body and the fear that came from the depths of her soul told her that she might die. Sinful animal, don't show your original form yet. Do you really think that this Taoist master doesn't dare to chop you up? Chen Xingyi cupped a purple ball of light in his hand. One could only see the purple explosive thunder and white lightning interacting with each other in that ball of light, obviously containing endless power. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also shocked when they saw this scene. They also couldn't believe that Chen Chang would use lightning to punish a mortal. Appears. Spiral Maru. Screw your sister, this is Taoist palm lightning, stupid. Wait a minute, I'm CPU burned and the Taoist master is going to split the anchor with palm lightning? Just because. I've been screwed over by the anchor twice? You're such a good person. You're really a great benefactor. I'll have to stay away from you when I go out in the future, just in case you're struck by lightning and I'm dragged into it. Taoist master is not afraid because he has real skills. That old man is miserable, lying there for so long without a movement, afraid not. The anchor does go too far every time she fixes things, and this time she kicked the can down the road and counted herself unlucky. Seeing that he can no longer hide his identity, the inchi that was lurking in Pippi's body simply showed up. Only an illusory head suddenly appeared on Pippi's face, as if it were a mask coalesced by smoke, half hidden, half visible. You're very strong, I'm not your opponent, but don't forget, I've been living with this girl for so many days, her limbs, organs and bowels have long since been infected by my inchi, right now she's me, and I'm her, if you kill me she won't be able to live either, ha ha ha. After letting out a loud laugh for a while, this inchi dissipated and disappeared. The next moment, the real Pippi awoke. Where is this? Wasn't I suffocating at the bottom of the lake? As if she was unconscious of what had just happened, she looked around suspiciously. When he saw Chen Shengi, he suddenly let out a loud cry. Ah! You! What are you doing? Are you the one who grabbed me? Get me off! What's that in your hand? Are you going to strike me with lightning? I'm just joking with you, I'm not so careful, am I? Chen Shengi ignored this crazy woman. He knew that what that inchi said was not false. The woman in front of him was already a inchi in her body, and the two were completely fused and indistinguishable from each other. If one were to forcefully destroy that inchi, I'm only afraid that this woman wouldn't be able to survive. When Pai Pai saw that Chen Shenyi didn't pay attention to him, he thought that Chen Shenyi was afraid and instead screamed even louder. I'm a girl, how can you bully me? Let me go. My father is Su Sanjiang. If he knew you dared to treat me like this, he would never let you go. Who Su Sanjiang was, Chen Shenyi really didn't know, and he wasn't interested in knowing. But upon hearing the name Chen Sanjiang, the audience in the live broadcast room once again exploded. Su Sanjiang? The triad leader in Zhongchang? I didn't realize the anchor was his daughter. No wonder the anchor has been so death-defying and still managed to stay safe and sound, so it's because he has a triad father. Su Sanjiang and Zhangcheng, that is the existence of the emperor of the soil. The black road and white road have to give him a few thin face. No wonder the anchor is not afraid of being retaliated against. I used to believe that the anchors didn't hire actors, and now I believe my belief even more. If I had that background, I'd be even wilder than her. It does seem a bit wrong to use lightning against an ordinary person. There's only one way out of this. Chen Changyi looked at Pai Pai, and he thought of a method that might be worth a try. If Pippi had done any good deeds, even if it was just an ordinary person, he would have accumulated Yin virtue in the underworld. At that time, she could use Taoist magic as a guide and utilize her own Yin virtue to force out that Yin Qi. Thinking of this, Chen Xingyi dispersed the palm lightning and once again pinched his hand, utilizing the secret method to check up on Pippi's memories. This look didn't matter, as a scene from Pai Pai's past surfaced in Chen Xingyi's mind. His blood pressure rose several degrees. The white-collar worker got off work late at night in full view of the public and he scared him into incontinence. A middle-aged couple was separated from their wife by her screwing. A martyr's family member was in tears when she screwed her over so badly that she tried to kill herself. Looking back on her 23 years of life, she actually hadn't done a single good deed. Instead, she was full of evil deeds. Too many people have been tortured and scarred by her, and she continues to get away with it by relying on her father's patronage. It's amazing how people can sometimes be more hateful than creepy. It's just hopeless. If the law can't sanction you, let heaven do it. Chen Xingyi frowned and said angrily, I don't care who your father is, you must die today. Chapter 8. Even if I have to search to the ends of the earth, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Seeing that Chen Xingyi had really moved to kill, Pippi's snot and tears were all scared out. Her entire body collapsed to the floor, pleading, I didn't mean to screw you over, I was just playing a joke on you, please don't kill me. A joke? Do you know how many innocent people have suffered greatly because of your so-called joke? Chen Xingyi colored angrily. I really didn't mean it, I'm just a little too naughty, I'll definitely change in the future, I know I'm wrong, please don't kill me, don't kill me. No, it's wrong? No, you just know you're going to die. Chen Xingyi shook his head, too lazy to continue talking nonsense with her, intending to make a direct move. He stepped on the Big Dipper and pinched his hand, and in an instant, he even caused the sky and the earth to change color. Rumble! A large mass of black clouds coalesced in the sky, and bursts of muffled thunder continued to brew in the clouds. Are you really going to kill me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I already know I'm wrong. Why are you doing this to me? Kill me, my father won't spare you, you can't do this. Pai Pai stared at Chen Xingyi with a face full of unbelief, fear, despair, and indignation constantly surging through his mind. She just couldn't figure out how she, who had been held in the palm of her family's hand since she was a little girl, could have her life cut short just because she had caught a few insignificant guys. Chen Xingyi still paid no attention to her, the nimbus around her was converging, and finally, the electronic device hidden in the dark began to be unable to withstand it, and burst open with a bang. The live feed was cut off at this point as well, and the figures dissipated, leaving only a black screen. Asterisk. How come there is no screen at the critical moment? I want to see the follow-up. This little Taoist master is also too fierce. Is he really going to chop the anchor alive? I don't think so. At most it's just a scare, a small punishment. Really killing people, that's no joke. The Taoist master has begun to cast a spell to attract thunder. It's not right not to strike a few times, right? Talk. Isn't that stuff to repel shenanigans? Can it work on living people? You won't know if it's useful if you go out and get struck by lightning twice. I'm not going. If you wanna go, you go. Although the image was cut off, the shock that the live broadcast just now brought to the crowd was too much. So, even if the live broadcast was only a black screen now, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, the popularity remained high as they furiously swiped pop-ups in the live stream. Rumble. At this moment, the heavenly thunder had already condensed, and seeing that Pai Pai's pleas had no effect, the yin chi lurking in her body regained control of her body. You can't do that, she's just a normal person, you're hurting the peace. Chen Xingyi snorted coldly, you, a sinful animal, dare to talk to this Taoist master about having hurt the heavenly harmony. Let's see if I don't split you. Are you really going to bury me with the life of an ordinary person? Are you crazy? Ordinary people? This person's sins are so heinous that people and gods are outraged. If I keep her, am I letting her continue to be your accomplice and wreaking havoc on the world? This Taoist master is doing justice for heaven, suffer death. Chen Xingyi's way of cultivation is to follow the heart, without the constraints of worldly rules and regulations. After traveling to this world and having the system to add to it, he let himself go even more. Just go ahead and do what you think is right, and all that about heaven and earth will be answered by the merit added by the system. Therefore, moral abduction is useless to Chen Xingyi. The conversation just now was only in the flash of lightning, and Chen Chengyi's line of thunder spells also split down from the sky at that moment. Execute the evil. Chen Chengyi stretched out the middle and index fingers of his right hand, guiding the heavenly thunderbolt, which landed on Pai Pai's body in an unbiased manner. Aha! The first to bear the brunt was this yin chi lurking in her body. Heavenly thunder was the nemesis of weird things, and the slightest contact would naturally result in death. Only this yin chi let out a miserable scream. Before completely dissipating, he rushed at Chen Xingyi and said viciously, my master will not let you go. I'll be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs. Chen Xingyi sneered, Yellow Springs? If I let you go down to the Yellow Springs by chance today, then I don't have to work as a Taoist priest anymore. Give me God's form to die. Only hearing a bang, this yin chi had completely dissipated, completely disappearing into this world, not even a trace left behind. Immediately after that, it was Pippi's turn. As a mortal, she naturally couldn't bear the power of the heavenly thunder, and her life was ended in a matter of moments. I won't let you go even as a ghost, I'll haunt you for the rest of my life. After Pai Pai's death, he turned into a stern trick and roared at Chen Xingyi with his teeth and claws open. Ridiculous, die for me. Boom. Another heavenly thunder struck down, and the nightly trickster that Pippi had transformed into only existed for 141 seconds of this time before being blown away on the spot by Chen Xingyi. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Ghost X1, rewarded with 300 merit. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Yin Spirit X1, rewarded with 500 merit. Thousands of miles away, the Great Barren Mountains. On the tip of one of the graves in the mass grave, a large monk wearing a robe and holding a rosary sat cross-legged. What a rare place of extreme yin. After I refine the yin chi here, my demonic feats will surely be able to go further. Just as the great monk, eyes full of greed, was about to sit on the ground and refine the yin chi here, he suddenly felt a twinge in his heart. Wow! A mouthful of dark, purple heart blood was spat out. Damn it! I searched all over the 10 great extreme yin lands, spent years refining a strand of extreme yin chi, and spent my efforts to cultivate it into a spirit, and now it's actually been wiped out. Who the hell is it? Even if I find you at the ends of the earth, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts and send your soul to the 9 hells to be tortured for eternity. 3 days later. River City. Inside an opulent villa. A well-dressed noblewoman was holding a cell phone and dialing over and over again, her face full of anxiety. Pippi, where has this ninny run off to again? And she doesn't answer her phone, but she's really in a hurry. She's still not spoiled by you, letting her study abroad she won't go, letting her come to the company to help me she's not interested. If you hadn't been spoiling her so much, could she have been so naughty? Susan Jiang sat on the boss chair, smoking a cigar, helplessly saying, we only have one daughter, what's wrong with me spoiling her a little? You make it sound like I'm the only one to blame for Pippi's disobedience. Don't you have any responsibility as a father? Okay, now is not the time to argue about this, or to send someone to find Pai Pai back first, and then strict discipline. Don't let her cause me any more trouble. The previous waves of trouble family members I have already taken the money to send off, but she is still so do not know how to restrain, and then go on like this. I'm this father can't control it either. Su Sanjiang took out his cell phone and was just about to make a call when he received an anonymous text message. All it says is a short sentence. I know the whereabouts of your daughter. And a video. Chapter 9. It's too cheap to call the police, isn't it? I'll make him pay in blood. Pearl, come look. Su Sanjiang took his cell phone and quickly walked to Luo Mingzhu's side. Look what you quickly send people to find my daughter I tell you I can only such a precious daughter. I cannot find it. I'm only your fault. Luo Mingzhu waved her hand impatiently and threatened. Look, someone said they know the whereabouts of our daughter. Su Sanjiang pointed to the text message in his cell phone and said, this isn't a scam text message, is it? I think so, too, or delete it. Seeing that Su Sanjiang was really going to go ahead and delete the text message, Luo Mingju immediately became anxious. Hey, I say you this person, you in the end off do not care about your daughter even if it's really a scam text message, you Su Sanjiang still worry about being scammed I'm not teasing you, don't say it's fake, even if it's really a fraud, as long as I can get my precious children back immediately, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Su Sanjiang laughed with a careless smile, his family was so big that he had such confidence. The loss of a small amount of money is indeed insignificant compared to one's precious daughter. Then why don't you take a quick look, in case people really have the whereabouts of our daughter? Luo Mingju urged. Fine, I'll look, see what a rush you're in. Su Sanjiang nodded and reached out to click on the video above. The video was turned on, and the screen looked a little dim, while a deserted reservoir was in the background. In the middle of nowhere, what's the daughter doing running here? Su Sanjiang said with a puzzled expression. How come you don't care about your own daughter at all? Pai is now on the live broadcast platform to engage in some kind of thriller and rectification. It should have gone to this place to look for material. Luo Mingju glanced at him and said with slight resentment. Live? Compulsions? Why does your daughter want to do this? If you don't have money, you can ask me for it. Is our family still short of money? Su Sanjiang was a bit puzzled, although he was still a bit confused as to what live streaming and fixing were actually for. But this place looked so desolate, so he thought that his daughter must be having a hard time. You just know how to show off your stinking money, you don't even know what your daughter wants. Didn't you just say that you got rid of the waves of people who came to make trouble? You don't even know what kind of trouble your daughter got into? Hey, this is not my company is too busy this person you do not know, can use money to settle things, has always been too lazy to ask. Su Sanjiang knew that he was in the wrong, he a smile to explain. Now you know why your daughter is so rebellious, it's because you as a father didn't give her enough attention. And you always blame me for spoiling her too much, who is incompetent between us? I'm not trying to earn more money for you two to spend, I'll correct it, I'll definitely correct it this time, and after I get Pai back, I'll definitely learn to be a good father. Su Sanjiang promised with conviction. That's more like it. Luo Mingju blankly glanced at him and said with satisfaction. The footage in the video continues. Su Pippi looked around with a puzzled face. Suddenly, it was as if she had seen something horrible. Shouting, You! What are you doing? Did you arrest me? Get me off! What's that in your hand? Are you going to strike me with lightning? I'm just joking with you, I'm not so careful, am I? Seeing this, Luo Mingju instantly panicked. Old Su, our daughter is in danger, save her. How am I supposed to save someone when I don't even know where they are now? So you're just going to stand by and watch your daughter get bullied? What does take the thunderbolt mean? This person won't want to harm our daughter, right? Luo Mingju was eager to protect her daughter, and at this point, she was already in complete disarray. Su Sanjiang hurriedly patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be afraid, since that man took the initiative to look for me, I think it's just to extort a sum of money. I'll just give him the money if he wants it, he won't do anything to his daughter, don't worry. Really? Luo Mingju raised her head and asked with teary eyes. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? While comforting his wife, Su Sanjiang had already begun to calculate in his heart that he was going to skin this robber. Who on earth is so bold as to rob me? Su Sanjiang, really tired of living. It seems like he's been whitewashing himself for too long, so long that some people have already forgotten what he made his fortune on. It is time to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, let those stupid guys see, Su Sanjiang is not old, teeth are not to the point of not being able to bite things. I'm a girl, how can you bully me? Let me go. My father is Su Sanjiang, if he knew you dared to treat me like this, he would never let you go. I don't care who your father is, you must die today. As Su Pippi fell to the ground and Chen Xingyi left, the video came to an abrupt end. Looking at the image of her daughter being burned to a crisp, Luo Mingju could no longer support herself and collapsed onto the sofa at once. Repeated over and over again, Pippi has been killed, Pippi has been killed. As for Su Sanjiang, as a person who had seen a great storm, seeing his daughter being killed, although his heart had already set off waves of shock, he still forced himself to be calm and did not show it. Just to the cigar in his hand, he took a deep drag and swallowed it into his lungs. It was as if time stood still in this moment. I don't know how long it took for Luo Mingju to react from her sadness. She grabbed the cell phone on the table and tried to call the police. What are you doing? Call the police. Our daughters have been killed, can't we as parents do nothing? Luo Mingju hissed. You've seen the way this person kills, does it work to call the police? Su Sanjiang said coldly. So what do you mean, just let it go? Luo Mingju smiled miserably and threw away the cell phone in her hand. Although it was all too difficult to accept in her mind, she knew that Su Sanjiang was right. Can an ordinary person deal with someone who can draw heavenly thunder with his empty hands? Of course not. If you dare to touch my Su Sanjiang's daughter, even if he is a heavenly god coming down to earth, I will never be indifferent. Su Sanjiang viciously said. But, didn't you all say that it's useless to call the police, so what else can we do? Luo Mingju froze. The police is useless, does not mean that other means is useless, your man so many years is not for nothing, besides the police is too cheap. This kid, squat a few years in prison, can relieve you and me of the pain of the loss of the daughter? No. What I want is to make him pay in blood. Leave this matter to me, you don't have to care about anything, just pretend. As if nothing had happened. Su Sanjiang gave an explanation, then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Tu Dolu. It's me, Su Sanjiang. I'm offering $100 million to ask you to do something for me. Chapter 10, I want him to be destroyed in body and form for eternity. Our news report, the police in the first 8 of this month in the city outside the 30 miles of an abandoned reservoir next to the discovery of a body. The deceased is a woman, aged 23 years old, initially judged to be drowned. The TV was broadcasting the news from a few days ago, and the deceased was the same anchor woman who had screwed Chen Qingyi. Su Sanjiang used his connections to characterize the incident as an accidental drowning. Because if it's murder then the police are going to have to intervene, and that's not the outcome he wants. Whether it is reform through labor or imprisonment, or eating peanuts, such criminal law is too light to soothe Su Sanjiang's pain of losing his daughter. What he wants, is to skin this man and put him to death. Only in this way can I give an account to my daughter in the 9 springs. Master Ma, my daughter's murderer has been found, please take a look. Su Sanjiang placed a photograph on the table, his gaze turning to a black-robed man sitting across the sofa. The person on the photo was none other than Chen Qingyi, and on the back of the photo, Chen Qingyi's address was written in detail, even down to the exact door number. As a big brother of the party entrenched in Jiangcheng, although Su Sanjiang is a mortal body, he can't fight a person of cultivation like Chen Qingyi. But he was financially strong, and his information channels were even more numerous, so it was still very easy for him to find out a person's location. Chen Qingyi. Ma San picked up the photo on the table and glanced at it, then slipped it into his pocket. Mr. Su, I can very much understand how you feel right now, but as you know from being in our line of work, taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters, so there are a few things here that I still need to ask first for good. Please speak, Master. Su Sanjiang said very respectfully. It's not difficult to let me help you deal with this man, but what does Mr. Su intend for me to do with him, whether to capture or kill him or? I want his godly form to be destroyed, never to be born again. Su Sanjiang replied without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the whole answer had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. Sparingly, he still clenched his teeth together when he uttered those words. As if it would be difficult to ease the hatred of his head without doing so. What a divine form, never to be born again. Do you know what this means? Ma San frowned, his tone somewhat displeased. Master Ma, I believe that with your skills, this little matter shouldn't be a problem, right? It's easy to make him lose his godly form, but do you know what the cost of doing so is? Ma San lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, stood up and continued. Both monks and Taoist priests, even when they encounter an evil guile with a monstrous grudge, they will rarely choose to beat it out of its body. Do you know why this is? Su Sanjiang shook his head without saying anything. He didn't care what the answer to this question was. What others did was someone else's business. All he knew was that this man had killed his daughter, his only daughter. One would have to teach him the most brutal lesson. If someone dared to stop himself, then he would be destroyed along with that person. But in the way that the other party was invited by himself and had to do work for him, so Su Sanjiang still endured. For we, the cultivators, must have reverence for all things in this world, for life and for the way of heaven. Killing in vain will only end up harming others and yourself, and both will lose. Forgive me for making such an inhumane request, for the price is not one that you or I can bear. Not only will it lose in virtue, it will also make my future cultivation more difficult. It's really not a good idea. The cigarette in his hand had burned out when Ma San finished saying this. He resumed his seat, lifted the teacup in front of him, and took a leisurely sip. Seeing this scene, how could Su Sanjiang not understand what it meant? Those words in front of him. Su Sanjiang was confused. But this Ma San said so much but didn't leave directly. His intentions were already obvious. The subtext is, this is a tricky one, and you have to add money. For Su Sanjiang, as long as he could settle Chen Qingyi and avenge his daughter's death, no amount of money was a problem. Su Sanjiang took out a bank card and placed it on the table, adding, the 100 million that was promised to Master earlier was just a deposit. As long as Master can help me avenge my daughter's death, there will still be a heavy thank you after it's done. It's not too good, right? Ma San didn't move and put the bank card into his pocket with a difficult face. Please help my daughter with justice. Mr. Su has thanked the master on behalf of my daughter. Adult gaming is so plain and simple, it doesn't matter what you say, it's what you do that counts. Seeing Ma San accept his bank card, Su Sanjiang knew that it was a done deal. Su Sanjiang was eager for revenge, and that night he personally drove Ma San to the neighborhood where Chen Qingyi lived. My daughter's murderer lives in this neighborhood, and the one with the light on the 7th floor is it. In a Land Rover SUV, Su Sanjiang pointed to a neighborhood across the road and viciously said, I know, just watch me next. Ma San said confidently, this is the video from the day of my daughter's accident. Master, would you like to take a look at it? Knowing your enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. Although the road brother told him that this Ma-san ability is not small, but Su Sanjiang has always been cautious, not to mention that this time the matter is very important, he is not dare to have the slightest sloppiness. Not only did he personally come, but he once again took out that video from his cell phone, wanting Ma-san to take a look at it, or have a plan in mind. But Ma-sanjia waved his hand very arrogantly, with a very disdainful expression. No need, a guy who only dares to strike at ordinary people is simply a disgrace to our profession. I think he doesn't have any real skills. I don't think we need to waste time. I just need to make a slight move. Your daughter's revenge can be avenged in a moment. This. Right. Go maestro. Seeing that Ma-san had said so, Su Sanjiang no longer insisted. As long as he could successfully avenge his daughter, everything else was just floating clouds. Master, what next? Do I need to send a few people up to bring that guy down? Su Sanjiang asked. Don't get busy, even if that guy's Dao is shallow, it's still not something you ordinary people can deal with. How many people go up there will be for nothing. It's better to watch me, Ma-san said with a confident face, and then he changed into a Taoist robe, took the magic weapon, and began to prepare to open the altar to practice. Good, then everything is up to master. Su Sanjiang hadn't intended to let his men go over there to die. He had seen the video. The guy who killed his daughter was clearly not a good person, as he was able to cast even the heavenly thunder. He wasn't stupid enough to let ordinary people go up and die, so he was only polite to Ma-san at first. Since the other party had said that he didn't need to intervene, then he would just stay on the sidelines and be a good spectator in peace. Chapter 11, Run. Run. We're in big trouble this time. Jingle bells. Heaven is dry. Earth is koan. The 5 elements of yin and yang set the world in motion. Heavenly spirit, the spirit of the earth. The Supreme Lord manifests himself. Ma-san, dressed in Taoist robes, was holding a mahogany sword in one hand and a bell in the other, or he was chanting with his hands. Master deserves to be a master. We've gotten to know each other better today. Yeah, this is so much more professional than what they show on TV. Now Mrs. Great Revenge can finally be avenged, and Mrs. Departed Soul can rest in peace in the 9 springs. A couple of big, burly-looking henchmen in suits and ties watched intently from the sidelines. These people were all brought by Su Sanjiang, saying that they were helping, but in fact, both parties knew exactly what these people were here for. Although they couldn't deal with a cultivator like Chen Chencheng-yi. But if Ma-san is a charlatan with no real skills, then these people have a role to play. Although Ma-san knew it in his heart, he couldn't say anything. After all, he had received the money, and the one who paid him was a former triad leader. Although he had been kind to him, it did not mean that the other party was a good person to deal with. But fortunately, Ma-san was not a charlatan, but really had real skills on him. But with so many spectators watching, it did affect his performance a bit. Because he is not a Taoist priest. The reason why he knows the art of yin and yang is entirely due to the fact that there is a gui parasitized in his body. It had been the biggest secret hidden in his heart, unwilling to let others know, which was why he had been pretending to be a Taoist priest to hide himself. Seeing that it was about time, Ma-san woke up the trick in his body. All of a sudden, the clouds covered the sun and the wind was so strong that the street lamps on both sides of the road also dimmed after a few flashes. Why is the wind suddenly picking up? It's so strong. Why do I suddenly feel so cold, as if the temperature around me has dropped several degrees all of a sudden? Even the street lights are out. It's not going to be a trick. A few of the henchmen were talking about it. Su Sanjiang hurriedly stopped it. All shut up. Don't disturb Master Ma's practice. Although he could also see that something wasn't quite right, as long as he could keep it for his own daughter. What did it matter if it was a trickster fairy or a god or a Buddha? Actually, it's better to have shenanigans. It's better to eat that Chencheng-yi alive. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Ma-san had already controlled that guile and quietly slipped into the residential building in front of him. Under his intentional cover, ordinary people could not see the trick. The crowd only felt the temperature around them getting lower and lower, and then they saw that the lights in the residential building across the street suddenly all went out. What's going on here? A power outage. Don't panic, this is caused by me casting a spell. I'll soon be able to destroy this guy called Chencheng-yi. You guys just wait to collect his corpse. Ma-san put down the peachwood sword in his hand and swore an assurance. Worthy of a master, it's awesome. With Ma-san's personal guarantee, coupled with the eerie atmosphere, all of them believed in their hearts that the master in front of them was someone who was truly capable. Master, hard work. Su Sanjiang handed over a bottle of water and said with great concern. This is nothing, dealing with such a small character is not enough to show my true strength. Remember to contact me anytime your family encounters something like this in the future and I'll give you a discount. Hearing those words, Su Sanjiang's face changed immediately. In his heart, he said, you can shut your mouth if you don't know how to talk. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have some real skills, you would have been chopped up and fed to the dogs. But Ma-san didn't even realize that he had said the wrong thing. Started gushing and bragging about his war record. This is really nothing for you. I dealt with tougher problems than this in the field last year. A dozen members of a family hit the evil at the same time, and I don't know how many people have been invited to do nothing. It was only when I finally stepped in that it was resolved. Just as the two of them were talking, suddenly a mournful, eerie cry came from their ears, sounding unusually creepy. Ah, The eerie screams were coming from the residential building across the street. Almost at the same time, Ma-san, who was originally still colorfully recounting his proud battle record, suddenly his face changed and a mouthful of heart blood was spat out. Wah dash! Master, what's wrong with you? This sudden scene startled Su Sanjiang, and he hurriedly went forward to assist him. Run! Run! Ma-san's face was pale, looking without a trace of blood. Breathlessly, he said run. Immediately afterward, he scurried into the car with a search. Master, is this a tricky matter? On the way back, Su Sanjiang asked with a complicated expression. Ahem. Ma-san coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. With a palpitating heart, he said, this time it's a big trouble, it's not easy to deal with. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, but looking at Ma-san's half-dead state, Su Sanjiang could probably guess a thing or two. The two fought, and Ma-san was defeated. Even you, master, can't deal with this guy, then my daughter's revenge. Su Sanjiang sighed with a heavy heart. Don't worry, mister. Su, this time it was my carelessness and lack of preparation that caused this. You give me a few more days, I will definitely avenge today's mistake and personally send this guy's corpse to you. Ma-san assured with a gloomy face. He originally did not intend to continue to get into this mess, but the money had already been collected, how could he spit it out? Most importantly, the guile that was on his own body was snapped by Qin. It was because of this that he was so badly injured and in such a sorry state. Losing that guile would completely reduce him to a mortal, a point that was tantamount to a disaster for him who didn't have any means of earning a living. The good thing, though, was that this trick on him was a little special, because this guile is, in fact, his twin brother. The two had been twins, but only he had survived when he was born, while the other, whom everyone had assumed to be stillborn, had taken the form of a guile that had been lodged in his body. So he mastered a secret method to bring the trick back to himself, but it would take some time to prepare. Well then, I'm counting on you, master. Seeing that Ma-san was so insistent, Su Sanjiang agreed. Because this was exactly what he was happy to see, no matter if this Ma-san was really as he himself said, and still it means that he had not used, having Qin have one more enemy was always good for himself. However, after this incident, Su Sanjiang no longer trusted Ma-san, and realizing how powerful Qin was, he decided to make a few more preparations. After going back and being introduced, he couldn't reach a famous local temple, where the presiding officer is said to be the reincarnation of the Buddha's son. I'm sure I can help my own daughter avenge her death. Chapter 12. Halfway through July, the secret door opens. I want you, Qin, to go up and smoke. Has a guile servant already appeared? It seems that this world has been invaded by guile. Chen muttered as he played with an appendix in his hand. In this talisman, a fetus that was black and bleeding from all 7 orifices could be vaguely seen, the very same gui that was on Ma-san's body. This creepy thing, it can barely reach the grieving soul level, letting it out will inevitably cause trouble for one party. It's better to stay here and stay well. The reason why Qin did not choose to exterminate this guile was because he had also discovered the special features of this guile. Although it had been sealed by himself, he could still vaguely feel that there seemed to be a trace of connection with the outside world. This kind of connection could not be completely severed even by himself, as if it was innate, as if it was a bloodline connection. So, he planned to keep the trick as bait and put a long line to catch a big fish. Now everything is ready and waiting for the big fish to take the bait themselves. Jiangcheng, Jingda Temple. Inside a Zen room. A big monk wearing a monk's robe put down the scriptures in his hands and said with great regret, the poor monk already knows what happened to the monk, and since your daughter has already passed away, I would like to ask the monk to be able to look on the bright side and not continue to be obsessed. The Buddha said that although we cannot change the world around us, we will have to change ourselves and face it all with compassion and wisdom. One must let go in order to be at ease. I believe that your daughter's spirit in heaven would not like to see the Shur in such a state. Amitba Buddha, goodness gracious. Hearing these words, Su Sanjiang couldn't believe his ears. If he wasn't still counting on this group of monks to help avenge his daughter, I'm afraid he would have started to lift the table by now. What do you mean, stand and talk? It's not your daughter who died, so you don't feel bad, right? Still here talking about letting go and looking away. Su Sanjiang really wanted to chop up all the family members of these stinking monks and feed them to the dogs, and then see if these monks would let go and look away. But he didn't do it. After all, he was asking for something. Chen Sanjiang deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, adjusted his breathing, and went straight to the topic. Master, my wife is devoted to Buddhism, and this time when she heard I was coming, she instructed me to donate more joss stick money. He held out a bank card and continued. My wife and I only have this one daughter, and Master is compassionate and merciful, so I'm sure he will be able to understand how we feel as parents. As long as Master can step in and help my daughter avenge her death, I will help your temple rebuild the temple and remodel the golden body to express my sincerity to the Buddha. With that, he pushed the bank card in his hand forward again. Su Sanjiang is a businessman, and he believes that money makes the world go round. So no matter how grand this big monk in front of him said, he always firmly believed that as long as the price he gave was high enough, there was no Buddha that couldn't be invited. It is indeed a good thing that the scholar's heart is devoted to the Buddha, it's just that we monks are not supposed to meddle in these mundane worlds. It's just that I just heard from the monk that the one who made a move on your daughter was a cultivator. This person is actually so heartless to make a move on an ordinary person. If nothing else, I'm afraid that he has already gone off the rails and disappeared into the evil way. In order to prevent this person from continuing to plague the earth, the poor monk has no choice but to put down his rosary beads and take up his preceptor to rid the world of this great evil. Amat Buddha, goodness gracious. The big monk picked up the bank card on the table and put it in the pocket on top of his robe. Hands together, he chanted a Buddha's name. What kind of sins did our daughter do, you say, that she actually messed with such a powerful guy? Not to mention being victimized for nothing. Why is it so hard for us as parents to help our daughters avenge their deaths? After Luo Mingju learned that Ma San was defeated by Qin Xingyi, her mood became worse and worse, and tears fell as she spoke. Su Sanjiang hurriedly consoled, it's not the daughter's sin, it's that Qin Xingyi's sin. He's the one who killed our daughter, I'll make him pay, don't worry. But, the Ma San that you found last time was not unable to deal with Qin Xingyi, thanks to you as to make him say so powerful, but in the end, even the face of the others did not see, and fled in dust, and also said what next time to go to take revenge. I think it's all bluffing. Luo Mingju continued with a worried face. These days, she couldn't eat or sleep well for her daughter's sake. Every time I lie in bed and close my eyes, I can see my daughter's figure dangling in front of me. I even dreamed of my daughter last night, standing by the river covered in blood, crying and asking why I didn't avenge her. You know, last night I dreamed of my daughter again. She was covered in blood. It hurt me so much to see it. If I could, I as a mom would like to go and bear it all for my daughter. Oh. Luo Mingju said, tears could not stop flowing down, and in the end it was so choked up that she could not even speak. Don't feel too bad. I don't think that Ma San is a liar. I'm sure he'll go back to Qin Xingyi for revenge. And this time I've got a powerful character here. Even if Ma San is useless, I'll definitely be able to avenge our daughter's death. Su Sanjiang gently patted his wife's shoulder and assured her. Really? Who did you hire this time, and is it reliable? The presiding officer of Jingde Temple. Su Sanjiang said indifferently. Jingde Temple? I heard that this temple is very spiritual. A lot of people go there to burn incense. And last time there was a school trouble, but also invited the Jingde Temple of the monks out to settle. You say that you early to invite these trustworthy people should be so good, there will be so many things? Jingde Temple was famous, and Luo Mingju had heard many rumors about Jingde Temple. Although these monks are reliable, they can't do anything to make this guy Qin Xingyi's godly form disappear. Wouldn't that be too cheap for him? But right now, in order to avenge his daughter's death, this is the only way. Hey. Su Sanjiang sighed with a sad face. Qin Xingyi, I'll make sure you get your retribution. Ma San sprinkled the paper money, candles, disc incense, and other items he had bought all over the table. A pot of black dog blood was then fetched. Then soak them all in black dog blood. It's going to be the Mid-Yuan festival soon, and the creepy door opens on the half of the 7th month, when the yin qi in this world will reach its peak. At that time, performing the secret method will be twice as effective, and no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to stop your brother from returning to my side. Ahahaha. Looking at these things in the basin that were infested with black dog's blood, Ma San's eyes were filled with a maniacal color. Only underneath all the paper money and candles, there seems to be a placenta. Chapter 13, the spooky door opens wide, the undertaker crosses the road, and trouble comes to the door. Time went by day, and soon it was the midwinter festival. These days there were no more ungrateful guys coming to find trouble with Qin Xingyi. Early this morning, Qin Xingyi greeted the sunrise and played a set of Taijiquan, and was about to go back to eat, when he happened to run into his neighbor, Aunt Li. Good morning, Auntie Li. The two were neighbors, and on weekdays Qin Xingyi would occasionally play mahjong with them, so they greeted each other very familiarly. Auntie Li said cheerfully, Xiao Chen, you are also early free to play mahjong together have not seen you for a few days. What are you busy? Busy with work stuff these days. You guys have fun, I'll contact you when I can. Halfway through July, the trick door opens. Yang energy declines and yin energy rises. Even the creepy baby that had been subdued by himself was acting unusually agitated today. It was thought that someone was rushing to do something to himself on the day of the Mid-Yuan festival. Although Qin Xingyi was not afraid, he had to defend himself, so naturally, he did not have time to play mahjong anymore. Aunt Li also said, these 2 days the hand is very good, Lu. Yesterday I played mahjong with your Aunt Wang. The four of us won a lot of money. You did not come, as really a pity. Qin Xingyi had originally greeted and planned to leave. Hearing that suddenly froze. 4 people play mahjong and all 4 win? Whose money did you win? Auntie Li, are you kidding me? If the 4 of you play cards together, can all 4 of you still win money? Chen Chengdao said. I'm a big old man, why would I lie to you? After playing yesterday we paired our accounts and realized that we both won a lot of money. This is not, early this morning we have arranged to continue to play mahjong. Today more win a little, for grandson's cell phone replacement money we'll have. Auntie Li said with a fluttering brow and a happy smile on her face, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. Auntie Li, did you bring the money you won yesterday? Can you show me? Bring it on, bring it on. Don't you know we mahjong players have a saying, keep your winnings on you and your hand will get stronger. Auntie Li pulled out a few large bills from her pocket with a smug look on her face. Chen Xingyi took the money and looked at it. Fortunately, it was real money and not plutonium. Auntie Lee, are you sure all four of you won the money? Chen Xingyi handed the money back and asked again. You've just seen the money, how can it be fake? Yesterday, when we settled the account on the spot, I won the least, so I must win more today, so as not to waste my luck. After Adley finished speaking, she hurriedly raised her feet and was about to leave, as if she was worried that if she went late, the money would be won by someone else. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Little Chun changed his mind and plans to go play cards with me? Auntie Lee turned back and asked suspiciously. Auntie Lee, think about it, how can four people play poker and all four win? Chen Shengyi snapped. With this sound, he utilized the Taoist technique of roaring, which could instantly restore one's clarity. Earlier, Adley was blinded by the trickery and immersed in the joy of winning money at cards, thus ignoring the irrationality of the whole thing. Now this stern voice from Chen Shengyi was like a blow to the head, immediately bringing her to her senses. Yeah, at least one of the four has to be a loser. How can all four win money? What's wrong with me that I can't even think of something so simple? Auntie Lee came back to her senses and froze in place with a horrified look on her face. Auntie Lee, it's good that you can figure it out. It's better not to go play cards today, it's the Mid-Yuan festival, and it's best not to go out at night if there's nothing going on. Ah Chen, you mean I've encountered something dirty? Aunt Lee quickly reacted, and it was only at this time that she realized she was still holding the several $100s she had won yesterday. Ah! Auntie Lee was startled and hurriedly dropped the money in her hand to the ground. There's not going to be anything dirty on this. I even brought it back yesterday, it's not going to be okay. Auntie Lee looked at the banknotes on the ground with a horrified face and couldn't help but take a few steps back. I just looked at this money and it's nothing, these two just need to stop going to poker and wait for the Mid-Yuan festival to be over. Chen Shangyi acted out a comforting statement. Around the time of the Chinese New Year festival, there is more frequent activity in the world of weird things. Auntie Lee and the others should have accidentally bumped into it. However, it was good that this creepy creature did not have enough Taoist skill, and could only temporarily confuse the minds of several people, without being able to harm their lives on the spot. As long as they don't continue to get together and play cards, it's not a big problem. Chen Xingyi still had to prepare to deal with tonight's 100 Ghosts Night journey, so he didn't have time to clean up these low-level creepy things. So, he took out a few talismans and handed them to Auntie Lee. You take this talisman with you, and give the remaining 3 to the 3 poker buddies from yesterday, it will keep you all safe and sound. Auntie Lee took the talisman and saw only that it read, the star of Tai Shang Tai strains without. Exorcise evil spirits and bind them to protect life. Wisdom and purity of mind and of mind. The 3 souls and the permanent spirit are not lost. She subconsciously mumbled a sentence according to the above, and the excitement in her heart immediately calmed down a few points. This made her admire Chen Xingyi even more. Little Master Chen, I really don't know how to thank you, look at this. Nothing, just a show of hands. When he had just crossed over to this world, Chen Xingyi did not adapt to the environment here. Auntie Lee helped him a lot at that time. Therefore, if conditions permitted, Chen Xingyi wouldn't mind stepping in to help her as well. The time soon came to evening. Chen Shangyi was dressed in a Taoist robe and stood on the rooftop of the neighborhood building. Directly above the rooftop, there seemed to be a huge vortex converging in the clouds, like the eye of a typhoon, bringing together all the yin qi in a 100-mile radius. A yellow talisman in Chen Xingyi's hand was moving stupidly towards the vortex above. Inside the talisman was the very same creepy baby. I didn't realize the gates of hell would open from here, is that a coincidence? Chen Shengyi tilted his head to look at this that was like a substantial yin qi vortex and frowned slightly. All those who are sensible will be honest with me, and if we are at peace with each other, then all will be well. If there is any ungrateful one, I don't care if you are a knight Rakshasa or a Yama King Shura, I'll see if I can chop you or not, and that's the end of it. Downstairs in the apartment, there were many pedestrians coming and going carrying paper money. On the side of the road, at the crossroads, also gathered a lot of people squatting there to burn paper money. At the end of the road, a person dressed in red, wearing a red hat, carrying a basket of paper money, while walking and sprinkling, only he sprinkled paper money is not yellow, but dark brown, seems to be stained with blood a general. As he spilled, he mouthed the words, Half of July, Flintstones. Chapter 14 Evil Guile from Hell, Azura. The Guile domain was thoroughly formed. This person who was scattering paper money while singing a thrilling children's song was none other than Ma-san. He had prepared for so many days, just to take back his brother's weird soul from Chen Xingyi's hands on the day of the Mid-Yuan festival. Then, let him, Chen Xingyi, go up and smoke to avenge himself. Good brother, why don't you come out to see your brother when he's here? Are you angry with him? Brother has come to make amends to you. Good brother, come out and return to your brother. Ma-san sang as he moved toward taking the basket of paper money that had been soaked in black dog blood in advance and scattering it toward both sides of the road. The paper money in his hand had just about finished scattering when he walked downstairs to Chen Xingyi's apartment that day. Ma-san took the candle out of the basket again, laid it on the ground, and lit it. The candle was lit, and what it gave off was a blood-red light, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. This bloody aura drifted towards the sky above the apartment, and actually converged into a bizarre formation. Yin flourishes and yang declines, heaven and earth are extinct, even the great Luo golden immortals can't save you. Ma-san looked at the great formation that was about to form in the sky, his eyes filled with a maniacal look. If you put it in the usual way, it was natural for him, a half-wit, to have no such skills. However, today was the Midyuan festival, the trick door was wide open, and with the pure yin qi wafting out from the netherworld, it could be said to be in accordance with the heavenly time. Ma-san finally managed to set up this yin formation. What he didn't realize, though, was that in addition to timing there was also location. This time the trick door opened right above the apartment building, which corresponded exactly to the location. The time and place are alright, and if it's paired with the people, then this game will result in a surefire kill. And Ma-san, as it happens, has someone with. He and his younger brother are a pair of twins, although his younger brother was stillborn in the womb, but in another way, living in his side, more than 30 years, the two have long been in the same mind, just like one. Shinshingi, it's all because you forced me to have a drastic change in temperament. After doing this, Ma-san pulled out one last thing from the basket. A bloody placenta. Then with firm eyes and without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed it. Boom! Just then, a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out in the sky. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Shinshingi, who was on top of the building, frowned slightly. Half of July, it's just opening a trick door, old tradition, no need to get so angry, right? Right at this moment, in Shinshingi's ears, a beep suddenly sounded. Detecting the imminent formation of a bizarre domain at this location, the host has two choices. 1. Leave this place before the creepy domain forms, reward, none. 2. Completely resolve the tricky domain here, reward, 10,000 merit, and for every person the host saves in the tricky domain, he can gain an additional 200 merit. Tricky territory? No wonder the heavens are stirring, it turns out the big guy has appeared. Only the top-tier Ligue possess the ability to form a Gue domain, and a Ligue at this level could easily destroy a county, which was hundreds of thousands of lives. It's no wonder the heavens are angry. However, the district's night trick was just that, no different from papier-mâché in front of Shinshingi. So he decisively chose the second option. You want to scare this Taoist master with a small trick domain? It's too much to take this Taoist master seriously. And if we let it go and allow the creepy domain to expand, the entire river city would be wiped out. This is not what Shinshingi wants. People who cultivate the Tao should take the world's life as their own responsibility, not to mention the merit to take. 10,000 points. We've made a fortune this time. At 11:59 p.m. The trick door opened wide. Countless lonely souls and ghosts poured out from among the trick door. In the middle of the year, this was their only chance, so every guile was very frantic, scattering in all directions. Shinshingi didn't bother with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but instead stared dead-on at the wide-open trick door above his head. Suddenly, an 8-foot-long, white-faced evil trickster walked out from among the trick door. He didn't hastily scatter in all directions like the other creepy creatures, but instead looked at the people who were burning paper on both sides of the road with a greedy look on his face. Is this the earth? It's so beautiful. I can smell human blood already, it's so delicious, it's such a long time coming. The moment this Ligue appeared, Shinshingi immediately guessed the identity of the other party. The guile of extreme evil Shura. This is one of the most vicious creepy creatures in the hell. They were evil in life, and after death they became this evil creepy creature that loves to suck people's blood. Don't you know you have to greet people first when you see them? Didn't you learn the rules in hell? Shinshingi was dressed in a Taoist robe, his eyes deadlocked on this evil trickster from hell. You have an aura about you that makes me very uncomfortable. Evil Shura looked at Shinshingi with a grave expression. Uncomfortable is right, a heavenly thunderbolt to eat. Without too much nonsense, Shinshingi directly began to pinch his knuckles. In the next moment, a heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck down head-on towards this evil cultivator. Just at this moment, the sky was separated from the ground by a layer of extremely thick yin qi. These yin qi greatly slowed down the speed of the heavenly thunder, so much so that the evil Shura miraculously dodged it. Although heavenly thunder was the nemesis of all weirdness, which naturally included yin qi. But this time, what Shinshingi was facing was not ordinary yin qi, but the extreme yin qi from the hell that was used to maintain the sneaky door. Although, this only slightly slowed down the speed of the falling heavenly thunder. But that's enough. Evil Shura seized the opportunity to dodge this heavenly thunder. He looked back at Shinshingi with a palpitating heart, then drilled into the apartment downstairs without looking back. When Evil Shura completely disappeared from Shinshingi's line of sight, the eerie domain was also completely formed at this moment. It was only at this moment that Shinshingi finally realized that this Evil Shura was the final link in the formation of the guile domain. No wonder he was able to dodge his own lightning method. God's will is such that it cannot be forced. Since Heaven's will has allowed this tricky domain to form, I'll just have to completely destroy you in the tricky domain. Tricky domain. I didn't realize that the guile domain had actually formed. It's really Heaven's help, Heaven's help. No one can stop me now, brother is coming for you. Looking at the tricky domain in front of him, Ma-san's heart was overjoyed. He thought that his secret method had worked and had actually formed a tricky domain, so without the slightest bit of extra thought he directly took a step in. The moment Ma-san stepped into this creepy domain, the creepy infant that had been sealed by Chin Cheng-jun seemed to feel something as if it had sensed something, and began to frantically hit the seal on the talisman. What a coincidence to come! As soon as Chen Cheng saw this scene, he immediately realized that it was his old friend from last time who had found him. If a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. Since we're here, let's stay together. Chapter 15, The Pen Fairy Psychic, the netizens who don't know what's going on. Inside the apartment, several young men were sitting around a table with a sheet of white paper, and a quill pen spread out on the table. They were the anchors of a short video platform, and they were here today to play psychic games. Now the short video site is getting rolled. In order to bow traffic can only be more than who is more desperate. That's why they chose today as a good day to come here to play Pen Fairy games. Sisterly, is the camera tuned up yet? It's almost 12 o'clock. We have to rush to start the broadcast before 12 o'clock, that way it'll be gimmicky. The male netizen frowned and urged. Sisterly, who was in charge of debugging the camera, gave an okay gesture towards him. Okay. On your mark, let's get ready to start. Just then, the beautiful assistant next to her suddenly said with a worried face, why do I feel that the atmosphere is strange today? I'm a bit scared. The male netizen hurriedly comforted, Shashi, these are all feudal superstitions and lies. There is no such thing as trickery in this world. We've done so many installments, and there's still nothing at all? But didn't you say that this apartment was a mass grave before, and it's the Mid-Yuan festival today, and I've heard old people say that creepy doors will be open today, it's weirdly scary. Those are all deceptive gimmicks, not so which people give us brush gifts well nothing to be afraid of, it's time to start work, early finish early back to sleep. The male netizen gently tapped the female assistant on the shoulder and followed up by confirming the script for the others. Don't exert yourselves, I'll control the pen and write, then say your lines according to the script, do you hear me? Work harder, and if you're good, I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Got it. Roger that. The live stream has officially begun. The male webmaster gave the usual background to the day's story. Good evening, my lords, I'm sure you're all well aware of what a day this is. There's no mistake, today is the Mid-Yuan festival, and as the saying goes, on the half of the 7th month, the tricky door opens, so today I'm going to take advantage of this good day to play something exciting for you all. Today my buddies and I are playing a game called penmanship. I'm sure you've all heard of it, but have you ever played it? It doesn't matter if you haven't played before, today I'll give you a live broadcast, everyone's small gift away, support the anchor. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce, the scene we chose today is not ordinary, this place used to be a mass grave. The male netizen blah blah blahs to the camera. In short, it's as scary and evil as it gets. The audience in the live room was coaxed by him, and pop-ups quickly spread all over the screen. Who told you to play with the Pen Fairy on the Chinese New Year's Day? Anchor, you're really hard to beat. Why are there so many psychic anchors lately? I remembered that I had followed a thriller anchor, I think it was called Pai Pai. I haven't seen her on the air for a few days, it can't be that something has happened, right? The female assistant felt a pang of distraction from the moment she arrived in the room. I inadvertently glanced at the last pop-up again just now, and muttered even more. But now that it was on, she couldn't quit in the middle of the show, so she could only sit down with a stiff upper lip. The male netizen didn't notice the female assistant's difference at all as he glanced at the time and continued to the camera. As we all know, the Pen Fairy is capable of inviting shenanigans into its body. Participants can ask it any questions, past lives, past and future know nothing, and today happens to be the Mid-Yuan festival. The shenanigans door is wide open at 12 o'clock. What kind of chemical reaction will collide if I play with inviting the Pen Fairy at this time of the year? He. Adventurous things anchor to do, free of charge. Careful heart, please help point a little. Of course, later, if any big brother has any questions need me to help ask, brush a plain anchor scene to help you ask. It's almost 12 o'clock and it's about time, the game will start soon, so please wait and see. The male netizen was the first to hold the quill, and then several others put their hands on it. Pen Fairy, I am your present life, you are my past life. If you want to renew your relationship with me, please draw a circle on the paper. Pen Fairy, I am your present life, you are my past life. If you want to renew your relationship with me, please draw a circle on the paper. Pen Fairy, I am your present life, you are my past life. If you want to renew your relationship with me, please draw a circle on the paper. Several people repeated the chant several times, and the clock struck 12. Ding dong. As soon as 12 o'clock passed, the pen held in the hands of the crowd moved in a bizarre way. It actually did draw a crooked circle on the white paper on the tabletop. Treadmill, which exerted himself, why don't you follow the script? The male netizen cursed in his mind. Because what a few people had discussed before was that no one else would exert any force, and he would control this pen to draw various answers on the white paper. But now, with no apparent effort on his part, the pen moved. The only explanation is that someone didn't follow the script. Damn it, what kind of pighead is that? Let me find out and I'll fire him tomorrow. The male netizen had already greeted this person's genealogy in his mind, but it was in the way of a live broadcast, so he didn't have a seizure. Holy, I really drew a circle. Anchor, tell me you guys directed this. This young man, he's playing with real flowers, but I love watching it. Didn't your mom tell you that you can't go out on the Midyuan festival? How dare you play with the pen fairy? 666. Ahem. Looks like it worked. I'm going to ask. The male netizen cleared his throat and continued, pension, will I be able to hit 1 million followers this year? As soon as the male netizen's words were out of his mouth, the pen swung around the table with the hands of the crowd, and then began to fall. Horizontal, apostrophe, vertical, press. The word no was then written. Seeing the result, the male netizen's lungs were about to explode. Because he didn't write the word no either. Rather, I wonder who is controlling the pen. Well, I didn't think that I would raise such a bunch of white-eyed wolves after treating you guys so well on a regular basis. The male anchor looked around the room, his eyes passing over everyone's face in an unkind manner. Who could it be? Seeing this result, the audience in the live broadcast room, however, went crazy with joy. This fairy knows her stuff, I like it. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the anchor's pig liver colored face, I knew this time was definitely not scripted. This is great acting. 66666. Don't be discouraged, think of the good in everything. Maybe what pension means is not that you won't reach 1 million fans this year, but that you won't live through this year. Chapter 16. If there wasn't merit to take, this Taoist master wouldn't bother with you. The game of penmanship continues in the house. They didn't realize that when the clock struck 12, there is an evil creep that has burrowed into this apartment. Not only that, when the creepy domain was completely formed, the lone souls and ghosts wandering around were all attracted to it. It's no exaggeration to say that at this point in time, there are more shenanigans than people inside this apartment. At this point, the popularity of the live stream has grown. Although there were a couple of oopsies, with the male netizen's pre-designed script and his strong scene control skills, he still made this live broadcast a success. Come on, is there anyone else who wants to ask a penny question? An airplane can stand in line, a rocket can cut in line. The male netizen was so excited that by relying on the gimmick of the pen fairy, just a short while later, it actually made him a lot of money. What's even stranger is that the man who operated the pencil on his own back didn't know what kind of magic he had, and actually managed to answer the questions on the air. The male netizens who had already been overwhelmed by money naturally couldn't care less about this at the moment. Just as he was planning to continue asking Pengyu questions, the female assistant across from him suddenly said with a very ugly face, "Boss, look how the wall behind you started cuckoo smoking white gas." For the sake of the live broadcast atmosphere, they did not turn on the lights, but only turned on a flashlight, emitting a weak light. The room is too dark, very affecting the line of sight. So, the assistant only saw by chi but didn't realize that the surrounding walls had already begun to seep water out. This is a manifestation of yin chi condensed to the extreme. In this environment, even the lowest level of grievance spirits had the possibility of evolving into evil guile. Countless lonely souls and wild spirits poured into the guile domain for this bite of yin chi. At this point, uncountable wild shenanigans had gathered inside this building. Headless creeps, hanging creeps, short-limbed creeps. They were all greedily going around sucking up all this yin chi, and once they had enough to eat and drink, the next step would be to take on the living. And this group of netizens are actually playing some kind of psychic game here with total ignorance of what's going on. What white gas? I think you're too tense and bleary-eyed. The male netizen said with a disinterested look on his face. He didn't believe in any of this himself, and the most important reason why he pulled such a stunt was to enrich himself. Now that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had been mobilized by himself with great difficulty, it was naturally impossible for him to give up this great opportunity to amass wealth just because of the assistant's words, even though the assistant was very good-looking. Anchor, it said that when you play with the pen fairy you should never ask how she died. It's a big no-no. I'll give you 10 rockets. Do you dare to ask how the pen fairy died? Just then, a tycoon in the live stream suddenly sent this pop-up. The male netizen looked at it with great joy in his heart. What's there to be afraid of? Any taboo is a lie. It's amazing that this group doesn't realize that I'm the one who directed all of this. Ha. These guys are really stupid. Big brother, keep your word. I'll ask you right here. The male netizen saw the money and immediately intended to fulfill this tycoon's wish. He only saw him pointing at this pen in the middle of the table and chanting, pen fairy, if you are alive in heaven, please tell me how you died." After the male anchor finished his sentence, a very huge force was suddenly attached to the pencil, carrying several people's arms and starting to shake around on the table. Holy! What is this? Which one of you used such violent force? The male netizen was taken aback and questioned in a hurry. Several people all shook their heads with innocent faces, and one of them said with an aggrieved face, "Boss, we didn't even exert ourselves from the very beginning." A few others chimed in, "Yeah boss, didn't you say?" "Shut up." Seeing that he was about to reveal himself, the male netizen hurriedly exited to stop him. Seeing that what the few people said didn't seem to be false, he began to panic in his heart. No one's pushing? I didn't exert myself either. And how did the pencil move in all this time? Holy, is it really creepy? Ah. Just then, the female assistant, not knowing what stimulated her, let go of her grip on the pencil with a yell. "What are you doing? Don't you know you can't let go of a penny until you send it away? Are you trying to get us killed? The male netizen chided angrily. The female assistant, however, pointed at him with a horrified face. You. Behind you. Before the female assistant finished her words, the male netizen felt that his back was suddenly wet, and a pale, bloodless hand, at some point, rested on his shoulder. Holy, what the is this creepy stuff? The male netizen swooshed and catapulted up from the stool and scurried out a long way at once. He wanted to push the door to leave, but in despair, he realized that the door had actually locked at some point. The pudgy, white-clad female trickster suddenly smiled. Cluck 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 cluck, I'm the pen fairy. You guys have asked me so many questions, now it's my turn to ask. I wonder which one of you would like me to eat it, huh? Ah. Chen Shingi, who had entered the middle of the creepy domain, was searching around for traces of evil Shura when he suddenly heard a miserable scream. No good, something's wrong. In the creepy domain, it was covered by a thick inchi, like a thick layer of fog, which very much obstructed the line of sight. But it's hard to beat Chen Shingi. Open the eyes of heaven. Chen Shingi pinched his hands together and then wiped at his forehead, and a golden light appeared at the center of his eyebrows. When Chen Sheng's eye opened, the golden light directly penetrated through the white eerie mist, and the scene of 100 ghosts walking at night was suddenly in his eyes. This, of course, includes a couple of internet celebrities who were immediately eaten by the penumbra. Damn, this group is just eating too much. Come here in the middle of the night to play pen fairy, invoke the real one and still want this Taoist master to save you. If there wasn't merit to take, this Taoist master wouldn't bother with you guys. Chen Shingi's heavenly eyes saw through everything, and he knew the ins and outs of things at a glance. Wasn't going to save these guys? What's the saying? Good advice is hard to persuade a damned ghost. I've told you not to go out on the Mid-Yuan festival, but you're good, you came here to play with the pen fairy. But naturally he wouldn't cross the line with a merit that he had picked up for nothing. Therefore, although he cursed on his lips, Chen Shingi still rushed towards the room where the incident happened with quick steps. Pen Sana, just now the questions are the big brothers of the live broadcast asked. The wrongdoers have a head, you want to eat it to eat them? I am a soy sauce. The male netizen was paralyzed with fear and a puddle of yellow liquid next to him. The pen fairy cackled, then floated over to the male netizen and was about to suck away his young energy. Suddenly a spell was heard. Dry drop essence of Koan, should be the spirit of the sun and the moon. Elephant you blasphemy form, driving thunder and lightning transportation. The essence of the destruction of evil, evil Henry chastity. The order of the supreme, take the power of the 10 directions. Heaven and earth by imperial decree, called the king of the gods. The 3 realms of order, all bound form. 9 earth true officials, to God and true. The water emperor sends to welcome the mountain and the sea. The 5 emperors are summoned to ensure the survival of the world. The stars and hosts of the heavens will come to assist and honor us. Haste is like a law. Then, a golden heavenly thunderbolt, breaking through the room, struck towards her head-on. Chapter 17, Female Monks, please respect yourself, I am a monk, not close to women. Destroy creepy thing X1, merit plus 100. This penumbra was nothing more than a grievance spirit of the lowest rank, and it had already gone up in smoke the instant it came into contact with the lightning spell. At this time has long been scared to incontinence of male netizens do not know that the danger has been lifted. He collapsed to the floor, curled into a ball, his hands clutching his head in death. Master Pension, it's none of my business, don't eat me. There's an injustice to be done, go find someone on the air to claim your life. Chen Shingi frowned and skimmed the brown liquid puddle on the ground, hastily utilizing the Taoist art of turtle breath. Although the crisis here has been temporarily lifted. But with the help of the heavenly eyes, Chen Shingi knew that there were still quite a few creepy things roaming around inside the apartment. And most importantly, once the creepy domain was formed, it was like a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, and would constantly attract creepy creatures from all directions to gather here. One must get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. Chen Sheng turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a soft, bouncy touch surrounded his arm. Master, please take me away, stay here, I'm afraid. The beautiful assistant said daintily as she grabbed Chen Shingi's arm. She had long suspected that finding a place was unclean, and the pen fairy had just popped up out of nowhere and scared her half to death. Just when she thought that she was going to be eaten by that Gui as well, Chen Shingi, all dressed in Taoist robes and holding heavenly thunder in his hands, broke through the room and annihilated the Gui. In this scene, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the god of heaven who descended from the earth, though she couldn't figure out, at the moment, exactly what was going on here. But her intuition told her that the man in front of her was a great man with real skills, and she only had a chance of survival if she followed him. As soon as Chen Sheng turned his head back, he accidentally glimpsed a snowy white. He hurriedly chanted a Taoist heart-clearing incantation. Clear mind like water, clear water that is the heart, the breeze does not rise, the waves are not alarmed, the secluded bamboo sitting alone, the long whistling and sounding the piano. Then he pulled his arm out of the soft mass. Then he frowned and said, now you know you're scared? What did you do earlier? Running here on such a sensitive day to play with the pen fairy, how dare you guys think of it? The female assistant said pitifully, Master, I know I'm wrong, please take me out, Let's change the place for me to listen to your teachings, and then you can punish me however you want. All can be done. As she said that, she also tugged at the corner of her shirt without a trace, making the burst of snowy whiteness even more eye-catching. Yell. There's something in the words. The corner of Chen Xingyi's mouth tilted up, sizing up the little beauty in front of him with interest. Though a person who cultivates the way should cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But that's for others. Chen Xingyi had always been about following both his heart, and the more open his thoughts were, the better it would be for his cultivation. But after just one look, the hint of interest that had just been ignited in Chen Xingyi's heart all disappeared. Although this little assistant was very iconic after applying makeup, in front of Chen Xingyi who had opened his heavenly eyes, the makeup on her face was completely transparent. As for herself, she's nothing more than a popular face. Chen Xingyi righteously refused. I'm a cultivator, I don't get close to women. Female cultivator, please respect yourself. The female assistant was on the verge of crying. She said with a sincere face, Master, I really know I'm wrong, please save me, Master. Chen Xingyi took out a talisman and handed it to her saying, take this talisman, stay here and don't move, it will keep you alive. The female assistant received the talisman with both hands and said with a face full of excitement, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. It was only at this point that the other people realized after the fact and just wanted to walk up to Chen Xingyi to ask for a talisman to save their lives, but they were not expected to be preempted by the paralyzed male netizen on the ground. The male netizen was the only one of all of them who had ever made physical contact with the pen fairy. The shock was naturally the greatest. Now that you see a chance to live, of course you will rush ahead. He could not care about his own image at this time, and could not stand up in time, so he rolled and crawled towards Chen Xingyi, not caring in the slightest about the snot and tears mixed with his body and the puddles of brown liquid. Seeing this scene, Shen Shang was greatly shocked. What the hell is this? Rubbing on your clothes, do you still want your clothes? Seeing that the other party was about to hug their thighs. In the heat of the moment, Chen Shangyi kicked the male netizen out. With a bang, the male netizen then hit the wall and fainted. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone froze. The few assistants who were planning to swarm up to Chen Xingyi to ask for the talisman just now also stopped in their tracks in a hurry. They didn't get a good look at the disgusting fluids on the male netizen's body because the room was so dimly lit, so it wasn't clear why Chen Xingyi had suddenly given him a kick. Everyone was so scared that they froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. It wasn't until after Chen Xingyi left the room that the crowd dared to look at each other and whispered, the boss didn't die, did he? Hearing that the crowd still had the leisure to care about the male netizen, the female assistant became furious. He deserved it. I told him this place was unclean. If he'd listened to me he'd have gotten into so much trouble. The crowd hurriedly gathered around with smiles at the words. Sister Hong Hong is right, he deserves it. Hey, Sister Hong Hong, what was it that master gave you just now? Can you take it out and show it to us? The female assistant hurriedly stuffed the talisman in her hand into her pocket and covered it with death. I'm warning you, don't hit me. That master just said that as long as we stay here honestly nothing will happen. As the female assistant spoke, she suddenly noticed that the camera on the side was still on. The heart was in a state of shock. Oops. It's hard to believe that all of the springtime just now was broadcasted out. She hurriedly grabbed her phone and went into the live feed to check it out. It was found that the pop-ups in it had been blown up, with question marks floating all over the screen. Plus 999. The anchorman is really powerful. He invited the real pen fairy. I wonder how much he was paid? What was that golden thunderbolt just now? Anchor, why are you taking off your clothes? Is this something I can watch without paying for it? Anchor, do you have another platform account, private ni Kong Kong? It's a known fact that live streams can't be PD, so it was all true just now. Add Longhu Mountain official account, this way please, Moncler. Add Longhu Mountain official account. Add Qingsheng Mountain official account. Longfu Shan. A purple-robed celestial master was swiping his cell phone in boredom. Cultivation is so hard, play with your cell phone to treat yourself. Elder brother always says that the immortal way is noble and life-affirming, and helps people in the world, and as the times progress, the methods of entering the world naturally have to follow suit. A sledgehammer? Cleaning the glass? Good. Not nice. Not a good look. Dare to disturb my Tao, next. What's with all the people eyeing me? Go over there and check it out. This purple-robed celestial master had just opened the Douyin and realized that many netizens were etching him to go to a live room. Holding the mindset of giving it a try, this purple-robed heavenly master then clicked into this live stream. As soon as I went in, I was shocked by the live stream. Such a profound lightning technique, even my Longhu Mountain has never mastered it. What exactly is this person's origin? No, I must report this matter to senior brother immediately. Chapter 18, It's just killing. It's not like I haven't done it before. Beyond the spooky domain. A Land Rover SUV is constantly coming this way. Su Sanjiang, who was driving the car, asked somewhat nervously, Master Huikong, the Mid-Yuan festival will really open the trick door? Will it be dangerous if we just go over there? These days, in order to deal with Chen Xingyi and keep it for his own daughter, Su Sanjiang had learned quite a bit of information about the trickster god through various channels. Among them, naturally, is the one about the middle of the year and the opening of the trick door. If it had been before, he would have just laughed at such a statement. But now, after learning too much about the things that transcend the mundane, he was becoming more and more in awe of them. It's 1 a.m. And the midwinter festival has just passed. If these claims were true, then now was the time when the trick door was wide open, and he was just an ordinary person. Wouldn't he be looking for death if he went over it this time? Master Huikong, dressed in a monk's robe, was coiling his Buddha beads and bowing his head to recite sutras. Hearing Su Sanjiang's words, he naturally knew the concerns in his mind. So out of the blue, he said in relief, halfway through the 7th month, the creepy door opens, the folk saying is not an empty one. Tonight the trick door is wide open, the Yin Chi from the hell keeps pouring into the earth. If the person who killed your daughter is really an evil cultivator, then he definitely won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. We're just going to go over there now, and take this opportunity to let the poor monk overtake him. Su Sanjiang's heart tightened when he heard this. It's true that what you fear comes to you. One Chen Shengyi was hard enough to deal with, and now there's an additional what's-his-name Yin Chi from hell. Blanche. It wasn't true that he wanted to avenge his daughter, but he was really scared himself. The last time he accompanied Ma-san to come and find trouble with Chen Shengyi, he was almost accounted for here. Went back and had hard nightmares for 3 days and nights. Now he was really scared. He wanted to send a subordinate to send Master Huikong, but I don't know which one of his tendons is wrong, and he had to call himself. 2. Seemingly sensing Su Sanjiang's concern, Master Huikong continued to speak, with Lao Di here, you can rest assured that no one will harm a single hair on your head. Inside the tricky domain. Bang. Bang, bang. Ma-san had already slipped into the tricky area and arrived at the apartment building. The placenta in his hand was constantly beating. This is the link between him and his brother. Ma-san's mortal body, his vision was obstructed in the tricky domain, and he couldn't even do the most basic job of recognizing his location. But with this object, he was able to sense and find his brother. Chen Shengyi, wait for me, I'll make you pay. Holding the placenta in one hand, Ma-san fumbled in the darkness and rushed in the direction of Chen Shengyi. Within moments, he suddenly noticed that the placenta in his hand was starting to get antsy. Ma-san was overjoyed in his heart. It's just around the corner. Brother, I feel you. Come back to your brother. Come back soon. The other side. Evil Shura's limbs were broken and he was down to his last breath. He looked at Chen Shengyi and pleaded, Master Taoist, it's because I'm blind to the fact that I don't know what's going on, so please don't take it personally. I'm going to disarm this trick domain right now, so be a good boy and get your ass back to my hell. I only ask that you spare my dog's life, okay? Chen Shengyi sneered, it's not that you know it's wrong, you just know that you're going up in smoke. Evil Shura said coldly, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Chen Shengyi spread his hands, I'm sorry, I'm a Taoist priest, catching creeps is my job. Evil Shura was full of remorse, once upon a time I had no choice, now I want to be a good. Suddenly, Evil Shura noticed Ma-san, who had groped his way over from nowhere. The heart rejoiced. It's a miracle that this mole was able to come to the depths of the creepy domain without being eaten by the wandering creepy things. It seems that this is the will of heaven, it is truly heaven's help. The Evil Shura took advantage of his defenses and directly drilled into Ma-san's body. Rushing at Chen Shengyi, he screamed, stinking Taoist. The heavens can't bear to see me die either, sending me a body of flesh, ha 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 ha. Now I'll see what you do, will you watch me leave, or will you destroy me along with this mortal? Oh yeah, I almost forgot, you're a Taoist priest, catching shenanigans is your job, how could you kill someone, ha ha ha. Ma-san was not clear about what was happening due to his vision being obscured by the weird fog that was permeating everywhere in the midst of the weird domain, and only felt a coldness in his back and a sinking of his feet, as if something was lying on his back. But when he reached out to touch it, the strange sensation, however, immediately disappeared. Strange, how this feels so much like being possessed by your brother. Ma-san frowned and murmured in some confusion, but soon he dismissed the conjecture. Impossible, the brother marked me, no other creepy thing can even get close to me, let alone get on me. I'd better not think about it, hurry up and go get my brother back, after being separated for so many days, he must have missed me. Evil Shura on the body, well, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. It wasn't a difficult task for Chen Shengyi if it was an ordinary trick up, but this Evil Shura is one of the most ferocious trick in hell, belongs to the category of the top sharp trick, red clothes do not come out, no trick can compete with it. Moreover, the most headache-inducing thing was that this Evil Shura was also different from the other nightly guile. Evil Shura is the product of extreme evil thoughts, and generally requires heavenly timing and human harmony to be born. Once you are possessed by this kind of weird thing, it is like a maggot on the bone, and it will be difficult to get rid of it again. Right at this moment, Chen Shengyi thought of the vicious words that Evil Shura had put down in the end. Now I'll see what you do, will you watch me leave, or will you destroy me along with this mortal? Oh yeah, I almost forgot, you're a Taoist priest, catching shenanigans is your job, how could you kill someone, ha ha ha. For others, it can be a dilemma. Whether it was to spare the Evil Shura or destroy it along with this innocent mortal, it was a headache and a pain in the ass. But for Chen Shengyi, it was completely different. After all, It's not like he hasn't killed before. If we let the evil Shura go unchecked, more people will suffer as a result. So, it is clear which is the lesser of the two. Bang! Ma-san, who was groping in the darkness, bumped into something without paying attention. Damn! What kind of person dares to get in my way? Is it living out of patience? Ma-san was just about to snap when he suddenly froze. Hurriedly, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth again. After all, now that he was in the middle of a tricky domain, he was bumping into something that was, in all likelihood, not human. Chapter 19. Ultimately, it is something that belongs to my heavenly master's house. You're not a resident here, are you here on the air too? Hearing someone speak, Ma-san jerked his head. As the weird chi around him slowly dissipated, Ma-san saw a face that he could never forget in his life. Chen Chang-yi. The two of them had never met, but Ma-san had seen Chen Chang-yi's picture. The placenta in his pocket was also beating wildly, which confirmed that his brother was nearby. I'm lost, I'm leaving now. Seeing Chen Chang-yi again, Ma-san's deeply buried fear prompted him to subconsciously try to leave. Stop. Although Chen Chang-yi did not realize that the person in front of him was the one who had assassinated him a few days ago. However, right now, the evil Shura was attached to his body, so Chen Chang-yi naturally would not let him go. What are you doing? Being suddenly called out by Chen Chang-yi, Ma-san's heart beat wildly, and his right hand unconsciously felt for the dagger in his pocket. There's a trick up your ass, and I have to get him out or something will go terribly wrong. But you don't have to be nervous, as long as you cooperate with me properly, you'll be fine. Chen Chang-yi explained. Creepy? Get on top of me? How is this possible? I have my brother's mark on me, so ordinary ghosts will run away when they meet me. Hearing this, Ma-san's heart burst with disdain. He felt that Chen Chang-yi's Tao was nothing more than that, and that his win last time was just a fluke. So he didn't say anything, but planned to take advantage of Chen Chang-yi's relaxation of vigilance, and then pick up his brother, and then give him a fatal blow. So, Ma-san pretended to be scared and said, Huh? Gu-ei. How could I have gotten into Gu-ei? I won't die, right? Master, please you must save me, I will cooperate with you. Lung Fu Shan. A purple-robed heavenly master Xuanjin was watching the recording inside his cell phone intently. Back up a little more. Slow down a bit and try it at 0.5. The cell phone is playing, it is a few anchors play Pen Fairy, and then Chen Chang-yi God of Heaven screen. After looking at it a few times, Heavenly Master Xianjin frowned and said with a serious face, this is indeed the 5 Thunderbolts orthodoxy without a doubt, but, on the side, Heavenly Master Xianqing, who was also wearing a purple robe, asked, Senior brother, but what? What's the problem? Heavenly Master Xuanjin stroked his beard and said with a meaningful expression, the 5 Thunders orthodox method is an untold secret of my lineage of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain, and historically, only the sect leader Heavenly Masters who inherited the Heavenly Master's degree have been qualified to practice it. And nowadays, only Master, his old man, has mastered the complete 5 Thunders orthodoxy. Where did this young man in the video learn it? And, speaking of this, Heavenly Master Xuanjin fell silent again. Heavenly Master Xianqing asked with an eager face, don't hide it, senior brother, and what you're quick to say it. Phew. Heavenly Master Xuanjin took a deep breath as if he had made some sort of determination. It was only after a long time that he slowly spoke, moreover, the 5 Thunder positive technique that this son is performing looks as if it is a few points stronger than that of Master, his old man. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, Heavenly Master Xuanqing's mind jolted. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed his ears with both hands, unable to believe what he was hearing. Their master was none other than the 98th generation of the Heavenly Master's house, Zheng Huiran. Now at the age of 138, he is known as the Old God. A cultivation level was even more unfathomable, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. But this young man in the video, who looked to be in his 20s at most, was actually going to be stronger than his own master. How dare he believe that? Heavenly Master Xianqing said with a surprised face, Senior brother, you don't scare me. This young man looks like he's only in his early 20s. How can he be more powerful than Master? This is too unbelievable. Heavenly Master Xuanjin frowned and said with meaning, I'm also not saying that he's stronger than Master, it's just that his lightning method does seem to be more pure. It is indeed a bit strange. Another buzz, a thunderclap rang out in his head. He said with his mouth wide open incredulously, pure. What do you mean, senior brother? Should this matter be immediately reported to Master? Heavenly Master Xianqing was an acute person. As soon as he stood up, he was about to head out. No, something so big has happened, we must tell Masters, I'll go now. Heavenly Master Xuanjin hurriedly stopped him. Look, anxious again. I'm still just guessing now, so you shouldn't bother Master his old man, again. When the words came to this point, Heavenly Master Xianjin's face suddenly looked a little strange. His eyes flickered a few times as he continued, half a month ago, Master fought with the Zombie King, and suffered some injuries, and is now in seclusion, so let's not go and disturb his old man. Xianchang nodded and said, then what do we do now? Xianjin looked out the door and said meaningfully, the two of us will go and take a look first. No matter where this inheritance comes from, it is ultimately something from my Longhu Mountain. Inside the tricky domain, Chen Qingyi placed a copper coin in front of Ma-san's left front, and right behind him. Ma-san stood right in the middle of it and asked with a worried look on his face, "What is this?" Although he knew some yin and yang techniques, he was after all a halfway decent mudblood, so he couldn't see what Chen Shengyi was doing. Chen Shengyi comforted, "Don't be afraid, the one on you is called Evil Shura. It was formed by absorbing the evil thoughts of tens of thousands of people. It's not very easy to deal with. These are called 10,000 men's money that I've put out, and they've been fully circulated in the market and absorbed a lot of popularity, and that's what I'm going to use to force the Evil Shura out of your body. Don't worry, it's quick and not at all painful." Although, Ma-san felt as if he was a lab rat at this point, without any dignity, but it was held back in order to be able to find the right opportunity to strike. "Oh, well, I believe you." After doing this, Chen Shengyi was about to pinch and cast a spell when a yellow talisman suddenly floated out of his pocket and landed at Ma-san's feet. "It's the brother." Seeing this yellow talisman, Ma-san's breath caught in excitement. He sensed a familiar aura among this yellow talisman, that aura, and he had lived together night and day and shared the same mind, he wouldn't be able to recognize it wrongly. Ma-san couldn't hold back any longer, he stretched out his hand and was about to pick up the yellow talisman at his feet, but he was blocked by an invisible force and couldn't reach it. Chen Cheng smiled and said, "What are you doing?" Ma-san said with an embarrassed face, "Master, you dropped your stuff, I'll pick it up for you, but I can't seem to get out, what's going on?" Chen Shengyi explained, "You've been temporarily sealed in the formation by me, or else what if the evil Shura runs away later?" Ma-san nodded and said, "Oh, so that's how it is, Master is really well prepared." As he spoke, a hint of shade flashed out of the corner of Ma-san's eye, and he secretly said in his heart, "Chen Shengyi, you really think you're all calculated? Let me tell you what it means to be 100% close." Immediately afterward, his hand touched the placenta in his pocket. Chapter 20, Buddha deals with those who have yuan. Ma-san violently pulled out the placenta from his pocket and let out a loud laugh full of madness. "Ha ha ha, Chen Shengyi, you still don't know who I am, but you don't need to know anymore, go to hell for me. My dear brother, come back to me, brother misses you. All those who have bullied us deserve to die. Kill them all." What kind of formation, what kind of boundary, all of these Ma-san were not clear, but only one thing was clear to him. Inside this placenta, there was the remnants of his brother's soul, and it was being fed by himself with his essence blood every day, so as long as he swallowed him, there would be no one else in the world who could prevent himself from being reunited with his brother. This was the killer and final backhand he had prepared. Once moved, no one can stop it. Chen Shengyi, enjoy the despair. Ma-san looked at Chen Shengyi with a look of pity, then he took this pile of black meatball in his hand and swallowed it in one bite. Ma-san once again let out a loud laugh, but what came out was the voice of Evil Shura. He had long noticed the extraordinary nature of this object, but had been holding back, waiting for this opportunity. As the saying goes, the praying mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. Everything that Ma-san has worked so hard for has ended up being a dowry for the Evil Shura. Ka-ching-ching. The formation shattered with a loud bang, and when Ashura raised his hand, the yellow amulet lying on the ground was sucked into his hand. Tisk, tsk, it's actually a trickster tire, great tonic. Devouring that contraption earlier had healed him. Now if he was able to devour this trickster tire again, his strength would inevitably go to the next level. Pong! As soon as Evil Shura crushed the talisman and ingested the trickster tire inside, he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! For a time, the winds and clouds changed. The winds were so fierce that the sky and the earth changed color. This is the sign of the birth of an extremely terrifying existence. There's only one trick left here, Evil Shura, so there's only one possibility. Evil Shura, to evolve. Beyond the spooky domain. Su Sanjiang had already brought Master Huikong here. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, on the spacious road, there was not a single person, not a single car, and the only thing that was there was the creepy gust of wind that was blowing the corners of the two men's clothes. I didn't expect that a tricky domain was actually formed. It seems that this person is not only an evil cultivator, but also an evil cultivator with skills. If we don't get rid of the sun, there will never be a day of peace for my Jiang Cheng to speak of. Ba, goodness gracious. Master Huikong stared at the apartment building in front of him and recited a Buddha's name with a compassionate look. Creepy. A spooky domain? Master, what is this thing? These past few days, although Su Sanjiang had crammed in a lot of knowledge in this area, he still hadn't heard of this new word. Guile domain is a small world, Buddha said. A flower is a world, a grass, a tree and a grain of dust are all worlds, except that although the two are called the same, they are very different. Seeing that Su Sanjiang was stunned by what he said, Master Huikong nodded in satisfaction and continued, in short, there is a great terror in the creepy domain. I advised the monk to stay away from this building so as not to draw fire to himself. Su Sanjiang hurriedly took a few steps backward and asked with a worried expression, does Master Huining have a way to deal with it? Master Huikong clasped his hands together and chanted another Buddha's name before speaking slowly. Ba Buddha, once the creepy domain becomes established, it will be a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, not to mention you and I. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangcheng won't be spared. When it really comes to that time, I'm afraid that even if a sky full of gods and Buddhas were to visit the earth in person, there would be nothing that could be done. But, Master Huikong coiled the Buddha beads in his hands a few times, paused, and continued, however, I see that this side of the tricky domain is only in its infancy, and has not yet become a climate, so we can try to disperse it. Phew! Su Sanjiang let out a long breath and complained, I say master, can you finish your sentence in one breath next time? It's scaring me to death. Since you have a solution, master, then please do it quickly, just in case it will be troublesome when this What's domain becomes a climate. The more you just said, master, this is a big trouble for the whole Jiangcheng, so not only for the sake of my daughter, but also for the sake of the whole Jiangcheng, I still hope that the master will quickly show his power. Master Huineng said with a calm face, look, there's another rush. Su Sanjiang frowned, I can't help it if I'm not in a hurry, my daughter's spirit in heaven is still watching me from above. The Guile domain isn't that easy to deal with, even if it's a nascent Guile domain, it's still a Guile domain. Its interior is filled with grievances, swarms of strange monsters, and is exceptionally dangerous. If the old man makes a move, the price he pays is bound to be great, so, have to add money. What? Su Sanjiang frowned slightly. I think I've heard that line somewhere before. However, it's at the point where the arrow has to go. Therefore, no matter how much money this old bald-ass wanted, Su Sanjiang would do his best to fulfill it. Eventually the two agreed. In addition to Su Sanjiang's earlier promise to rebuild the temple and remodel the golden body for Jingde Temple, he also had to privately pay Master Huikong another huge amount of property. This includes 3 commercial K and prime locations, 5 footbaths, 7 bars, 9 hotel chains, etc. After the payment was negotiated, Master Huikong nodded in satisfaction. I'll trouble you this time, master. For such an evil cultivator who kills people in a grassy manner, please make sure that his body is annihilated and he will never be born again. Su Sanjiang whispered with a face of fleshly pain. Paying such a big price, he had his own little agenda. Since Master Huikong himself had said that this Chen Shengyi was an evil cultivator, then we can't treat him as a mortal. An evil practitioner is no different from an evil trickster, so it's reasonable to let him perish and never be reborn, right? You don't have to be so courteous. Eradicating evil and guarding a party is the duty of the monks of my Jingde temple. Besides, you have a destiny with my Buddha, so naturally the poor monks won't just sit back and watch, and the Buddha will bless your daughter's heavenly soul. Master Huikong was all righteousness and righteousness. This temperament, it didn't match at all with his bargaining face just now. Su Sanjiang was speechless. He was already thick-skinned enough for a businessman. How come the people he encountered in the past few days were all thicker than his own skin? Collecting money on collecting money, but also actually still have the cheek to say what with the Buddha has a destiny. It is true that the Buddha to have a destiny, not to do poor people. Master Huikong took the money. Naturally he had to do something. He only saw him take out a golden Buddha and respectfully placed it in the center of the road, then sat down on his knees. Amat Ba. Immediately afterward, a Buddha's call as thick and loud as a chime echoed out in this empty heaven and earth. The golden Buddha on the ground also began to emit a dazzling burst of golden light, and then began to slowly ascend into the air, eventually hovering right above this apartment building. Chapter 21 Golden Buddha Shattered. Red clothes out of the world. The golden Buddha suspended in the sky shone brightly, and the golden Buddha's light began to slowly wrap around the entire Guile domain. Buzz, Namo Bhagavad, Sa, Durgad, Bali Shodhana. Master Huikong sat cross-legged, constantly fiddling with the Buddha beads in his hands, and the sound of chanting was constant in his mouth. After resolving this one tricky domain, not only will I be able to obtain an infinite amount of merit, but I will also have countless amounts of gold, silver, and fine jewelry in my account. It's really too good to be true. It's fortunate that this is only a low-level trickster domain, or else it wouldn't be something I'd be able to deal with at all. I didn't think such a good thing would actually happen to me. Truly the heavens have eyes and Buddha blesses. With his magic power, it was already very difficult to deal with the lowest level of the tricky domain, but fortunately, this tricky domain had only just been formed and had yet to develop and grow, so he was still sure that he would be able to deal with it. Not only do you get heavenly merit for getting rid of the tricky domains, but you also get a lot of money for nothing. Thinking of this, Master Huikong's heart was naturally very happy. Su Sanjiang, who was standing on the side, was overjoyed to see this dazzling Buddha light. A master is a master. It really is different. The name of Jingde Temple is indeed true to its name. What a bull ***** tricky domain, unbearable. Chenxingi, just wait until you pay the price. In the meantime, on the street not far away, 2 ghost-like figures were speeding towards this place at an extremely terrifying speed. I didn't realize that a tricky domain had actually appeared here, and that we, the Heavenly Master's mansion, hadn't detected it. What a dereliction of duty. Yeah, we need to get over there fast, but don't make a mess. Suddenly, Heavenly Master Xuanqing's figure lurched as he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Senior brother, look. Why is there Buddha's light there?" Heavenly Master Xuanjin nodded his head gratefully and said, "It should be that the monks from Jingde Temple have already gone forward to deal with it. That's great, no worries about messing up with them around. No, this is the Pure World Mantra. These vultures are so cruel." The Pure World Mantra? The Pure World Mantra of the Great Sun? You're overestimating these vultures. This one of theirs is just a replica, but the power is still there. Once it's cast, everything within the creepy domain will completely dissipate, both mortals and creepy things will be obliterated in the world. Senior brother, these vultures are too hateful, we can't let them do this, we must stop them. In the middle of the conversation, the two of them arrived at the apartment building, so fast that Su Sanjiang was startled. Gue ah. Master Huikong save me. Master Huikong sat on the ground and chanted a Buddha's name with a calm face. Amitba Buddha, why have the two monks come here and what is their business? Heavenly Master Shinjin was still polite as he saluted Master Huikong and said, with the creepy domain appearing in the world, my Heavenly Master's office naturally can't just sit back and do nothing, so I've come here to subdue the demons and subdue the devils. Master Huikong laughed lightly, a small tricky domain, the old line is enough for one person, the two of you please go back. Master Xianqing was an acute person, he had long been tired of seeing these vultures, so he pointed at Master Huikong's nose and cursed, old vultures, there are still quite a number of mortals within this tricky domain, are you going to put their lives and deaths at risk, don't you have any compassion? Being pointed at and scolded, Master Huikong was not annoyed, instead, he explained in a vigorous manner, no, these people deserve it and there is nothing I can do about it, if I let the creepy domain go unchecked, and wait for it to become a climate and jeopardize even more people, then that would be a true lack of compassion. Heavenly Master Xuanjin frowned and said, can Master undo this spell so that my senior brother and I can enter the Guile domain and rescue the person? Master Huikong shook his head and did not reply. Master Xianqing said angrily, you old bald donkey, don't refuse to eat wine, believe it or not I'll beat you up. Master Huikong laughed, isn't it not quite appropriate for you new busy old Taoists, instead of purifying yourselves on the mountain, to come and rob the monk of my merit? Heavenly Master Xianjin coldly said, I think Master has misunderstood, we are not here to rob the merit, it's just that this matter concerns hundreds of lives, so we naturally can't just stand by and watch. If Master continues to be obstinate, don't blame us for being impolite. Master Huikong's tone was a bit displeased. What? Is your Longhu Mountain going to start a war with our Zhengde temple? Just as the people on both sides were bickering, suddenly, heaven and earth changed color. Above the 9 heavens, clouds overshadowed the moon, and thunder shook loudly. On both sides of the street, the overcast winds rose in a fury. Heavenly Master Xuanjin looked up, frowned, and said worriedly, not good. Look at this situation, there is going to be a Li Gui born, most likely a red one. Hearing this, Master Huikong was shocked, red clothes? Impossible, this can't be. This is just a primary trickster domain, how could a red coat be born? It's impossible. The might of the red coat turns the world upside down and blood flows, if it's really the red coat, all of us will have to play through. You must be lying to me, I don't believe it. Master Huikong was truly flustered. The reason why he dared to make a move against this tricky domain was purely because he was overwhelmed by the enormous benefits. Plus, it was just a newly formed trick domain that wasn't very powerful. That's why he had the guts to try it. If a red coat did come out, he would be the first to die. He just wanted to get some merits and benefits, but he never thought of putting his own life on the line. Rumble. Right at this moment, a thunderbolt in the sky struck directly above the golden Buddha suspended in midair. Ka-chow. In the next moment, countless densely packed cracks began to spread across the surface of the golden Buddha. Pust. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Master Huikong, and the golden Buddha fell to the ground with it, breaking into 8 petals, and completely dimming, losing its previous Buddha light. My golden Buddha! My golden Buddha! Not caring about his own injuries, Master Huikong rolled and crawled to the side of the shattered Buddha statues, picking them up piece by piece with a heartbroken face. The golden Buddha is shattered. Ha 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 ha. This golden Buddha was his most precious artifact, valued more than his own life, and now that the golden Buddha was shattered, Master Huikong had gone mad. He staggered to his feet and stood up, crying and laughing, and finally pointed at the 2 celestial masters' noses. Red clothes, there really is a red clothes. My golden Buddha is shattered, and red clothes is coming out. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you guys want to take away my merit? Now it's all yours. Ha 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 ha. If only you have the life to get it. Ha 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 ha. Master Huikong stumbled towards the distance with the fragment of the golden Buddha in his arms. Su Sanjiang stared blankly at all of this, his heart a mix of emotions. Have all the masters of the Shotokan temple failed? My daughter's revenge really can't be avenged. Chapter 22, A Game Within a Game. Delicious. What a delicious yin chi. Evil Shura braced his hands and recklessly absorbed the yin chi around him, his face full of coziness. Rumble. Thunder roared above the 9 heavens, as if the heavens were crying. After I finish absorbing the yin chi here, it's time to suck human blood, Shinshingi, I'll see how you can stop me. Evil Shura screamed as the yin chi around him continued to converge towards his side. His clothes also gradually appeared a blood-red color. Red coat. Ha 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 ha, I've evolved into a red coat. A strong and unrivaled sense of power filled Evil Shura's body, causing him to feel an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Shinshingi shook his head, his face full of disdain. Just a half-step red coat. If you want to evolve into a true red coat, you're still almost there. You. Evil Shura pointed at Shinshingi with a face full of anger, but the next moment he burst out laughing. A half-step red coat is also a red coat. You know you're scared now? Oh foolish mortal, how much better it would have been if just now you had agreed to my conditions and allowed me to lift the trickster domain and return to hell. You were the one who refused my pleas, you were the one who drove me to desperation, you were the one who drove me to a change of temperament. But fortunately, the heavens have no way of stopping Guile, letting me get such a good carapace, as well as Guile infant and Guile fetus to replenish my body. The heavens are so good to me. After I kill you and suck the essence of everyone here, I'll hopefully evolve completely into red. The more evil Shura spoke, the more excited he became. He had fought with Chenxingyi before. Although this little Taoist in front of him was very powerful, evil Shura was confident that even if he was any more powerful, he couldn't possibly be Red Cloth's opponent. The fact that this guy had been standing there stupidly not daring to take a shot at himself was the best proof of that. He must have been dumbfounded by himself. Yes? Do you think there's still a chance you'll evolve into a red? Or do you think that you, right now, can escape me? Chen Chenxingyi said in a flat tone. What? Evil Shura snapped, but quickly reacted. It's more now than ever. Do you think bluffing is still useful? I am a half-step red coat. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Evil Shura waved his arm and sneered. Chen Chenxingyi spoke leisurely. You can try. Little Taoist, you really don't want to see the coffin. I'll let you taste the power of red clothes. Evil Shura's face was full of grimness as he took a step out, and behind him, a large area of Yin Qi surged, emitting a burst of wailing as if there were countless grievous souls crying. Little Taoist, go to hell. Evil Shura rose up in the air and lunged towards Chenxingyi. Right at this moment, on that one copper coin lying on the ground, a pillar of light suddenly lit up. White, green, xian, red and yellow light pillars of 5 colors intertwined and entwined with each other, just like a silk thread, constructing a big net, firmly netting the evil Shura. This. Evil Shura was shocked as he lost his voice and shouted, this isn't even some bull asterisk 10,000 people's money, this is 5 emperors' money. Chenxingyi, you insidious and cunning liar. The 5 emperors' money, which collects the chi of the 5 directions and 5 elements, is extremely lethal to tricksters. The shape of the 5 emperors' money, round outside and inside, from the meaning of the unity of man and heaven, as a formation, the 5 emperors sit in the town, like the heaven and earth law, evil spirits and demons have nowhere to hide. Although Chenxingyi has never seen Masan, but he is too heavy with the bizarre gas, but also carry a bizarre tire, although it is hidden in the pocket, but in front of Chenxingyi, who opened the eyes of the sky, naturally, there is nowhere to hide. Very coincidentally, this evil cultivator in the case of the dog jumped over the wall, actually got on the body of Masan. If you do an ordinary person, Chenxingyi may still throw a mouse, but he happened to be on the body of Masan. Chenxingyi had to trick, will be his backhander lured out, and eliminated, 100 times over. So, from start to finish, this was a setup by Chenxingyi. Although this evil cultivator actually did achieve the red clothes by chance, but it was only a half step to red. In the face of the dragnet laid by Chenxingyi, even if the real red dress came, it would be sure to make it reincarnate. Chenxingyi, you have a deep heart. But do you think you can trap me with these 5 emperors' coins alone? I didn't expect that after all the hard work I had gone through, I had managed to achieve the red clothes. Humiliation, anger, and other emotions were brewing in evil Shura's mind. The red color on his mountain deepened. Chenxingyi, I'll die with you. When the red clothes appeared in the world, Huekong's golden Buddha shattered and he went mad. After the two of them, Heavenly Master Xianjin and Heavenly Master Xianxing, exchanged glances. They executed their secret techniques to break a gap in the tricky domain in front of them, and then walked in. What a rich and tricky aura! Now that the Guile domain had red clothes sitting in it, the Guile chi was naturally even more prevalent. The 3 colors of black, white, and gray bizarre chi floated in the air like substance, blocking the duo's sight to death. The strange chi had dampened the corners of his clothes, and had already transformed into a small droplet of water. The bizarre gas turned into fog, and the fog turned into liquid. The degree of danger within the bizarre domain was evident. Heavenly Master Xianxing frowned and asked, Senior brother, what should we do? Naturally, Xiancheng wasn't afraid of the danger. He was worried that the weird chi, which was like a substance, blocked their sight, and they couldn't even tell their bearings, so how could they go to find red clothes? Heavenly Master Xianjin also frowned. He also didn't expect that the bizarre chi within this bizarre domain had actually condensed to this extent. The two of them naturally didn't have the skill to open the eyes of heaven. Not to mention the two of them, even their master, Zhang Huairan, couldn't open the eye of heaven. However, although the eyes of heaven could not be opened, other means were still available. Heavenly Master Xuanjin took out a pillar of clear incense, pinched his hands, and worshipped the incense again and again before finally lighting it. When this pillar of clear incense burned, gusts of white gas emerged, and the white gas kept drifting in one direction, like a white silk thread, guiding the way for the two of them. Heavenly Master Xianqing said with a face of fleshly pain, Senior brother, why did you even use the Immortal's Guide? Master, his old man should be heartbroken again when he finds out. On the other hand, Heavenly Master Xuanjin said with a disinterested expression, human life is at stake. Master, his old man won't blame me. This incense is called Immortal Direction, because it contains the great thought power of a great practitioner, so it has the function of guiding the direction. But many of the materials used to make this kind of incense are already very hard to find, so it can be said that it is very precious to use one, less one. Within moments, the two heavenly masters followed the guidance of the immortals' directions and arrived on top of the rooftop where Chen Chenyi and Evil Shura were fighting. The Evil Shura's grievances were monstrous, countless grievances and bizarre chi, continuously surging towards him. The sense of oppression was extremely strong. Looking at this scene, Chen Chenyi's face remained unchanged as he raised his right arm, extended a finger, and casually scratched the air in front of him a few times. In the next moment, a filament formed from a pillar of purple light was drawn out of thin air. Seeing this scene, the Xuanjin heavenly master who had just arrived was dumbfounded. Tong Tian Talisman? How is this possible? Chapter 23, Transcendent, Heavenly Talisman. Legend has it that there is a supreme gong method in the heavenly master's mansion. The name is the Tong Tian Talisman. This feat is the ultimate manifestation of talismanic ability. Those who have mastered the Tong Tian Talisman do not need to set up an altar, do not need to perform air, and do not need to do any preparatory work beforehand. Using his finger as a pen and the emptiness of heaven and earth as paper, he was free from the constraints of the mortal world and carved talismans at will. Moreover, its power was even greater compared to traditional talismans. Chen Chenyi's fingers danced, connecting gusts of silk threads, and soon in the air, a talisman was condensed out of thin air. What's this? Little Taoist, you're pretending again. Evil Shura's eyes widened as an unspeakable fear began to spread from the depths of his heart. What are you doing? You can't kill me, you're forgetting that I'm boarding this mortal right now. Kill me and he'll die too. What? Mortals? On the side, when Heavenly Master Xianqing heard these words, he immediately froze, followed by subconsciously going to step forward to stop them, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by Heavenly Master Xuanjin. Heavenly Master Xianqing asked in disbelief, Senior brother, what are you stopping me for? Didn't you hear that this is Gue saying that he has taken over a mortal's physical body? Are you going to watch a mortal die in front of us? Heavenly Master Xuanjin shook his head and said helplessly, we can't stop it. Heavenly Talisman, even our master has never seen it, this kind of thing that only exists in legends, I didn't expect it to appear today. Someone who can utilize the Heavenly Talisman in such an extraordinary manner, his cultivation is no longer something we can imagine. Xianqing's brows tightened and his tone was a bit heavy. Then just watch him kill that mortal? Heavenly Master Xuanjin shook his head and said softly, the Tongtian Talisman is an untold secret of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and if you want to learn the Tongtian Talisman, not only do you need a high level of Taoism, but you also need to test your heart. Since this Taoist master is able to master the Heavenly Talisman, it means that he is pure of heart and not a murderer. I believe that he must have his reasons for doing so. AI. Heavenly Master Xianqing sighed and said helplessly, then we'll just watch? Right. Heavenly Master Xuanjin nodded heavily, his face full of excitement. Not only should I look, but I should also look well and attentively. The Heavenly Talisman has long been lost, and to be able to have the honor of seeing it here is a chance for you and me. Make good use of this opportunity, it will be of great benefit to us. The two purple-robed Heavenly Masters of Longhu Mountain just stood aside peacefully. It was as if they were two attentive students. Seriously, carefully observing each and every one of Chen Qingyi's movements, not daring to make any noise for fear of disturbing him. When the last brushstroke was finished, a bright purple light, crystal-clear talisman was just suspended in the air. Taoist rhythms flowed above the talisman, harboring endless power. Divine thunder and golden dragon, incarnated in heaven. 9 rivers and 5 lakes, the water mansion of the direct immortals. Thunder and lightning are born, and they are in charge of the Yin essence. Crossing winds and throwing fire, driving heavenly soldiers. Flying clouds and dispersing air, up through the underworld. The 6 armors and 6 dings. The Emperor's order to save is not to be stopped for long. The order is as urgent as the law. Chen Sheng's incantations flew around in his mouth, and with the last cry of haste is like a law, the purple talisman in front of him instantly exploded. The talisman transformed into countless purple thunderbolts, which continued to converge in the air and eventually coalesced into a giant purple dragon. The giant dragon circled around in the air, eventually locking onto Evil Shura and crashing into it with a search. The evil cultivator, who was already a half-step in the red clothes, was penetrated through his body by the giant dragon in just one glance, and instantly burst into flames. Red is great, but how does it compare to heavenly thunder? How does it compare to the dragon? This giant dragon is the illusion of heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder originally has a very strong ability to restrain these weird things. The majesty of the giant dragon is also a descending blow for these demons and devils. The two together, not to mention an evil Shura from hell, even if the 10 halls of Hades in person, there is no fear. The evil Shura was the source of the tricky domain, and when he died, the tricky domain disappeared with him. A system beep sounded in Chen Qingyi's ears. Destroy Redcode X1, merit plus 1000. Solve the danger of the creepy domain, merit plus 10,000. Saving 137 innocent people, additional 27,400 points of merit. This was an old apartment building with few residents, just over 100 in total, and not a single person died under Chen Shengyi's efforts. Add to that the 4 don't do well anchors, and the total is 137. That's 27,400 points of merit. Add to that the 11,000 points of merit for solving the trickster's domain, which has eliminated red. This incident allowed Chen Xingyi to directly benefit 38,400 points of merit. That's a lot of money. How many cultivators who had done good deeds for their entire lives would not be able to see so much merit, and Chen Cheng had taken it all in one night. The merit earned by Chen Xingyi could not only be exchanged for a variety of techniques and masterpieces, cultivation materials, pills and talismans, and so on, but it could also directly increase his cultivation level. Now that he had gained more than 30,000 merits at once, it instantly gave him a sense of refreshing smoothness. One could very clearly feel that one's power had increased again. If time could go back, with his current power, even if there was more yin qi blocking the way, he would be able to strike this evil cultivator dead on the spot with a single bolt of heavenly lightning. As the weird domain dissipated, the yin qi around it also disappeared, the weird door closed, and the cool moonlight once again poured onto the people. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Taoist Master Xianzhen, who had been standing on the sidelines watching and learning, hurriedly ran all the way to catch up. Respectfully, he bowed towards Chen Xingyi, then cautiously asked, "Dare I ask this Taoist master, is the talisman of heaven that was performed just now?" Chen Xingyi glanced at them. The two Taoist masters were wearing the very purple robes of the heavenly master's house of Longhu Mountain, and Chen Xingyi naturally knew their identities. Chen Xingyi was a Taoist priest himself, so he was naturally going to be closer to these Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain. Moreover, according to his understanding, these Taoist priests of the heavenly master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, apart from searching for immortality inside the deep mountains, would also go down to the mountains on weekdays to give medical treatments, preach, and teach skills to the villagers in the vicinity. The things that we do are all real, good things that benefit the country and the people. Not like some of the guys who only know how to pit incense money. Therefore, Chen Xingyi still had some good feelings towards them. This was also the reason why just now, when he and Evil Shura were fighting, he tacitly allowed the two of them to watch from the sidelines. If not, one would have already struck a heavenly thunderbolt and struck the two to death to count the begging. Chen Shengyi smiled faintly and nodded his head as a form of acquiescence. Phew! Getting this result, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was both surprised and delighted in his heart. Although one had already confirmed that this was the Tong Tian talisman, but there is still a considerable difference between one's own inferences and the personal admission of the person in question. Chapter 24, The Old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion is infected with corpse poison. Right now, Qin Xingyi personally admitted that the method he had just performed was the Heavenly Talisman. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was simply excited in his heart. He hurriedly took out his words for Mate 60 Pro Xian Yu White 16 GB 1 TB, opened the previous live streaming software, and found the screen of Qin Xingyi performing the Five Thunders Zhenghua. Pointing at the cell phone, he inquired with an excited face, "Daoist, can you see if the person in here is you?" Chen Xingyi swept a glance and nodded. It was not his intention to be captured in the live feed. He hadn't cared about these details before in his rush to save his life, but he was not afraid of being tapped in. I have done the right thing, not only for the people to get rid of harm but also never kill innocent people, even if it is rumored, it will not be a nuisance. Taoist Master. This Five Thunder positive technique and the Heavenly Talisman are both untold secrets of my Heavenly Master's house at Longhu Mountain. Not only is your Five Thunders orthodoxy very pure, but it is also profound, and the Tongtian Talisman is incomparably silky smooth, which makes me very impressed. This Through the Sky Talisman is even long lost, even my Heavenly Master's house have not mastered. I did not expect you actually able to master it. I think you and my Heavenly Master's house is also extremely affinity. These words from Heavenly Master Xuanzhen could be considered very polite, even a little too polite. The Heavenly Master Xianqing on the side was dumbfounded. At this moment, there were 10,000 question marks in his mind. Brother, what's wrong with you? That's not what I remember you saying before I came here. Didn't he also threaten that no matter where his second son's thunder technique master comes from, it is ultimately something of my Heavenly Master's house? How now? Chen Xingyi was also confused. These two were both wearing purple robes, so it was reasonable to say that their status in the Heavenly Master's house was not low. And now they come here, is it as simple as kissing their own asses? So with a smile, he asked, the two Heavenly Masters might as well speak up if they have something to say. Seeing that Chen Xingyi was not impatient with himself and had a good attitude, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was quietly relieved in his heart. One must know that both the Five Thunder positive laws and this Heavenly Talisman were the untold secrets of the Heavenly Master's house, and only successive generations of Heavenly Masters were qualified to fully master them. But right now, not only is the Five Thunderbolt orthodoxy in circulation in the outside world, but even the Heavenly Master's house has lost and broken generations of the Heavenly Talisman people know. There's just so much more involved. Before coming, Heavenly Master Xianzhen did intend to use extraordinary means to retrieve the Five Thunders orthodoxy. At the very least, he had to ask where exactly he learned it. However, after seeing Chen Shengyi execute the Heavenly Talisman, this heart that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was hanging on to died completely, drawing charms out of thin air. This kind of thing that only exists in legends. How dare one touch the porcelain? If he made this great god unhappy, he might split himself with a talisman. Although he himself was honored as the purple-robed Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and the contemporary Heavenly Master's chief great disciple, the gap between the two still had to be faced squarely. After seeing Chen Xingyi's means, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen understood one thing: couldn't catch a single move from him himself. So, naturally, the plan is to change. It's impossible to use force, not in this lifetime. One can only be kind and try the look. But fortunately, Chen Xingyi had no obvious resistance to himself. So it would naturally be better if we could stay at the level of words to resolve the matter. Still, you have to be careful with your words. After all, you can't afford to make any mistakes on such a sensitive topic. Just as Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was racking his brain for words. On the side, Heavenly Master Xianqing was straight talking. Where did you learn your 5 Thunder Positive technique and Heavenly Talisman from? We now suspect that it's a leakage of my Heavenly Master's palace's techniques and are looking for you to verify them. What? What? Hearing these words, the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master's person went numb. It's true that you're not afraid of a godlike opponent, but you're afraid of a pig-like teammate. Can such a sensitive topic be asked so bluntly? In case this Taoist master is angered, and he comes down with a bolt of heavenly lightning, I'll designate you as a shield. But the words have already been said, just like the water that has been poured out, the arrow that has been shot out, it can't be taken back anymore. At this moment, Heavenly Master Xianzhen could only pray that this senior brother of his would not be so shafted again. Seeing that his senior brother was constantly scowling at him, Heavenly Master Xianqing asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, are your eyes uncomfortable? A division is the most precious thing in a sect." In particular, the relationship was even more significant for such extremely involved arts as the 5 Thunder Positive Laws and the Heavenly Talisman. Therefore, Chen Xingyi could also understand their feelings. It's just that what one learns, indeed, does not originate from the Heavenly Master's house. To be precise, it wasn't brought from his previous world either, but originated from the system. However, the system was even more relevant to himself, so it was impossible for him to reveal it to outsiders. I know what these 2 techniques mean to your Heavenly Master's house. I can only tell you that what I have learned does not come from the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master Xianqing immediately asked, "Besides my Heavenly Master's mansion, is there anyone else who knows the 5 Thunders orthodoxy?" Chen Xingyi shook his head and said, "Everyone has secrets." Heavenly Master Xianqing wanted to say something else, but he was pressed to death by Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. He hurriedly took over the conversation and said, "Everyone has a period of unknown secrets in their hearts, it's nothing, my senior brother is like this, straightforward and fast-talking, don't mind if you don't mind, Taoist Master. Personally, I still believe in you, after all. The Heavenly Talisman has long been broken, even my Heavenly Master's mansion has never mastered it, so, how could this have been passed down from my Heavenly Master's mansion? I've only heard about it from my master, and my master from my master's master, it's almost a legend, huh? I didn't realize that the stuff of legends actually existed and could be bumped into by us, it's really lucky, it's just." When Heavenly Master Xuanzhen said this, he was suddenly a bit sad, he let out a long sigh and continued, "It's just that the Heavenly Talisman that my master has been searching for all his life, even though it has now appeared in the world, my master, his old man, can't see it anymore." Hearing this, Chen Xingyi's ears suddenly sounded the system's beep once again. Ding! The old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain has been infected with necrotic poison, his life is at stake, and the 1,000-year reputation of the Heavenly Master's mansion is about to be destroyed. Choice 1, go to the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain in the next few days and save the old Heavenly Master, reward, 50,000 merits. Option 2, pretend not to know anything, reject the request of the 2, reward, a straight wooden stick. The old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion in Lungfushan is infected with necrotic poison? Upon hearing this news, even Chen Xingyi couldn't help but stare. This is a matter of great importance, and once it is known to the outside world, some bad public opinion will inevitably arise. If it's not good, the 1,000-year reputation of the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain will really be ruined. After all, people talk. Chapter 25, The Death of Huikong. What do you mean by that, senior brother? What happened to Master his old man? The Xianqing Heavenly Master on the side hurriedly asked. Hey! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. It's come to this, and I won't hide it from you. Half a month ago, Master fought with the Stiff King and was poisoned by the corpse poison, which has now entered his body. Master, his old man, will not live long. What? Hear this. Heavenly Master Xuanqing's heart was like a bolt from the blue, unable to accept it for a moment. Master, his old man's magical power is high, how could he have been poisoned by a corpse? Lei Fa is the nemesis of zombies, even if you are really unfortunate enough to have contracted zombie poison, Master will still be able to get rid of it. It's useless. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen shook his head and continued, the Stiff King's poison is extraordinary and has invaded his lungs. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal came, it would be useless. Maybe, I can try. Chen Chengyi thought about it briefly and still decided to take this errand. After all, it was against the reins that the old Celestial Master had ended up in such a state. As a member of the same Taoist sect, how could he himself stand idly by? Moreover, one could still get 50,000 merits. This was really attractive to Chen Xingyi. It's really great that the Taoist master is willing to help. From today onwards you are the great benefactor of my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion. In the future where I can be useful to you, you can just open your mouth. Heavenly Master Xuanjin said with an excited arch. Heavenly Master Xianqing also swore with assurance, and me. As long as you can cure my master, my life is yours, whether it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, I promise not to frown. Chen Xingyi shook his head and said, you and I are both of the same path, there's no need to be so polite, and I can only try my best to give it a shot, there's no guarantee that it will succeed. Regardless of the outcome, my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion owes the Taoist master a favor. Xuanjin and Xianqing said in unison. Shada Kuji. There was a steady stream of incense burners inside the temple, and even outside the gate there was a long line. Last night's vision of dark clouds covering the moon and thunderstorms coincided with the timing of the Mid-Yuan festival. It made a lot of people cringe a little inside. So early in the morning, I rushed to Jingde Temple to worship Buddha and burn incense to pray for peace. The people of the entire Jiangqing city knew that this temple was very spiritual as it had monks with high magic power. Whether you are looking for a child, marriage, success, or to get rid of evil spirits and disasters, you can come here. By paying for a few columns of fine incense and making a sincere wish in front of the Buddha, you will not only be able to fulfill your wishes, but also bless yourself and your family with well-being and health. Inside the temple gate, a few small shamans were busy either guiding the visitors or selling incense. In the meditation room, a wisp of incense curled and swayed. Abbot Chuanda is looking down at the scriptures in his hands, surrounded by a few monks, who are banging on the wooden fish in their hands, making a did sound. Not long afterward, the aged Hui Xian walked into the meditation room and reported to Abbot Chuanda about this morning's performance with a smug look on his face. Abbot, today's incense is really good. Today alone there are no less than 300 incense burners early in the morning, and there is a long line outside the temple door. Abbot Chuanda nodded slowly, signaling that he already knew. Jingde Temple incense is already flourishing, although today more people came than on weekdays, but nothing worth rare. Wisdom had come in to give herself a special report, so there must be something else going on. Huixin, is there anything else you want? Master Huikong has not returned and there's no news at all. I'm worried if something has happened to him. Wisdom sighed and said worriedly. He and Huikong were of similar age, plus they entered the temple together, so the two were extremely close since childhood. Huikong's brain was active, although not as good as him in cultivation, but he could often get gold, silver and soft from the outside to share with them, and the extra money would be honored to the elders in the temple. Therefore, although the elders of the temple knew about all of Huikong's behavior, they chose to turn a blind eye to it. After all, the monk is also to eat, although some years ago the Jingde Temple, incense is far less than now, if not Huikong outside to pull these investment, they have to follow the hungry stomach. But then again, although Huikong went out from time to time, but each time at most no more than 3 days, and each time out will contact them, but this time off for so long, but no news at all. Hui Xian was really worried. Could something have happened to this Huikong fellow? No harm done. Amitabha Buddha, Huikong is quite intelligent and has his own blessings. Besides, he has done so much for the temple, the Buddha will bless him. His brain is smarter than yours and spins faster. Even if he really encounters any danger, he'll dodge it if he can, and even if he really can't, he'll move the name of Jingde Temple. I dare not say anything else, at least in this Jiangcheng, which power, big or small, dares not give face to my Jingde Temple. Huikong, he's probably just being playful. When he comes back this time, some good discipline will be enough. Abbot Chuanda's tone was flat and full of confidence. His bottom line comes from the Shotokan temple behind him. Jingde Temple is famous, incense is flourishing, and there are senior monks in the temple. Even if one's disciple really caused any trouble outside and messed with someone, the other party would not dare to make things difficult with them for the face of Jingde Temple. Master is right, with the prestige of our Jingde Temple, I don't think anyone would dare to make things difficult for Master Huikong. Hearing Abbot Chuanda's words, Huixin's heart gradually settled down. After all, in this Jiangcheng territory, who would dare not give their Jingde Temple face? Even if he encounters a weirdness, Master Huikong will be fine as he is protected by the golden Buddha bestowed by his master. Suddenly, a little shaman ran into the meditation room in a panic. He looked flustered and white as if he had been greatly frightened. The little shaman exclaimed, Abbot, Elder, it's not good, it's not good. Seeing this scene, Abbot Chuanda frowned slightly, his face showing a hint of displeasure. Elder Wisdom, on the other hand, directly spoke out to lecture. What is the decency of yelling and screaming in the pure land of Buddhism? With so many incense burners outside, do you want people to look at our Jingde Temple as a joke? What's going on? Tell me properly, and when you've finished go to the discipline room to receive your punishment. The little shaman settled down and took a few deep breaths, which slowed him down. Platoon. Uncle Huikong's platoon is shattered. What? The words fell. The data of the wooden fish came to a screeching halt. Several of the people in the Zen room turned pale. Abbot Chuanda put down the scripture and was silent. Elder Huixin, on the other hand, yelled with an incredulous expression, What did you say? Huikong is dead? This can't be right. Chapter 26 Odd Man, Weird Monk. When I went to clean my room this morning, I was doing fine, but Master Huekong's ranking suddenly dropped. I was startled and hurriedly walked up to pick up the tablet, but when I picked up Uncle Huekong's tablet, it had already shattered. The little sannyasin hurriedly gave a rundown of what had happened. Slap. Hear this. The Buddha beads in Abbot Schwanda's hands suddenly crumbled, and the beads scattered all over the place, rolling down in all directions. Inside the Zhengde temple, the spirit cards set up for several senior monks are not extraordinary. Rather, it was a treasure weapon that had been refined by injecting his own heart's blood. As long as nothing happens to the person himself, not to mention a fall, even if the force of 1,000 pounds is added to his body, there will not be any damage. Now Huekong's spirit tablet suddenly shattered. Then there's only one possibility. When he thought of this, Abbot Schwanda's brows were tightly locked, and a large Chuan character appeared in the center of his brow. He had trouble accepting it for a while. 3 days ago, the young apprentice who had come to the Zen room looking for himself with a gold ingot in his pocket and a smile on his face had actually died in such an unexplained manner. Quickly go and find out where Huikong has gone these days. Right. We must find out clearly what kind of person harmed senior disciple Huikong. Isn't it obvious that this is a problem with our Zhengde temple? We must make them pay for it. Master Huikong has done a great service to our temple, and now that his head is in a different place, we must do him justice. The crowd was in a frenzy of anger. On weekdays, when Huikong gained favors outside, he would return to the temple and very generously share some favor fees with a few people. So the relationship between them, too, is extremely good. And more importantly, Huikong went out and represented the face of Zhengde temple. No matter what mistakes he has made, the big deal is to go back to the temple and be ordained. There will be a presiding master and all the elders to enforce the law impartially. Now unexplained deaths were being caused outside, seeing as how they just didn't put them in the eyes of Zhengde temple. This is something that if not dealt with, in the future, in this Jiangcheng, Zhengde temple where there is still majesty to speak of, the monks of Zhengde temple, could never raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Abbot, there's news of Uncle Huikong. In the middle of a few people's conversation, another little sannyasin in a grey monk's robe barged in. Greetings to the abbot and the elders. After giving a bow to the several big monks, the little sannyasin hurriedly told what he knew. 2 days ago, I heard Master Huikong say that a big family with the surname Su in Jiangcheng came to the temple to ask for his help in subduing the demons. I saw last night that senior Uncle Huikong was following this surname Su out, and I've heard that Dragon Tiger Mountain is involved. Lungfu Shan? Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. The Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain was the Taoist quintessence, and was also renowned throughout Jiangcheng. Although the two Buddhist and Taoist families have historically not been at odds with each other, but they, Zhengde temple, have never had any friction with Longhu Mountain. The two families have always been you practicing your way and me practicing my Zen. Well, water does not offend the river water. How come Lungfu Shan is involved now? Dragon Tiger Mountain? Aren't those newbusy old Taoists from the Heavenly Master's mansion only interested in searching for immortals and asking for divinations, not caring about mundane matters? I, Zhengde temple, have no grudges in the past with his Heavenly Master's mansion, so why are they harming Master Huikong? If it's really a celestial master from Longhu Mountain who moved, then it's a bit troublesome. No matter what, we can't let senior disciple Huikong die in such an unexplained manner. Even if it's the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's office, it must give us an explanation. Right, give us an explanation. Although the several big monks, despite their mouths, could not help but feel some hesitation in their hearts. After all, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion was different from other forces. That is, after all, one of the birthplaces of Taoism, with its deep roots. Moreover, the old Heavenly Master of this generation was said to be over 140 years old, not a good character to deal with. Today's Shotokoji temple, though, has a great deal of incense and a great deal of popularity. But if it's a head-to-head battle with the Heavenly Master's mansion, it's not yet known who the deer will be. Okay, all quiet. Abbot Schwanda signaled everyone to be quiet, then analyzed. Su's family is a mere mortal. Even if they wanted to harm Huikong, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. As for the shenanigans they are tainted with, Huikong is protected by my golden Buddha. Even if he can't beat them, he still has no problem defending himself. So, the biggest suspect now is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house. This group of newbusy old Taoists stayed at home on the mountain all day without asking about the world. How come they just happened to show up when Huikong was out to deal with the weirdness? No matter what, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house, must give us, Zhengde temple, an explanation. Huixin, Huiming, you two get ready and come with me to Longhu Mountain. After explaining everything, Abbot Schwanda closed the scriptures in his hands, his eyes flashing out Dao Jingmeng. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the strange man from last night. Last night, Abbot Schwanda was meditating in his bedroom. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly saw a big monk wearing a robe and holding a rosary. Abbot Schwanda was shocked in his heart and asked in a calm manner, "Who are you and what are you doing here at my Zhengde temple?" The big monk spoke quietly without thinking. "It doesn't matter who monk I am, monk, I'm here to help you." "Help me?" "Rather." This big monk looked rather odd, and most importantly, he could actually appear inside his bedroom without a sound. Abbot Shwanda was well aware that the other party's magic power was far above his own. If the other party wanted to harm himself, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. From this point of view, at least the other party is not malicious. So, Abbot Shwanda followed his words and asked, I wonder how the master intends to help me. The great monk extended his hand and pointed towards the southeast, speaking, help you to settle Longhu Mountain, the heavenly master's palace. The big monk's face was so when he said this, as if he was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. What was even more bizarre was that his arms had previously been covered by a wide monk's robe, and just now Abbot Shwanda had clearly seen that hidden underneath that monk's robe was a pair of fair, slender, and tender arms like an 18-year-old girl's. Abbot Shwanda was certain that the person in front of him was quite a bit older than himself, which made him even more suspicious in his mind. Although the Tianqifu and Maijingda temple have different philosophies, the two are located in the same Jiangchang and have no offense in the fall, so why would I want to deal with them? Interest. The big monk spoke again, this time he only said 2 words and with a confident look on his face. It was as if he was certain that Abbot Shwanda would be moved by his own words. Chapter 27, I shall personally bury the 1,000-year legacy of the Heavenly Master's house. Although Yurjinda temple has had good incense these past few years, it has always been pressed over its head by the Heavenly Master's palace. Don't you want to turn over a new leaf? Jiangqing's territory is just this big, we must know that one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers? The words of the great monk were well spoken, and each of them went to the heart of Abbot Shwanda. And why wouldn't he understand that? The cake of Jiangcheng was so big, but now it was to be divided between 2 families. Longhu Mountain, those Taoist priests, claiming that this seeks to find the immortal to visit the Tao, do not ask the world, but why also hypocritical downhill sure Dao it is not clear to compete with the temple of Jingda Insensate. This matter has always been a thorn hanging over Abbot Shwanda's heart. His eyes flickered and he frowned as he mused, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house has been passed down for 1,000 years, and there is an old Heavenly Master sitting in the town. My Jingda temple started less than 100 years ago, how can I fight against it? Ha 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 ha. The great monk suddenly laughed out loud and snorted, what if the old Tianchi is unfortunate enough to contract corpse poison and turn into a zombie? Can the 1,000-year reputation of his Heavenly Master's mansion cover this heavenly stain? What? This powerful news was like a thunderbolt ringing out of the ground, exploding fiercely in Abbot Shwanda's mind. He stared at the other with fiery eyes, this matter, really? The Heavenly Master's mansion was honored as one of the ancestral courts of Taoism, and had always regarded itself as the leader of the Taoist sect. But people do have that bottom line. There are thousands of years of inheritance on the top, and there are celestial masters sitting on the bottom. Otherwise, how could the Jingda temple be pressurized and not be able to raise its head for so many years? However, if the old Sky Master becomes the reins, things will be different. Just ask anyone who would believe in a blood-sucking zombie. People will just shun it, if not loathe it, when the time comes. The 1,000-year legacy of the Heavenly Master's mansion will also surely be destroyed. A scene from last night flashed through his mind. The great monk in the end took out favorable evidence to prove to him that the old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, at this moment, had already had corpse poison into his body, and it was difficult for the gods to save him. And that, in a nutshell, is what Abbot Suante's bottom line is. The matter of the old Heavenly Master being poisoned by a corpse could not be hidden, and Abbot Shwanda had wanted to wait for public opinion to slowly ferment, allowing the Heavenly Master's house to die out on its own. But man's plans were not as good as heaven's plans, and the Heavenly Master's office had now made a move against the Jingda temple. His own good disciple, Wukong, had already died at the hands of the Heavenly Master's palace, so they had to be made to pay. Let yourself bury the 1,000-year legacy of the Heavenly Master's house with your own hands to pay homage to my disciple Huikong's spirit in heaven. Lung Fu Shan. Since ancient times, it has been a famous mountain and holy place where Taoists gather. Breeze and bamboo, sea of clouds, waterfalls, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. At the bottom of the mountain, a sparse group of 3 or 2 incense burners were talking and laughing as they made their way up the mountain. On the side of the gazebo, but stood 2 purple robes, extraordinarily eye-catching. Look at this, it seems to be the Tianchi mansion's costume, doesn't it? Aren't all the Taoist masters of the Heavenly Master's house white or yellow robes? When did they have purple ones? But they're still pretty. These 2 wouldn't be in cosplay, would they? The incoming and outgoing incense burners were attracted by their clothing and couldn't help but talk about it. Don't talk nonsense. This is the purple-robed Heavenly Master, a truly capable person. You can't even see him on a normal day. Ah, Tianchi, then I need to hurry over and take a picture. What's the point of taking a picture? The 2 Heavenly Masters look as if they're waiting for someone, so don't go over there and cause trouble. Ha? Waiting for someone? A person who can make the purple-robed Heavenly Master respectfully stand here and wait. How awesome would that be? Who knows, there are people beyond the people, it's not for us little people to worry about. Just as a few people were talking, they suddenly saw 2 purple-robed Heavenly Masters walking quickly towards the outside, and actually bowed respectfully to a youth-like person, greeting them very politely. See this scene. All of the incendiary visitors to and from the city were shocked. This person was so young, yet he was able to make the purple-robed Heavenly Master treat him with such courtesy, so he must have come from an extraordinary background. The two heavenly masters have personally come down to the mountain to welcome you, it is really too polite. Taoist Master Chen is an honored guest of my heavenly master's mansion, so a mere trifle is not enough to worry about. Yes, Taoist Chen's great kindness to my heavenly master's mansion, not to mention coming down the mountain to greet him, even 3 visits to a thatched cottage would not be too much to ask. The person who came was none other than Chen Xingyi, and the 3 of them exchanged a few pleasantries before they went up the mountain with a smile on their face. Although it was only on foot and did not use magic power, it was light and fast, and soon left a group of incense burners behind. It caused the crowd to TSK. Purple-robed heavenly masters are just different, indeed they are not comparable to mortals like me. Yeah, I could clearly see that they were also moving up step by step, but it was as if they were doing a magic trick, and swooshing past me. Couldn't see what was going on at all. The two heavenly masters have practiced for many years and have profound Taoist skills, so it would be really strange if they could be seen as different by your fleshly eyes. It's not surprising that the two heavenly masters have such skills, but that young man, he doesn't look more than in his early 20s, does he? How is he so powerful too? Yes, no wonder it was possible for the two heavenly masters to personally come down the mountain to greet them. What a capable person. But I have heard that those masters who have attained immortality still have crane hair despite being over half 100 years old. Rare na. You mean that the man is immortal? Hurry up. Let's quickly follow over to see if we've really met an immortal. That's really something. The two men led Chen Xingyi into the heavenly master's mansion, passing through a doorway and all the way to the back of the mountain. Tianshi Xuanjin spoke to Chen Xingyi with an apologetic face. Ever since Master contracted the corpse poison, he has locked himself up in the back of the mountain all by himself and does not allow us to visit. In the end, he is still afraid of dragging us down with him. Taoist Chen, I'm really sorry for making you follow me on such a long journey. Chen Xingyi waved his hand and said, there is no harm in it, this just shows the old heavenly master's heart of self-sacrifice, which Xingyi deeply admires. The 3 of them walked for a while longer and eventually came to the door of a cave deep in the back of the mountain. Master, his old man is here now, he doesn't know you're here yet, I'll go ahead and inform him. Heavenly Master Xianjin pointed at the cave door and said, raising his foot to enter. But he was stopped by Chen Xingyi. There's no rush. Heavenly Master Xuanjin looked at Chen Xingyi with some confusion, but ultimately chose to believe. He stopped and stood quietly. Chen Xingyi frowned as he surveyed the cave in front of him. The heart sighed in disbelief. As soon as he arrived here, he sensed a not-so-subtle corpse aura. That corpse chi was thick and majestic and extraordinary, but strangely enough, it didn't leak out. It seems that something has subdued the necrotic aura of the place, but nonetheless, the old celestial master's problem was also far more serious than he thought. Chapter 28 The abbot of Jingde Temple, specially came to visit old heavenly master. Ahem, is it Hyunjin coming? Inside the cave, a weak coughing sound came out. He only told Xuanjin, who is the most stable among his disciples, about the old Tianchi's corpse poison. So now, when he heard a commotion outside, he was the first person who came to mind. Master, you. How's it going? When Heavenly Master Xuanjin heard this weak voice, tears came to his eyes. It's only been half a month, and Master, his old man, has been tortured like this? You should know that in the past, although Master, his old man was old, but his Taoism was profound, and his physical fitness was even better than those young adults. But now, I don't even have the strength to say anything. The voice sounded like a dying old man. How could this not make Heavenly Master Xuanjin feel sad in his heart? Master! Heavenly Master Xianqing couldn't help but cry out directly. It was clear that not long ago the master had taken his own brothers and sisters to morning classes. He's obviously in such good health. How did it become like this now? The voice was so weak, so sheepish. It was hard to imagine what master had been through these days. Xianqing, you're here too. The weak voice came out again, and the old heavenly master inside the cave smiled helplessly. The reason why he had only told Xianjin alone about the fact that he had been poisoned by a corpse was that apart from being afraid of the other disciples being sad, he was more worried about how irreparable an impact it would have once the matter was leaked. But now, instead of blaming his disciple for taking matters into his own hands, he was somewhat relieved, because he knew that his big day was coming. These days, he fought against the necrotic poison in his body on a daily basis, but in the end, he was unable to do anything about it, and it was time for him to meet his disciple at the last moment of his life. Xuanjin, Xianqing, you two come in. Upon hearing their master's greeting, the two could no longer contain their emotions. Passing Chen Xingyi a look, he hurriedly walked in. Master! Master! The scene inside the cave made the two men's hearts skip a beat. Only to see, the old celestial master sitting weakly on top of a stone plate, his body was wrapped by countless yellow amulets, above most of the joints of his arms and legs, there was a small mahogany sword inserted, the whole person looked already weak to the extreme, where there was still a trace of the old immortal style and Taoist appearance. Master! You have suffered! Seeing the scene, the two could no longer hold back the emotions in their hearts, and tears gushed out from the corners of their eyes like springs. Ahem! The old celestial master waved his hand weakly towards the two. Don't you guys cry. Listen carefully to what I say next. After I'm gone, the two of you will handle all affairs of the Heavenly Master's house together and make decisions together. Xianqing, what I am most uneasy about is your temperament. You must control your temper and properly assist your senior brother, jointly manage the Tianchi mansion, and must not dishonor the reputation of my Tianchi mansion. Xuanjin, you have a steady nature, and you are willing to work hard. I would have liked to accompany you for a few more years, but now, cough cough, I am now passing on your Heavenly Master degree. You have to feel it well. From now on, you will be the 99th generation of Heavenly Masters in my Heavenly Master's mansion. Elder Heavenly Master Zhang Huiran was the 98th generation of Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's house of Lung Fushan, and his next generation would be the 99th generation. And this Celestial Master degree is the final step in the succession to the Celestial Master's throne. It is both a feat and a legacy. You can pass down all the power and knowledge memories of the previous generation of Celestial Masters to the next generation of Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master degree is a forbidden and non-renewable, and can only be given to others by way of inheritance. After passing on the Heavenly Master's degree, even if the old Heavenly Master didn't die, there wasn't much time left. Heavenly Master Xianjin naturally knew this, so he violently stood up and desperately shook his head. Master, you can't do this. Xianqing and I are both too young to take on such a great responsibility. With so many things going on in the Heavenly Master's mansion, we can't be without a master. Heavenly Master Xianqing also followed suit. Master, you can't just leave us behind. You'll definitely get better. Foolish children, can't you see that I already look like this? I don't have much time left. I thought that I could force the corpse poison out of my body with the help of the Jinhua stone spirit, but I underestimated the power of this corpse poison. The corpse poison has already invaded my lungs. I'm about to be unable to suppress it. I'll soon be necrotic. Speaking here, the old Heavenly Master suddenly sat upright with strong support, bursting out the last of his strength. In a stern voice, he said, remember, you guys, there are only Tianchi masters who died in battle in the Tianchi mansion, not those who turned into zombies. After imparting the Celestial Master's degree, I want you to free me with your own hands. The words of the old Heavenly Master were clear enough. His days were numbered, and his last wish at the moment was to leave with dignity after completing the Heavenly Master's inheritance. How could he allow himself to become a blood-sucking zombie when he was honored as a generation of Heavenly Master? This not only tarnished the reputation of the Heavenly Master's house, but also trampled on his own dignity. So he is now bent on death. Bang! The door to the Tenchi's mansion was kicked in. Abbot Xuanda led the two disciples, Huixing and Huiming, and broke in with great vigor. Aren't these the monks from Zhengde Temple? Why have they come to the Heavenly Master's palace? Isn't the big monk at the head the abbot of Zhengde Temple, Master Xuanda? Why is he here too? These monks look like they're here to cause trouble. Are they here to cause trouble? This is going to be a good show. I've long heard that the Heavenly Master's office and the Zhengde Temple are incompatible with each other. See, like this is going to explode today. The perfumers looked at these big monks who suddenly barged in and murmured. Master Huixing did not care at all about the crowd's naysayers, and raised his hands above his head, shouting, Gentlemen! We, Zhengde Temple, have come to their Heavenly Master's mansion this time, not to cause trouble, but only to ask for a statement, a justice. Say, justice? What the hell is this? When Wei Xin said this, the onlookers of the incense were even more confused. While Longhu Mountain is in the southeast of Jiangcheng, Zhengde Temple is outside the city in the northwest. And a Buddhist, a Taoist, the two families cannot fight. What kind of misunderstanding can there be that makes this group of great monks run so vigorously to other people's Longhu Mountain, to the Heavenly Master's palace to ask for what kind of statement, what kind of justice? It's not obvious that it's here to cause trouble. I am Abbot Xiande of Zhengde Temple, and I have come to visit Heavenly Master Huiran at the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. Abbot Xuanda directly utilized the Buddhist lion's roar, and a loud roar resounded through the mountains. The sound reverberated through the mountains for a long time, reaching all the way to the back of the mountain. Shotokuji? Ahem! What are they doing here? The old Heavenly Master frowned with a weak face. Tianchi Mansion and his Zhengde Temple have always been well watered. How could their abbot suddenly come to visit himself, and still rush at such a sensitive time point? Could it be, they got some news? Chapter 29. How dare you beat up a yellow-robed celestial master? Xianqing. You quickly go. See what's going on. And, the matter of me being infected with corpse poison, absolutely. Can't let Zhengde Temple know. The old Heavenly Master propped up the stone slab with one hand, very weak, as he commanded word by word. The old Heavenly Master's state at this time was nearly as bad as it could be. It seemed that every word spat out took a great deal of strength. Master, I'm on my way. Senior brother, look after Master. Heavenly Master Xianqing looked at the old Heavenly Master with a face full of reluctance, and then he pointed his toes, and the whole person shot explosively towards the outside of the cave. A flicker of uneasiness vaguely flashed through his mind. His intuition told him that the group of people from Zhengde Temple were not coming from a good place. Master, the abbot of Zhengde Temple are here. I'm afraid that there's going to be a big mess. I don't know if Master Brother can cope with it alone. Why don't I also follow over to see? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was filled with hesitation. Of course he knew why Master had left Xin Cheng alone to deal with it, leaving only himself behind, although the reason is known. However, in his heart at the moment, he was 10,000 times unwilling to face it. No! There are more important things for you to stay here. If the matter of me contracting corpse poison really leaks out, then you'll have to stay here even more. This concerns the Heavenly Master's face. You can't run away, and you can't run away. You will bear the burden of the entire Heavenly Master's house and inherit the Heavenly Master's degree. The old Heavenly Master looked at this, his most honored disciple, with a face full of eagerness. How one wishes to be with them for a few more years if time permits. But that doesn't seem to be possible now. Once the Celestial Master degree is completed, one's life comes to an end. No! Master, it's not that time yet. There's still a cure for the corpse poison in your body. Discipleship yesterday. Heavenly Master Xianzhen put together how, last night, he had encountered Chen Qingyi within the Guile domain. As well, Chen Qingyi displayed the 5 Thunder Positive Technique and the Heavenly Talisman to the old Heavenly Master. The old Heavenly Master was filled with incredulity after hearing this. Apprentice Xuanzhen, I know you are saddened by the fact that Master's time is running out. I also know you have filial piety. But you didn't have to make up such a lie on purpose to make Master happy, did you? Master is only seriously injured. It's not like he's senile. At first, upon hearing the news of the Heavenly Talisman, the old Heavenly Master was still very happy. After all, that's what he's been searching for all his life. Even his own master had never seen it. If he really found it by himself, then he would be able to give an explanation to his master when he reached the 9 springs. But soon the old Celestial Master reacted. The 5 Thunders Orthodox method was an untold secret of the Heavenly Master's house, and in this generation, there was no one other than himself who was able to fully grasp it, not even Xianzhen or Xin Cheng. How could it be in the hands of an outsider? As for that Heavenly Talisman, it was lost centuries ago. Not even the Heavenly Master's house has ever appeared. He himself only knew that there was such a divine ability after hearing it passed down by word of mouth from his master. And how could it be in the hands of an outsider? Master is real. Taoist Master Chen is right outside. I'll go invite someone for you. Bang! Elder Huaixin kicked the incense burner in front of him and sent it flying. Calling out, the hallowed Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, the ancestral court of Taoism, turns out to be a bunch of shrunken-headed turtles? Out of all the division brothers, Huikong honored him the most on a regular basis, and his relationship with Huikong was also the best. Huikong now died unexplainedly at the hands of the Heavenly Master's housepeople. He naturally wanted to seek justice for his senior brother. Not to mention, he himself has followed Abbot Xuanda this time, and he has someone to back him up. Abbot Xuanda has already explained him in private. He said that he was, after all, the abbot of a temple and was not in a position to make a move. Let him behave arrogantly and domineeringly when he arrives at the Heavenly Master's palace, and give Huikong a good dose of bad luck. Where is your old Heavenly Master? Don't let him come out to meet us yet. Should we make our abbot wait for him here? You Tianqifu were so big. Elder Huiming on the side also had an arrogant look on his face. With an exemplary kick, he sent the other incense burner flying. The incense burner gurgled and rolled out a good distance, setting off a cloud of ash. Many of the incense burners were spared, and their clothes were stained with a lot of incense ash. What's with these monks? They're so unqualified. Right, if your own incense doesn't work, that's because you're incapable. What kind of ability is it to come to someone's place and vandalize? Yeah, they're just jealous. Hearing this, Huiming was immediately displeased. He pointed at the 2 incense burners who had come to Mount Lungfu for incense and cursed, "I poo. How many people are here? And don't go out and ask around. The incense of my Zhengde temple is 10,000 times more flourishing than here." Huiming, no insolence. Abbot Xuanda hurriedly chided. Then he explained to the crowd, "We are not here for the incense dispute. It is really because he, the Heavenly Master's mansion, has bullied people too much, so we have no choice but to come to ask for an explanation. I am very sorry for the trouble I have caused you all. In the future, if you all come to my Zhengde temple to offer incense, you will receive a 20% discount on the incense money." Ahmed Ba, goodness gracious. He had asked his 2 disciples to provoke the Heavenly Master's palace as a test. Once the face is really torn, he, the abbot, did not make a move. There is still room for everything to be eased. But bad-mouthing these chancers is completely unnecessary. Though they are new to the way now, who can guarantee that they will not believe in Buddhism in the future? For these potential clients, Abbot Suante has always been about being kind to people. After all, the Buddha said that to do good to others is to do good to oneself. Elder Huiming said with a smug look on his face as, "Master, this group of newbie old Taoists are still not coming out. They can't be afraid, right?" Elder Huaixin on the side was even more outspoken. "Right, Master. Why don't you just let me burn this bull Heavenly Master's mansion with a single fire?" While the 2 were talking, several celestial masters in yellow robes walked over. Frowning, he looked at the mess. Although there was anger in his heart, he forced himself not to snap. Instead, he inquired as politely as possible, "What is the reason for several masters to come to my Tianzhi mansion?" Why did you smash the incense burner of my heavenly master's mansion? But has my heavenly master's mansion done something wrong? The several yellow-robed heavenly masters' treatment with courtesy, however, made the two elders, Huixin and Huiming, think that the other party was afraid of them, so they became even more unscrupulous. I'll tell you. You know what your heavenly master's mansion has done. Smashing your incense burners is but an appetizer. I've got a beating to do. With that, he swung his fist and greeted one of the celestial masters. The chancers on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Is the monk always this brave? How dare you beat up a yellow-robed celestial master? Chapter 30 With 1 against 2, what is there to fear? Elder Huiming struck out extremely fast. Before the words even left his mouth, the sandbag-sized fist struck up towards the face of a celestial master. This yellow-robed celestial master was not a vegetarian either. He didn't expect his opponent to be so unmartial though, but after a brief moment of dismay, a deft dodge evaded the opponent's attack. Then with a casual lift of his hand, he captured Elder Huiming's wrist. With a fling of his sleeve robe, Elder Huiming staggered and nearly fell headfirst to the ground. What this yellow-robed celestial master was using was none other than Taijiquan, which was most adept at subduing strength with softness and lending strength. Look out! Seeing this, Elder Huixin hurriedly and quickly stepped forward to assist him. Only then did Elder Huiming avoid ending up in a dog's mouth. Yes. Are you people from the Heavenly Master's office going to make a move here? Bullying us out of our numbers, huh? Then feel free to come. What do we have to fear from Zhenda Temple? Not all monks only know how to eat and chant. This also included martial arts monks who refined their bodies and practiced martial arts. Each of these martial arts monks is strong and courageous in battle. The two elders, Huixin and Huiming, happen to be among them. Since you guys started it, don't blame us for not being polite. The two elders, Huixin and Huiming, shouted and took a step out. Bang! Immediately afterward, their tops burst open violently. The tattoo on Elder Huixin's body was of an enraged Vajra holding a Zen staff. And the one tattooed on Elder Huiming was an unruffled bronze man Lohan. This is the secret method of the Shotokan Temple. The materials used in the tattoo are all very expensive, and on the years of rare medicinal herbs, and then with the great thought power to add body, these Vajra Luohan, please on the body. In times of crisis, one can perform a secret method and borrow their power. The two looked at each other and immediately understood what was in each other's minds. So many perfumers are watching, the more this time, the more cannot fall off the chain. Because at this moment, what is at stake is no longer their own face. What they represent is the entire Shotokan Temple. If they concede now, what will these incense burners think of them? And what would they think of Zhengde Temple? Their own disgrace is small, but the damage to the temple's reputation and incense is big. Little Taoist, suffer. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded this yellow-robed celestial master in the center. Abbot Xuanda saw this scene in his eyes, but did not make any move to stop him. Huixin and Huiming are my two best disciples, so it must be foolproof for them to make a move. It would be best for them to go out and rub the sharpness of this heavenly master's house by them. In the opinion of Abbot Xuanda, the other party was nothing more than a yellow robe. Two of his own beloved disciples joined forces strongly, 2 against 1. There's no reason to lose this any way you look at it. As long as one's own people don't suffer, then one can pretend that one didn't see anything. Even if he pursued it later, he could say that it was a sparring match between juniors and that it was harmless. Kid, it's not too late to regret. As long as you kowtow and apologize to us in front of everyone, we might be able to consider letting you off the hook. That's right. You don't want to be beaten into a puddle by us in front of so many people, do you? When the time comes, you'll have to trouble your senior brothers to help you wash the floor. How bad would that be? The two are 2 against 1 and are bursting with self-confidence. The tone was naturally much more arrogant. Their words immediately aroused the discontent of the onlookers. 2 beating 1 and still have the face to say such words, how shameless. Yeah, are all these Shotokan monks this virtuous? Go for it Tianchafu, we're optimistic about you. Knock these 2 buzzards out. These incense burners who came to the Heavenly Master's house to offer incense were already fond of the Tao but not of Buddha. The fact that these monks from Zhengde Temple had come here to cause trouble, beating and smashing, had already caused them a great deal of dissatisfaction. Moreover, just now, it was clear that they themselves had acted first, and they were actually shamelessly slandering the other Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Right now, when they moved, they actually thought of fighting with the many against the few. The onlookers were naturally outraged and united. It was only when they saw the crowd around them and the thousands of fingers pointing at them that the two finally realized that it was not good. Elder Huiming hurriedly spoke out to find a remedy. Don't say that the 2 of us fighting one of you are bullying you, you guys go together, even if it's 2 against 6, we're not afraid in the slightest. Hear that? Elder Huixin on the other side had a twitch on his face. Fortunately, this yellow-robed heavenly master did not take it seriously, and just said in a cloudy manner, there is no need. The 5 yellow-robed heavenly masters from the surrounding strange encounters also did not have the slightest intention of wanting to come forward to help, but instead very tacitly retreated to the side and began to evacuate the crowd of onlookers. Gentlemen, please step back, please, don't get hurt by mistake in the fight later. Please stand back a bit, You can see just as well back there. Come on, people, make room for hard work. The 5 heavenly masters were calm and collected, their tone flat, as if the battle behind them had nothing to do with them. This cloudy and light-hearted character made these onlookers of the incense somewhat puzzled. This celestial master, aren't you going to help? Right, you're not at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, so why let the other side beat them with more than they have and be bullied for nothing? People have come to our territory to spread their wildness, there's no need to give in to them. That's right, teach these unqualified old vultures a lesson. A heavenly master explained with a smile, you all don't have to worry, senior brother, he can do it. This heavenly master's voice wasn't loud, but the words he said were loud and fell on the ears of the 2 elders, Wukong Wei Ming, and they were so harsh to the ears. He can? What's that supposed to mean? Can what? Can you clean up both of them by yourself? What a bully! Elder Huikong snorted coldly. Although his heart was depressed to the core, he still had sense and did not have the intention of going 2 against 6. Just let them talk. What's wrong with 2 against 1? Who cares how dirty the process really is as long as it wins the ultimate victory? Don't forget, history is written by the winners. I'll let you make the first move so that people won't say that we're bullying you. Right. You strike first. The 2 elders, Huiming and Huixin, stood in front and behind, surrounding this heavenly master in the center, in a 2-sided package of cheese. In the face of this situation, this yellow-robed heavenly master was not afraid in the slightest. He stood with his arms folded, his expression joyless and sad, only bland, not putting these 2 in his eyes at all. It's not necessary. The cloudiness on his face precisely angered the 2 elders. Hui Xian and Hui Ming immediately stopped hesitating, and almost at the same time, fiercely stepped on the ground, and their entire bodies were like a cannonball, shooting towards this yellow-robed heavenly master. Chapter 31, Is the Heavenly Master's Mansion a place where you can come and go as you please? The battle was officially fought amidst a crowd of incense. In the face of the 2 men's attack, the yellow-robed celestial master did not choose to fight hard against them, but rather took an evasive stance to avoid them. In the 2 people's left and right pincers, left and right prancing, yellow robes fluttering between, actually no one can touch its corner. The onlookers of the incense watched and applauded. Awesome! Worthy of being a celestial master of the celestial master's mansion, you're really fast. Yeah, these 2 buzzards are getting screwed. Can 2 fight when one can't even touch the corner of his shirt? The 2 originally held a force in their hearts, so they were ruthless, and all their moves were aimed at each other's vitals, striving to knock them down as fast as possible. However, the yellow-robed heavenly master was extremely fast and did not give them the slightest chance. This made the 2 men's attacks, as if they were hitting cotton, very depressing. Plus the onlookers add fuel to the fire. At this time, the anger value of the 2 had reached its peak. Elder Huiming angrily cursed, I thought your heavenly master's mansion was so powerful, but it turns out that it's just some incompetent rats who can only hold their heads and run away. Elder Wisdom took over, hiding all the time will only delay everyone's time, since you're so scared, why don't you just kowtow to us and admit your mistake? The methods practiced by Taoists are mostly known for cultivating and strengthening the body. In addition, these celestial masters were not fond of fighting, and were not brave and ruthless people. Besides, dodging and moving around is supposed to be one of the skills against the enemy. Does everyone have to get tough with you? What's the big deal about being strong? Why don't you go pick up? But in the face of these 2 men's provocations several times, the yellow-robed heavenly master had to teach them some lessons as well. Only to see him very deftly stopping his body, both feet open, shoulder-width apart, toes forward, both arms drawing arcs, posing the classic Taijiquan starting pose. Then he hooked his hand toward the 2 of them and said faintly, come, as you wish. Deception. Out of your depth. Seeing that the other party actually did intend to resist their attacks, the 2 elders, Hui Xian and Hui Ming, immediately felt that they had suffered a heavy insult. They each cursed and urged their full strength, attacking towards each other. Seeing the 2 men attacking towards him in unison, the yellow-robed heavenly master did not dodge or avoid, he seized the opportunity and took a step forward with his right foot, taking the initiative to meet Elder Huiming, who was the first to strike. With his right hand, he pressed down on his opponent's wrist, and with a shake, a pull, and a throw backward, he easily defused his opponent's attack. Immediately afterward, facing the ensuing Hui Xin elders, this yellow-robed heavenly master once again changed his stance. He retreated a step back, pulling away, and when the opponent's fist came close to his own, he stretched out his hands to lock it firmly, and then turned around, drawing a graceful semicircle, and leaned his right shoulder violently, and Elder Huixin let out a muffled grunt, and his entire person was knocked out with a bang. Phew! After resolving the 2 of them, the yellow-robed celestial master exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and drew a taiji trajectory in the air as he retracted his legs and arms. The demeanor is very elegant. It was as if he wasn't fighting someone, but was just practicing. Slap! The arena immediately erupted in thunderous applause. There were several sharp-eyed incense burners who could already see that what this yellow-robed celestial master was using just now was the famous Taijiquan. Usually, they only know that Taijiquan can be said to nourish the temperament and strengthen the body. I didn't realize that this Taijiquan fight was not the least bit subtle, slow in the fast, soft in the soft, and defensible. Actually, The core of Taijiquan is the 8 methods and 5 steps, i.e., 8 methods of arrow quiver, stroking, squeezing, pressing, picking, poking, elbows and leaning, and 5 steps of progressing, stepping back, looking to the left, looking to the right and fixing in the middle, and the 8 methods and the 5 steps correspond to the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements, respectively. As the saying goes, the mystery of Tai Chi, the true meaning of yin and yang, Taijiquan contains the ultimate Tao. As the saying goes, the way is the simplest. It is easy to go from the way into the fist, but difficult to go from the fist into the way. Taijiquan is not just as simple as being fast and slow and soft. As the saying goes, Tai Chi divides yin and yang, and within yin and yang are truth and illusion. In Taijiquan, there are not only the transitions of strength and weakness, distance and proximity, speed and slowness, as well as the whole and the local, offense and defense, rigidity and softness, advance and retreat and so on. Why are Taoists so obsessed with Taijiquan? From the heavenly master down to the ordinary disciples, the essential element in the morning class was to play a set of Taijiquan. It is because Taijiquan is all-encompassing, and it is not easy for a person to play Taijiquan well once in his life. Stinking Taoist, you're cheating. Didn't we agree to fight hard? Why are you taking advantage of it? Just now I was careless and didn't flash. That's why I was counted by you. That can't be counted. Elder Huaxin climbed up from the ground with a wretched face, patted the dust on his body, and called out. He was very puzzled at this point. Just now, he had clearly gained a hand, the opponent's movements were very slow, there was no way he could have had the chance to neutralize his attack before he did. But I don't know why. Suddenly, his arm was tackled by his opponent. Immediately after that, a strong force hit him at his chest, and then he flew out. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, he lost his face in front of so many people, which was something he couldn't accept. That's right, didn't you say you wouldn't dodge? How come you still dodged my attack? Are you afraid? If you're really scared, just kowtow and apologize, and get someone else to fight us. We don't have time to spend with you here. Elder Hui Ming also said with an arrogant face. Hear this. That yellow-robed heavenly master's brows were slightly furrowed, and his face was a little less than pleasant. It was only when things came to this point that he finally realized that he had underestimated how disgusting the other party was. In this situation now, any sane person should understand that the winner is already divided. He couldn't bear to hurt the other party, that's why he withdrew his strength at the critical moment, not realizing that this in turn fueled the other party's might. It's pretty much ignorance. You came to my heavenly master's mansion to cause trouble for no reason, disturbing my purification, and are unrepentant and shameless. This time, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Master and Grandmaster. The two of you can attack as much as you want, whether I take a step back or move my feet a bit, it's all counted as my loss, and I'll kowtow to you and apologize for my mistakes. The other way around is if I win, then it won't be so easy for you guys to get out of this heavenly master's mansion. The clay bodhisattva also has 3 points of fire, their repeated concessions, in exchange for the other party's intensification. This yellow-robed heavenly master immediately stopped holding back, determined to teach these two a lesson. Yes, that's what you said, we can't pay for it if it's broken. Huaxin and Huiming smiled at each other and activated the secret method in unison, the muscles on his body swelled again, and the Vajra Luohan tattoo on his back seemed to come to life as if it was emitting a faint Buddhist light. Chapter 32 The abbot of Jingda Temple is actually such a despicable villain. I'll attack his upper 3 paths, you attack his lower 3 paths, let's strike together. Yes. Make sure he pays for his arrogance this time. Yes. Elder Huaxin and Elder Huiming had learned their lesson this time and chose to strike together in order to not be broken down one by one like last time. They each pushed their secret techniques to the extreme, wanting to accomplish their work and break this yellow-robed heavenly master in front of them in one fell swoop. This yellow-robed heavenly master just stood here quietly, as if he was one with the entire heaven and earth. He looked at the two who were getting closer to him with a calm expression. Speaking faintly, he said, Heaven and earth Shenzong, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. As the spell was recited out of his mouth, a faint circle of golden flowing light then appeared on the yellow-robed heavenly master's body, wrapping his entire body. As if there is a life like golden streams of light scattered around the body, collect can protect the body, release can attack the enemy. It is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianchafu's untold secret, the golden light mantra. A few Longhu Mountain heavenly masters who were also wearing yellow robes looked at this junior master of theirs with a pleased face, full of anti-smiles. Junior brother's golden light incantation is getting stronger, so no poking. Although junior brother was initiated late, he is extremely talented, and this cultivation is almost catching up with me. It's considered unlucky for them to be able to force junior brother to this point. Yes, although junior brother doesn't like to fight with people, but when it really comes to the critical moment, he will never be merciful. Messing with junior brother, count them as kicking the iron plate. If you ask me, they just deserved it. They dared to come to my heavenly master's mansion to cause trouble. Now even the most gentle-natured junior brother can't stand to look at them. In the midst of the crowd's vocalizations, the two sides of the battle also formally collided together. The two elders, Huaxin and Huiming, blasted out with their fists, but they were caught by this yellow-robed heavenly master with a light palm. The moment their fists and palms made contact, both of them felt that their punching power was like mud into the sea, and it was all swallowed up. Even, not a single wave could be made. How is this possible? Elder Huishi looked at the other party with unbelief written all over his face. Elder Huiming was even more forthright. Stinking Taoist, what tricks are you playing again? Is that all you've got? I advise you to show some real skill. Otherwise, you'll die an ugly death. The yellow-robed heavenly master raised his eyelids slightly, skimmed the two men, and said indifferently. His tone was flat, and his demeanor was composed, as if the two men's attack did not bring him an ounce of pressure. The light of the golden light mantra is a kind of upright light of life, and the essence is to enhance one's life cultivation by entering a state of uprightness. It is the foundation for practicing other techniques. When the golden light mantra was further condensed, it was the thunder mantra. There are usually yin and yang 5 thunderbolts. This yellow-robed heavenly master's Tao was still shallow and had not yet been able to condense the thunder law. Otherwise, even if 100 Huikongs and 100 Huimings were stacked on top of each other, they wouldn't be enough for him to split. But nonetheless, it was enough to deal with them. Kid, too much looking down on people. You're too arrogant, I'll make you pay. The two elders, Huikong and Huiming, let out explosive shouts, not hesitating to burn the fire of their lives to further catalyze the Vajra Luohan tattoos on their backs. In a blink of an eye, the blood light flourished. The two also saw a further surge in their chakra. Sculpture. The yellow-robed heavenly master bristled, and didn't bother to waste any more time with the two. As he waved his right hand, the streams of light on his body actually coalesced behind his back to form a huge golden giant hand. Bang! A palm slapped down, the two people immediately violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, the entire body like a broken kite, in the air to draw a beautiful arc, and then fell heavily on the ground fainted. Seeing this scene, the several other yellow-robed heavenly masters on the side also felt very incredulous. What could surprise them was not the fact that these two were not opponents of their junior brother. Rather, it was junior brother's protective golden light that had actually condensed to such an extent. Even, it was going to surpass a few of their senior brothers. I didn't expect junior brother's golden light incantation to have condensed to this point. It really puts me as a senior brother to shame. Junior brother is usually unassuming, but I didn't expect the strength to be so strong. Yes, I'm afraid junior-senior brother is expected to become the #1 person in the younger generation of our heavenly master's mansion now. And he's so young, what a promising future. The onlookers of the incense also clapped their hands when they saw this scene. Good. Well played. For this group of guys who give their faces away, they just need to be cleaned up properly. These celestial masters are just too light in nature, and that's why there are these ungrateful fellows who find their way to the house to cause trouble. So what's the temple? Now you can tell the difference between the big and small kings, right? Ridicule, abuse, humiliation. Every word from the crowd seemed to be a nail that was nailed dead in Abbot Chuanda's heart. Taking a glance at the two disciples who were lying on the ground not knowing if they were dead or alive, the corners of his mouth twitched. His own good disciple, Huikong, had already folded in the hands of their heavenly master's house. He himself came here today just to get a statement for his disciple. What's wrong with yourself? Why did they lay such a heavy hand on their disciple? Even Huixin and Huiming were not spared. Does he, the heavenly master's palace, really want to cut off my Zhenda temple's legacy? Thinking of this, Abbot Chuanda could no longer maintain his sanity. Taking advantage of the crowd's relaxation, he stormed up. Raising the Zen staff in his hand, he struck up towards the face of this yellow-robed heavenly master. Junior brother, be careful. The senior brother at the side's face changed violently, rushed to speak out to remind him. This yellow-robed heavenly master's pupils contracted for a moment, and he subconsciously set up a golden light to block it. He hadn't thought of that either. The other party was at least the abbot of a temple, and would actually sneak up on him with such disregard for his identity. Bang! Although this yellow-robed celestial master made a timely defense, after all, the incident was hurried and incompletely prepared. Plus, Abbot Chuanda's mana was above his, and it was still a sudden and violent all-out strike. With intention, this yellow-robed celestial master was still seriously injured. A strand of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The protective golden light flowing on his body dimmed. Young master, junior brother, are you all right? Several other senior brothers rushed to gather around. Eldest senior brother panicked and pulled out a small white porcelain vial from his pocket and poured out an elixir from it. Quick, eat it. Seeing his junior brother take this pill, his face only recovered a little bit of redness from the miserable white color of the party. These yellow-robed heavenly masters then put their hearts down. Old bald donkey, you are at least the abbot of a temple, but I never thought you would be so vicious. In that case, we have nothing to worry about. Big Dipper North Dipper Demon Subduing Formation. Formation. Chapter 33, The Arrival of Heavenly Master Xianqing, the full-bodied Big Dipper North Dipper Demon Subduing Formation. Brush. 5 celestial masters in yellow robes, holding magic swords and stepping on the astral deities, surrounded Abbot Chuanda to death. Seeing this situation, Abbot Chuanda did not dodge, but instead looked up to the sky and laughed. Ah ha ha ha, well, good timing. Let me use the blood of a few of you to honor the heavenly souls of my 3 disciples. 3. The several yellow-robed heavenly masters were all stunned at the words. They subconsciously glanced at the 2 people who were still lying on the ground, life and death unknown. Senior brother, I think this old bald donkey has lost his mind. We have to be careful. No matter what, we must give junior brother this bad breath today. What eldest brother said is true, we must make this old bald ass pay. Tap, tap. As the crowd talked, the formation changed once again. The other party was an abbot no matter what, so the crowd didn't dare to be careless. Die. Abbot Shwanda took the lead as he raised his Zen staff in his hand and chiseled towards a direction. Clanking. Between the 2 sides exchanging blows, the sound of weapons colliding was endless. But gradually, the 5 yellow-robed heavenly masters still fell behind. This Big Dipper demon subduing formation was created based on the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, with 7 formation eyes, including Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light. Right now, the 3rd senior brother was out for training, and the youngest senior brother was seriously injured and lost his fighting ability. By the 5 of them, the power of this Northern Dipper demon subduing formation supported by them could not be brought into play in a million ways. Bang! In the midst of the chaos, one of the celestial masters made a mistake and was hit by Abbot Suante's right arm, which was badly injured. Is elder brother, Sifu, alright? The crowd was startled and rushed forward to check. In the confusion, Abbot Shwanda once again found an opportunity to strike. Put. In the panic, after some entanglement, the other 4 were all injured to varying degrees. In a short time, it will be difficult to organize an effective war effort again. Abbot Shwanda didn't choose to cut down the number of people, but laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, what a bull asterisk heavenly master's palace, nothing more than that. Zheng Huairan, if you don't come out again, I will kill all these disciples and grandchildren of yours, so just hide there and be your shrunken head turtle. The reason for such arrogance. It was because he was certain that the old celestial master was suffering from corpse poison, which had already entered his body, and now at this time, even if he didn't die, it was estimated that he would only have his last breath left. What? Are you really going to watch, one by one, your disciples and grandchildren die at my hands? Let's see, which one starts first. Abbot Shwanda's gaze swept over the bodies of the several yellow-robed heavenly masters one by one. At this moment, the more no one showed up, the more at ease he felt, until the remaining shred of doubt in his mind was completely dispelled. When that time comes, it's time for him to go on a killing spree. 10 breaths later, Abbot Shwanda had also completely lost his patience, because this thing was supposed to be ironclad. The mysterious big monk had already proved it to him. The reason for delaying these 10 more breaths was just a precautionary measure. Let's start with you and honor the heavenly soul of my disciple Huikong. Abbot Shwanda raised his Zen staff and raised it high toward a yellow-robed celestial master in front of him. Unsurprisingly, this celestial master immediately had his head in the clouds. Clanking. Right at this critical moment, suddenly a Dharma sword descended from the sky, blocking Abbot Shwanda's staff in the nick of time. Phew! Good thing we made it. Old bald donkey, do you really think that my heavenly master's mansion is a place where you can act recklessly? The Xianqing heavenly master who had rushed over to open it sighed violently in relief. After cursing, he frowned and said to these disciples of his, "What did master teach you guys on a regular basis? So many people can't even deal with one old bald donkey, it's really a shame for me. All those who can still move get up and form up." Yes, the several yellow-robed heavenly masters were all delighted in their hearts when they saw their masters arrive. Although Abbot Xuanqing's words seemed to be very impolite, even a bit like scolding. But those words, they brought them a sense of comfort and security that nothing could match. After all, the Abbot Shwanda in front of him belonged to the category of leaning on the old. Now that his parents are here, he naturally has to pay back the debt. The crowd agreed excitedly, bracing themselves to stand up and pick up the magic swords that had fallen to the ground. The severely injured little celestial master on the side also wanted to join the fight, but was stopped by a look from Heavenly Master Xianqing. All of you keep your eyes open, I will only teach the essence of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation once. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper to the darkest of Tianquan luminosity, but the place where the Kwai handle meets, the most important, so Xianqing Celestial Master personally sit in this town. Jade Balance was the main one in the fighting handle, and by all rights it should be the eldest disciple whose strength was second only to his. But now, the youngest disciple was seriously injured and unable to take the field, so Heavenly Master Xianqing had one person and one sword, sitting in 2 directions. As a matter of fact, with his magical power, even if he were to fight alone, he would be able to easily take care of the Abbot Shwanda in front of him. However, he also wanted to take this opportunity to hone a few people's proficiency in this Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation. This Abbot Shwanda is the sandbag that is sent to the door, do not use it for nothing. The positions of Tianquan and Yuhong were determined, and the prototype of the grand formation was there. Several other yellow-robed heavenly masters, armed with swords, walked into the formation. The complete version of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation had already taken shape. Very well, hit the little one to get the old one, right. Abbot Chuanda looked indignantly at the middle of the formation, the purple-robed heavenly master Xiancheng, completely forgetting how he had just indulged his subordinate disciples, going 2 against 1 and losing miserably. He had also completely forgotten how, after seeing his disciples' inferiority in skill, he himself had become infuriated, completely disregarding his elder's demeanor and sneak attacking a junior behind his back. Is this the so-called Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation? Good, let the old lineage come and learn it for himself today. Abbot Chuanda did not think that one more person or one less person would be able to make any qualitative changes to this formation. Therefore, it was thought that the formation was just as unbearable as it had been when he had made contact with it. So it did not take the arriving heavenly master Xianqing to heart. Still looking arrogant, holding his Zen staff, he took a step into the formation, and with his eyes locked on the Tiancher who had been most injured earlier, he began to take the lead. At the beginning of the period, this celestial master could only fight and retreat and cope with the situation because of his injuries. He subconsciously turned towards his true master, casting a look for help. A purple-robed heavenly master Xianqing just looked at this scene with a calm face, but did not have the slightest intention of making a move. One is not one of those vultures who can't do anything to bully others with their power. At most, he would only press his own disciple into battle and then speak out to mention 1 or 2 things. Look at me for what? Look at the enemy. Have you forgotten the essence of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation? The heart is in tune with the Tao, guards the passages, and calls upon the gods, and none of them should be answered. Chapter 34, the matter of the old celestial master being poisoned by a corpse was revealed. Master, I get it. Master, we get it. A few people reacted immediately after being slightly mentioned by heavenly master Xiancheng. They no longer used their own strength against the enemy, but fully utilized the advantages of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation. Tap. The 5 of them stepped on the astral foot, their figures weaving back and forth around Abbot Chuanda's circumference like ghosts. They were arranged according to the formation of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation, as if the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky had landed on Earth. Although the 5 people's figures were constantly changing, they always firmly occupied the position of the formation's eye. The positions of the 5 stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light, were flickering and mirroring each other, and their paces were perfectly aligned, just like one person. Abbot Chuanda's attack suddenly stalled, and a sense of powerlessness arose. It can't be. It can't be. You are faking it. Have you forgotten how you lost to me just now? If I can defeat you the first time, I can defeat you the second time. A person, when helpless and afraid, often chooses to yell out loud to give himself strength. Apparently, this is the case with Abbot Suante now. He gripped his Zen staff with both hands and stomped the ground with both feet. Boom! The stone slabs under his feet were crushed and debris flew out. Abbot Chuanda's body emitted a gust of Buddhist light, only that within that light, there seemed to be a hidden flicker of blood color. I'll fight you. No matter how heartless Abbot Chuanda's attacks were, the 5 heavenly masters were able to easily neutralize them. As the battle continued, the power of the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation was gradually revealed. The sense of oppression that Abbot Chuanda felt grew stronger. A wound had begun to appear on his body. Every movement in the formation contained a hidden mystery, and every attack from the crowd was precise and deadly. The 5 heavenly masters in the formation were also getting more and more comfortable, and despite the fact that each one of them had injuries, under the augmentation of the formation, each of their attacks seemed to have been infinitely amplified. Even though heavenly master Xiancheng had never made a move since the beginning, he only watched all of this with a slight sense of relief. However, Abbot Chuanda, who was in the formation, could no longer hold back. He was disheveled and his hair was in a messy bun. There was no more of the previous arrogance. Alright, the formation combined and took it down. Seeing that the crowd had become more and more skillful, and that Abbot Chuanda in the formation no longer had the power to resist, Heavenly Master Xianqing, who had been standing by coldly, also gave his final command. Yes! The 5 responded in unison and raised their magic swords in their hands. Clanking! The 5 magic swords clashed together in unison, emitting a roaring sound. Immediately afterward, a surging and majestic energy was continuously converging and brewing at the tip of the sword. You guys! What are you guys doing? Abbot Chuanda panicked. Feeling this power of death, he was completely flustered. I'm the abbot of Zhengde Temple, how can you do this to me? The Buddhist and Taoist families have always been at peace with each other, do you dare to break this delicate balance? No matter how much Abbot Chuanda cried out, the 5 people did not stop moving at all, because they all understand one thing in their hearts. This bald ass doesn't know he's wrong, he knows he's going to die. Whether it was the injuries on their own bodies or the dying junior brother behind them, they were all reminded that the old bald donkey in front of them was not worthy of sympathy. Hey, is this the time to start begging for mercy? How lame. It's no fun to start moralizing when you can't beat them. It's still the heavenly master of the heavenly master's house that's powerful. There's no more melon, break it up, break it up. The crowd of onlookers couldn't stand to look at it anymore, and they turned their heads, ready to leave. Slow. Just then, Abbot Chuanda in the formation violently shouted. I have a secret about the Celestial Masters, that I would like to inform you of. After hearing this secret, you will realize how ridiculous the hallowed Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, the so-called head of the Taoist sect, and the so-called 1,000-year inheritance are. This Heavenly Master's mansion, nowadays, has long since turned sour, and has become a filthy place that hides dirt and filth. To this, these people naturally do not believe. They all looked at each other in a way that they were looking at little cuties. Like, look at Abbot Shwanda. If you can't beat them, you start moralizing doesn't work and now you're throwing dirty water? I didn't realize that the abbot of the Hall of Jinda Temple actually had this face. I have to quickly notify my friends and family to avoid the thunder. Yes, the Heavenly Master's mansion is the head of the Taoist sect, and has been so for thousands of years, so how did it come to his mouth that it has become an unpleasant place to hide dirt? These people, all of them are clear-headed people, not the generation of cloudy people, of course, will not be taken by others 3 or 2 words to bring the rhythm. You've all been blinded by this Heavenly Master. Today, I'm going to completely unravel the disguise of the Celestial Mastery degree in front of everyone, so you can see what kind of face they really have. Abbot Shwanda was unforgiving and had an air of confidence. Hearing this, Heavenly Master Xianqing couldn't listen any longer, and he loudly rebuked with a face full of anger. Shut up, old bald donkey, you brought 2 little bald donkeys to my Heavenly Master's mansion to cause trouble for no reason, and while we have repeatedly tolerated you, you have always remained obstinate. Right now, it's actually slandering us so blatantly in front of so many people again. Do you really think that I, the Heavenly Master's palace, am soft? Over the years, your Jinda temple has already gone too far. If it weren't for Master, his old man's generosity and love for people, do you think Jinda temple would be here today? Since you guys are so ungrateful, it seems that in the future, there is no need for this Jinda temple to exist. Over the years, the Jinda temple had expanded recklessly and hadn't smeared the Heavenly Master's office much, and they could care less about that. However, in order to convince more incense burners to believe in them, they actually demonized the public and directed a play of the reincarnation of the Buddha's son. Heavenly Master Xianqing had long been unable to look on, and more than once had wanted to destroy this mother ********* ing Jingda temple. However, the old celestial master cautioned him. People have their own destiny, destined by God. Some are born to be kings, some fall into the weeds. This is the law of nature. Although what this Jingda temple did, there are indeed improper things, but also for the sake of livelihood. Moreover, apart from making up some lies, he has not done too many out of the ordinary things, so as long as he has not caused any harm to the people, let him go. It was precisely because of the counsel of the old Heavenly Master that Jingda temple was able to be spared and survive. Unexpectedly, he had listened to his master's words and given them a ray of hope, but in the end, he had ended up raising a tiger, and was approached to throw dirty water on them. How could this be tolerated? Let me get rid of you first, and then uproot your Jingda temple, and get rid of this great evil for the people. Heavenly Master Xianqing was about to make a move. Abbot Shwanda, however, let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, no wonder they say the upper beam is not as crooked as the lower beam. What kind of good disciple can be taught by a master who has been poisoned with corpse poison and turned into a zombie? Chapter 35, the old Heavenly Master appears. Old bald donkey, what are you talking nonsense here? How could Master Ancestor have contracted corpse poison? Shut your mouth, the 1,000-year reputation of my Heavenly Master's mansion does not allow you to throw dirty water here. No matter what you say, you must die today. Buddha can't stop it, I say. Several yellow-robed Heavenly Masters were furious when they heard this. The matter of the old Heavenly Master being poisoned by a corpse was a top secret of the entire Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain, so they did not know about it. In their opinion, the Abbot Shwanda in front of them was just biting off more than he could chew, and at most, he wanted to throw a bucket of dirty water on the Heavenly Master's house in front of so many incense burners before he died. So there will be no basis for what he says, it's just a slander out of thin air. But nonetheless, it was not something they could tolerate when it happened. The old Heavenly Master was the most admired person in their lives, and they would never allow anyone to speak ill of him. Not to mention such treacherous talk as being poisoned by a corpse and turning into a zombie. After a brief moment of dismay, the incense burners also shook their heads. It's more or less the same for the old Celestial Master to catch a zombie, turn into a zombie? Is this a cold joke? What kind of zombie dares to strike at the old Heavenly Master and reverse the Big Dipper? This bald-ass really has no work to harden the whole thing. It's no fun. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Heavenly Master Xianqing then quietly sighed in relief. The Master's matter was a top secret in the entire Tianzhi house, and he hadn't even told himself. If elder brother hadn't spoken up, he would still be in the dark right now. When Abbot Shwanda revealed this secret just now, Heavenly Master Xianqing's heart was in his throat. Of course he knew exactly how bad the impact would be once this matter was leaked out. But the good thing is, the Chancellors didn't believe it in the slightest. Things that are not yet irreparable. This matter is just known even to himself. Who on earth could have leaked it out? The first thing that Heavenly Master Xianqing thought of was Chen Xingyi, because apart from his master, himself and his elder brother, Chen Xingyi was the only one who knew about this. He's the only one who's suspicious. But soon, Heavenly Master Xianqing dispelled this doubt. He had personally seen Chen Qingyi use his own strength to harden the Guile domain, putting himself in danger in order to save the people. What a great righteousness this is. How could such a person leak secrets? Although he hadn't been in contact with Chen Qingyi for a short while, he didn't know why, but he always had a natural sense of conviction towards Chen Qingyi. Forget it. That's a question to be thought about later, and no matter how this matter leaked out, now is not the time to think about it. The most important thing now is that we can't let this old bald ass go on. Thinking of this, Heavenly Master Xianqing made an immediate decision. Don't talk nonsense with this demonic monk, destroy him. Ha 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 ha. Even though there are thousands of people around and the group is in an uproar. Even though he himself was deep in the universe and his life was in danger, Abbot Xuanda was not afraid at all. He laughed once again. What? You can't wait that long to kill me to silence me? You! Hearing these words, Heavenly Master Xuanqing's face snapped. This old bald donkey's mind is really too deep. He himself was unknowingly led by the nose by him. Right now, his side had been completely caught in a passive situation. If he were to kill him immediately, he would inevitably be suspected of murder. But if we don't kill, I'm afraid it will only get worse. Abbot Xuanda's eyes shot out essence, and he coldly looked at Heavenly Master Xianqing, who was caught in a dilemma. His own plan worked. In terms of power, he had been completely crushed and was powerless to fight back. It was really because one muttered too much about the Heavenly Master's house. I didn't realize that even if the old Heavenly Master didn't make a move, he was completely no match for him. So, if he wanted to save his life now, he would have to take a risky move. Use public opinion to trap your opponent so he can't take a shot at you. Only then does one have a chance to live. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, one of the perfumers questioned, Stinking Monk, do you have any proof of your slander against the old Heavenly Master? Vouchers. It's not that simple. Abbot Xuanda smiled indifferently. If you want to verify the truth of this matter is very simple. The Zhang Tianchi invited out to confront some not on the line? What that mysterious great monk had shown him, Abbot Xuanda naturally could not take out. But it is also very simple to verify the truth of this matter. There was no way to hide the fact that he was suffering from necrotic poison, even a mortal would be able to see it. This was why the old Heavenly Master had to lock himself up in the back of the mountain and not come into contact with anyone. As long as we can bring out the old Heavenly Master, the people will know at a glance. This would have been the easiest and most direct way to prove it. But Abbot Xuanda overlooked one thing. Can he see the old master just because he wants to? The chanter skimmed and spat towards him. Bah! Is the old Heavenly Master something you can see just because you want to? I come here every year to offer incense and prayers, and I've never seen the old Celestial Master once. I thought you could come up with some strong evidence, but it turns out it's just a figment of your imagination. Hearing this, Abbot Xuanda immediately became anxious, and he cried out anxiously. If the old Celestial Master hasn't turned into a zombie, why doesn't he dare to come out? You won't believe me, you'll regret it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Heavenly Master Xianqing suddenly leapt up from his spot. In his hand, he was holding a ball of heavenly thunder. Old bald donkey, dare to demonize the public in my Heavenly Master's mansion, give me death. He has been waiting for the opportunity, although this is not the optimal solution to deal with, but this matter cannot continue to fester, extraordinary times to take extraordinary means. Although the heavenly thunder he had at his disposal was many times weaker than Chen Qingyi, it was enough to deal with an old bald donkey. Looking at the heavenly thunder that was getting closer and closer to him, Abbot Xuanda's pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, his lips trembled a few times, but he was unable to make any sound. The emotions of despair, fear, and suffocation were like a huge mountain that pressed down on him. At this moment, Abbot Xuanda regretted a lot. He regretted why he gullibly believed the slanderous words of others, and finally ended up with a dead body. Stop! Just then, an old voice came. The old Heavenly Master's sleeve robe flung out, a clear wind came, and the heavenly thunder in Heavenly Master Xuanqing's palm slowly dissipated. The Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain is a place of meditation and purification, and those who cultivate the way should all the more respect life and not kill indiscriminately. The old Heavenly Master walked down the steps step by step, just like an ordinary old man. Chen Chengyi followed on the left side, while Heavenly Master Xianjin followed behind the two. Master! Shifu! You're the old Heavenly Master Zhang Huiran, aren't you suffering from corpse poison? How is this possible? Chapter 36, Kowtowing. Admit your mistake. When the disciples saw the old Heavenly Master, they were all overjoyed and immediately surrounded him. The cloaked and ragged Abbot Xuanda stared at the old Heavenly Master in front of him with an unbelievable face. Although the old Heavenly Master in front of him didn't look much different from an ordinary old man, he didn't show the slightest sign of being infected with corpse poison. Coupled with his casual strike just now, he had lightly dissolved the heavenly thunderbolt that was enough to kill him 100 times. Where there is the slightest sign of being poisoned by a corpse. Geez, I didn't think I'd actually meet the old Heavenly Master himself. It's true that he's immortal and worthy of being an old god. The youth beside him looks so familiar. Isn't this the one who was invited up the mountain by the two purple-robed Heavenly Masters? To actually be able to stand alongside the old Heavenly Master, it's unbelievable. The incense burners were also heartened to see the old Heavenly Master, but what surprised them more was the young man in his early 20s. I can actually stand beside the old heavenly master. This is an honor that not everyone can afford. You know, even a purple-robed heavenly master would only be able to follow his ass. The fervor in the eyes of the crowd was captured by Abbot Shwanda, who was standing on the sidelines. On the one hand, it is admired by all, and on the other, it is reviled by all. The gap between the two parties caused another gust of dissatisfaction to arise in Abbot Shwanda's heart. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. This can't be. You're obviously already corpse poisoned and won't die soon. You must be holding on strong. You fooled them. You can't fool me. I don't believe it. Seeing Abbot Shwanda in this insane state, everyone present frowned. The crowd of heavenly masters all shouted in unison and cursed angrily, "You crazy person, now that Master Ancestor has stood in front of you, your rumors have been discredited. What else is there to say? Where exactly did my heavenly master's mansion offend you, making you so unforgiving? Master Ancestor, his old man, is so kind and generous that he let you live, and you're actually still obsessed with it. If it wasn't for Master Ancestor, Master's his old man's lightning method would have sent you to your death long ago. You're actually still here slandering Master Ancestor. Don't you seriously have any conscience at all?" Abbot Shwanda looked at the crowd with wide eyes as he raised his voice to the sky. "No dash. All of you are lying to me. I don't believe it. You must be pretending. Show yourself." Seeing that Abbot Shwanda was like a madman, he lunged towards the old heavenly master. The old heavenly master and Chen Qingyi exchanged glances, and only after seeing the other party nodding slightly did they then move their lips slightly and immediately recite the incantation. "East Armor Qian Yuan Hong, the positive air is popular quickly. I have received a long life, and heaven and earth are in the palm of my hand. I will follow my mantra and use it to bring forth thunder and rain. The 5 thunderbolts descend quickly and enter my thunder wheel. Help me to walk the way, and I dare not violate the alliance. The heavenly Ting on the Sundance is standing on the ground, chopping off your 7 ancestors. Descend quickly, and show your true form quickly. I'm in a hurry." Rumble. As the incantation flew from the old heavenly master's mouth, the sky suddenly darkened. Above the 9 heavens suddenly appeared a heavenly thunder in constant brewing. Everyone was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and changed the colors of heaven and earth. What is this if not an immortal? Originally, I thought that when other people called the old heavenly master old divine immortal, it was just an honorific. Now that looks like total realism. What a reputation. It's totally true God. Although Heavenly Master Xian Qing had also cast a thunder spell in public once earlier, the thunder spell cast by Heavenly Master Xian Qing was ultimately inferior in terms of visual effect. And then look at the current old Master of Heaven. Just by standing here calmly, he could cause heaven and earth to change color and thunder to burst. It can be imagined that once this heavenly thunder strikes, not to mention a mere mortal, even a realized true immortal would have to retreat. Abbot Shwanda was dumbfounded. "I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly, but there is no need to make such a big noise, right? Old Celestial Master, I know I'm wrong." Abbot Shwanda was also a person who could bend and bend. He saw that the situation was not right, and with a flutter, he knelt down. "Old Celestial Master, I'm also deluded, please be magnanimous." The old Celestial Master asked in a calm tone, "Do you still think that I have been poisoned by the corpse poison now?" No. Abbot Shwanda's head shook like a rattle as he hurriedly said, "Thunder spells are the nemesis of all sinister and poisonous things, and since the old heavenly master can use thunder spells, it's naturally impossible for him to be tainted with that. I was previously hoodwinked by traitors, but now I have come to my senses. Pray, old gods, take away the avatar." When Abbot Shwanda said that, he thumped his head and kowtowed to the ground. "Who dash?" The old heavenly master exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and immediately stopped reciting the incantation. The terrifying thunder law that was coiled above the 9 heavens also slowly receded at this moment. "Everyone, my heavenly master's mansion has some personal matters to attend to today, so please return." Although the crowd hadn't seen enough of the hilarity, since the old heavenly master had already spoken, and they had to leave reluctantly. "I'll go. This time it's really worth it." Yeah, it was worth the price of admission to see a really great scene. The heavenly master charged you admission? I'm just being metaphorical. A metaphor. After seeing the crowd down the mountain, the old heavenly master once again spoke slowly. "Since you say you were hoodwinked by a traitor, can you elaborate? Where did you get this information and who told you? Also, my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion and your Jinda Temple did not have any interactions in the past, so why did you bring people to my Heavenly Master's Mansion to cause trouble, and also injure my disciples?" Abbot Shwanda swallowed his saliva and said with a face like death, "I said, this is how things are. On top of a lonely mountain on the outskirts of the countryside, a big monk holding a rosary and sitting on his knees sighed with a look of regret. So quick to give an account, what a useless piece of. But it's good to be like this. Since this move of Jinda Temple is ruined, let's let you all utilize your last bit of residual heat to fruit my stiff king." With that said, he stood up and frantically turned the rosary in his hand. Chen Qingyi, you really couldn't help but strike after all. To save someone who has nothing to do with you, even at the expense of consuming yourself, that is your greatest weakness. Since you like saving so much, you might as well let you do it this time. Just how can you fight me after losing too much essence? Shada Kuji. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A loud noise was crashing against the temple door. A small shaman cursed and walked over. Don't knock, don't knock. Won't you pull outward if you can't push? The door of the temple opened, and the little shaman was immediately dumbfounded, because the one knocking on the door was not an incense burner who had come to offer incense, but a bloodthirsty zombie with fangs. Chapter 37 Massacre. The tragic Zhengde Temple. Ah! A mournful scream echoed in the sky above Zhengde Temple. Inside the meditation room, Elder Huijue was preaching with a few disciples when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He closed the scripture in front of him, his face a little displeased. Wiseheart, go outside and see what's going on. The presiding officer and several senior brothers are away, so it is important not to make a mess. Especially take care of the incense burners, make sure they feel at home. Yes, master. The young monk Jishin answered and hurriedly put down the scripture scrolls in his hands and quickly walked out of the meditation room. The clamor and screams outside caused his heart to tighten, and a sense of foreboding surged through him. Just after arriving at the outer courtyard, Jishin saw a bloodthirsty zombie with a hideous face and reeking stench ravaging the temple. Those normally kind-hearted senior brothers were now fleeing in all directions, terrified. What the hell is this? It looks like a zombie. Impossible. What kind of zombie can ignore the scorching sunlight in this broad daylight? A few small sannyasins fled while frowning in confusion. Although this monster looks like a zombie, but according to common sense, zombie this thing, is not afraid of sunlight? How dare you come out in the daytime to harm people? They were all practicing fighters and kickers, so they all had an advantage over the norm in terms of speed. Although they may not be able to outrun this zombie, they can outrun these incense burners. The monks have fled away, and these incense burners are in deep trouble. Help! There's a monster! OMG! What is this thing? It's so ugly and disgusting. Run, he's going to bite. Since there were too many incense burners and the scene was too chaotic, all the people were crowded in here and could not escape at all. These people were no different than a buffet in the eyes of the zombie king. Soon, an unlucky person who ran slowly was caught by the zombie king. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ah ha ha ha. The zombie king ignored his pleas and opened his bloody mouth, swallowing his entire head in one gulp. This gruesome scene stunned everyone else. When have they ever seen such a battle? His neck snapped and blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Ah! This is blood? Even the blood on the screen had now been changed to green, and most people, seeing such a powerful scene for the first time, felt their stomachs turn. Many people even fainted on the spot. An older woman flung herself on her knees, took out her Buddha beads, and began to pray with her hands folded. Oh Buddha, please save us. Buddha, please show your spirit. What greeted her, however, was not a manifested Buddha, but the fangs of a zombie. Barely. Seeing one incense burner after another die horribly in front of him, the young monk Jishin only felt a twinge of pain in his chest, which was very unpleasant. He had not been in the temple long, and still preserved a pure and innocent heart. Bold demon, how dare you violate my Buddha's pure land? Jishin shouted, then pulled out a talisman from his sleeve, recited the true words, and the talisman turned into a golden light, shooting straight at the zombie. Barely. Only to see that the zombie king didn't flash or avoid, letting this golden light shoot on himself. It's done! Seeing this, Jishin couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. This talisman was given by my master. It can do anything to subdue demons and eliminate devils, so it should be no problem to deal with this zombie. However, this zombie king only shifted slightly, and in the next moment, the golden light dissipated into nothingness. Obviously, this ordinary exorcism charm had no effect on it. How? How? Jishin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene. Frozen place. Jishin was still young and hadn't experienced anything, and soon a knowledgeable senior brother shouted at him. Senior Jishin, run, this is by no means an ordinary zombie, you're no match for it. Quickly go back and report to master and the elders. It was only when he was shouted at by his senior brother that Jishin came back to his senses. He shouted in the direction of a few of his senior brothers. Senior brothers, you guys be careful and hold on a little longer. I'm going to inform master. Inside the meditation room, Elder Huijue wanted to continue preaching to the disciples, but every now and then there were sounds of commotion. It made him very uninterested. What's wrong with this Jishin kid? He can't even do this little thing right. If this continues, there will no longer be a place for him at the Shotokan temple. I will never allow, before the Buddha, the existence of such idle eaters. Just then, a sweaty Wiseheart pushed his way through the door. Master! Master! Something big is wrong. Before Jishin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Elder Huijue. How many times have I said that the Buddhist sect is a pure place, so don't be so fussy all the time. And don't even move for big things. Even if there is a big thing in the sky, there is a master to take care of it for you. Well, tell me, what happened? Was there an altercation between the incense burners, or did you think we were asking for too much money for the incense oil? By the time Huijue finished speaking slowly, Jishin was already sweating with anxiety. He said hastily, No master, It's a powerful zombie that broke into the temple. The talisman you handed to your disciple is of no use to him at all. And the senior brothers can't hold out much longer. So many of the incendiaries have died at the hands of the zombies. Zombies? Huijue was first shocked, but quickly regained his composure as he frowned and lectured. How does the master teach you all on a regular basis? The Enan corpse chi on zombies is extremely heavy, and sunlight is the hottest and sunniest thing, so zombies can't come out in broad daylight. Got it? Bang! Just as Elder Huijue was showing off his knowledge with a haughty look on his face, he only heard a bang as the door of the room was smashed open. A small, bloodied sannyasin, dying, rolled down into the meditation room. Jikon, who beat you up like this? Elder Huijue was shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. Just as he was about to go up to assist, he suddenly glanced outside and saw a bloodthirsty zombie with a hideous face full of fangs standing outside. The zombie was covered in blood and had a couple broken fingers hanging from the corners of his mouth. Elder Huijue's gaze met the zombie king's eyes, and he felt his heart thump. Not good. His intuition told him that this zombie was not easy to deal with. But now that the abbot and several senior brothers are away, in the entire Jingda temple, only he can pick up the slack. Elder Huijue frowned tightly, and made an immediate decision. Surprisingly, it's really a zombie. Quickly gather all the disciples and activate the temple protection formation. I'll personally go to meet this demon for a while. As he spoke, he put on his vestments as fast as he could, invited out his meditation staff, and said in his mind, Abbot, senior brother, you guys hurry back. Huijue, I can't hold out much longer. Chapter 38. Let Chen Chengyi be the next generation of Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. The side hall. Inside the main hall, the old Heavenly Master sat at the main seat with a solemn expression. Sitting on the side, Chen Chengyi played with the teacup in his hand in boredom. After a long time, Heavenly Master Xianqing couldn't help but ask, Master, you recovered? His words echoed in the empty hall, but no one answered. Heavenly Master Xianqing sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere and subconsciously looked at his senior brother. Elder brother, say something, has Master his old man recovered? He must have gotten better already, right? With Daoist Chen's help, there's definitely no problem. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen lowered his head and silently pursed his lips without answering. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Master Xianqing was even more puzzled. A sense of foreboding surged through his heart. With Taoist Chen's efforts, the corpse poison in Master's body has all been dispelled. Heavenly Master Xianzhen wanted to speak, and after thinking for a while, he finally did not continue. Phew! Heavenly Master Xianqing let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. It's good to get rid of it. It's a good thing. All of you are so stony-faced and silent that you startled me. Right, just what? The old Heavenly Master, who had been sitting in the main seat, stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's just a pity that this cultivation of mine, I wanted to pass it on to the next Heavenly Master, but I didn't expect the invasion of necrotic poison to be too severe, so I had to give it up. His tone was very flat, as if he were talking about a small matter. Heavenly Master Xianqing said with a big grin, What's a pity, Master, you are now healed, this is a great fortune, what's there to pity? What? Suddenly, his face stalled, a face full of incredulity. Master, is your cultivation difficult? Heavenly Master Xianqing rose from his seat in a mischievous manner. Quickly, he came to the old Celestial Master and grabbed his arm. In the next moment, his face suddenly changed violently. The old Celestial Master's meridians around his body had all been broken, and the true chi in his body was 100%. The old Heavenly Master now was no longer any different from an ordinary old man. It can't be. It can't be. Master also just defused my lightning spell. Didn't you also cast the Barbarian Thunder incantation just now? That battle was majestic and even better than before. How could you have lost your cultivation? Thinking back to the old Heavenly Master's various behaviors just now, Heavenly Master Xianqing was unwilling to believe it. How could this be possible when it was clear that the spell had just been used? This is also thanks to little friend Chang'e. The old Heavenly Master explained with a smile. Abbot Xuanda has already publicized the fact that I am suffering from necrotic poison. If I let the outside world know at this point in time that I have lost my cultivation, what will others think? That's why I asked little friend Chang'e for a favor. It was he who transformed the thunder spell in your poem just now, and that savage thunder curse was just a matter of borrowing the hand of little friend Chang'e to knock the mountain down. Since the old Celestial Master's body was too seriously infested by the corpse poison, not only did it invade his lungs and bowels, but it was even spread to all his limbs and bones. Although Chen Chang'e had cast a spell to get rid of these corpse poisons, this cultivation of the old Celestial Master had also been erased along with it. This was something that could not be helped. Lives and cultivation could only be saved by one. Corpse venom invades to this extent. Even if the great Luo Jingxian descended to earth, there was no other way. Originally, the old Heavenly Master did not intend to heal. He wanted to use the Heavenly Master degree to transfer this cultivation of his own to Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, so that he could inherit his mantle and become the 99th generation of Heavenly Masters in the Heavenly Master's mansion. However, Heavenly Master Xianjin swore that he would not comply, and he was not willing for the old Heavenly Master to sacrifice himself just like that. In the end, the old Celestial Master couldn't argue with him, which led to the dissolution of the corpse poison with Chen Qingyi's help. But while this matter is resolved, the skepticism from the outside world cannot be ignored. If this time, let others know that the old Tianchi had lost his cultivation, then Abbot Xuanda's slander that he was suffering from necrotic poison would be true. When the time comes, it's just 100 words. Although the old Celestial Master was trying to save the world, only then did he have to take the risk of fighting with the Zombie King, and this was the reason why he was unfortunately tainted with the corpse poison. But many times, the cause and the process don't matter, the result does. The result was that the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lung Fushan was actually tainted with corpse poison. In order not to let the centuries-old reputation of the Heavenly Master's house be ruined, a few people had no choice but to do this. The fact that the old Heavenly Master had performed great magical powers with the help of Chen Qingyi in full view of everyone was not only a deterrent to Jingde Temple, but also a way to tell the world that the old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion was fine and dandy, did not contract corpse poison, nor did he turn into a zombie. Forgive. After all, after learning the whole story, Heavenly Master Xianqing was emotionally drained. He looked at his most beloved master with red eyes and was speechless for a long time. I'm sorry, I gave it my all, but that's as far as I can go. Chen Qingyi looked at the several people with some intolerance. He actually wanted to preserve the old Heavenly Master's entire cultivation, but there was no way around it. This was the best possible ending. Daoist Chen, don't say that. You saved Master and preserved the 1,000-year reputation of the Heavenly Master's mansion. We can't thank you enough. Flop. Heavenly Master Xianqing and Heavenly Master Xuanjin fell to their knees in front of Chen Qingyi. Cultivation people, according to reason, has long been free of these red tape, but Chen Qingyi on them can be said to be as heavy as a mountain of grace. Not this big gift. Really do not know how to express their heart's gratitude. The old Heavenly Master sat on the main seat, looking at his two beloved disciples, his heart filled with relief. In today's day and age, there are so few people who know how to be grateful. The old Heavenly Master looked calm, but on the contrary, Chen Qingyi was taken aback. These two Heavenly Masters were highly respected and were quite a bit older than themselves, so how could they give themselves such a big salute? Chen Qingyi rushed to help the two up. The two Heavenly Masters, please rise. This great gift, Qingyi can't accept it. The old Heavenly Master made up for it at the right time by saying, little friend Qingyi, you can afford to accept. How big a gift you can afford to accept. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Qingyi's mouth couldn't help but tremble. This old Celestial Master is really standing on his feet. Why hadn't he realized before that he was actually an old coot? Daoist Chen, although I didn't witness the process, I don't need to think about it to know that you must have spent a lot of effort in order to save my master's life. Xuanqing's life will be yours from now on. Not only Xianqing and I, but all of us in the Heavenly Master's mansion owe you a great favor. Daoist Chen is a great benefactor to our entire Heavenly Master's mansion. The two Heavenly Masters looked at Chen Qingyi with firm eyes and said with a serious face, the two Heavenly Masters don't have to be so polite. You and I are both members of the Taoist sect. Naturally there's no reason to stand by and watch. I believe that if it were me who was in trouble, you wouldn't stand by and watch either. We're all members of the Tao sect. It's only right that we should help each other, so don't ever be so polite again. What little friend Qingyi said is true. Since this is the case, I have another thing here that I want to trouble little friend. I wonder if little friend is willing to help. The old Heavenly Master looked at Chen Qingyi with a smile and opened his mouth. I don't know why, the old Heavenly Master looked harmless and kind, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Qingyi felt a chill run down his back. But as things stood, he had no choice but to harden his heart and ask, old Celestial Master, please speak. As long as I can help, I naturally won't excuse myself. Good. The old Celestial Master was filled with excitement as he stood up and looked at Chen Qingyi, saying with a single word, I want you, little friend, to be the 99th Heavenly Master of my Heavenly Master's mansion. I don't know what you think? Chapter 39. Regardless of the outcome, I, the Heavenly Master's mansion, will make eternal amends with Chen Qingyi. Old Heavenly Master, you are really joking. I am not a member of the Heavenly Master's house. How can I be a Heavenly Master? Chen Qingyi refused with a faint smile. He only felt that the old Heavenly Master was joking with himself. The position of the contemporary Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion is of great importance. Different from the yellow robe Tianchi, purple robe Tianchi, this kind of honorary title, but the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianchifu real power. And most importantly, Shoto is hereditary. That's right, it has been a hereditary system ever since the founder of the Wadumadayo, also known as Zhengyadao, the ancestor of the first generation, Zhang Daoling. His son, Zheng Han, was the Air Master, and his grandson, Zhang Lu, was the Department Master, and was called the Three Masters, San Zhang. Its heirs are hereditary for their children and grandchildren, and are later called Tianchi. In this generation, the old Heavenly Master, Zhang Huairan, was also surnamed Zhang. Chen Qingbeng thought that this was another joke from the old Heavenly Master. However, when he saw the old Heavenly Master with a serious face, his heart still thumped. What was even more outrageous was that the faces of the two heavenly masters, Xin Zhen and Xin Sheng, who were on the side, didn't have any abnormalities on their faces either, as if they had anticipated this matter. The old heavenly master continued with a serious face, "Little friend Chang'e, do you think that poor Tao is joking? Old celestial master, I remember that this Zhengyi Dao is hereditary, right, but boy, my surname is Chen Ah, neither the direct line nor the same clan. How can I inherit this celestial master's position? Besides, the position of this heavenly master is of great importance, and the boy's talent is shallow, so he really can't be qualified." Although the old celestial master has lost his cultivation, his body and bones are still very robust. The kid here has a few medicines to strengthen your body and prolong your life, guaranteed to make you alive and well even without cultivation, and your golden spear will not fall down. You could have taken your time in choosing an heir, why rush this? What's more, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen and Heavenly Master Shenqing are both pure in nature and worthy of being entrusted with, and the Heavenly Master's mansion handed over to either of them is 10 times better than the kid. Chen Shengyi really didn't want to be this Heavenly Master. He didn't like the constraints of those rules and regulations, it was nice to be free alone. And he can't manage such a big foundation as the Heavenly Master's house. The old Heavenly Master saw that Chen Shengyi had refused so crisply, and for a while, he was also in deep thought. The reason why he wanted to pass on the position of the Heavenly Master to Chen Shengyi, an outsider, was also forced by the situation. There was no way out. I have suffered a great disaster and lost all my cultivation, and now the world is not peaceful because of the rise of evils and demons. The two fellows, Xuanzhen and Xianxing, although their hearts were still good, their cultivation was too shallow for them to take on a big job. If one's own cultivation was robust, and one could use the Celestial Master degree to ferry one of their entire cultivation to one of them, one could barely pick up the burden. But the creation of people, they are now but a waste of time, naturally, for the Longhu Mountain Tianshifu to seek a good way out is. And the one thing that the old Heavenly Master valued most about Chen Shengyi, apart from his heart, was this skill of his. What Chen Shengyi has learned cuts across the ancient and modern worlds. It was not easy to make him admire. Not to mention himself, even his own master, it is not comparable. I am afraid that only the founding ancestor of this school can be compared to it. Although the contact time was not long, the old Heavenly Master had long since been deeply impressed by the strength displayed by Chen Shengyi. Not to mention the fact that Chen Shengyi had long since utilized the various lightning techniques to the point of perfection. The most crucial thing was that he had actually mastered the Heavenly Talisman. This was something that even he had only heard his master mention, a technique that only existed in legends. It could be said that right now, the entire Heavenly Master's mansion, when added together, might not be able to compare to Chen Shengyi alone. Therefore, having Chen Shengyi as the next Heavenly Master would only be a surefire deal for the Heavenly Master's office. For a moment, the old Heavenly Master even thought for a moment that Chen Shengyi was what heaven had sent to him, the best heir. But, since Chen Shengyi had refused so dryly, it meant that the person did not want to do it at all, or even disdain this position of Heavenly Master. Thinking about it, to Chen Shengyi, this position of Heavenly Master really didn't seem to have much appeal. Thinking of this, the old Heavenly Master stopped forcing himself. Instead, he sighed. Hey! Since little friend Chang'e doesn't aspire to this, then the poor Taoist will no longer force himself. Anyway, poor Tao still has some days left. There's no harm in letting go of this heirloom matter for the time being. If little friend thinks it through at any time, the door of my Heavenly Master's mansion will open for you at any time. Regardless of what little friend ultimately decides, my Heavenly Master's mansion is willing to repair with little friend for eternity. The old Celestial Master knew well that there were some things that could not be forced. But a talent like Chen Shengyi, even if he could not join him in the Heavenly Master's mansion, he should try his best to befriend him. As soon as Chen Shengyi heard these words, a warm current surged in his heart. He understood that the old Heavenly Master was giving him great respect and understanding. Chen Shengyi bowed slightly and responded sincerely, Old Celestial Master, your generous love kid is appreciated, although I am unable to assume the position of Celestial Master, but if the Celestial Master's mansion is in need, I, Chen Shang, will definitely do my best to help, and will never be ambiguous. Hearing Chen Shengyi reply in this manner, a wry smile hung on the old Heavenly Master's face. Seeing this smile of the old Heavenly Master, Chen Shengyi gave a dark cry. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have accidentally fallen into the old Celestial Master's trap again. As expected, the old Heavenly Master spoke immediately afterward. With these words from little friend Chang'e, the poor Taoist is relieved. The poor Taoist does have another matter here that he would like to trouble little friend with. Gotta. The words came out of his own mouth, and now Chen Shengyi could only listen. However, the old Heavenly Master did not make a request for Chen Shengyi to join the Heavenly Master's mansion or anything like that this time, but instead said with a somewhat mournful look on his face, I would like to ask Taoist Master Chen to take action and remove a great evil from the lives of the people in this world. A month ago, a zombie sighting suddenly appeared in a village at the foot of a mountain. The disciples under his command discovered after probing that this was not an ordinary zombie, but a strong zombie king. In order to not let this zombie king, for the scourge of a party of people, the old Heavenly Master personally down the mountain, after many days of visits and investigations and squatting, finally seized the opportunity to catch this zombie king. The old Celestial Master and the Zombie King fought fiercely for several days, and although he seriously injured it, he was also injured himself, so he finally let it escape. After returning, the old Celestial Master then realized that he had actually unfortunately contracted corpse poison during his fight with the Zombie King. Now that he had lost all his cultivation, he was naturally no longer a match for the Zombie King. Therefore, he precisely wanted to ask Qinshingi to make a move to eliminate this Zombie King, for the people around, to get rid of this big harm. Chapter 40, Free, Use It for Nothing. The scourge that the old Celestial Master is referring to is that Zombie King, right? Little Friend is really smart. The poor Taoist's mind was all known by Little Friend at a glance. I wonder if Little Friend is willing to make a move. Chen Chang'e nodded his head as a promise. In fact, even if the old Celestial Master hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone to find trouble with that Zombie King. Because, the task issued by the system was for him to save the old Heavenly Master and then reward him with 50,000 merits. But now, the old Heavenly Master could sit here alive and well and make jokes about himself, but his 50,000 merits were late in arriving. Chen Shunchangyi thought about it and realized that there were only two possibilities. The first, what the system considered a successful rescue, was that along with the old Celestial Master's cultivation, it restored the old Celestial Master to his former peak state. The second, was that the system believed that the Zombie King was the culprit that caused the old Heavenly Master to be injured, and now the murderer had not yet been put to death, so the reward could not be given out. It's two possibilities, but when you think about it, you can see it. This first one, obviously, is unrealistic. Because the corpse poison on the old Celestial Master has invaded the lungs and internal organs as well as the limbs and bones, to be able to retrieve a life, is already not easy. If one wanted to preserve their cultivation, not to mention Chen Xingyi himself, even if a great Luo Golden Immortal descended to the world, it would be impossible to do so. The system doesn't release this kind of unfinishable quests. So, come to think of it, there's only the second possibility. Only after he had destroyed this Zombie King himself would the 50,000 merits arrive. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Chen Xingyi would not let this Zombie King live on in the world. Excellent. With Little Friend's hand, that stiff king will not be able to escape. This is truly a blessing for the people and the world. Poor Taoist has thanked Chen Shunxingyi, Taoist Master Chen, on their behalf. The old Heavenly Master spoke in a serious tone and respectfully bowed towards Chen Xingyi. Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanjin and Heavenly Master Xianqing also hurriedly bowed their heads toward Chen Xingyi. Joking, his own master has worshipped, he as a disciple still do not learn from the example. However, Chen Xingyi clearly had no time to care about the two of them right now. He was startled by the old Heavenly Master's action and rushed forward to assist him. Old Celestial Master, you're the elder, how can you worship me? It's really a shame for the kid. The old Heavenly Master, however, shook his head without any concern. Shang-yi this bow of mine is not an elder worshipping a younger one, but I am grateful to you on behalf of the 700,000 people of Jiangchang. This stiff king is extraordinary, even I can't subdue it. If we leave it alone, the 700,000 people of Jiangchang will suffer. So, this is not a favor for me alone, but a great favor for the entire 700,000 people of Jiangchang, and even the world. You deserve this worship. Old Celestial Master had fought with this Zombie King and knew how powerful it was. Right now, other than Chen Xingyi, there was no one else who was its opponent. Chen Shunxingyi's willingness to make a move was undoubtedly a great blessing for the people of Jiangchang. Old Celestial Master is overstated. Chen Xingyi rushed to help him up. Lightly said, subduing demons and eliminating devils is our cultivator's duty. The old Heavenly Master does not need to say thank you. Heavenly Master Xuanjin was infected by Chen Xingyi's words and said with an excited face, good. What a good example of the nature of my generation of cultivators. What Taoist Chen said is enlightening and thought-provoking. Since this is the case, although I, Xuanjin, know that my cultivation is low, I am willing to go along and help Taoist Chen. Even though I die 100 deaths, I have no regrets. On the side, Heavenly Master Xianqing slammed his thigh and bellowed, me too. Although the two of them were not as advanced as Chen Xingyi, they were still purple-robed Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Master's mansion no matter what. This matter of eliminating demons and benefiting the party naturally had their share. Even if this Zombie King couldn't even be dealt with by the Elder Master, even if he knew that this trip was full of crises, he still chose to join without hesitation. Chen Shunxingyi knew what the two of them were thinking, but still politely refused their good intentions. After all, it was just a mere stiff king, and it could be destroyed with the snap of a finger. Why make such a big deal out of it? But in order not to undermine the self-confidence of the two, Chen Xingyi still said very politely, I appreciate the goodwill of the two Taoist masters, but the old Heavenly Master has just lost his cultivation, so you'd better stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion and take care of him. Hearing this, Heavenly Master Xianjin's face was stony with a look of intolerance. How can this work? How can we say that we are also Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Master's mansion? How can we allow Taoist Chen to go into danger alone? Heavenly Master Xianqing was even more outspoken. Does Taoist Chen think that our cultivation is low? Don't worry. We won't hold you back. Ahem. The old Heavenly Master looked at these two beloved disciples of his face slightly embarrassed. People Qin Qingyi said it so obviously, how come you just can't hear it? Especially Xin Qing, it's really stupid and cute, just know it yourself, why do you have to say it outright? The old heavenly master shook his head and said helplessly, since young friend Chengyi has said so, the two of you shouldn't add to the chaos, just be around master more and listen to the teachings. When can I catch up to half of what young friend Chengyi has done? My master will die in peace. The old heavenly master's words had come to this point, and heavenly master Xin Qing was still a stick in the mud. After all, this matter started because of my Longhu Mountain heavenly master's mansion. How can I let Taoist Chen take over this mess alone? At least let us do some favors. At this point in the conversation, Chen Qingyi suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. There is indeed one thing that I would like to trouble you all with. Chen Chengyi thought of the bizarre big monk that Abbot Xuanda had spoken of. After Abbot Xuanda was educated, he was directly honest, so he told the whole story. This includes the death of Elder Huikong and the great monk who compelled him. Chen Qingyi always had a feeling that this big monk was inextricably linked to the big monk in the mouth of the female trickster that he had encountered when he was night fishing in the reservoir. It's even quite possible that it's the same person. He'd spoiled his fun, and now he'd come after him to deal with him. Makes total sense. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyi slowly opened his mouth. Do you guys still remember that weird big monk that Abbot Xuanda talked about? I don't think this matter is that simple. Elder Huikong may have died at the hands of that great monk. And I may have had some trouble with him too. Therefore, I would like to ask you all to help me investigate the whole thing, as well as the information of that great monk. The more detailed the better. Investigating a person is labor-intensive. This was originally Chen Qingyi's weak point, but now there is a free third party. They can outsource and still free, do not use for nothing Chapter 41 Departure, Searching for the Trail of the Stiff King. I didn't realize that Taoist Chen was actually involved. Then this matter must be properly investigated. Abbot Xuanda slandered the heavenly master's office and killed his beloved disciple, Elder Huikong. However, Tianshifo has always been able to convince people by virtue and knows a little bit about boxing, so the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Originally, the heavenly master's office was not going to delve into this matter. After all, the body is not afraid of the shadows, and he had never done it in the first place. But now it seems that the mastermind behind this, actually in Chen Qingyi has 1,000 links, then this matter cannot be ignored. Don't worry, Taoist Chen, leave this matter to us. Taoist Chen's matter is my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion's matter. We will definitely do our best to track it down. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen and Heavenly Master Xianqing immediately assured. The Celestial Master's Mansion had a specialized information-gathering body and the Gong methods to match it, and was very good at probing and searching for news. So they had such confidence that they would be able to get to the bottom of that mysterious mastermind. So thank you both. Chen Chengdao gave a thank you and left the Heavenly Master's Mansion. He had wanted to go to the village that the old Celestial Master had mentioned, where he had fought the Zombie King, to see if he could find any clues. Whoops! Just halfway through the trip, the sound of the system suddenly came to his ears. Please go to Zhengde Temple immediately and look for signs of the Zombie King. Shotokuji? Hearing this, Chen Qingyi suddenly froze. Wasn't this the lair of those vultures, and how could there be traces of the Zombie King there? Can't it be that these assholes colluded with the Zombie King and played a fairy jump, and then blame it on the Heavenly Master's office? However, Chen Qingyi thought on second thought that the group of vultures from Zhengde Temple did not have this ability yet. But since the system was pointing there, he was still going to go over there and find out for himself. What a strong smell of blood. There was still a long distance away from Zhengde Temple. Chen Qingyi could keenly smell a strong odor of blood. Chen Qingyi raised his head to look towards the direction of Zhengde Temple, and before he opened his heavenly eyes, he was able to see very clearly that a skyrocketing resentment had risen up from within the temple for a long time. Hey! Chen Qingyi sighed in his heart. It seems that Zhengde Temple has been brutally slaughtered by this Zombie King. Chen Chengyi did not have any favorable feelings towards these monks, so there was not much sadness in his heart. On weekdays, I often hear people recite, this Zhengde Temple's incense is how flourishing, daily go to burn incense to worship Buddha's incense is how huge. This time Zhengde Temple was patronized by the Zombie King, these incense burners can follow the bad luck. Moreover, judging from the enduring bloodlight and resentment, the innocent people who sacrificed themselves this time were not a few. I wonder if there are any survivors. Chen Qingyi's footsteps quickened as he walked quickly towards the Zhengde Temple in front of him. Shotokuji. The formerly atmospheric temple gate has now been chiseled through a large hole. On the door of the block, the inscription Zhengde Temple 3 bright and shiny gold plaque, has also fallen down, was trampled to pieces. Walking towards the inside of the temple, what met his eyes was a miserable and horrible situation, like hell on earth. Countless incense burners were directly sucked dry of their blood and became a dry corpse. Dismembered limbs and broken flesh littered the ground. The blood was even directly dyeing the verdant stone floor a blackish-purple color, an unnameable pungent odor that went straight to the nose. Chen Qingyi frowned and hastily utilized the turtle breath technique, which made him feel better. However, even Chen Qingyi couldn't help but be a bit moved by the next scene he saw. In the Buddha hall, a little girl kneels at the foot of the Buddha statue, her face flustered in prayer. However, only 2/3 of her body was left, and the blood in her body had long since dried up. She's still so young, flowery, what a shame. For these mortals, once they were attacked by the zombie king, they would only be left to die. The reason why the old Tiancher was able to last for so long was entirely due to the majestic true qi within his body. Not to be confused with mortals. That is to say, these mortals inside the temple who had suffered the attack of the zombie king would have had no chance of survival. What's more, when the zombie king attacked them, he didn't hold back at all. These mortals, either drained of all their blood or having lost most of their torsos, were already dead. The only thing Chen Xingyi could do now was to put them in the ground. Although Chen Xingyi didn't care to do all this superficial work, but at least, bury this little girl in front of him, because she was really too small, Chen Xingyi really couldn't bear to do it. Just as Chen Xingyi walked into the Buddha hall and reached out his hand to pick up the little girl's body, suddenly, a monk in monk's robes scurried out from behind the door. The monk had a dull expression, was covered in blood, and was holding half of the broken meat in his mouth. Chen Xingyi violently stopped his hand movements and stared vigilantly at the unusual monk in front of him. He could feel that what emanated from the monk was not the aura of a living person, but a cold and deathly aura of fluctuation. This monk's eyes were empty and lifeless, and there was a weird smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Apparently he had lost his mind and turned into a walking corpse. Obviously, this monk had some cultivation, and after being attacked by the zombie king, he didn't die immediately, but turned into this inhuman monster. Looking at the monk in front of him, Chen Xingyi frowned slightly, his heart somewhat puzzled. The zombie king does have the ability to transform regular people into such monsters, but why, within this temple, are there two very different monstrosities? Some people were drained of blood and even eaten alive, but some were transformed into such monsters that it was quite unorthodox. If we follow the old celestial master's statement, he fought with the zombie king, resulting in both of them losing. Then the zombie king should not be healed by now. It should suck human blood in large quantities to quickly recover from its own injuries. But again, why leave some of it behind and transform it into this monster? Wouldn't it be better to eat it all? Although he couldn't figure it out, one thing was certain, they were afraid that there were no living people left inside the Zhengde temple now. But despite this, in order to not let these monsters jeopardize the surrounding people, Chen Xingyi decided to eliminate them immediately. The monster seemed to be aware of Chen Xingyi's thoughts as it let out a low roar from its mouth and quickly lunged towards Chen Xingyi. Get out! Chen Xingyi directly raised his right foot and kicked the inhuman monster out. Chen Xingyi is not only profound in Taoism, but also has great physical strength, although this monster has strength that is different from normal people, but compared to Chen Xingyi, it is still a little bit worse. Roar! The monster let out a low roar once again as its attack was blocked. Chen Xingyi, however, no longer gave him a chance. Stretching out his finger and pointing it forward, a purple talisman appeared. Chapter 42, Jingde Temple Destroyed. The End of Abbot Xuanda. Boom! A dazzling golden light emanated from the talisman, a strong force gushed out, and the monster in front of him was annihilated in no time at all. Congratulations to the host for destroying Walker X1, rewarded with 50 merit. A walker, also known as the Walking Dead, is a monster that is somewhere between a living person and a zombie. After eliminating this walker, Chen Xingyi continued to walk towards the inner courtyard. Along the way, he encountered quite a few more walkers, which included monks in monks' robes and incense burners in their regular clothes. Although the walker has not been completely transformed into a zombie, but the consciousness has been completely erased, there is no possibility of rescue. Therefore, Chen Xingyi could only destroy them all and seized a lot of merit. There are nothing but corpses here but walking corpses, and the zombie king is afraid that he has long since fled, and I don't know where the trail referred to by the system is. Just then, a sudden scream came out. Chen Xingyi looked around and realized that the sound was coming from a Zen room not far away. There are actually living people. How does it sound like that fat abbot's voice? This is most likely the only surviving living person from Shotokuji, so he's most likely the only one who knows the whereabouts of the zombie king. Thinking of this, Chen Xingyi hurriedly walked quickly towards the Zen room where the sound had just been made. The door to the meditation room was half covered and was kicked open by Chen Xingyi. What came into view were three familiar faces: Elder Huixin, Elder Huiming, and Abbot Xuanda. At this point, the two elders, Huixin and Huiming, had become corpses, with a talisman affixed to each of their hands and feet and above their faces, and a voodoo pestle stuck in the small of their backs. Abbot Xuanda was still alive, but in no better shape. His neck was bitten by the zombie king with two big holes as thick as a thumb. However, there was no blood coming out, so it seemed that the blood had been temporarily stopped with a secret method. There's still a breath left in the air, but things aren't looking good. Because he was too heavily injured and his magical power was not as strong as the old heavenly masters, although he temporarily held his breath with the secret method, he was only lingering. Seeing this, Chen Xingyi also understood what had happened. Abbot Xuanda returned to Jingde Temple with his two disciples and happened to meet the zombie king who was committing murder in the temple. The three are no match for the zombie king and are bitten. It wasn't hard to tell from the talismans plastered all over Elder Huaxin and Elder Huiming's bodies, as well as the voodoo pestle stuck in the small of their backs. It was Abbot Xuanda who couldn't bear to see the two corpses, and then personally gave them a ride. Think about it. Chen Shengyi could not help but feel some sighs in his heart. That profit-driven, deluded, and gunned-down Abbot Suante. The Abbot Suante who was willing to kneel and kowtow in front of everyone in order to stay alive. In the big right and wrong present, actually also has a ruthless and decisive side. Perhaps that's the complexity of human nature. It's you! That little Taoist priest from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Abbot Xuanda was half lying on the ground, one hand propped up against the wall, gasping for air, bean-sized sweat sliding down his forehead. Seeing an outsider arrive, he tried desperately to sit up and save the last shred of decency. But, fighting against the necrotic poison had already made his mind exhausted. Where was the extra strength? So after trying a few times, he eventually gave up. You came, ahem, specifically to see my jokes? Chen Qingyi shook his head and said, I'm here to track down that zombie king. Hearing this, Abbot Xuanda's face suddenly changed. Filled with fear, he said, that guy is too powerful. You're no match for him. If you don't want to die, get out before it finds you. Obviously, Abbot Xuanda was scared out of his wits. Chen Shengyi ignored his cynicism and asked with a calm face. You just tell me where it went and I'll take care of the rest. Abbot Xuanda did not answer Chen Shengyi's question directly, but said to himself, that guy, he's no ordinary zombie. It is brutal and powerful. And it's not afraid of sunlight, and my spells don't work on it at all. No one can beat it, no one. It could have easily killed us, but it didn't, and I know it was trying to turn us into bloodthirsty zombies like it. It dreams. Buddha won't allow us to become zombies. When Abbot Xuanda finished, he tried to end his life. But at this moment, his mana was already depleted. The only two remaining voodoo mortars and pestles had been used up. He was now infected with corpse poison, and unusual weapons couldn't kill him, so he had to ask Chen Qingyi for help. Little Taoist, do me a favor? Chen Qingyi naturally knew what he meant, so he quickly walked forward and put his hand on Abbot Xuanda's wrist, and after probing it, he spoke. Luckily, your condition is not too serious, there is still room for saving, come back to the Heavenly Master's palace with me. At the beginning of the period, Chen Qingyi really didn't have any good feelings towards these monks. But seeing that he would rather die than become a bloodthirsty zombie to harm others, his impression of him was somewhat changed, so it was moved to compassion. But Abbot Suante did not appreciate it. He laughed out loud. Sadly, he said, you see what's going on here? My disciples are all dead, and the Zhengde temple that I've worked so hard for so many years has been destroyed, so what's the point of me living? If you really pity me, give me one last ride. Congratulations to the host for destroying zombie, not fully necrotic, X1, rewarded with 50 merit. Eventually, Chen Qingyi still chose to give Abbot Xuanda his final respect, and Abbot Suante also showed him the way in his dying moments. Back, mountain. Deep in a damp cave in the back of the mountain, a large monk holding a rosary sat cross-legged. In front of him stood a blood-covered, fanged zombie king. Boy, come here. The big monk beckoned toward it. The zombie king's eyes were dull and he walked towards him very mechanically. Good boy. The big monk fished out a bronze-colored bell covered with blood-colored patterns from his sleeve robe. Ding! The big monk took the bell and flicked it above the zombie king's head. There was a strange rumble above the bell. Roar! Hearing this voice, the zombie king suddenly let out a low roar, looking very manic. It's going to be quick, just hang in there a little longer, good boy. The big monk looked at the zombie king in front of him with a maniacal face and reached out his hand to touch it on its head. It felt like petting a pet. Moments later, one after another, souls flew out of the zombie king's head and were absorbed into the bell. These souls were men, women, old people, and children, and none of them had a pained look on their faces and let out a miserable wail. Chapter 43, Little King of the Stiffs, take it down, take it down. I'm so dead. I'm not happy about this. Demon monk, you will be punished by heaven. These souls are all from those incense, and monks from the Shotokan temple. Not only were their lives victimized, even their souls were taken away by secret methods, making it impossible for them to be reincarnated and enter the wheel of reincarnation again. Noisy! The great monk bellowed and increased his mana delivery. In a short while, all these souls, all of them, were put into that strange bell by him. The big monk put away the bell and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This Zhengde temple's incense is indeed flourishing, and there are quite a lot of joss stickers who come to offer incense. It's a shame it's now a disposable item. If I could have a few more temples like this, I would be able to collect souls at a much faster rate. The zombie king who had his soul forcibly taken away had a face of pain at the moment. He let out a gurgling low roar, as if in protest. However, he never dared to do anything rebellious to the big monk in front of him. Son, you've worked hard, and I won't let you work for nothing. The big monk glanced at the zombie king and pulled out a small porcelain vase from his sleeve once again. The moment he saw that small porcelain vase, a hint of essence immediately flashed in the zombie king's eyes. As if, what was inside was tempting him. Snap! The porcelain bottle was opened, revealing a dark brown liquid inside that emitted a strange, ethereal aroma. The big monk tossed the small porcelain vase to the zombie king and said with a doting face, "Drink up, kid, I'm not going to shortchange you." Just as the zombie king was enjoying the bizarre liquid inside the bottle with an intoxicated face, the big monk suddenly changed his face. Damn it! This useless thing, Xuanda, actually chooses to die rather than live. Without him to hold Qinshingi back, I believe he will soon arrive. My plan isn't finished yet, now is not the time to fight him hard. What the great monk had planned. It was to use the monks in the temple who had been bitten by the zombie king and were about to be assimilated into zombies to delay Qinshingi's footsteps and consume his strength. Then you wait for your own opportunity and Sparrow in the back. But what he didn't expect was that Abbot Xuanda, who had always been greedy and fearful of death, actually dropped the ball at this critical moment. Not only did he take the initiative to resolve the soon-to-be necrotic fellow disciples, but even he himself was bent on death. This now completely disrupted the great monk's plan. I don't have time to spend with him here, I can only retreat first after watching. The big monk looked at the zombie king in front of him, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. It's a shame about the kid though, what a great tool. But now there's no choice but to abandon the car. After Qinshingi took care of Abbot Xuanda, then he came to the back of the mountain. With a compass in hand, he followed the guidance above the fall and soon arrived in front of a cave deep in the back of the mountain. Looks like this is it. Qinshingi put away his compass and looked at the cave in front of him. The zombie king was inside, and there were some preparations to be made before going in. Heaven and earth are the basics of the universe, and the root of all air. I have practiced extensively for 10,000 kalpas, and I have proved my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Qinshingi choked in his hands and recited incantations under his breath, and in a short while, a layer of golden flowing light blessed his surroundings. This is the Taoist golden light mantra. Although with Qinshingi's Tao, it was a snap of the fingers to cast a thunder spell. However, this zombie king compared successively defeated the old Tiancher and Abbot Xuanda. To avoid guttering, it's good to add a layer of protection. This golden light mantra, with its amazing defense and the ability to attack and defend, was just the right choice. After everything was ready, Chen Shang lifted his leg and stepped into the cave. Hoo-hoo! As soon as he walked in, a ghastly wind came out on his face, and although he was unable to break through Qinshingi's protective body flow light, he still detected a hint of something wrong. What a smell of blood! And it's not ordinary human blood, rather it looks like a plasma made from human blood using human blood as a guide and an evil method. Qinshingi frowned slightly. The heart was even more convinced that this zombie king was not simple. Most likely, the mysterious big monk was involved. Thinking of this, Qinshingi became more and more cautious while at the same time, his heart could not help but feel a little bit of joy. He never forgot about female Guile's request, after all, it was 10,000 points of merit. If I can be here, I'll be able to kill that big monk and the zombie king in one go. Then he himself would be able to reap 60,000 merits from this trip. Cool. Roar. Right at this moment, the zombie king, who had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move, violently pounced out. Good timing. Without dodging or avoiding, Qinshingi raised his again arm and blasted out with a fist. Boom! The two men's attacks collided together, and a loud ringing sound erupted from within the cave. For a while, dust filled the sky, and debris continuously rolled down overhead. Ha! What a powerful force, there really is something odd about this guy. On his first collision with the zombie king, Qinshingi could not help but be a bit surprised. This guy's strength is quite a bit greater than he thought. No wonder even the elder heavenly master was no match for him, and had scared Abbot Xuanda into that state. Roar! When one strike failed, the zombie king was obviously a bit annoyed. He opened his bloody mouth and bit up towards Qinshingi's shoulder. Qinshingi frowned slightly. What a mouthful, did you not brush your teeth after eating someone? Then he copied a yellow talisman and shoved it into the zombie king's mouth with a swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The yellow talisman crackled and exploded like a firecracker in the zombie king's mouth. The dazzling light illuminated the entire cave. The zombie king's face, all of a sudden, was popped to pieces, but it didn't hurt the root. This was done deliberately by Qinshingi. The yellow talisman he used is just the most elementary talisman, in order to just try the depth of this zombie king. What he wanted to do was not to simply destroy it, but to snatch back the souls of all those incense burners sacrificed by Zhengde Temple. As soon as he stepped into the temple gate, Qinshingi was keenly aware of this. Not only were these incense burners victimized by their names, but even their souls were taken from them. As a Taoist priest, Qinshingi certainly understood this. When people die, their souls can still go to reincarnation, and with luck, they can be reborn in the next life. But if you don't have a soul, then you really don't have anything. What's even more frightening is that the ones who hit regular people's souls are usually evil cultivators, and when they fall into the hands of these people, they are basically the ones whose bodies are destroyed and who will never go beyond life. These incense burners, they're all pathetic. Qinshingi couldn't bear to let these people end up like this. So, he then secretly resolved to help these people get their souls back and send them to reincarnation. Sinful animal, give me suppression. Chen Chang'e seized the opportunity and leaped into the air, holding a purple talisman in his hand, the Taoist rhythm flowing above the talisman, and the light flourished. Chapter 44, This matter is settled, 50,000 merits arrived. Roar! The golden stream of light enveloped the zombie king in a swift and powerful manner. The zombie king let out an unwilling roar, but was still firmly fixed in place. This purple talisman was precious even to Chen Chang'e. The energy contained in it, not to mention a small zombie king, even if the zombie master ancestor shogun came, it would only be suppressed. You have consumed so much of my effort, and it's worth being proud of you. Chen Chang'e fell from the air and pulled out a bell with a red handle and yellow body from his pocket. This bell is called the soul-attracting bell. The handle of the bell is made of thousand-year-old mahogany and the body is made of pure gold. And it is in the land of the bells and whistles, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon of heaven and earth, and then refining it with the power of great thoughts. It's the real deal, baby. Ding 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 ding. Chen Chang'e gently shook the soul-attracting bell, and in a flash, a soothing, meditative sound wave rippled through the cave. His lips moved slightly, casting a Taoist soul-attracting spell to match. The sky is clear, the earth is bright, the yin and the yang are intertwined, the soul returns, do not travel to a foreign land. The Big Dipper shines and the South Dipper guides the 3 souls and 7 spirits to their places. Shenhuang opened the way, the chaos was first divided, the spiritual light shines, the soul is at peace. The supreme compassion, Taoist law of nature, guides the soul to return to its place. The soul will return, follow my mantra, transcend the sea of bitterness, and return to its original state. I'm in a hurry. Roar! Although the zombie king was immobilized by the talisman and could not move, he still let out a gurgling low roar of pain. Its face was as tingling as a twist, and it looked in agony. This soul-attracting mantra and the soul-attracting bell work in conjunction with each other to be able to re-attract lost souls back. If a normal person with 3 sound souls and 7 spirits hears this bell and this spell, he will also feel peaceful and comfortable, relaxed and happy. But, as the saying goes, thy honey and his arsenic. Whether it was the bell of the soul-inducing bell or the incantation of the soul-inducing spell, for this zombie king in front of him, it was just like a knife and axe, very painful and hard to accept. It's not right. Chen Chang'e frowned slightly as he looked at the zombie king in front of him suspiciously. Open the eyes of heaven. Chen Chang'e stretched out his 2 fingers and traced them across his forehead, reciting the incantation silently under his breath. In the next moment, an essence burst out from the center of his eyebrows. Converge into the 3rd eye. As soon as the heavenly eyes opened, Chen Chang'e then saw that this zombie king's brain was empty, not a single soul. How? Chen Chang'e became more and more puzzled. This zombie king just slaughtered the Zhenda temple and took those people's souls captive. How could it not be on it? Chen Chang'e's heart surged with an inexplicable uneasiness. The zombie king's brain was empty of a soul. This scenario was greatly out of his expectation. Could it be that? Chen Chang'e pondered for a moment, then his hands quickly made a seal, recited words under his breath, and began to perform the Taoist secret art, trying to explore the secrets within the zombie king. Heaven and earth are limitless. Chen Kuan borrows the law, yin and yang, the 5 elements, listen to my command. With Chen Chang'e's incantation, the air around him began to fluctuate, forming a small cyclone that rotated around the zombie king. The golden streams of light intertwined with the light of the purple talisman, forming a light shield that firmly trapped the zombie king within it. Chen Chang'e's eyes became sharp, and through his heavenly eyes, he began to gain insight into every corner of the zombie king. Just then, the zombie king's body suddenly began to tremble. A black gas escaped from its 7 orifices and gradually coalesced into a blurry silhouette in the air. The figure had its back to him, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a rosary. Even though there was only a back figure, Chen Chang'e immediately guessed his identity. It was the real culprit behind the enslavement of the female guile, the slaughter of the Zhenda temple, and the manipulation of all of this, that bizarre big monk. He really did come to Jiangchang. Are you here to take revenge on me? Chen Chang'e frowned slightly and said in his heart. After he himself had overtaken the female guile and destroyed his magic weapon, the 2 of them had been feuding over it, and even if the other party had come a long way to seek revenge on him, it would not be surprising. Just, why go around in such a big circle? First he attacked the old heavenly master, then he slaughtered the Zhenda temple, and he took so many souls captive. What the hell does he want? Chen Chang'e suddenly felt that there must be an inextricable link behind all these things. But there was a cloud hanging over it, making it impossible to see for yourself. This great monk must not be able to run far, and since he has already come to Jiangchang, he must have his next move. Luckily, the Heavenly Master's office has intervened in the investigation, leaving me with a lot of trouble. Although Chen Chang's method of walking in a line was able to retrace some of the things that had happened before, it didn't have much of a tracking effect. Now the great monk was long gone and had left the zombie king to block himself. I guess it wasn't that easy to find him on his own. Just, let's destroy this zombie king first, then go back to the Heavenly Master's mansion to discuss it in the long run. Since those innocent souls inside the Zhengde temple were no longer on the zombie king, Chen Chang'e no longer had any concern. He put away the soul-attracting bell and strangled his hand to invoke the heavenly thunder. Without a moment's delay, a heavenly thunderbolt arrived from the sky with a boom. directly blasting the Zombie King into a burst of powder. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Zombie King X1, rewarded with 1000 merit. Congratulations to the host for curing the old Celestial Master and understanding the matter thoroughly, rewarded with 50,000 merits. The moment the Zombie King was completely annihilated, 2 system beeps sounded successively in Chen Xingyi's ears. 51,000 merits arrived. Lung Fu Shan. Inside the main hall of the Heavenly Master's mansion, the old Heavenly Master who had learned that the Zombie King had been completely annihilated by Chen Xingyi had an excited look on his face. Little friend Chengyi is really extraordinary. The moment he strikes, he leaves this Zombie King with nowhere to hide. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, it's impossible not to obey the old. The 2 Heavenly Masters, Xianzhan and Xiancheng, also showed particular exuberance. No wonder Taoist Chen didn't let the 2 of us interfere, so it was so easy. Yes, with Taoist Master Chen around, the people of my Jiangcheng have no worries. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the Zombie King being destroyed. After all, this Zombie King practicing Elder Heavenly Master couldn't even deal with it, and the pressure it brought to a few people was just too great. Now that they had been eliminated by Qin Chang with 1 strike, the big stone in the hearts of several people naturally fell to the ground and they could relax. Only Chen Chengyi, who had a worried look on his face. The old Heavenly Master quickly asked, "Little friend Chengyi, are you worried about those captive souls?" "Exactly." Chen Chengyi nodded his head and continued, "The people who were killed at Jingda Temple, there were hundreds of people, and these hundreds of souls were taken away without knowing where they were, and I always have a bad feeling in my heart. What would he use the souls of so many innocents for? Is it sacrifice or refining magic weapons? Now that the enemy is dark and we are light, the form is not optimistic. By the way, how's the investigation going on that big monk thing? Any sign of it yet?" Chapter 45, Someone who has lived for more than 200 years? The past events of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Time was too short, and for the time being, haven't found out anything of value. That big monk has profound magical power and acts very carefully, leaving no traces behind. I've sent extra people to check it out, but still in need of some time. Heavenly Master Xianqing said with an embarrassed face. He was the one who made a big promise in front of Chen Xingyi that it was their Tianchi mansion that had a knack for probing for information, and that they would definitely be able to find out the information he wanted, so that Chen Xingyi could rest assured. But now, it was impossible to find out too much after only 1 day, but it was still a bit of a slap in the face that they hadn't found out anything at all by now. Chen Xingyi frowned slightly. Obviously, he wasn't very happy about the progress. If there are no special circumstances, a slower check is a slower check. But now, hundreds of innocent souls are held in the hands of the other side. The later a minute it took to learn the other side's details, the danger these innocent souls faced would increase by 1 point. Chen Chengyi couldn't wait. He turned his head to look at the old Heavenly Master. "I've heard that within the Heavenly Master's mansion's hidden scripture pavilion, there is a resource room that contains a chronology of ancient and modern events, as well as local histories, historical records, and square records. It can be said to be an encyclopedia of a certain degree. I wonder if I can check it out." The old Celestial Master blinked as he was a bit surprised in his heart. Chen Xingyi was not a member of the Tianchi mansion, so why did he know the hidden secrets of the Tianchi mansion so well? But it was only a surprise. After all, the entire Heavenly Master's mansion was intended to be handed over to Chen Xingyi, so some hidden secrets counted for nothing. Thinking of this, the old Celestial Master was relieved, and he said with slight difficulty, "The information within the data room is indeed all-encompassing, and I thought of this method at first, but we don't even know his name, so there's no way to find out. It's like searching for information with a certain degree, without even keywords. It's naturally difficult to find the information you need." But this was not a difficult task for Chen Xingyi. He immediately thought of the female trickster. He didn't know what the big monk's name was, but he knew the female guile's identity information. Yangzhou Guanlingpei's family name. The location and characters are all there, and with something as big as water shenanigans killing people, it should be easy to pin down the time. According to that female trickster, it was that great monk who refined her into a magic weapon, forcing her to become a tool of her own to harm people's lives. It's impossible to wipe the slate clean on something this big. So, with these keywords, coupled with the contemporary math superpower brand a certain encyclopedia produced by the House of the Heavenly Master, we can certainly restore the truth of the matter and find out the details of the monk. Hidden scriptures. Chen Xingyi was dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a dragon head sectional staff and stepping on the 4 square steps. This is the important place of the Heavenly Master's palace, not just anyone can come in. For the old Heavenly Master to make an exception for himself, Chen Xingyi was still grateful. There wasn't much space inside the hidden scriptures. On top of the bookshelves all around, there were densely packed books of all kinds. Chen Xingyi's gaze swept over these books one by one, and finally, it landed on the dragon head sectional staff in his hand. Drink! Chen Xingyi flipped his right hand, and this dragon head sectional staff immediately turned in his hand. He stepped on the Big Dipper and pinched his hand, a set of maneuvers that flowed like water. Bang! Eventually, standing the dragon head sectional staff violently in front of him, he stretched out his 2 fingers and inputted his nimbus into it. Buzz! The dragon's head knuckle staff immediately let out a roar. The taiji pattern on top of the sectional staff flowed with Taoist rhythms, and the two dragons' eyes emitted a faint golden light, looking radiant, as if they were alive. Meditation enlightens the spirit, the Tao is natural, and the sea of books in the lineage of Tianji is boundless. The wise eye opens, the true words are revealed, the ancient scrolls of secret texts are read as the heart desires. Yin and Yang, the five elements, guide the light. The Taoist mind is clear, the magic power is boundless, and the true knowledge of the ancient books is quickly presented. Opening the scrolls is like opening the sky, turning the pages like watching the waves. The secret books of the Tao collection are shown one by one. Heaven is round and earth is square, the Tao is in harmony with nature, and when the true word is spoken, 10,000 scrolls are opened. As the incantations flowed in Chen Cheng's mouth, two dazzling golden lights immediately emerged from the dragon head sectional staff. Where the golden light swept, the ancient books on top of the bookshelf looked like they were coming to life, transforming into a light golden font that bounced to Chen Chengyi's face. Forming a circle, they surrounded Chen Chengyi right in the center. Read! Chen Chengyi stretched out his two fingers, pointing at the dragon's head section staff, and the light on top of the dragon's head flashed again, and all these living and breathing fonts were drilled into the dragon's head. The dragon's head knuckle staff was like a bridge between Chen Chengyi's consciousness and the books on the shelves. Almost at the same time, Chen Chengyi seemed to be in a slideshow as scenes from the past flashed in his mind. After all, after learning the truth of everything, Chen Chengyi's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. What? In the middle of the great hall, Heavenly Master Xianqing stood up with an incredulous expression. With wide eyes, he stared at Chen Chengyi dead in the face. You mean, that Yangzhou Guangling Pei woman was actually born in the 9th year of the Jiaqing reign, that is, 1804? How is this possible? It was no wonder that Heavenly Master Xianqing was so surprised. 1804, that was more than 200 years ago. And that woman was born over 200 years ago, then unfortunately turned into a water trickster, and then met that great monk. Doing that math, this big monk was at least 200 years old. Can a normal person live over 200 years? This is clearly impossible. Could it be that the information is wrong? Heavenly Master Xuanqing's face was filled with doubt, but he quickly shook his head again. The information recorded in the data room of the Tianshi mansion was personally guarded by successive generations of Tianshi, and it was impossible for mistakes to be made. Heavenly Master Xianqing added, could it be that Taoist Chen checked in the wrong direction? Chen Chengyi shook his head. No, it won't, all the information matches. Daoguang 4 years, Yangzhou Guangling Mud Ping Village, a strange monks come here, to innocent water shenanigans as a guide, refining evil spells, for the scourge of a party. Zhang Enpu, the 63rd Tianshifu, could not bear the suffering of the living, and came here in person to subdue the strange monks and return stability to one side. The two fought for several days, the 63rd generation of Tianshifu Zhang Enpu was injured, the strange monk far away, made evil magic weapon, but also do not know where to go. Ancient texts recorded that the 63rd Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion had also fought with this great monk. As soon as Chen Chengyi spoke this information with the crowd, everyone's expressions became odd. Strange. Can anyone really live over 200 years? I didn't realize that this great monk had actually fought with the ancestor of my Heavenly Master's mansion, how bizarre. The two Heavenly Masters, Xianqing and Xuanzhen, secretly smacked their lips in sked. The old Heavenly Master's brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Chengyi was rather open-minded. With a disinterested face, he said, if he can live for more than 200 years, he must not be a human being, no matter what he is, exterminate him. It's just a pity that this is all that can be found in the ancient books, and we still have to ask you too for the rest of the information. Chapter 46, Shocking the Old Celestial Master by Uniting Heaven and Man at Any Time. Our news, Jingde Temple at 1423 yesterday, a sudden fire, resulting in the death of 3 incense burners, 13 people with varying degrees of burns. The monks of this temple also all suffered varying degrees of damage. After on-site investigation, as well as the abbot of this temple said, it is the incense burners did not install the provisions of burning wire incense, as well as the dry weather and many other reasons, leading to the fire. On the TV, the news of the last few days is being shown. At the bottom of Longhu Mountain, a police car stopped and a uniformed policeman came down, straight towards the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The incomers coming and going were talking about it. I go, how come the police uncle also came to Longhu Mountain? Is it hard to believe that the Heavenly Master has committed something? Don't talk nonsense. It must be the police uncle coming to get help from the Heavenly Master of Longfu Mountain. As far as I know, a lot of government projects such as feng shui reading and whatnot need the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain to personally come out. By the way, did you guys watch the news today? How did a fire break out in the nice Jingde temple? It's rumored that several people died, it's just too dangerous. Upon hearing about the dead, another incense burner hurriedly said, going to burn incense is still life-threatening? A perfumer carrying a black canvas bag, a mysterious face, said, you do not listen to the news blindly, Jingde temple that is what caught fire is clearly hit the evil. Another incense burner said with some disbelief, Isn't it said that Jingda Temple has the reincarnation of Buddha's son and Buddha's blessing? How could it hit evil? Hey, who knows, maybe it's not enough power. I say, how did you know? When he heard someone ask, the perfumed man carrying a black canvas bag then continued with a smug look on his face. My family lives in that neighborhood. Yesterday's screams at the Jingda Temple were terrible. I could hear it from far away. I even went out to see if there was a fire. I guess this time, the police uncle came to Longmu Mountain to seek the help of the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's house to investigate the case of Jingda Temple. Shoo, be careful what you say. Tianchi Mansion, inside the side hall. A uniformed police officer smashed his mouth and said with a worried expression, Old Heavenly Master, our police have already suppressed this matter as you wanted. Weirdness has been around since the beginning of time. The upper echelons are all heartfelt, but in order not to cause unnecessary panic, so the news is blocked every time. Especially in recent years, for reasons unknown, bizarre things have been happening frequently. And naturally, Lung Fu Shan, which is the ancestral court of Taoism, has much cooperation with the police. Old Tianchi and this police uncle are also considered old acquaintances. He came here this time to find out what was going on. After all, although they couldn't control what was beyond nature, they couldn't do both, could they? In case the police draw a premature conclusion and the matter is reversed, it will inevitably affect the credibility of the police among the public. Therefore, the police officer responsible for the news-mouth uncle, early in the morning personally rushed to Tianchi Mansion, looking for the old Tianchi to learn to come. Officer Lee, if you have something to say, just say it. The old Heavenly Master naturally knew what was on his mind, so he opened the door and asked. Yes. This man, known as Officer Lee, nodded heavily and said meaningfully, Old Celestial Master, I also went to see the scene, it's really too tragic. According to the victim's autopsy report to be very consistent with the recent online rumors of zombies doing it. Speaking here, Officer Lee deliberately paused and glanced at the Old Celestial Master. Seeing no response from the other party, he pursued the question. Old Celestial Master, you just confide in me, this time. Is it a zombie or not? Are there really zombies in this world? The Old Celestial Master did not hide it. After all that has gone wrong, there has to be an explanation to the top. And most importantly, the Old Celestial Master knew that similar things would not be rare in the future, and just couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Zombies indeed. The Old Heavenly Master said calmly. That. Although Officer Lee was prepared, he still choked on a mouthful of water. Ahem. He coughed violently a few times and continued to press the issue. Then this zombie, was it subdued by your Heavenly Master's mansion? It won't come out to cause trouble again, right? That's natural, but... The Old Heavenly Master shook his head and let out a bitter smile. The zombies this time are extraordinary, my Tianchi can't deal with them, it's that Taoist master who stepped in to quell the scourge, I don't dare to be greedy for the credit. Officer Lee looked in the direction that the Old Celestial Master was pointing. A young man in his early 20s was found sitting on top of a boulder meditating. This young man, naturally, was Chun Chingy. Although he did not take over the position of the Heavenly Master, he still stayed in the Heavenly Master's residence after the Old Heavenly Master repeatedly retained him. The Old Celestial Master arranged a small courtyard for him. It's not huge, but it's exquisite. What's more, the matter of the great monk was much involved with him, and the Tianchi Mansion, and it was inevitable that he would have more dealings with the Tianchi Mansion in the future. Therefore, Qin Qingyi also agreed. Hearing the Old Celestial Master's words, Officer Lee's heart pounded. He had naturally heard of Jingda Temple, which has a strong incense and the abbot has some skills. No wonder this time the zombie can be Jingda Temple to the silent clean, the original head actually so big. Even the Old Heavenly Master, known as the Living God, couldn't deal with it. This young man in front of me, who looks to be just in his early 20s, so young that he is actually more powerful than the Old Heavenly Master. Ha. It seemed to have seen what Officer Lee had in mind. The Old Heavenly Master calmly explained. Don't look at his young age, but in terms of cultivation he is far superior to me, and not only does he have quite an affinity with my Heavenly Master's mansion, he has also been gracious to my Heavenly Master's mansion on several occasions. This old life of the old Taoist was also saved by him. I won't be able to help you from now on, so you'll have to beg him for something. As the Old Heavenly Master spoke, his eyes were filled with relief as he looked at Chen Xingyi. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Chen Xingdu sat there on one end, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it was no different from meditating. However, the Old Celestial Master could see that Chen Xingyi was practicing, and was entering the realm of forgetfulness that had been the unity of heaven and man. This kind of realm, which the Old Celestial Master had only encountered once in his life, benefited him greatly. However, since yesterday, the Old Celestial Master had seen no less than 3 times on Chen Xingyi's body. It was as if this young man in front of him could unite heaven and earth at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was old and cursing wasn't good, the Old Heavenly Master would really want to curse his mother. This person seems to look somewhat familiar. Officer Lee stared at Chen Xingyi for a long time before suddenly remembering. This person in front of me is actually related to a murder case half a month ago. Chapter 47 I killed the man, so, are you going to arrest me? Half a month ago, Su Sanjang's daughter, Su Pippi, died strangely in a suburban reservoir. Officials claimed it was an accidental drowning. But Officer Lee knows deep down that this murder, it's not that simple. The scene was one he had seen for himself. The dead man was not drowned, but was scorched black, as if he had been struck by a tremendous electric current. But there wasn't even a power line in that neighborhood except for a deserted reservoir. Officer Lee did think that the deceased was more like struck by lightning. Only later, for some reason, it was actually defined as accidental drowning. It is said that the family of the deceased took the initiative to ask for it, coupled with the fact that they have some power in the area, so it was left unsettled. But here's the strange thing. The other day Su Sanjang personally went to the police station to flip his daughter's case, and he brought out a photo and swore that the person on it was the murderer of his daughter. It also gives the man's address. The police have also sent people to visit that neighborhood to investigate. The man in the photo, Chen, did live there for a while, only to suddenly move out recently. Didn't realize. I actually met this so-called murderer in the Heavenly Master's mansion. This matter was of great importance. Not only did it involve the Heavenly Master's mansion, but this young man was actually a cultivator with high magical power, and had just solved the Zombie King. Therefore, Officer Lee dared not act rashly. He looked tentatively at the old Celestial Master. That old Celestial Master, do you remember the woman who died strangely in the suburban reservoir half a month ago? The old Heavenly Master nodded his head, although he was a bit puzzled. Remember. This case is so bizarre because it's so bizarre. The above suspected that it was related to the weirdness, so they had also asked the Celestial Masters from the Tianchi mansion to go and see the scene. So, the old Celestial Master was somewhat impressed by this. According to the report of the Celestial Masters who went to the scene to investigate, a weird trail was indeed found at the scene, but it has already been wiped out, and the dead had a weird residual scent about them. So the initial judgment is that it should be possessed by a creep. Although the person who made the move was a bit unkind, killing the innocent mortal along with him, but considering the special circumstances at that time, it was also justifiable. The only thing that bothered the old Celestial Master a bit was, the person who struck out was a bizarre one who was put to death by lightning, so he thought that his cultivation should not be low. Perhaps it is the work of some cloudwalker who has traveled here. These Yunwu Dao, all of them are people with high magical power, although they may have acted in a somewhat misbehaved manner, but in the end, they still harbor a heart of justice. So well, Tianshifu also did not continue to investigate. I just don't know, what is the reason for this Officer Lee to suddenly revisit this old case? Please take a look, old Celestial Master, this is one of the latest clues provided by the deceased's family. Officer Lee carefully pulled out a photograph. The old Celestial Master recognized at once that the person in the photo was none other than Chen Qingyi. It was immediately clear what was going on. Officer Lee originally wanted to, privately, discuss with the old Celestial Master on how to handle it. However, without thinking about it, the old Heavenly Master directly waved his big hand and shouted at Chen Qingyi who was meditating outside. Little friend Chengyi, this Officer Lee wants to find out something from you. What? Officer Lee, who was sitting on the sidelines, was numb. This old Celestial Master is also too unconventional. Why don't you just go to the person in question? It's not like you can't afford it. In case this Taoist Chen really did it, if he angered him and he came down with a bolt of heavenly lightning, he would not be able to eat it. Seemingly seeing Officer Lee's dilemma, the old Heavenly Master hemmed and hawed and comforted. Don't be afraid, Officer Lee, this Taoist Chen is very nice. Good talk? You call striking people with a thunderbolt a nice thing to say? Not so these monks, what kind of brains are they? Officer Lee originally thought that the best person to talk to in the entire Heavenly Master's house was the old Heavenly Master in front of him. That's why he dared to speak the questions in his mind to the old Celestial Master. I just didn't realize that this old Celestial Master was actually a belly-aching old codger. Now that the arrow was on the string, Officer Lee could only take a deep breath and wait for the judgment of fate. Coming. As soon as Chen Changyi heard the old Heavenly Master call himself, he answered and walked into the house without any politeness, directly sitting on his butt opposite the two men. This is Officer Lee, right? What can I do for you? Small matter, Taoist Chen. This time, I'm looking for you, actually. There seemed to be a natural sense of oppression on Chen Qingyi's body. Officer Lee couldn't help but feel a little nervous and was a little short on words. He fought for decades on the job, and the more he was able to deal with even the most vicious criminals, the easier he was able to deal with them. But the person in front of him, after all, could not be measured by common sense. It's normal to be a little nervous. Seeing that the other party didn't know how to speak for a while, Chen Qingyi directly admitted it in a big way. I killed the man. People who cultivate the way are stronger than ordinary people, both in terms of physical fitness and the five senses, especially at the level of Chen Qingyi. The two had talked earlier, though not loudly and at a distance. But still, not a word fell into his ears. This was why the old Heavenly Master chose to open the door so much. We already know anyway, so we might as well spread it out. At the very least, he did believe that Chen Shengyi was not someone who killed innocents indiscriminately. I killed the man. Those 5 words ring true. Hearing Chen Shengyi frankly admit it, Officer Li is numb once again. Not with that. Who am I? Where am I? Why do you admit it so easily? What am I supposed to do? Arrest you? Actually, there's something else going on here. Chen Shengyi also didn't want to make things difficult for Officer Li, so he opened his mouth again and told the whole story. When Officer Li heard about all the evil things that Anchor Pippi had done, Officer Li's expression suddenly became a bit sullen. White-collar workers leaving work late at night in full view of the public were scared to death that he was incontinent. A middle-aged couple was separated from their wife by her screwing. A martyr's family member was so upset by her whole thing that she broke down in tears and tried to kill herself. These behaviors of Anchor Pippi have gone far beyond the realm of live-streaming neatness, and she is committing a crime. That's just the way it is. What she did was outrageous, and I'm just doing God's work for him. Moreover, at that time, the weirdness in her body was already entangling her like a maggot in her hock, making it difficult to completely pull her out. That's why I finally made this decision after weighing many options. Officer Li, are you arresting me? After Chen Shengyi finished speaking, he gazed at Officer Li on the opposite side with a calm face. Although, one does act in the name of heaven, one does kill people. In the midst of this set of rules on earth, one does sin. This is undeniable. Chapter 48 Chen Shengyi is the 99th generation Tiancher heir of my Tiancher mansion. What is his crime? Hearing this, Officer Li was a little embarrassed. What he was struggling with now was no longer the question of whether or not to arrest Chen Shengyi. Instead, it's amazing that so many vicious incidents have occurred in their own precincts, and they don't even know about it. So many people have been victimized, and this even includes the families of martyrs. These people, don't they ever report crimes? Of course not. Then why didn't you hear anything? And that's intriguing. He knew that the Su family had some influence in this area, but he hadn't expected that it had gotten this big. Looks like it's time to fix it. This piece of business, it's our dereliction of duty, actually letting this guy do so many evil things and still continue to get away with it, chilling the hearts of the people. I am deeply reviewing this. Officer Li instantly assured him. Then he said with some hesitation, as for Daoist Chen, to be honest, he did have a bit of a dilemma right now. I don't know what to do with it. In the end, it was the old celestial master who stepped in and rounded things up. Officer Li, why don't you sell my Tiancher mansion some face? This Taoist Master Chen, in the future, is going to inherit my position as a heavenly master and become the next generation of heavenly masters. And then again, he just made a move to subdue the zombie king who was plaguing the party, benefiting the people, didn't he? As for this reservoir case, in my opinion, it was handled very well too. What? Hearing the words very good, not only was Officer Li confused, even Chen Shengyi froze for a moment. The old heavenly master, however, did not care about the two men's surprised expressions and continued. The deceased has been eroded by the weirdness in his life. He can no longer be considered a normal human being. If he is left unattended, more things are bound to be born, and it may even lead to a great disaster. Daoist Chen was able to make a decision on the spur of the moment and nip the weirdness in the bud. That's courageous and resourceful. Very well done. If we don't do that, do we have to wait until it goes out and harms people? Do we have to wait until an innocent person dies in vain before we can strike? What kind of sense is that? The old celestial master's words were reasoned and convincing. Chen Shengyi secretly nodded his head. So that's how words can be said. That's the art of language. Officer Li was more like a dream, and immediately nodded his head repeatedly. What the old celestial master has taught us. Daoist Chen, I hope I'm not offended for having offended you more just now. How should the case be closed? Officer Li is torn again, murderer into a hero. How to close the case? For his part, the old celestial master smiled faintly and stated, hasn't this case been characterized as an accidental drowning, and how else do you need to close it? 3 days later. Jiangcheng, city center, inside a luxurious villa. The extremely luxurious living room had long since been set up as a hearth. White flowers and white cloths were hanging everywhere. On the offering table, there was a variety of cherished fruits and a posthumous portrait of Chen Pippi. Luo Mingju carried a box of add calcium milk and strained to the offering table. After opening it, a bottle was placed on the offering table. Your father is really incompetent too. He doesn't even know what his daughter likes. Or I'm a good mom, right, and got you your favorite AD calcium milk. Luo Mingju was here talking to her daughter in a conversation. With that said, these tears fell. Daughter, how can you say you were so cruel to leave me and your father like that? My daughter! How come mom hasn't even seen the last of you? As he spoke, Su Sanjiang, who was covered in anger, returned with a drawn face. Cry. You just know how to cry. If you cry day and night, you can't bring your daughter back. You, this thousand dagger your daughter has been out for so many days, you still don't go home every day, woo. Seeing Su Sanjiang return, Luo Mingju cried even more. Su Sanjiang said with a cold face, what's the use of me staying at home all day? Isn't it still for the sake of avenging my daughter's death that I'm out there working my ass off? Although Su Sanjiang was very career-oriented, he hadn't paid much attention to his daughter over the years. But with this wife, it's still very much on the table. This time, the reason why the attitude is so bad is because there is a reason for it. Ever since his daughter's accident, he was looking for people and connections everywhere, just to avenge her. But neither that Ma San nor Zhang De Temple could actually help Chen Xingyi. First, Ma San disappeared for no reason and no one could reach him. Shota Kuji was even outright exterminated. With no other choice, Su Sanjiang had to settle for the second best, presuming to use the weapons of the law to try Chen Xingyi. Originally, the bureau had decided to open a case for investigation. All sent a task force to investigate the neighborhood where Chen Xingyi had lived. Su Sanjiang is going to the bureau today to ask about the progress. But unexpectedly, things actually came to a shocking reversal. The police officer in charge of his daughter's case told him that his daughter had died of accidental drowning and that the case had been closed, telling him not to persist in his obsession. Su Sanjiang, who learned of this final result, had his entire body numbed. Can he not know what is going on with his daughter? He's not the only one who knows that. A lot of people know that. But now, how did things get to this point? It was naturally impossible for Su Sanjiang to accept this result. He made all kinds of connections and went through a lot of doors. But this time, there was only one reply. What happened to your daughter was indeed an accident. I'm sorry for your loss. That night, Su Sanjiang lay on his bed and couldn't sleep horizontally. So he got up and went out on the balcony to smoke. He lit a cigarette and took a sharp drag. Someone must be behind the sudden change in the attitude of the police so quickly. This person was actually able to block all my paths, and the ability contained in his body was extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Sanjiang's mood couldn't help but be a little depressed. He didn't understand what this Chen Xingyi was all about. Shota Kuji can't even help him. Even the police are harboring him. More than anything, he couldn't figure out why such a powerful person would want to cross his own daughter. Suddenly hot, a strong feeling of powerlessness came over him. He's made a lot of money himself though and has a lot of territory, though it's considered a local snake in Zhangcheng. However, facing someone like Chen Xingyi, one still felt powerless. Watching his own daughter being murdered, and not even being able to do something as simple as take revenge. Just as Su Sanjiang fell into deep remorse and self-doubt. Suddenly, a voice came. Do you want revenge? What man? Su Sanjiang was startled by the sudden sound. In a panic, the cigarette in his hand fell on his pants and burned a big hole in the leg. Su Sanjiang then realized that at some point, there actually appeared beside him, a big monk wearing a gray monk's robe and holding a rosary. Chapter 49, A New Crisis. The Great Monk's next move. Boss, 3 more steamed buns. Boss, we're out of chile, add more. Okay. A $10 fast food restaurant next to a construction site. A hot mess. Those who come here to eat are, without exception, all men. Some of them were carrying a dirty water glass, some were wearing a tattered helmet, and some of them simply went straight to bare arms and feasted on their plates of food, eating with great gusto. They are all workers of several construction sites in this neighborhood, and after a day's hard work, they can't afford to spend money, and if it weren't for a $10 fast food restaurant in this neighborhood, many of them wouldn't even have enough to eat. It's not because there are so few restaurants in the neighborhood. Rather, it's because the asking prices are all too expensive. They can't afford to spend. Oldly, your construction site is almost finished, right? After this batch of work, what are your plans? Harm. I'm just looking for a job. What's the plan? Yours is still good. Our construction site, the boss does not know who offended. Half a month have stopped work to rectify 3 times, dry on the next no. Difficult. All hard. A few familiar folk, sitting around a table, greeted each other. They are all temporary workers found by major companies and their income is very unstable. When there's no work, there's no money. Coupled with the recession in the industry in recent years, some people have even taken a break for several months. Don't even eat it. Just then, a man in a suit and sunglasses walked in. He scanned the week and yelled at the top of his lungs. I've got a construction site on my hands that's about to start, and I'm in desperate need of manpower. Anyone who wants to go to any masonry, plumbing, carpentry, come to me and sign up. It's like the TV show job market. A foreman in a wooling van stops and shouts, and a whole bunch of workers scramble to sign up. Then, load and go, all at once. Obviously, this primitive method of recruiting applies very well here as well. Immediately after the sunglasses man shouted, several workers gathered around. Boss, I'll go. Boss, I've been a carpenter for 20 years, I'm good with my hands. Boss, I'm physically strong, one person can do the work of 2. I'm good at everything, I can do anything, I'm good at tying rebar, I'm good at building supports, count me in. It's not easy to find work in this climate, so these people are anxious to start selling themselves without even asking for a salary package. The sunglasses man nodded with great satisfaction and slipped them a card. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, meet at a place. 350 a day, food and lodging included, any kind of labor, as many as come. 3 days later, the Su family. The big monk placed a small black wooden box on Su Sanjiang's desk. As usual, take what's inside, put it where I tell you, and you'll soon be able to avenge your daughter. Su Sanjiang accepted the box with some hesitation. The heart was not a little apprehensive. For some reason, he always felt that there was something odd about the big monk in front of him. Every time he handed himself something, it was also very strange. It's either a ghostly drawing, some severed finger, or a small animal carcass or something like that. And each time, they let themselves personally bury these things, in some hidden corner of the construction site. This construction was also authorized by this great monk. The design drawings, and some specific building materials, were also provided by this great monk to himself. And what was most incomprehensible to Su Sanjiang was, the great monk had only one request of him, and that was to recruit more people. It doesn't matter if the work is good or bad, fast or slow, as long as it's human. Su Sanjiang knew, of course, that the great monk was using himself, though he didn't know, yet, what his true purpose was. But none of that matters. It doesn't matter if you use yourself, or if you have a selfish desire, as long as you can help yourself to avenge your daughter's death. He's willing to do it all. Right, how many people have been recruited now? The big monk took a sip of tea and asked lightly. Su Sanjiang replied, these days I've asked Xiao Zhang to recruit people everywhere, now there are more than 1,000 workers anyhow. This time, the project was not a big one, and 1,000 or so people is already a very large number. Su Sanjiang had thought that the number of people was already large enough. The great monk, however, said with some dissatisfaction, not enough. These are still far from enough. You continue to grasp the recruitment, if you really can't recruit, continue to raise the treatment, don't be reluctant to part with your money, want to avenge your daughter, this is the only chance we have. Longhu Mountain, Tianshir's mansion. These days, Qin Xingyi had already adapted to life in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Every day, apart from dry meals, he meditated and practiced, and occasionally instructed others in their practice. Although it was just a couple of random nudges each time, it was enough to open their eyes. This day, Qin Xingyi was meditating on a huge rock. Suddenly, I heard the discussion of the passing incense. Have you guys heard? The abandoned coal mine in the west of the city seems to have started up again recently. Heard about it. It says it's going to build some kind of Netflix resort. Somehow, what's the fun in a broken coal mine? It's rumored to be 350 a day, with food and lodging included. I'm tempted. The price has gone up, it's now 500 a day. And they're hiring every day, even the inexperienced ones. I really don't know if this boss is out of his mind. What's the point of looking for so many people? Such a high salary, the boss must be very rich. Who says it's not? The owner seems to be that Su Sanjiang, he really has a mine. This coal mine was also as before, hey, it's good to be rich. Originally, Qin Xingyi did not care about the idle chatter between these incoming and outgoing incense burners. But this time, the name Su Sanjiang caught his attention. Now that the industry is in a slump, even centralized state-owned enterprises have begun to cut salaries and lay off employees to save energy and increase efficiency. He a businessman who only knows how to speculate and take by force. How is it possible to have a big infrastructure at this juncture? It's a weird thing to be able to do. Also, the pay is so high and you need so many more. So high profile. Qin Xingyi had a premonition that there must be some kind of ulterior secret behind this. Mission release, please host to the west side of the city, dismantle the conspiracy of the great monk and Su Sanjiang, mission reward, 20,000 merit. Right at this moment, suddenly a system beep sounded in Qin Xingyi's ears, confirming his suspicions. How did Su Sanjiang get involved with the great monk? Qin Xingyi couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. But soon, another terrible suspicion crept into his mind. The great monk now goes around plundering souls. Right now, it's conspiring with Su Sanjiang to gather so many workers. If it was the great monk who hit on these workers, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 50, I will pass on the art of fortune telling to you. In the future, you should properly assist Qin Xingyi. That night, Qin Xingyi then planned to go alone to the site where the abandoned coal mine was located to find out what was going on. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen couldn't rest assured and said he would follow along. Qin Xingyi thought that this time, he was only going to just scout the situation, there shouldn't be any danger. So it was agreed. The two of them changed into civilian clothes and set off together from the Heavenly Master's mansion. It was 10:30 at night when the two arrived at the construction site. The site was still brightly lit and crowded. And yet, instead of meeting deadlines, they were playing cards, smoking, and drinking. 30,000. Huzzah! Get the money, get the money. You're touching yourself again. How many times have you done it? Did you cheat? Don't talk nonsense. Willing to bet. Take the money, take the money. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Master Xianjun was a bit puzzled. The boss here, who spent so much money and recruited so many workers, but not to meet the deadline, what kind of show is this? And these workers, each one of them, looked full of energy and smiles. Obviously, the daytime work must not be too intense either. Actually, these workers haven't done much work at all since they came in. The boss has only one requirement, and that is to eat, drink and sleep at the construction site, and no one is allowed to leave for more than 1 kilometer. At the beginning of the period, the workers were worried that they were being scammed, but the boss promised to give them daily wages. 500 RMB per day on time. With these real money incomes, the workers are relieved. Money to get also do not have to work, construction site food and very good, for dishes of soup every day, fish and meat. Where can I find such a great deal to go to? As for why they don't work, they don't care. As long as there's money to be had. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen looked at these people playing cards inside and asked with a frown, Taoist Chen, why do I feel that the atmosphere here is not quite right? Chen Cheng smiled and said, how is it wrong? I can't say, I always feel that there is something odd here, but, and don't feel the yin qi. The frown of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen frowned even deeper. Naturally, he didn't believe that this was an ordinary construction site. But yet, I can't see anything wrong with it. That's the point. Not seeing the problem is the biggest problem. Just go in and ask. As soon as Chen Chengyi said that, he strutted towards the inside. Holy, so direct? Heavenly Master Xianjin froze and also hurriedly raised his leg to follow. The Heavenly Master's mansion. Yangxin Temple. The old celestial master sat cross-legged in the main seat, his eyes watching his nose and mouth. Although he had lost his cultivation, meditating could not communicate with heaven and earth. But ultimately, it can be a good way to cultivate your body and mind. Heavenly Master Xianqing looked at his master, his face full of entanglement. Several times he opened his mouth to say something, but eventually held his tongue. Xianqing, a cultivator must have a mind free of distractions in order to have a solid Taoist heart. You're so old, do you need Master to continue educating you on this point? Master, I always feel a little restless, as if something will happen to senior brother him tonight. Heavenly Master Xianqing frowned and voiced the uneasiness in his heart. The old celestial master sighed and opened his eyes. Xuanzhen, it's fate. Hearing the old Heavenly Master say this, Heavenly Master Xuanqing's face changed violently. Master, could it be that shitty he? It's not easy to say. The old Heavenly Master sighed and continued to explain. This child, Xuanzhen, has the exact same birth date as my Heavenly Master's 63rd Heavenly Master. At that time, I was still thinking, this big monk, and my Longru mountain lineage has many entanglements, which belongs to the 63rd generation of my faction and the deepest entanglement of the Heavenly Master. Is all this really just a coincidence? I've been thinking about this for the past few days. It wasn't until last night, when I didn't hold back on divining a hang, that there were some eyebrows raised. The calamity is present, and Xianjin is the one to answer the calamity na. I originally couldn't bear the thought of letting this Xianjin child go through this mess, but I couldn't just stand by and watch Zhen Xingyi go and risk his life all by himself. My generation of cultivators should take the lives of the world as their own, even if that is my beloved disciple. I must not be so selfish. The more the old Heavenly Master spoke, the sadder he became, while the Heavenly Master Xianqing on the side was more and more alarmed by what he heard. He hadn't thought that the person behind this was so involved. He was well aware of Chen Xingyi's Taoist skills. Even for someone with such heavenly means, would this trip be dangerous? No wonder Master made an exception this time and let Master Xianjin follow him as well. Turns out he was the one who was due to be robbed. Then, in that case, wouldn't senior brother Xuanzhen be in grave danger? Thinking of this, Heavenly Master Xuanqing's face changed. Master, I'll go help them. Wait. The old celestial master stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood with a poof. It was only then that Heavenly Master Xianqing realized it afterward. Master, his old man, has long since lost all his magical powers and has been reduced to a normal human being. It was actually able to forcefully perform the art of divination. Behind this, there must have been a great price to pay. Master. Heavenly Master Xianqing hurriedly walked over to assist. Apprentice is unfilial, letting you, Master, take the trouble. The old Heavenly Master shook his head and said, there is no need to be too remorseful. I'm an old man now, so I'll die in peace if I can play my part for you. Master, that's senior brother and Taoist Chen. Heavenly Master Xianqing had wanted to rush over to help, but now that his master was injured again, he couldn't have no one around to take care of him. For a while, it was hard to know what to do. The old Heavenly Master continued, it's useless for you to go. Taoist Master Chen's Taoism is heavenly. What can you do to help? You can't even change the fate of your senior brother. But Heavenly Master Xianqing had 1,000 bad feelings in his heart, but he didn't know how to argue. A deep sense of powerlessness surged through his heart. He had been cultivating for dozens of years, but in the end, he couldn't do anything to help. Seeing this, the old Tianzher also comforted, Chen Taoist Master's good fortune will be heavenly, will be able to pass. You do not need to worry too much. As for your senior brother, the trigrams show 9 deaths, but Tianyan 9 people to hide one of them. The matter of cultivation, this is against the sky, we have to believe him, will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. What's more, there's Taoist Chen looking out for us, so there should be no harm done. Since ancient times, the word numerology has been mysterious. The old celestial master could only get a glimpse of heaven through the trigrams. Although it can be seen through the layers of dark clouds, Xianjin this trip is very dangerous, but there is a hidden Tai star flashing, which means that the encounter with a noble person to turn good luck. And the odds are that this nobleman is right on Chen Xingyi. After explaining this, the old Heavenly Master looked at Heavenly Master Xianqing again, as if he was making an important decision. It took a long time before he spoke slowly. Originally, I wanted to train you to be the next Heavenly Master heir, but... The old Heavenly Master was about to say something, and Heavenly Master Xianqing naturally understood what it meant. He said with a disinterested expression, Master, I understand everything, don't worry, I originally had no intention of taking the position of Heavenly Master, and now I will even less likely to fight for it. Good boy, Master believes in you. In that case, now I'll give you a choice, you must consider it carefully. Heavenly Master Xianqing asked with a puzzled expression, what choice? The old Heavenly Master said with a solemn face, I wish to pass on the art of fortune telling to you, and in the future, you will properly assist Xianqingi. Are you willing? Chapter 51 Soul Locking Formation and Soul Taking Formation. Are you two new here? Why haven't I seen you before? A middle-aged man wearing an undershirt with half a cigarette in his mouth looked at the two men, Xianqingi and Xuanzhen Tianshi, who were in civilian clothes and asked. Xianqingi replied frankly, yes, we're new here, we heard that the wages are high here, so we came over to have a look, hee. Xianqingi answered the questions without the slightest crack. The middle-aged man had no doubts and explained enthusiastically. Then you've come to the right place. It's been years since I've had a boss this stupid, and it's $500 a day, and it's daily. Best of all, no need to do any work. Tomorrow is all about smoking and drinking and playing cards, and look at these guys, they're going crazy. Oh yeah, the only thing is, food and shelter must be at the site, you can't leave, otherwise all previous wages will be nullified and you'll never be hired. Xianqingi nodded and asked with feigned surprise, $500 a day. How about that high, is it still hiring then? The middle-aged man barfed, then threw his cigarette butt out, then said with a regretful expression, 500 a day. Day end. But you've come at a bad time today, the people registering the number of people have already left, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Pity. Xianqingi pretended to be sorry and continued, then can we look around? Feel free to look around, and remember to be there by 8 tomorrow if you want to make money, I'm going to go play some cards first. Watching his distant back, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was slightly stunned. Is this still a construction site? The atmosphere is too relaxed plus pleasant. Also, there's an obvious bug. That is, since the owner of this construction site, who gave them so much money, the only requirement is that they cannot leave the site for a single step. But they had come all this way without either a gate or a sentry post. Not even a manager. How did he make sure that these people behave themselves and stay at the site? On your own? With these doubts in mind, the two men looked around the site. There were no obstacles in the process, but there was nothing to discover either. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen frowned and asked, Taoist Chen, how do I feel? This place is too normal, somehow, abnormal. Xianqingi replied, don't you think that the buildings here are a bit like formation? Formation? Taoist Master Xianzhen was slightly stunned, he was only focused on probing if there were any dirty things hidden in this neighborhood, and really didn't pay attention to these buildings. Right now, after hearing Xianqingi say this, it was only then that he reacted to the fact that there was indeed something wrong with the buildings around him. He said he was building some kind of Netflix resort, but he hired so many workers in a huge way, but instead, he didn't build a single room. A wall here, a few bricks there, it looked like a ruin. There is a Syriac war-damaged style of beauty. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen asked, can you tell what kind of formation it is? Xianqingi shook his head, the viewpoint is restricted, and this place is too big, the only way to see clearly is to. Xianqingi reached out and pointed to the sky. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen immediately understood. Xianqingi is trying to go to heaven. Although he didn't have the ability to fly into the sky, Xianqingi did. But now there's another problem. Master Chen, then. What about these people? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's meaning was obvious. It was fine for the two of them to fly up there, but not in front of so many people. Xianqingi didn't reply, but took out 2 sticks of clear incense. Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen immediately understood the situation, silently exercising his energy and holding his breath. What are you two doing? You can't have an open fire on a construction site, don't you know? Put it out. A passing worker, seeing something burning on Chen Cheng's hand, immediately spoke out to stop it. Xianqingi said with a smile, there are too many mosquitoes to repel them. Repel mosquitoes? That doesn't. Bam! Before the man could finish his sentence, he fell headlong to the ground and huffed and puffed. Not a moment too soon. Everyone here except Xianqingi and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen began to huff and puff. Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen silently gave Xianqingi a thumbs up. This kind of incense had a hypnotic and tranquilizing effect, which he naturally knew as a purple-robed Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion. But it was the first time he had ever seen such a strong effect and quick results. The two men looked down from the air to the ground. It was discovered that there did seem to be some kind of connection between these walls built with bricks and the scattered bricks, vaguely forming a formation. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen said thoughtfully, this seems to be the soul-locking formation. Xianqingi corrected, it's not a soul-locking formation, but a soul-taking formation. Soul-locking formation and soul-robbing formation, the difference between the two words is 1,000 miles. The soul-sealing formation is a formation invented by the first generation of Ma Shan's headmaster, Shou Tongsheng, a real person. Use 17 tongmei, ancient copper coin stained with a child's eyebrow, to forge a small 7 passes on the ground. This 7 passes is not only a passageway, but also an amusement park for the unjust souls, who roam this small 7 passes and will never be able to find an exit. As for the money through the hands of 10,000 people, the yang energy is very heavy, and when coupled with the boy's eyebrows, it will have the effect of inhibiting the flow of yin energy. The sinful chi in the coffin is introduced into the soul-locking formation by the living symbol, and then the true yang saliva is used to seal the yin vein of the corpse in the coffin. Grievances are not replenished by the yin chi of the corpse in the little 7 passes, so naturally they can increasingly dissipate. This soul-locking formation, although it sounds mysterious and bizarre, is a real one used to deal with zombies. Rumor has it that it is even able to dissolve the corpse gas and resentment in the zombie, thus transforming the zombie into a living person again. But unfortunately, this method has long been lost. The soul-snatching formation in front of the 2 was the exact opposite. It's a vicious formation that takes people's souls. After hearing Chen Qingyi's explanation, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's heart shook. This person is also too vicious to lay down such a vicious formation. Does he want these thousands of workers to die here? From now on, everything is clear. The reason why the great monk had chosen Su Sanjiang was because he was rich and powerful in the secular world and was able to gather such a large number of people easily. Coupled with his hatred for Chen Qingyi, it was easy to capitalize on. The reason for this bizarre rule is that you can't eat, drink or sleep away from the construction site. It is because they are fixated on the souls of these workers. The reason why there were neither gate guards nor guards here was also because of the existence of this big formation. Any workers who came here had already been affected by the big formation. The soul had been eroded by the big formation and could not go out at all. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen asked with an anxious face, Taoist Chen, is there a way to break this formation? Without the need for him, Taoist Master Xianzhen, to remind him, Chen Qingyi would not allow this grand formation to continue to operate any longer. Buzz. As soon as Chen Chang opened his heavenly eyes, the large formation in front of him changed its appearance once again. Su Sanjiang put those things at the eye of the formation. It is also exposed at this moment. Chapter 52, Soul Suppression Charm. Bloodshed Talisman. Broken Finger. Stillbirth. Sanjiang, I heard that you've been working on some kind of Netflix resort recently. Business is bad right now, and you've got so many workers, and you're spending so much money out every day. I'm really worried. I went to that construction site of yours yesterday. Those workers just know how to play cards and drink every day. No one is working at all. Are you being cheated by the people under your hand? Luo Mingzhu carried a cup of hot milk to Su Sanjiang's office. Intentionally or unintentionally, he mentioned his resort. It was supposed to be just a casual conversation between husband and wife. Su Sanjiang lost his temper for some reason. He spilled the hot milk in front of him with one hand. Bang! Glasses shattered all over the floor and white milk ran all over the place. Su Sanjiang was furious. I don't need you to mind my business. Being yelled at by Su Sanjiang like this, Luo Mingzhu froze for a moment. You're on gunpowder. Throwing such a tantrum. In the past, Luo Mingzhu never asked about Su Sanjiang's business. Su Sanjiang had never lost his temper this much with her either. She didn't really care if the resort made money or not on this visit. The main fear is that Su Sanjiang spends his mind on other places and neglects the matter of avenging his daughter's death. Su Sanjiang, I'm warning you, I don't really care about those businesses of yours. I'm just here to remind you that your daughter's revenge hasn't been avenged yet. I know my daughter's revenge in my heart. I don't need you to educate me on what to do. Just mind your own business, and spill your guts here so that my daughter's revenge can be avenged? Spill. Spill? Hearing this word, Luo Mingzhu froze. She looked incredulously at the man in front of her. Was she now reduced to a shrew in his eyes? Luo Mingzhu suddenly realized that she seemed to recognize this man in front of her more and more. He had never, before, been this way with himself. What was it that made him shift so quickly? Just then, the big monk in a gray monk's robe walked in. Luo Mingzhu looked at the other party and realized with a jolt. It seems that it was after this man showed up that his own husband became more and more irritable and impatient. It was as if he was a different person. Ma'am. The great monk nodded toward Luo Mingzhu. He was smiling though. But Luo Mingzhu's body suddenly had a piercing coolness that went all the way from the top of her head to the center of her feet. The corners of Luo Mingzhu's mouth trembled, forcing out a smile before fleeing as if she had left. The big monk looked at her figure and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master! Su Sanjiang saw the great monk arrive and hurriedly stood up to greet him. The great monk said faintly, the fish has taken the bait, let's go. There's something down here, dig it up. Chen Changyi pointed to a corner and said. Without saying a word, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen copied the shovel and dug. Not long after, a small black wooden box appeared in the duo site. This is. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen frowned and removed the wooden box. Just after opening the wooden box, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Inside the wooden box, there was a stillborn child the size of a palm. The fetus had taken shape, but at the moment its eyes had closed forever. Rao Chen Xingyi had already passed through his heavenly eyes and saw what was inside through the wooden box early on. Still couldn't help but sigh. Sin. Xuanzhen Tianzhi even clenched his fists with red eyes and said, this Must take the heavenly thunder to split him 3,000 transparent holes. Although he was a cultivator, he had naturally seen a lot of demons and ghosts, like zombies, yellow skins, female devils and whatnot. But there was still no way to suppress his emotions when he saw the scene in front of him. This fetus had only just been formed when it was scooped out of the mother's body, so you can believe what inhuman torture the fetus and mother had suffered. After the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master vented his emotions, he violently thought of something. Hurriedly, he turned his head to look at Chen Xingyi. Daoist Chen, can there be a way to transcend? This fetus had died in vain, and it had been refined into a magic weapon, so its soul would certainly not be able to rest in peace. That was why Heavenly Master Xuanzhen asked that. Chen Shengyi didn't answer directly, but sighed. There are other places, come with me. Led by Chen Xingyi, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen carried a shovel and sweated. In a short while, a dozen small black wooden boxes were dug out by the two. There are soul-suppressing talismans, blood-sucking talismans, severed fingers, charred half-shekels, etc., etc., etc. Looking at the dozen or so black wooden boxes on the ground, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's face couldn't help but twitch. So many charms and spells. No, these should be called shenanigans. The number of such a large number of trick weapons was amazing. Taking out just any one of them could cause shockwaves in the outside world. Right now a dozen or so trick weapons were being used together. It was unimaginable what the person behind the scenes was trying to do. Daoist Chen, this is a serious matter. We'd better ask for help from the Heavenly Master's office. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen said with a worried expression. Such a big scene was beyond his control. So, the first thing he thought of was to ask for help from the division behind him. Chen Xingyi, however, shook his head. Because he knew that what was at hand was just the tip of the iceberg, and the full picture of the matter had yet to be uncovered. Furthermore, the support that the Heavenly Master's office could give the two of them right now was really limited. The old Heavenly Master had lost all of his cultivation, and the only purple-robed Heavenly Masters currently left in front of him were Heavenly Master Xuanzhen and Heavenly Master Xianqing. As for the other yellow-robed Celestial Masters, coming is no different from giving away one's head. At that time, Chen Xingyi would have to be distracted from taking care of them, so it was better to forget about it. It could be said that right now, half of the living forces that the Heavenly Master's house could mobilize were already here. Whether or not Heavenly Master Xianqing came or not, the impact was no longer significant, and the old Heavenly Master couldn't be left without someone to protect him. It could be said that only the two of them could be relied upon now. The soul-snatching formation plus so many trick weapons and talismans, this is quite a handful. It seems that the two of us, this time, are in dire straits. After seeing the situation clearly, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen calmed down at this moment. There was even a not-so-subtle joke about it. Chen Changyi nodded and said, yes, it's been a long time since I've seen such a big scene. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen added, Daoist Chen, these trick weapons, is there a way to destroy them? Chen Xingyi shook his head. The artifacts and the Grand Formation complement each other and have fused into one. Attacking one of them rashly will cause the entire Grand Formation to backfire. Hearing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was violently frightened. He was a million times more fortunate that he hadn't acted on impulse and unleashed his Thunder Law to attack these trick weapons. Otherwise, I'm afraid their current situation would be even worse. And most importantly, there was still a way for the two of them to resist in the face of the backlash of the Grand Formation. But what about the innocent workers? Thinking of this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen frowned. Could it be that there really be no way out? Chapter 53. This, together with this, will kill Chen Xingyi and avenge your daughter's death. Chen Xingyi didn't say anything. Trying to break this big formation was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't a big deal to him. But the big question now is, what about these innocent workers? The souls of these people of theirs were now one with the big formation. Once the big formation was broken, the souls of these people would definitely be revolted. A mild case of dementia or outright death. Looking at these fallen workers, Chen Xingyi said with a grave expression on his face, we must take back the souls of these people before we can do so. These are poor people, running around trying to make ends meet. Chen Xingyi couldn't bear to abandon them. Could it be that Daoist Chen already has a way to crack it? The Xuanzhen Heavenly Master had a look of surprise on his face. He knew that Chen Xingyi was not a person without a target. Since the solution is proposed, there must be a way to do it. Chen Xingyi nodded and said, the art of soul drawing. The art of drawing souls is an ancient and mysterious art. It can be said that this is one of the most widely circulated Taoist secret arts in the folklore. For example, the folk art of calling the soul originates from this art of attracting souls. Although the name and specific practices vary from place to place, they are generally the same. Usually, when a child is frightened, the elderly will take him to the place of the incident, take a chopstick or a bamboo stick, point it on his index finger, and shout, so-and-so, come back. Or so-and-so, don't be afraid, come home with grandma. Or so-and-so, don't be afraid, go home with grandma. And so on. In the Celestial Master's Palace, there was a similar technique, but it was only a streamlined version. The full version, on the other hand, is lost. Chen Xingyi pulled out 2 pieces of yellow paper from his pocket, quickly folded them into 2 small lanterns, and handed one of them to the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master at the side. Time is limited, let's make do with this for now. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen looked at this miniature little lantern in his hand, his face a little embarrassed. Taoist Chen, I have not studied this art. Chen Xingyi, on the other hand, said without a care in the world, it's fine, just follow me and do as I do, give me a hand. Chen Xingyi said as he pinched his hand. A finger was pointed towards the lantern made of yellow paper pinched together. Bang! A small purple and green fire immediately erupted from within the lantern. Then, Chen Xingyi once again pulled out a few pieces of talisman paper and raised his hand. These talismans were then tightly affixed to the ground in the order of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen looked at the charms thoughtfully. Chen Changdao said, step on the Big Dipper's 7 star steps. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen immediately understood and followed Chen Xingyi's footsteps, echoing the runic formations on the ground. Tap! The two of them stepped on the Big Dipper, and Chen Chang recited the trick under his breath. Meditate and concentrate, heaven and earth as a guide, yin and yang are in harmony with the soul returning to the origin. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper guide the way home, and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun grants blessings to the soul. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, on the other hand, followed suit and chanted. Meditate and concentrate, heaven and earth as a guide, yin and yang are in harmony with the soul returning to the origin. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper guide the way home, and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun grants blessings to the soul. As the incantation was recited sentence by sentence from the duo's mouths, the Xuanzhen Celestial Master felt a moment of clarity in front of his eyes, and in a trance, it was as if he saw a path covered with dense fog. Hoo! But the next moment, suddenly, a fierce wind arose around him, and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was able to clearly feel that it was not an ordinary wind, but a strong yin qi and resentment qi, just like the yin wind from the 9 hells of hell. A gust of cloudy wind blew a chill down the back of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. And most importantly, in the small lantern made of yellow talisman on his hand, the flame, which was already very weak, started to become shaky under the cloudy wind, as if it would go out in the next instant. Chen Xingyi hurriedly reminded, utilize your true qi to protect the silver souls. Don't let the fire go out, or else you'll have lost all your efforts. Good. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen nodded heavily. With that, he hurriedly mobilized his true qi and formed a passport to firmly cover the fire. Chen Xingyi added, we have to hurry, they won't let us succeed so easily. Chen Xingyi knew that the commotion here must not be able to hide from that big monk. Once they know what they're thinking, they'll do everything they can to stop it. The situation would become very dangerous if they were held by the other party at the critical moment of soul invocation. That's why the two must rush to retrieve the souls of these workers before the other arrives. Otherwise it's passive. Wherever the mind goes, the power of the law is boundless, the soul is in the spirit, listen to my call. Taoism is natural, all things are in harmony, the soul returns to the Taoist countryside and enjoys eternal peace. Wherever the mind goes, the power of the law is boundless, the soul is in the spirit, listen to my call. Taoism is natural, all things are in harmony, the soul returns to the Taoist countryside and enjoys eternal peace. The two of them continued to cast the soul drawing technique with all their might, but they completely failed to notice. A Land Rover SUV, at some point, had arrived at the entrance of the construction site. The man who killed your daughter is in there, are you ready? The big monk sat in the car, holding a rosary in one hand and bearing it. As soon as Su Sanjiang heard, the murderer of his own daughter, a strong feeling of anger immediately rushed to his heart. Rumble! Immediately after that, the engine of this Land Rover SUV let out a burst of ear-piercing roar, as if it were a roaring beast. Master, I thank you for luring this over here. I'm going to drive over there and run him into the ground. The great monk shook his head gently. These two inside can both be cultivators, one is the purple-robed heavenly master of the current heavenly master's house, and his Taoism is not shallow, and the other is your old acquaintance Chen Xingyi, whose Tao is only stronger than the purple-robed heavenly master. Who do you think you're dealing with? Do you think that you can really run them over with your car? In response to this pot of cold water poured by the great monk, Su Sanjiang wasn't the slightest bit shaken. He opened the compartment under the center console and removed a metal box. Ka-chow! The box was opened and hidden inside was a pistol. Su Sanjiang picked up this pistol with a maniacal face and gasped. This! Can you kill him and avenge my daughter? The great monk shook his head and said, mundane weapons are still not quite enough to deal with cultivators of this level. The big monk took the pistol in Su Sanjiang's hand, and without saying a word, he headed towards his own chest. Bang bang, 2 shots. The bullet went through his chest, leaving 2 thumb-thin holes. But strangely enough, there wasn't a single ounce of blood coming out of the wound. Su Sanjiang stared blankly at this with wide eyes. After doing this, the big monk pulled out 2 blood-colored bullets from his pocket, and then smiled evilly. This, plus this, you can kill Chen Xingyi and avenge your daughter. But remember, you only get 2 chances. Chapter 54, is this still a human being? Su Sanjiang's eyes widened as he looked at the blood-colored bullet in the big monk's hand, an inexplicable excitement and uneasiness welling up in his heart. Who made him just a regular guy? But at this moment, it was also completely possible to feel that these 2 bullets were not mortal. Just by looking at it, one soul seems to be drawn out. Su Sanjiang hurriedly retracted his sight, his voice trembling as he asked, "This? What is this?" The great monk smiled faintly and said, "These are bullets refined with special materials and incantations that are strong enough to penetrate any body-protecting true chi and directly hit the cultivator's soul. However, they are very powerful and one must be careful when using them." Su Sanjiang gripped his pistol tightly and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He always felt that once he followed the words of the great monk, he would inevitably have to pay the corresponding price. However, over the years in the Jianghu crawling and fighting, he has long understood the world no free lunch this truth. Besides, there was no way back for him now long ago. My daughter's revenge must be avenged. Chen Xingyi must die. I understand, master. Su Sanjiang said in a deep voice, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Sight. Chen Xingyi and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's soul-inducing technique had reached a critical moment. Both of their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, but their eyes were firm and their hands moved without the slightest hesitation. Heaven and earth are limitless, Jian Kuan borrows the law, the soul returns, listen to my command. Chen Xingyi's voice suddenly raised by a few points as his fingers traced out an arcane trajectory in the air. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen followed suit, mimicking Chen Xingyi's movements. The two men's true chi intertwined in the air, forming a huge shroud of light that enveloped the fallen workers. Just then, the door to the construction site was slammed open. A Land Rover SUV rushed in like an angry beast, charging straight at Chen Chengyi and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Not good. Seeing this speeding SUV, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's eyes stared blankly, and a heart was raised to his throat at that moment. He instinctively and subconsciously tried to duck, but, at this critical moment, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen ghostly glanced at Chen Xingyi. At this moment, Chen Xingyi, as if he didn't even see this SUV, which was rushing towards the two of them, only to see, a glint flashed in his eyes, and the yellow paper lantern in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire construction site. Phew! Seeing this scene, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen took a deep breath and closed his eyes with the determination of certain death. Even Chen Xingyi didn't have the slightest fear, so how could he himself retreat? The soul returns, there shall be no violation. Chen Xingyi's voice was like thunder, shaking the air around him. The jutsu was finally completed in time for the final hurdle. A mass of white transparent souls flew out from all corners of the construction site and landed on the bodies of the workers lying on the ground. Just this moment, the SUV that was rampaging like a wild beast had also finally arrived in front of the two. Go to hell! Su Sanjiang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had reddened eyes. He violently turned the steering wheel, and the entire body directly grazed the corner of Xianjin Tianchu's clothes in a drift, and violently crashed towards Chen Xingyi. No good. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was violently startled. It wasn't until then that he reacted. This guy turned out to be heading for Chen Xingyi. Heaven and earth are the basics of the universe, and the root of all air. Widely practicing for billions of kalpas, I have proved my divine power. In the nick of time, Chen Xingyi hurriedly activated the golden light mantra. In the next instant, a golden stream of light immediately shielded his body. Get out! Bang! As soon as Chen Cheng swung his fist out, the metal beast with full horsepower was lifted out at once. What? Originally, the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master, who was still at a loss for words, saw the scene and his entire body became bad. You practiced the golden light mantra, and I practiced the golden light mantra. How could the difference between this golden light mantra and the golden light mantra be so great? A SUV with full horsepower, just lifted off by a light punch? Moreover, it was still possible to transport the golden light mantra in such an extreme amount of time? That reaction. The force. This Nima. Is this still human? However, thinking about all of Chen Xingyi's previous behavior, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was relieved. This guy, he wasn't even human in the first place. Rumble. The vehicle rolled several times until it hit a wall, which brought it to a stop. Ahem. The car door opens. Su Sanjiang, who had been dropped, walked out. Thank you, Master. He bowed deeply towards the great monk and gave Chen Xingyi a heartfelt look. Just now, if the great monk hadn't stepped in to save him at the critical moment, with such a huge impact, I'm afraid he himself would have already met his daughter in another world. After this battle, Su Sanjiang then realized more deeply. What the great monk said, mundane weapons are still not enough to deal with cultivators of this level. What does that mean? These people are just too scary. It can't even be called a person anymore. Chen Xingyi, we finally meet. The big monk coiled his Buddha beads, a simple smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi, on the other hand, frowned slightly and did not speak. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. After a long time, Chen Xingyi took the initiative to break the silence and asked, in the 4th year of the Dogwang era, Yangzhou Guanling Mudping village, do you remember? The big monk faintly said, the little monk has traveled too many places over the years, and has been somewhat unable to remember. The Mudping village that you mentioned, has perhaps been there. Chen Xingyi asked again, in that case, that pay woman was also persecuted by you and refined into a trick weapon? The big monk scratched his head and pretended to ponder for a while, then said, it seems. Be something like that. But, When I went there, the woman was already a female guile, so I was just acting on behalf of the heavens, so how can I say it was sabotage? On the contrary, it is you, the cultivator, who destroyed the monk's magic weapon without the permission of others. Isn't that not very reasonable? Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Sanjiang on the side frowned. For him, who had flunked out of elementary school, the fourth year of Daoguang was really a very unfamiliar word. He had to take out his cell phone and somehow search for it. It didn't matter if he searched, the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. 1824? Fortunately, it didn't leave him much time to be shocked. After Chen Changyi asked what he wanted to know. Next moment, 9 heavens above. The clouds rolled in. Heaven and earth changed color. Heavenly thunder rolls. Demon monk, be executed. Chen Changyi didn't continue to talk nonsense with him, since he had already found the right person. Let's make it quick. Therefore, the moment he struck, it was the heavenly thunder with the strongest killing aura. Chapter 55, The Three-Party Game. Tai Shanxian, the essence of Sing Ding. Messenger of electricity, shining on the Qinkuan. Wandering for 10,000 miles, General Shao intestines. The talisman arrives to be carried out, no stopping. Haste is like a law. Chen Cheng's incantations flew around in his mouth. A thick purple heavenly thunder then fell from the sky. Rumble. The purple heavenly thunder struck down head-on at the great monk's face. The big monk was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the heavenly thunder in the next instant. Turned into a handful of ashes. What? See this scene. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. The boss was eliminated so easily? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's eyes were wide open. He had thought that it would be another vicious battle, but he didn't realize that it had been resolved in less than 3 seconds. It's true what they say, has it begun? It's over. Su Sanjiang's mind was even more blank, and his eyes froze in place with a lifeless look. The great monk, whom he had originally regarded as his backer, had just inexplicably gone offline? Su Sanjiang subconsciously touched the gun in his pocket. The magazine was still loaded with 2 blood-colored bullets. It was the great monk who had given it to him earlier, in the car. He originally thought that with these 2 bullets he would be able to kill Chen Changyi and avenge his daughter's death. However, he never thought that even this great monk was not a match for Chen Changyi. It didn't even last a round. Can I still avenge my own daughter's death? Chen, Taoist Master Chen, is this settled? With an unbelievable face, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen opened his mouth to ask. Chen Changyi frowned and shook his head. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. Naturally, the great monk could not be eliminated so easily. The one who was annihilated just now was just a double. There was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did the great monk do that? Learning the truth, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen asked with a look of regret. Taoist Chen, then what do we do now? Since this great monk has already made his move, I'm sure he won't be so tigerish. Let's just wait for his next move, and respond to all changes with no change. Chen Changyi said indifferently. He added with a glance at the workers who were already on the verge of awakening. Send these workers out first. Good thing too. It'll have to do for now. Heavenly Master Xianzhen answered and turned his head towards a group of workers. After sending these workers out, no matter what else this big monk had up his sleeve, he and Chen Changyi had no more worries and were a little more comfortable in dealing with them. Before Heavenly Master Xuanzhen could do anything, these workers opened their eyes one by one. The Xuanzhen Heavenly Master was delighted in his heart. Taoist Chen, it's done. He thought it was the party's soul-inducing technique that had worked. These workers have returned to normal. Chen Changyi, however, frowned and warned, be careful. Just then. Instead, these workers lurched up from the ground, each with hollow eyes and stagnant movements. Not at all like regular people. Chen Changyi, die. Chen Changyi, take your life. Chen Changyi, blood debt is paid in blood. This sudden change startled Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. He hastily took a few steps back and said with a grave expression, Taoist Chen, what's going on here? Hadn't they just successfully run the soul drawing technique? The spirits of these workers should have returned already. Why? Now they all look like they're possessed? The workers, expressionless, copied the shovels, hammers, and other tools on the ground, as if they were a zombie, and encircled towards the 3. Su Sanjiang, who was already in a state of shock, had his legs made weak by the fright. He subconsciously pulled out his pistol. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, a familiar voice came to his ears. Hold your fire. Hear that voice. Su Sanjiang's heart snapped. Because it was clearly the voice of that big monk. But, isn't he dead? He had clearly seen with his own eyes that he had turned into a handful of ashes in front of him. Could it be a hallucination? No way. This place is too evil. One must leave quickly. Su Sanjiang glanced at Chen Changyi with a slight hesitation in his eyes. There was some hesitation in the mind. If he just left, wouldn't his daughter's revenge not be avenged again? Then he looked back to the workers who were striding toward him with hammers, axes, and hammers. Sigh. Hey, these guys are crazy. It's too dangerous to stay here by yourself. Staying green is not a worry. Just when Su Sanjiang had importantly made up his mind and was planning to wipe his feet, the big monk's voice once again rang from his ears. Don't be afraid, I'm not dead. There's a talisman in your right pants pocket. If you swallow it into your stomach, these walkers won't actively attack you. Don't you want to avenge your daughter? This is the best chance. Shoot Chen Shengyi while he's not looking. Su Sanjiang subconsciously reached towards his pocket. Sure enough, he felt a sticky charm. You, aren't you dead? I saw it with my own eyes. That was my means to confuse them. Later I will operate these walkers to cooperate with you and create opportunities for you. If you want to avenge your daughter with your own hands, make sure to shoot decisively and never hesitate. Su Sanjiang's brain raced as he pondered over countless possibilities. In the end, the heart was in the right place. Taking out the charm from his pocket, he swallowed it in one gulp. Tianchi Xuanzhen looked at these workers who were holding weapons and pressing forward, and asked with a grave expression on his face, Taoist Chen, what's going on with these people? Chen Shengyi replied, they were controlled by the great monk. I really underestimated him. Chen Shengyi also didn't expect that the great monk actually had such tactics. He was expecting that he and the Xuanzhen heavenly master would not lay hands on these ordinary people. That's why you want to use the knife and have your hands tied. Now think. The reason why the great monk didn't even put up a bit of resistance in the face of his own lightning method just now should be for the sake of the golden cicada. The key to breaking this game lies in that big monk. Pity. Now he's hiding somewhere. It's getting tricky. Luckily, I brought a few amulets of fixation with me when I came out of the Heavenly Master's mansion. From his pocket, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen pulled out a bunch of yellow talismans, probably dozens of them. These workers were only controlled by the great monk's mind, and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen could not bear to harm them. That's why a fixer-upper is the best option. Taoist Chen, please. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen split the yellow talisman in his hand into two and handed it over to Chen Shengyi. Chen Shengyi waved his hand and said indifferently, this is too slow. He then flicked his fingers and waved them a few times towards the air in front of him. A purple talisman was then outlined. It is exactly the Tontine talisman. Chapter 56 Heavy Battle. Heavenly Master Xianzhen was seriously injured. Su Sanjiang died. Holy! See this scene. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen all but nearly exploded into foul language. Traditional talismans not only have extremely high requirements for materials such as talisman paper and vermilion sand. More importantly, the person who draws the talisman must have a very high level of Taoism and be proficient in the way of talismans. Otherwise, even with the best materials, the talisman drawn was ineffective. Sure, the carrier that bears the chanting power is also a top priority, and must be made from materials of sufficient vintage. Talisman making, talisman drawing, and any of the steps in this, there was no room for sloppiness. That was why an excellent talisman was so precious. However, all of these were so insignificant in front of Chen Shengyi. He, who was proficient in heavenly talismans, could completely draw talismans in the air with the help of heaven and earth's aura. In this way, the stage of talisman making was completely skipped. Not only that, the power of the talisman drawn by the Tongtian talisman was not even remotely inferior to that of the traditional talisman. Not a moment too soon. Chen Shengyi's face was already covered with a single purple talisman. Go! Chen Sheng pointed a finger. These purple talismans were like a little elf, swoosh, 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 flying out. Chen Shengyi, die! Chen Shengyi, kill kill kill! Chen Shengyi, take life! These mind-controlled workers were originally carrying weapons, their feet mechanically circling towards Chen Shengyi, with a talisman imprinted on top of their foreheads. One by one, these workers stopped in their tracks, being fixed in place. It's done! See this scene. The Xuanzhen Heavenly Master was delighted in his heart. But the next moment, bang, bang, bang. Explosions after explosions resounded in this heaven and earth. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen fiercely followed the sound, was seeing that the tricked-out weapons that were dug up by his own hands, those broken fingers, dead fetuses, and relics were exploding one after another. It is? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen hadn't reacted yet. Chen Shengyi, however, had already begun to act. Not good. This big monk wants to fish out of water. These artifacts were originally used to stabilize the Grand Formation. After being dug out by the Xuanzhen Celestial Master, the duo had also thought about destroying it. But at that time, the souls of these workers were still in the middle of the big formation, in order not to hurt the innocent. So the duo did not choose to destroy it at that time. It was just that even Chen Shengyi hadn't expected that this great monk would actually be so heartless. So many trick weapons, sacrificed at the same time. The power that erupted was not to be underestimated. Chen Shengyi didn't dare to be arrogant, and immediately stepped on the astral foot and pinched his hand. Sacrificing a golden light, the power escaping from these trick weapons was firmly blocked. It's now! Taking advantage of Chen Sheng's moment of distraction, the great monk spoke out again to remind him. Su Sanjiang also no longer hesitated. Take out a pistol and aim it at Chen Shengyi's head. Bang! Look out! In a flash of lightning, Heavenly Master Xianzhen could not think in time and directly blocked in front of Chen Shengyi. Put! A bullet covered in blood easily penetrated the chest of the Xuanzhen Celestial Master. Next moment, a A black and purple mass of blood, with a foul odor, flowed out from the wound. Ahem! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen coughed heavily a few times. It just felt like a whirlwind. An intense tearing sensation came to his mind. It was as if there was a pair of big hands that wanted to tear his soul right to pieces. How are you? Chen Changyi frowned and asked with a worried expression. Ahem. My head hurts. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was breathing heavily, and at this point, he couldn't even stand up. He stumbled and nearly fell head over heels. Chen Xingyi maintained the golden light that sealed the trick artifact while assisting the severely injured Heavenly Master Xuanzhen to sit down. He glanced at the gunshot wound at Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's chest and his brows furrowed once again. Bear with me. Chen Shunshangyi pulled out a red talisman and crushed it with his fingertips, and a blue flame immediately emerged from the appendix. Chen Shunshangyi slapped the still-burning talisman with his palm on Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's wound. Then his fingers tapped and sealed his acupoints. Damn old Nubizi Taoist, ruining my good deed. Su Sanjiang cursed in anger when he saw that the blow had missed. Without thinking, he raised the gun in his hand again. But this time. Yet it felt as if this gun in his hand had become a few degrees heavier. Bar. A drop of blood, sliding down his nose. Su Sanjiang pursed his hand, and only then did he realize that the blood flowing out of his nose was actually dark brown. And it was accompanied by a foul odor. But at the moment, he couldn't think about it. Both hands raised the pistol, scraping the last ounce of strength he could muster. Aim at Chen Xingyi's head. Bang. Seek death. When Heavenly Master Xianjun was seriously injured, Chen Chengbian became enraged. Su Sanjiang provoked again at this time. How could Chen Chengyi let him off lightly? Dry drop essence of Koan should be the spirit of the sun and the moon. Elephant you blasphemy form, driving thunder and lightning transportation. The essence of the destruction of evil, evil Henry Chastity. The order of the supreme, take the power of the 10 directions. Heaven and earth by imperial edicts, the call of the God King, the sky stars and hosts, since the auxiliary glory. Urgent as a lawful order. Chen Changyi maintained the golden light with one hand. One hand pinched. However, the lightning method that was cast was still so haunting. Only to see a thick purple thunderbolt, transformed into a sharp sword, engulfing the blood-colored bullet with a devastating force. A black shadow suddenly emerged from the blood-colored bullets and let out a piercing scream. But it didn't last a second before it was swallowed up by this overbearing thunder spell and left with no dregs left. The lightning method did not stop, but went straight for Su Sanjiang, without ever thinking about it. Su Sanjiang hadn't lasted long enough for the thunder law to come and take his life. Then his feet were soft, and he fell to the ground, and then in a few breaths, his whole body was turned into a ball of black blood, and on the soil under his feet there was a sound of zip, 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 and a gust of black gas came out. Useless. The outside of the site is on top of a lonely hill. The great monk stood with his arms folded, looking at the bloody mess left behind by Su Sanjiang and snorted coldly. Asterisk 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 will always be, hardly a big deal. It seems that I still have to do it myself. Solve Su Sanjiang. Chen Shengyi wiped a small porcelain vase from his pocket without stopping. Pouring out an elixir from this, he sent it to Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's mouth. It is? As the elixir entered the mouth, a dense fragrance of the elixir came from the mouth, followed by a feeling of coolness that surged to the heart. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was shocked. This is actually a 5 extreme spirit pill? Taoist Chen, this item is too precious, you mustn't. Originally, he thought that it was just an unusual elixir, so Heavenly Master Xuanzhen did not care. But when he realized that it was actually the legendary 5 extreme spirit pill, he immediately lost his composure. This elixir, but it was more valuable than his life. Seeing that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was about to spit out the elixir, Chen Changyi pressed his shoulder with one hand. The medicine has been absorbed, what are you doing? Chapter 57, do you really have any energy left to attack? How did you start chanting the spell? This is too expensive. How can I afford it? The reason why Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was so excited was because he knew the gold content of the 5 extreme spirit pill. The 5 poles referred to the 5 herbs required for alchemy. The reason why they are called extreme is because these herbs, all of them, have been transcendent. Take one of the herbs, red ginseng, for example. Ginseng means ginseng. The older the ginseng is, the more flavorful it is. Decades of ginseng is already very rare, and 100 years of ginseng can be called the king of ginseng. As for that millennium ginseng, is already a legendary existence. But this red ginseng, pressure is not relying on the years can be piled up. It is the ultimate in ginseng. It needs heaven's time, place, and people to be born. The red ginseng's one ginseng's whisker has the magical effect of living dead people's flesh and white bones. And this, too, was only one of the medicines in the 5 extreme spirit pill. One could imagine how precious this 5 extreme spirit pill was. The Heavenly Master's mansion naturally did not have such a precious elixir, not to mention the Heavenly Master's mansion, or even the entire Taoist sect. It was feared that there would not be this divine item that only existed in legends. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had also unintentionally read about the 5 extreme spirit pill in the middle of an ancient book. but I never dreamed that I would actually be able to eat it one day. Daoist Chen, my life isn't worth that much, why are you doing this? At this time, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had already recovered quite a bit of his vitality, but he had a look of flesh pain, and his mood was very complicated. Chen Sheng smiled and said, no matter how precious a pill is, it is still just an item, where is it comparable to a human life? Amitabha Buddha, the friendship of the two monks is truly touching the heavens and the earth. It seems that the young monk has come at a bad time. Just between the two talking, the great monk arrived quietly, holding a rosary. You! The moment he saw the big monk, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen glared angrily and was about to get up to fight with him, but he was stopped by Chen Shengyi. Chen Shengyi looked at the great monk and said with a disdainful expression, what other means do you have, just use them. The big monk smiled faintly, with a look of determination. Cultivator Chen Shengyi, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet, have you? Look at you now. Maintaining the heavenly talisman and sealing these walking corpses while maintaining the golden light and hindering the monks in my spells, do you still have any strength left? Oh yes, you have a helper, but alas, this helper of yours seems to be badly injured. What a shame, if that shot had been on your body, monk, I wouldn't have had to make another trip out on my own. It is all because of Su Sanjiang, this poor work, monk, I really used him wrongly. But it's good, by my hand I'll personally send the Qin Shi to the western heaven, and when you meet the Buddha you'll also repent for the mistake you made. Remember, don't mind too much in your next life. Chen Shengyi's current situation really wasn't optimistic. There were too many of these workers, even though they were temporarily sealed by Chen Shengyi using the heavenly talisman. However, although these heavenly talismans could be cast out of thin air without the aid of mortal objects. However, there was a drawback, and that was that Chen Shengyi had to uninterruptedly channel mana to it at this moment. Not only that, the great monk did not hesitate to self-destruct a dozen or so artifacts in one breath, and the bizarre power that erupted from it also held Chen Shengyi back by a considerable amount of force, although Chen Shengyi didn't show it on the surface. But, yes, indeed, very hard, bitter. Right now, there was still a Heavenly Master Xuanzhen who had not yet recovered from his injuries. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chen Shengyi's current situation was beset by enemies on all sides. Well, if Scholar Chen gives up resisting, monk, I might be able to consider leaving your body intact. Oh, you and I know each other at first sight, and I can give you an extra perk as well. When I kill the Heavenly Master's mansion, I can also leave those people with a whole body. Oh, even though the old Heavenly Master was saved by you, all his mana is gone, right? Would it hurt if monk I split him into 5 horses? But don't worry, monks are compassionate, and as long as Scholar Chen cooperates, monk, I'm still very good at talking. The great monk's plan was meant to attack the heart. Chen Shengyi saw through his thoughts, so he was unmoved. However, the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master on the side was not calm when he heard that he was going to make a move against the old Heavenly Master. You! How dare you speak out against Master? I will personally eliminate you. Ahem! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had been struck through his lungs by the blood-colored bullet, and his life was already hanging by a thread, although he was saved in time by Chen Shengyi and used the 5 extreme spiritual elixir that was comparable to the immortal elixir. Right now, although his life is not in danger, but after all, he has not yet recovered from his serious injuries. Now by the big monk's 3 words, provoke the heart and mind, a moment of virgin fire, a mouthful of blood will spit out again. When the big monk saw this, a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Continuing with the output, he said, Tisk, TSK, is this the purple-robed Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion? So that's all there is. The old Celestial Master is still really incapable of teaching, otherwise how could he pin his hopes on Chen Shengyi, an outsider? What a laugh! The words of the great monk, word by word, were like a nail, dead on the heart of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. You! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's breathing became more and more rapid, and just then, he suddenly heard the mnemonic of the Taoist heart-clearing incantation. The clear heart is like water, clear water is the heart, the breeze does not rise, the waves are not alarmed, the secluded bamboo sitting alone, long whistling and sounding the qin, the zen silence into the fixed, the poisonous dragon to hide, my heart has no tricks, the heavenly rewards, my righteousness is awe-inspiring, the ghosts and demons are all frightened, my love is overflowing, heaven and earth return to the heart of the... Chen Shang recited the trick in one mouth, like a spring breeze, blowing away the depressed air in the heart of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. The Xuanzhen Heavenly Master, who had regained his clarity, was astonished in his heart. Me? What's happening to me? The matter of Master's intention to have Chen Shengyi inherit the position of Heavenly Master was something that he himself was aware of. Not to mention that Chen Shengyi doesn't have any such intention right now. Even if Chen Shengyi really wanted to do it, he himself would be the first to support it. Why had he, just now, actually gotten angry about it? Just as Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was puzzled, Chen Shengyi spoke faintly. Solitary Brahma, is it a little too underhanded? Being recognized by Chen Shengyi for his tactics, the great monk was not angry or annoyed, and still had the same faint smile that hung on his lips. Since Monk Shin feels that monk my tactics are inferior, then why don't you make the move, and monk I'll just follow it. The reason why the big monk was so arrogant was because he expected that Chen Shengyi had already exhausted his strength at this point. On the one hand, he had to maintain the heavenly talisman, on the other hand, he also had to defend himself against those trick weapons, and he also had to divide his mind to take care of the drag queen Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Even if Qin Shinyi had heavenly skills, it was not easy for him to be able to barely defend himself at this moment. And how is it possible that there is still room for offense? Dongjia Qianyuanheng, righteousness is quick to prevail. I have received a long life, and heaven and earth are in the palm of my hand. I will follow my mantra and use it to bring forth thunder and rain. The 5 thunderbolts descend quickly and enter my thunder wheel. Help me to walk the path, I dare not violate the alliance. The heavenly Ting on the Sundance is standing on the ground, beheading your 7 ancestors. Descend quickly, and show your true form quickly. Rush like a lawful order. Hearing Chun Cheng's incantations flying around in his mouth, the big monk's face went white. In the shocked gaze of the great monk, above the 9 heavens, a rolling heavenly thunder was brewing. Moreover, the great monk could clearly feel that this heavenly thunderbolt had firmly locked him in place. At this moment, the sweaty hairs on his body had all stood up. Chapter 58. Chen Xingyi can still be invincible even if he needs to maintain the heavenly talisman and the golden light shield with one hand. Chen Xingyi, how could you? Looking at the rolling heavenly thunder above the 9 heavens, the great monk gritted his teeth incredulously. He had never expected that Chen Xingyi would actually have the strength left to attack. And the moment he struck, it was a killing move with the momentum of attack drawn out. Chen Xingyi, you're good. The big monk knew that there was no way to avoid it, so he could only harden his head and receive it. Boom! A loud bang passed. The next instant, a thick heavenly thunderbolt struck straight down towards the big monk's face. Good timing. The great monk looked at this heavenly thunder and his gaze froze. Lifting his hand violently, he flung the rosary in his hand into the sky. Wow! After the string of rosary beads flew into the air, the silk thread in the center violently collapsed, and a single rosary bead dispersed, emitting dazzling golden light. Chen Xingyi, let me see just how much more you are capable of. The big monk bellowed. Then he folded his hands together and began to recite a burst of scriptures under his breath. Rumble! The heavenly thunder and the rosary beads collided together with a loud bang. A roar erupted. Wow! Put! The big monk's face turned white and a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. Chen Xingyi didn't feel good at this time either. While he had to maintain the heavenly talisman to prevent these workers from suddenly losing control, he also had to constantly channel mana to the nimble shield to isolate the leakage of power from the explosion of dozens of trick weapons. It would have been no small drain on him. Right now, he was forcibly utilizing the Thunder Law, but he failed to kill the big monk with a single strike. Dense sweat also began to emerge on Chen Xingyi's forehead. With an anxious look on his face, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen asked, Daoist Chen, is it still holding up? Phew! Chen Xingyi took a deep breath. Nodded. Hang in there or don't. Chen Xingyi, ahem. To the extent that underestimated you. The great monk covered his chest, forcibly suppressing the chi and blood that was churning within his body. The string of rosary beads, at this moment, had also returned to his hand. Only, the light had dimmed, and it looked as if it had grown much older in an instant. Moreover, the top of each rosary was covered with tiny cracks. The great monk was also injured at this time. Although he relied on this magic weapon, he managed to block Chen Xingyi's attack. But, how could the Thunder Law be so easy to withstand? The big monk took out an elixir from his pocket and swallowed it. Looking at Chen Xingyi, who was not far away, he frowned slightly. No, can't get tough with this guy. Something has to be done about it. The great monk had thought that Chen Xingyi would have to take care of so many things on his own now. A great opportunity for yourself to take advantage of the situation. That was why he dared to be so bold, choosing to go hard with Chen Xingyi. However, what he never expected was, Chen Xingyi could still be invincible even if he needed to maintain the heavenly talisman and the golden light shield with one hand. Originally, I thought that even if I still couldn't defeat Chen Xingyi, I could at least even the odds. But after a brief exchange of hands, the great monk says that it has been honest and begs to be spared. The big monk glanced around. However, 2 faint wisps of golden energy were seen continuously channeling out from Chen Xingyi's body. On one side, the workers, and on the other side, the shenanigans. The big monk immediately had an idea. There. Since Chen Xingyi needs to constantly channel his abilities to them, why does he need to fight it himself? As long as we can stall him and consume, we can also consume him to death. The great monk was able to think of this, and Chen Xingyi naturally understood his current situation. He can't afford it. Whether it was these workers going out of control, or the power leaking out from these trick artifacts erupting, if anything went wrong on either side, it would immediately break this delicate balance. By then, one will be even more passive. Chen Xingyi glanced at the rosy-cheeked Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, who had already recovered almost as much, and quietly transmitted his voice. I need to focus on dissolving the weird energy that erupts from these trick weapons. The great monk will do everything he can to stop me, and I need you to help me stall him. Well, can you do it? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had long been impatient, eyes on the chance to perform on their own. Hurriedly, he stated, don't worry, Daoist Chen, I'll definitely help you stall him. Chen Changyi nodded and said, good. Then you must be careful, do not fight with him hard, just find a way to stall him, and when I've solved the trouble here, I'll be able to free my hands to help you. Yes. After accounting for everything, Chen Qingyi moved quickly. The feet stepped on the Big Dipper, and the incantations flowed from his mouth. The great god of law and order, 10,000 feet of blue body. His air rushes through the clouds and his voice shakes the thunder. With axe and drill in hand, he calls out to the heavenly soldiers. The fire chariot burns the ghosts and destroys the spirits. The feet step on the wheel of fire. The water and fire are in harmony, coitus propylium. When the great monk saw this scene, his pupils contracted violently. Not good. It's an evil-breaking spell. He recognized Chen Qingyi's intentions at a glance. Prepare to step forward and block. He was already no match for Chen Qingyi right now, and if he allowed him to free up his hands, he would no longer even have a chance to escape. So, never let him succeed. Chen Qingyi, you're too much of a trustworthy person, too much of a monk to take me seriously. The big monk pulled out a trick weapon again. It was a mirror covered in bloodstains. Chen Qingyi, go to hell. Eyes on the big monk taking the lead. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen took a step out and spoke aloud. Your opponent, it's me. Oh, here comes another one to die, then monk I'll finish you off first. The great monk shouted and fully activated the trick mirror in his hand. Although Chen Qingyi was powerful, he did not place this Xuanzhen in front of him in his eyes. Even if he was a noble purple-robed heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion, but so what? The great monk roared, and the blood-striped trick mirror in his hand emitted a bizarre red light that seemed to solidify the air around him. Chen Qingyi frowned slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in that mirror, but at the moment, he was fully focused on the evil-breaking spell and could not be distracted from dealing with it. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, I can only rely on you, be careful. Don't worry, I'll do my best to stall for time even if I die. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen reassured once again. Since the engagement, Chen Qingyi's performance Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had seen it all. He himself is not helping at all. If he wasn't so useless, Chen Qingyi wouldn't have to work so hard. Right now, it's so hard to get to the point where you can use yourself. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had long since made up his mind. Even if he dies, he must help Chen Qingyi stall this big monk until the spell is completed. Heaven and earth are the basics of the universe, and the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. See no evil, hear no evil. Encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all life. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen took a step forward and activated the golden light mantra. In a flash, golden streams of light wrapped his entire body. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen transformed into the strongest shield and blocked in front of Chen Qingyi. Humph, out of your depth. The great monk sneered, and the blood-patterned guile mirror in his hand turned violently. A blood light shot out and collided with the golden stream of light from Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's body, emitting a dull roar. Chapter 59 Terrifying Sacrificial Ceremony, Great Monk Fighting to the Death. Rumble. The two collided a bit. A huge ripple of energy was created. The big monk's pupils contracted violently. Looking at Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, he had an unbelievable expression on his face. He never expected it. It's amazing that the opponent wasn't destroyed by his own blow. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was also surprised and delighted in his heart. Through the brief exchange of hands just now, he could clearly feel it. One's own mana, to be even stronger. The defense of the golden light spell was also better than ever. He glanced back at Chen Qingyi, who was tightly casting a spell. In his heart, he said, worthy of being a five-pole spirit pill, the medicinal power is truly heaven-defying. Daoist Chen is truly too divine. I would have underestimated you. The great monk's gaze froze as he stared at Heavenly Master Xuanzhen dead in the face. This time, he didn't hold his breath, but put on his best effort. With all his might, he urged the guile mirror in his hand and attacked towards Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Good timing! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen bellowed, tapping his toes on the ground and swooshing to meet him. The battle between the two instantly became intense. Each exchange of hands was accompanied by huge energy fluctuations, and the air around them seemed to tremble. Chen Qingyi took a deep breath. He knew that time was running out. Although Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had taken the five-pole spirit pill, his cultivation was even better than before. But it wasn't enough to be a match for the great monk. This opponent was too strong, and in time, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen would inevitably be defeated. Right now, the only plan was to quickly complete this evil-breaking spell by himself and eliminate the weird energy of these tricky weapons, in order to completely solve his worries. Chen Qingyi glanced at the frontal battlefield, then quickly withdrew his mind. His voice was even lower, and every word of the spell was full of power. The Black Fury of the Cave Abyss, the Kuei Gang Realist, disaster-removing Rexes, demon-subduing generals. They are the ones who travel to the three worlds. Bibimbap is a kind of bibimbap, a kind of bibimbap. The bibimbap is a bibliophile. The gods are flattered and flattered. Chen Qingyi's voice was like thunder, shaking the air around him to resonate. As the incantation proceeded, Chen Qingyi's body began to emit a faint blue light. It was the cohesion of the power of heaven and earth, the power of the evil-breaking incantation. The great monk was shocked at the sight. He knew that if he allowed Chen Changyi to complete the spell, he would have no chance of winning again. He fiercely clenched his teeth and decided to put his best foot forward to stop Chen Changyi even if he had to pay a great price. Blood mirror, break it for me. The great monk roared, pouring his entire body's mana into the blood-patterned mirror. The blood light on the mirror became even more piercing, and a powerful evil force erupted from it. This power, very powerful and palpitating. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen knew that he was undefeatable, but he did not retreat. Instead, with firm eyes, he guarded Chen Changyi's body to the death. Go to hell! When the great monk saw that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen dared to resist, his face instantly fell into a seizure. Boom! The huge pillar of energy light, wrapped in an unrivaled aura, rushed straight towards Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen couldn't avoid it, but he didn't think of avoiding it either. Learning that death was near was the only thing on his mind at the moment. It is the hope of being able to block this final blow with your own death. Heaven and earth are the fundamental roots of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. There is golden light in my body, reflecting my body. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen squeezed the last ounce of strength within himself, pulling the horsepower of the golden light curse to the max. Die! The great monk's expression was hideous as he urged this pillar of blood-colored light with all his might. Break! Jeopardy! A voice like a loud bell came from Chen Chang's mouth. In the next moment, this powerful pillar of energy light instantly collapsed in front of the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master. Master Chen, the spell is complete? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen snapped and asked with surprise and joy. Looking back he realized. The incantation in Chen Chang's mouth continued. Inviting blood to feed, disturbing the living. They are not forgiven for their past and present sins. They have been able to collect souls and wreak havoc, and they have accumulated a great deal of evil. They kill the slain and are not allowed to stay. The souls will be restored to their bodies, and the sick will recover. Increase well-being and enjoyment of longevity. The clan style will be spread, and the way will be popularized. I'm in a hurry. And his forehead was already covered with dense beads of sweat. It was then that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen realized. Chen Changyi was forcing his hand in helping himself. Very well. Since you like to mind your own business, let you mind your own business. The great monk saw that Chen Changyi had once again spoiled his good deed. He felt a rush of air and blood. At this point, he couldn't care less about breaking them down one by one. Glancing at the string of rosary beads in his hand, a flicker of dismay flashed through his eyes. Chen Changyi, you forced me to do this. Go on. The great monk removed the rosary from his hand again and crushed it with a click. In a flash, a ball of black gas ran out from among the rosary beads. Make an audible wail. This is those spirits that disappeared from Shotokuji Temple. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen snapped his eyes wide open. He hadn't thought that these souls had actually been ingested into the trickster weapon by the great monk and carried it with him. Among these spirits, far more than those people who died in vain at the Temple of Jinda, the number is so huge that it is smacking. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. He knew that this great monk had been taking souls everywhere over the years. But why? And now all of a sudden all these souls are released? Is it a fish out of water, a dog out of water? Shun. Although Chen Changyi didn't understand it for a while, he still chose to make a decisive move. His fingers flew and he drew talismans in the air. In the next instant, a huge purple talisman shot up into the sky. All of these souls were temporarily sealed by him. When Heavenly Master Xuanzhen saw the scene, his person was dumbfounded. What a horror to have three minds in one. Once again, the great monk's means were thwarted, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Chen Changyi, you're good, one mind, three minds, what a great stroke. The next instant, the great monk suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed himself violently in the chest. Splat! A drop of black blood slipped from the tip of the knife. The big monk, however, did not pay any attention to the dagger that was stuck in his chest, but instead, in a very strange posture, his hands were turned towards the sky and his mouth was chanting. By my blood, call the secretary to come. Swear by blood, sacrifice your soul, break the seal and release your existence. Rumble. Suddenly the wind and clouds changed, and a huge black vortex suddenly appeared above the sky. Chen Changyi's brows furrowed before he realized that the great monk was performing some sort of ritual, fearing that he was about to summon some terrifying existence. Everything is clear. The reason why the great monk needed so many souls turned out to be for sacrificial purposes. The reason why he was able to be ruthless and self-destruct so many trick artifacts was also to use the power among the trick artifacts to open the sacrifice ceremony. It was a pity that this power was temporarily sealed by Chen Changyi. The great monk was forced to choose to use himself as a sacrifice and forcefully initiate the sacrifice ceremony. Chapter 60, The Art of Zhongmo, inviting 63 generations of ancestors up. Chen Changyi could see the end though, but now there's nothing to be done. These workers, the energy from the trickster's self-destruction, and these souls that had just been sealed by themselves, all part of the sacrificial program. Therefore, it was all the more important for his own self to stop at this moment, or else the sacrifice would only become even more terrifying. The only one who could stop the great monk at the moment was Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Stop him. Without waiting for Chen Chengyi to remind him, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had already moved. The golden light surrounding his body protector flourished like a cannonball as he charged towards the great monk. Bang! However, Xuanzhen's celestial master's attack, however, was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to land on the great monk's body at all. Damn! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen swung his fists like rain falling, causing ripples on top of the invisible barrier. The big monk, however, did not pay any attention to it, but accelerated the movements of his hands. Both he and Chen Chengyi are in a race against time. If the three things, the controlled workers, the bizarre power bursting out from the destruction of the trick artifacts, and the large number of souls released within the rosary beads, were to be resolved by the time Chen Chengyi had were completely resolved, he had not been able to complete the sacrifice himself, and then he had lost completely. But if he himself was able to complete the sacrifice before Chen Chengyi, then one wins. Chen Chengyi was also well aware of this, so he couldn't spare his hands to provide any assistance to Heavenly Master Xuanzhen right now. Just then, Chen Chengyi's incantation was finally completed. His eyes snapped open, and two blue lights shot out of his eyes and straight into the sky. Break! Chen Chengyi's voice was like a heavenly god descending to earth, shaking the entire space. The golden light that covered the shattered artifacts suddenly closed in. That bizarre force was also completely disintegrated at this moment. Being cracked by a layer of means, the great monk also suffered a strong backlash. A mouthful of black blood gushed out from his mouth. Chen Chengyi didn't steal any joy from this, his hand movements didn't stop in the slightest. An attempt was begun to erase the soul branding that the great monk had placed on the workers, once and for all. Ling Bao Tianzuan, comforting form. The disciple's soul, the five viscera of the Xuanwu. Green dragon, white tiger, the team is diverse, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, serves my true self. Urgent as the law. As Chen Chengyi's incantation changed again in his mouth, expressions of pain surfaced on the faces of those workers. The great monk was so anxious in his mind that he hissed hysterically. Chen Chengyi, you shall not die. On the other hand, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, who was on the side, learned that Chen Chengyi's side had already achieved the initial results of the battle. It is also very encouraging. But his mana was not as strong as Chen Chengyi's, and at this point, he was already starting to show fatigue. Several attempts to cast thunder spells ended in failure. Just as Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was at a loss for words, Chen Chengyi's voice once again reached his ears. The art of Nakamochi. The art of Nakamochi? Hearing these words, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's heart shook. He looked at Chen Chengyi with an unbelievable face. This was his biggest secret. How could Chen Chengyi know? At this time, the situation was so urgent that Chen Chengyi couldn't wait to explain more, so he had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Your destiny is exactly the same as the 63rd Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, and the 63rd generation is a predestined enemy with this great monk, so if you invite him to take on your body, you will be able to break the current predicament. The art of Mao is a mysterious and unpredictable art of Taoism. They are categorized into upper Mawashi no Jutsu, middle Mawashi no Jutsu and lower Mawashi no Jutsu. The technique of the upper maze invites the gods of the sky, while the technique of the lower maze invites shenanigans or spirits. And this Zhangmo technique invites the deceased ancestor of this sect. Since the power or otherwise of the art of Mao depends entirely on the Taoism of the thing invited and how well it matches the person who performs the art. Therefore, it cannot be simply assumed that the art of upper maze is necessarily more powerful than that of lower maze. As a matter of fact, most of the time, the creepy objects invited by the art of Shimoyo tend to be more powerful in killing and destroying. Xuanzhen Tianshi naturally understands this, but he said with a difficult face, this Zhangmo art, I have never cast it out, I worry about it. Chen Chengyi said indifferently, feel free to give it a try, I will mention you when necessary. Yes. With Chen Chengyi's assurance, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was also relieved. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. As much as possible, put yourself in the most perfect state. Naturally, when it is done, and when it is stopped, it is stopped. Chen Chengyi's voice came again, and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen only felt that he had entered a metaphysical state. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but start stepping on the Big Dipper. Not only that, under Chen Chengyi's mention, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was now, with his eyes closed, his mind stored in thought, his hand techniques, and his footsteps on the astral plane almost simultaneously. Both body and soul, by chance, enter into a state of utmost perfection. Phew! The big monk suddenly had a shock in his heart. The hairs of sweat stood up all over his body. A strong sense of unease welled up. He stared dead on at the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master who was stepping on the astral deities in front of him. An incredulous face said, how could you? That's right, it's you Chen Chengyi. It must be you. Give me hell. The great monk had no choice but to temporarily stop his hand movements and offered a blood-colored flying sword that shot straight towards Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's face. Shoo shoo shoo. The blood-colored flying sword was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Sasaki Marazan, how are you doing? Hearing this name, the big monk's heart was shocked and his eyes widened. It's you! Sasaki Sesomaru, the very real name of the great monk. So many years had passed that he was on the verge of forgetting what he was really called. Suddenly there was a familiar voice that called out his name, instantly evoking an unpleasant past for the great monk. Zhang Enpu, we'll end the old and new grudges together today. The tragic past instantly washed over the great monk's mind, and he dropped the half-performed sacrifice, copied his flying sword and attacked towards Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Good timing. At this time, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had invited the 63rd generation Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Enpu. In other words, the one who was now occupying the physical body of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was none other than the 63rd Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. 200 years ago, Siki Zongjuan escaped from his own hands, and this has always been a karmic obstacle in Zhang Enpu's heart. Today, 200 years later, the fated battle between the two once again kicked off. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's Mansion. This art of fortune-telling is practiced against the heavens, and leaking too much information will not only damage longevity, but will even compromise virtue. Xianqing, you must remember that you must not use it easily until you have no choice. The old Heavenly Master spoke in a serious tone, saying to Heavenly Master Xianqing. Heavenly Master Xianqing nodded slightly and said, Master's teachings, disciple keeps them in mind. Just then, one side of the offering is listed as the ancestor's spiritual seat above. A spirit card that suddenly glowed with a faint light. The two of them looked in unison, only to see that the tablet read, the 63rd generation of the Heavenly Master, Zhang Enpu's honored position. Chapter 61, The Sacrifice Becomes a Sacrifice. The golden body of the Buddha appears. The battle between the two of them, the great monk and Heavenly Master Zhang Enpu, had come to a white-hot stage. Although Zhang Tianqi's Tao is profound. But what the Zhangmo technique invited was only a piece of Zhang Tianqi's will, containing scattered fragments of souls that were fragments of mighty men recorded naturally by heaven and earth, and were not, strictly speaking, complete souls. Therefore, his power will naturally be weakened. However, the great monk was also badly injured and suffered another backlash. So, for a while the two were sort of tied. Siki Marizan, after so many years have passed, how come you've gone back more and more, and your magical power is still slightly inferior to what it was 200 years ago? Tianchi Zhang had his hands behind his back, in the manner of a high-ranking person. The great monk cursed angrily, I poo. Damn Zhang Enpu, you have been dead for so many years, but you still borrow the body of your disciple and grandson to come out and make trouble. What? Do you want me to beat your soul out of you? Tianchi Zhang laughed out loud, ha, even though my person is dead, I will burn my last soul power for the land of China. As for you, demonic monk of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, if you don't get out of our Chinese land again, I will take your head. The great monk arched his nose and said with a smug expression, what the hell Huaxia, my master once conquered this land as a king, and she's coming back soon. I believe that before long, this land will be returned to my great Cherry Blossom Empire. How dare you be delusional even in a projectile? With a cold snort, Tianchi Zhang offered a yellow talisman and attacked towards the great monk. Where am I? Headache. It seems like a very long nightmare. Holy, why are there two people flying around in the sky? Demons. As soon as Chen Cheng finished casting the spell, these workers had completely recovered. Above the sky, the great monk and Heavenly Master Zhang startled them. The crowd scattered in all directions. Chen Chengyi looked at the backs of the departing crowd and quietly cast a small spell. Make sure they can escape this place as far away as possible. Solve the trouble. Right now it's down to the last one. Chen Chengyi frowned as he looked at the souls that he had temporarily sealed away. It was a bit of a dilemma for a while. These souls were simply too many in number. It's really a huge amount of work if you choose to go overboard. Old Taoist Nubizi, where's that arrogant flair of yours just now? Please restore it. As the battle between the two stretched on, the drawbacks of the art of Nakameo gradually became apparent. The Xuanzhen Celestial Master's soul was becoming more and more distended and painful, and it was obviously about to reach its limit. And the one who was subsequently affected was the Zhang Tianchi who was on top of him. The power that Zhang Tianchi was able to mobilize was also getting less and less. From being evenly matched at the beginning, it gradually turned into being pressed by the big monk. This body, is it coming to its limit after all? Damn it! Not being able to subdue this demonic monk with my own hands, my heart is not at peace. Tianchi Zhang's mood was very complicated at this time. 200 years ago, the great monk escaped from his hands, and since then it had kept him living in self-recrimination. Fortunately, God has mercy. 200 years later, the descendant son, using the technique of Zhangmao, invited himself to take on the body, and he finally had the opportunity to erase the demon of his heart with his own hands. But, just as well, Zhang Tianchi could not bear to let his descendants, his body bear too much load. As he was leaving, he gave Chen Chengyi a meaningful look. Tianchi Zhang suddenly had a very strong premonition in his heart. He couldn't help but count with his fingers, and then he laughed out loud, my wish has been fulfilled, I can go at ease. The next instant, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen only felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a painful sensation of his soul being torn apart in his mind. What happened? The technique of Zhangmo, inviting Heavenly Master Zhang to take on his body. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's consciousness was temporarily isolated, so he didn't even know what had happened in the party. However, for some reason, there is always a feeling of emptiness in the heart, and unspeakable, as if the loss of a loved one like sadness, lingering in the heart. Ha! Chen Chang will not help you for a day. Seeing that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen's Zhangmo technique had been lifted, the great monk did not rush to make up for it. As long as he succeeds in his sacrifice and summons his master, all these people will die. Break the bonds, unleash your wrath, and reveal your true form at the will of the summoner. By heaven and earth, O Master, I testify that all that I am, I shall be for thee. Now, show yourself, Master. All of a sudden, a violent energy fluctuation shattered the void. Above the sky, a huge crack appeared. Seeing this, the great monk bowed his head. Greetings, Master. I am your most loyal slave. Wa siya. Long time no see. Space was broken open, and a huge golden body of Buddha appeared above the sky. Above the sky, the appearance of the Buddha's golden body caused the atmosphere of the entire battlefield to instantly freeze. It was a power that transcended the mortal world, an existence that shocked everyone present. The Buddha's golden body radiates a soft and divine light, as if it can purify all the sins and sufferings in the world. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen looked at the Buddha's golden body with a shocked face, his heart in a million pieces of unbelievable. How is this possible? He was unwilling to believe, no matter what, that the fellow summoned by this great monk with blood-stained hands, in such a bloody manner, was actually the real Buddha. And what is this sacred Buddha's light all about? Even he, himself, had an urge to resist the urge to come forward and worship. Although he was a member of the Taoist sect and worshipped the 3 purities and 4 imperials. However, in the face of this majestic golden Buddha, Manhwa was still born. Chen Qingyi similarly raised his head to look at the sky, but his reaction was very different from that of Heavenly Master Xuanzhen. Playing God. Chen Qingyi naturally didn't believe that this was some bull ***** Buddha. As for this Buddha's light, it's just a bluffing illusion. A look of ecstasy appeared on the great monk's face as he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling and pious. Master, the slave is ungrateful, the offerings prepared for you are all spoiled by these 2 fellows. The Buddha's golden body scanned the surroundings before he slowly opened his mouth. His voice was like a loud bell that resounded through the clouds. Zhuo, you've done a great job, and I will grant you supreme honor. The great monk sniffed and immediately trembled all over with excitement. All the hard work he had done for so many years was finally going to pay off. His breath caught in his throat. However, just when he was planning to enjoy the so-called supreme honor, the Buddha's golden body spoke again, and the words changed. Always accompany this seat. Lord. Master. The big monk's body shook violently, his face showed a look of horror as he climbed up to escape, but he realized that his body was firmly controlled by a huge force, unable to move. Chapter 62 Pretending to be a god is to be destroyed. Ah. Master, spare me. The big monk's body slowly lifted up into the air, his expression twisted and his mouth couldn't stop praying. However, none of this helped. The Buddha's golden body laughed. Didn't you say that everything can be dedicated to me? Now, it's time to test your loyalty. After the Buddha's golden body finished speaking, it reached out its large hand and lifted the large monk up. Then in the astonished gazes of Chen Qingyi and the others, it swallowed the large monk into its mouth with one hand and let out a cackling and chewing sound. Chen Qingyi could never have imagined that the great monk would actually die in such a way. Does one's mission count as complete? Chen Qingyi waited for half a day. No system beeps are visible either. What is this? A bug in the system? My 10,000 merits, gone just like that? After devouring the great monk, the aura of this Buddha's golden body once again skyrocketed. He looked around the room and finally landed his gaze on Chen Qingyi. Little one, you are very Buddhist, why don't you convert to my Buddha, okay? Pretenders. Chen Qingyi pinched his hand, and a rolling heavenly thunderbolt instantly descended from the sky, slashing towards this Buddha's golden body. Bold. The Buddha's golden body spoke once again, his voice like a great bell ringing through the clouds. In the face of this rolling heavenly thunder, he did not dodge or avoid it, but instead mobilized the Buddha light around him to harden himself against Chen Qingyi's heavenly thunder. The thick purple heavenly thunder died out the moment it touched the golden Buddha light. It didn't even make a ripple. Taoist Chen, this. When Heavenly Master Xuanzhen saw this scene, his heart shook violently. Suck in a breath of cold air. The heavenly thunder that Chen Qingyi had cast was just silently dissolved? He couldn't even believe his eyes. This scene is just bizarre. Chen Qingyi also frowned slightly, his heart already having a preliminary estimation of the battle power of this fake Buddha. Very strong indeed. The golden body of the Buddha in the sky, after defusing Chen Qingyi's attack, spoke once again. Submission, or death? The sacrificial ceremony prepared by the great monk had already been destroyed by Chen Qingyi. This also led to the fact that the guy's current power was less than 30%. Otherwise, it wouldn't have eaten the great monk to replenish itself. The power at hand was enough to deal with Chen Chang or two though. However, in order to preserve its strength, it also wanted to hope that it could recruit the 2 men. The 2 of them, Chen Qingyi and Heavenly Master Xuanzhen, glanced at each other and both smiled contemptuously. The two of them already knew that the great monk was a demon monk from the Sakura kingdom. Then this that he's summoned is naturally also from the Sakura country. The two were already people who were not afraid of power, and with this layer of buff added to their bodies, it was naturally even more unlikely that they would succumb. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen said firmly, "We, the children of China, never bow to evil. No matter how powerful you are, we will fight to the end." Chen Shenshanyi's response was even simpler and sharper. 1 step of heavenly thunder, 2 steps of earthly water, 3 steps of thunder and fire, 4 steps of thunderbolt, 5 steps of 5 thunderbolt messengers, sweeping away evil in front and driving away sinful dragons in the back. The gods and spirits of the gods and spirits, the upper penetration of the 3 clearings. The 5 thunder and wind emissaries, the thunder and lightning are dedicated. The astral deities are with me in the lead. Sunshine, sunshine, and I'll sweep away the evil. Haste is like a law. In a split second, a full 5 heavenly thunderbolts struck down in unison. The magnitude of its momentum has never been seen before. Stygian, the Buddha's golden body, was also startled by the battle. It cursed and hastily cast its defense means. Boom boom boom. A channel of heavenly thunder came one after another, and the passport of defense erected by the Buddha's golden body was like a duckweed in the rain, being shaken by the tremendous bombardment. "I'll come too." Heavenly Master Xuanzhen also followed suit and strangled his hands. His Tao was still shallow, and he could only cast a single heavenly thunder, which was already a great deal more than he could manage. Good, let this see the power of our Chinese Taoism. As soon as Chen Cheng saw that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had also joined the attack, his heart was filled with great pride, and the spells in his hands became even more rapid and precise. In the sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The 5 heavenly thunderbolts and the 1 heavenly thunderbolt from Heavenly Master Xuanzhen converged into a mighty force that was like a divine dragon swinging its tail, charging straight at the Buddha's golden body. "How dare you, mortal!" The Buddha's golden body bellowed out, not daring to continue to be arrogant at this time. Only to see its hands clasped together, reciting words under its breath, the Buddha's light around its body instantly coalesced into a huge golden light shield, firmly protecting itself within it. Rumble! The heavenly thunder collided with the golden light shield, emitting a deafening roar, and the entire space seemed to be trembling. The light shield of the Buddha's golden body began to crack under the bombardment of heavenly thunder. No way! The Buddha's golden body was shocked. It did not expect its power to be shaken by these two mortals. Go to hell! It immediately ceased its one-sided defense and split a golden light, pointing it straight at the Xuanzhen Heavenly Master. "Be careful!" Chen Xingyi warned loudly while quickly changing his hand techniques in an attempt to ward off the sudden attack. However, the Buddha's golden body's attack was extremely fast, and although Chen Xingyi had already spoken out to remind him, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was too late to react, but he was still struck by the Buddha's light, and his body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Seeing that the Buddha's golden body had gotten a hit, he immediately spoke again. "If you do not submit, your end will be even more miserable. My Buddha is merciful. If you put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha on the ground." Chen Xingyi snorted coldly. "It's getting to the point where this is still posturing. Let me see what you really are." Chen Xingyi once again pinched his hand and a golden light flashed in the center of his eyebrows. "Eye in the sky, open." Under the illumination of Chen Cheng's one-day eye, this true body was then revealed. The Buddha's light receded and a faceless woman in a kimono appeared in front of Chen Xingyi. "This is..." Chen Shenshanyi frowned slightly. This kind of thing, he actually didn't recognize it. Seeing that her disguise was recognized, this faceless woman gritted her teeth and said, "Anyone who has seen me must die." Her voice was husky and shrill, very much in keeping with the Sakura country. "That's all. Whatever this is, exterminate it. If you violate my China, you have already taken the way of death. There are too many strange and exotic beasts in this world. It is normal to have ones that you don't recognize." Chen Xingyi immediately stopped dwelling on it, once again pinched the knob in his hand, and his footsteps flew fast. Above the 9 heavens, a terrifying thunder law once again began to brew. "Jia Jia Jia, do you think that this level of spells can really hurt me?" The faceless woman suddenly sneered. With a wave of his hand, he scattered the thunderclouds above his head. Before, it was to preserve strength so that he could swallow this entire land of China. But right now, both of these guys have seen their true colors. This faceless woman was already moving to kill. It immediately stopped holding back and directly gave Chen Changyi a little bit of a small shock. Chapter 63, The 4 Elephants of the Stars return to their positions. Yu Bu's 4 Elephants prison is completed. Ahem! The lightning method was broken, and Chen Xingyi also suffered a considerable backlash. With a flutter in his belly, a mouthful of blood was spat out as his throat became sweet. "Kid, you're going to pay for your arrogance." Although this monster was faceless, it could still be judged through its distorted voice lines that at this point, it had completely fallen into madness. Phew! Chen Xingyi took a deep breath. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation. This power is too strong. His own smack was too consuming again and was no longer an opponent. Even the lightning method was easily broken by the other party. Conventional means, which are no longer useful. If you want to win, there is only one way to do it. But, one has never yet succeeded. Thinking of this, Chen Xingyi suddenly smiled. Just because it never worked before doesn't mean it won't work this time. I don't have much mana left, it's difficult to use any more valuable spells, the only thing I can do is this step, which only requires the consumption of soul power, so I can perform it, so if I don't use it at this time, I'll wait for a better time. What Chen Xingyi had in mind was an exceptionally powerful step astral, the ancestor of the step astral, so to speak, the art of Yubu Gang Do. This kind of step astral step to the limit, the system of God summoned the spirit, trapped all things, and with some other step astral method and hand skill, can easily chop all things in the trapped step astral realm. Now, Chen Xingyi was going to step on this kind of step astral, which could also be called the heaven and earth U-step. This is the only way out of the current dilemma. This step is called U-step because legend has it that this art of stepping on the astral dipper was passed down from heaven to great Yu. In the eyes of the people, Dayu might just be a legendary king who ruled over water, but in fact, in the eyes of the Taoists, Dayu was already an immortal, perhaps beyond the realm of the immortals, close to a god. To put it more bluntly, he's an extremely powerful wizard. The trials and tribulations encountered in the treatment of water do not have to be ancient legends, perhaps exaggerated, but that era has been annihilated, and at the same time annihilated a lot of once real existence and truth. Dayu's steps could restrain gods and summon spirits, trapping all things, and using it to deal with such an unknown little demon could be said to be killing a chicken with a bull's knife. But, now Chen Xingyi had no choice. He had very little mana left, not enough to repel this demon. The only thing that was the best choice was this heaven and earth Yubu. It's time to give these bullet-riddled, nameless demons a little bit of Wasia shock. Keep your eyes open for it. The 5,000 years of deep heritage of my China. At this moment, Chen Xingyi's mind came to a state of unprecedented clarity. His demeanor was so dashing, his arm was backward, his expression was indifferent. If the long shirt was added to his body, then the word immortal style in Taoist bones was used on his body, it would never insult the word. Trickster brat. The faceless woman saw Chen Xingyi in this state. A strange feeling immediately surged in his heart. It hurriedly raised its hand, and two black bizarre energies shot out from its hand, heading straight for Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi, however, didn't dodge or avoid as if he didn't see it. He took a deep breath and threw himself into it with all his heart and soul, and it was as if there was only himself left in heaven and earth. Chen Xingyi's demeanor was still dashing. As he took a step out, an unspeakable feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Buzz. The faceless woman's attack struck Chen Xingyi's body, but it was blocked by a layer of invisible power. Although Chen Xingyi had done nothing but step out with a simple step, at this moment, it was as if his entire person had become one with this heaven and earth. As soon as the faceless woman attacked towards Chen Chang, she was attacking towards this entire heaven and earth. Therefore, its attack, naturally, would be easily neutralized. Pretender, I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. The faceless woman did not continue to attack after her blow failed, but instead stared at Chen Xingyi dead in the face and began to build up her strength to wait for the right moment. At this moment, Chen Xingyi had completely entered a state of metaphysics. There was nothing more in his eyes than himself and this heaven and earth. As the second step was taken, the energy of the entire heaven and earth began to converge madly towards Chen Xingyi. As the third step was taken, it was as if a huge star appeared in the sky. The stars erupted with endless abilities, echoing Chen Xingyi from afar. The fourth step. The second star is present. An unspeakable, indescribable sense of mystery in the heart of Chen Xingyi constantly spread, a huge energy in the continuous convergence. Each time to lift the leg seems to use up all the strength of the whole body, as if it is a tightrope walker in general. A step of inadvertence is the abyss of 10,000 feet. It can be said to be a step-by-step alarm. Without realizing it, Chen Xingyi had already taken 8 steps. Above the sky, one star after another appeared, rendering the night into day. This is. Heavenly Master Xianjin opened his eyes in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. This is too much of a stretch. The Xuanjin Heavenly Master had suffered a heavy blow and was already delirious at the moment, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his entire body still trembled involuntarily. That's right. It's just trembling. It was as if every pore, every cell was throbbing with excitement. His heart was thrilled. Looking at the godlike Chen Xingyi in front of him, he actually had a feeling of being unable to throw himself into the ground. Jesus, is this a human being? In Heavenly Master Xuanjin's perspective, at this moment, Chen Xingyi could already be called a divine immortal. He definitely no longer belonged to the realm of humans. Not even close. 1 point. The last bit. The moment. Chen Xingyi's head rose so much that he even felt that his head was on the verge of exploding. The soul power was consumed like a tidal wave. This heaven and earth steps was worthy of being the legendary steps of the gang, and its power was even more unexpected to Chen Xingyi. It was the first time that he had ever stepped on this step dipper, and every time he raised his leg, he felt that he had reached his limit, and would not be able to hold it up anytime soon. But he can't. He has to hold up. He will never allow this of the Sakura country to flaunt its power in the great land of China. Last step. Chen Xingyi clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the feeling of weightlessness in his head, forcing out this last step. Buzz. When Chen Xingyi's right foot landed, suddenly, a huge wave of energy exploded from beneath his feet. The last star, too, was drawn in with it. The stars were arranged in the position of the 4 elephants, and the prison of the 4 elephants of Yubu was completed. Phew! Chen Xingyi took a long breath and raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He succeeded. The next instant, boom boom boom. The 4 stars, shooting out 4 pillars of energy light, formed a huge space spell, locking the faceless woman firmly in the air. Chapter 64. Those who commit crimes against manhwa, no matter man, ghost, god or devil, will be executed. After half a day of pretending to be a god, is this the only strength you have? The faceless woman didn't know the power of this space spell. It let out a mocking cry, and a terrifying bizarre energy erupted from its hands, shooting towards Chen Xingyi. But the next moment, it couldn't stop laughing. Buzz! The weird energy touched this 4 elephants' prison and only caused a ripple. It was like a drop of water that dripped into a rushing sea, and in a moment it was all swallowed up. Impossible! It's impossible! The faceless woman panicked as it stared at the space in front of it with wide, dead eyes. The emotions of panic and fear continued to climb inside its heart. Stop playing God! Break it for me! The faceless woman mobilized all the power in her body, intending to fight to the death to break this bizarre technique. But the next moment it was suddenly surprised to find that the power within its own body was continuously flowing away at an extremely exaggerated speed. What did you do? The faceless woman's eyes glared as it stared at Chen Xingyi with eyes full of resentment. Chen Xingyi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at it with a cloudy gaze. This prison of the 4 elephants was not a simple spatial technique. Not only could it trap the enemy, but it could also continuously weaken the enemy until it was completely obliterated. Of course, these abilities were only the tip of the iceberg of the 10,000 wonders of heaven and earth Yubu. But it's enough to use against this one. Give up the struggle. Those who offend my China, no matter man, ghost, god or devil, will be executed. Of them. You are daydreaming. I am the imperial guardian of the Sakura kingdom. How could I die in a place like this? The faceless woman's voice was sharp and piercing. It was filled with anger and resentment. Its figure began to become blurry, as if it was trying some sort of secret method to break free from the 4 elephant prison. However, it was all in vain. No matter how much it struggles, it's just a waste. At this moment, it was as if it was a jumping clown in Chen Xingyi's eyes. Chen Xingyi shook his head and pinched the incantation again. The mana in his body had been depleted earlier though. But in the process of stepping on the heaven and earth steps, the dried up mana in his body had been replenished by this heaven and earth. This was the gift that heaven and earth had given him. Divine thunder and golden dragon, incarnated in heaven. 9 rivers and 5 lakes, the water mansion of the direct immortals. Thunder and lightning are born, and they are in charge of the Een essence. Crossing winds and throwing fire, driving heavenly soldiers. Flying clouds and dispersing air, up through the underworld. The 6 armors and 6 dings. The emperor's order to save is not to be stopped for long. The order is as urgent as the law. With the previous epiphany, Chen Xingyi once again cast the spell as if it was a bit more fluid. Next moment, a thick heavenly thunder, transformed into a domineering 5-clawed golden dragon, wrapped in the majestic heaven and earth greatness, with a momentum as strong as a bamboo, rushed straight towards the faceless woman. Hiss! The faceless woman's sweaty hairs exploded violently, and a strong aura of death climbed to its heart. It knew that if it didn't do something, it was really going to die here. Thinking of this, a look of determination appeared on the faceless woman's face. It stretched out its right hand and violently pierced its own chest. Put! The faceless woman's chest was penetrated, and it pulled a ball of black gas out of it before crushing it violently. Boom! After a huge wave of bizarre energy, a large mass of black gas emerged. The black gas quickly coalesced, and it even transformed into the appearance of a great monk. Master, please let me go. Master, don't eat me. I'll be an ox and do anything for you. Forgive. This is the very soul of the great monk who was previously swallowed alive by the faceless woman. The soul of the great monk once again saw the light of day. He was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic, rushing towards the faceless woman and constantly bowing and praying. Willing to do anything? That's what you said. The faceless woman grabbed the big monk by the shoulders and violently threw him out. Head-on collision with that 5-clawed golden dragon. Big monk? Ah. Next moment. The great monk was then completely engulfed by this 5-clawed golden dragon and his soul flew. The spirit is scattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying Remnant Soul X1, rewarded with 500 merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the female ghost's mandate, rewarded with 10,000 merits. With the great monk completely annihilated, Chen Xingyi's ears also duly sounded the system's beep. 10,500 merits to the account. Taking advantage of this gap, the faceless woman quickly pulled out a black jade pendant before quickly crushing it to pieces. Chen Xingyi, I'll remember you. I'll kill you in the next meeting. After crushing the jade pendant, the faceless woman looked like she was winning, and actually began to speak out. However, the expected teleportation formation did not appear. Instead, there was a calm as if it was dead silence. How is this possible? The faceless woman looked around incredulously. How could she not figure out what was going on? Right here and now. Chen Xingyi spoke again. Sinful beast, you've also underestimated Master Dao's 4 elephants prison, and underestimated my Huasha's heaven and earth Yubu. Today, I'll let you have a long look and know what is called the might of the heavenly dynasty. Give it to me and die. After the 5-clawed golden dragon engulfed the soul of the great monk under Qin Shengyi's control, without the slightest hesitation, it charged straight towards the faceless woman. Seeing that her last resort had also failed, the faceless woman suddenly smiled in relief. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I would actually fall into your hands. Since the teleportation formation doesn't work, I'm not thinking of escaping. It's just that it's not that easy to eat me, so let's die together. The faceless woman burned her soul power, bursting out terrifyingly weird energy, wanting to die with Chen Chengyi at the last moment. This heaven and earth Yubu was really powerful, it was actually able to shield even its teleportation formation, and this 4 elephants prison even trapped it without the slightest way out. If Chen Chengyi just wore it out, then it was definitely no match. However, what the faceless woman couldn't accept the most was that Chen Chengyi actually had the guts to go head-to-head with herself. This is its own opportunity. Could it be that he had forgotten how the previous lightning spell had been easily dissolved by himself? As long as Chen Chengyi was resolved, this 4-elephant prison would surely be broken. At that time, one could naturally escape with one's life. Chen Chengyi, you are so conceited. The faceless woman mobilized all her strength, intending to take this opportunity to kill Chen Chengyi in one fell swoop. But it misses the point. The reason why Chen Chengyi's previous thunder spell could be easily broken by it was because at that time, Chen Chengyi was consumed by 3 things at once. But now, Chen Chengyi's state had returned to its peak, even as if it had been better. Boom! The two's jutsu collided together with a loud bang. The 5-clawed golden dragon was like a divine dragon appearing in the world, destroying the faceless woman's means. How is this possible? Chapter 65, Fierce God, Destroy. 100,000 merits arrived. At the faceless woman's shocked gaze, the 5-clawed golden dragon in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Eventually, it slammed through its body. Ah dash! A mournful, piercing cry resounded through the sky, but it soon came to an abrupt end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the fierce god Split Soul X1, rewarded with 100,000 merit. With the faceless woman completely annihilated, the system's beep, too, sounded again. The entire 100,000 points of merit made even Chen Chengyi a little surprised. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. It's quite a lot of merit to give. But, the fierce god, Split Soul. Chen Chengyi frowned slightly, his mind constantly pondering over these 2 words. Foul spirits, what exactly are they? A type of ghost? Also, this guy is actually just a wisp of a split soul. If the split soul was already so powerful, wouldn't the main body be even more terrifying? The great monk had already been so penny-pinching, and he himself had only accidentally destroyed one of his artifacts, so he had traveled thousands of miles to Jiangcheng, made such a big detour, and laid such a big setup. Though in the end, he was still destroyed by himself. But it was enough to show that these Sakura Nation guys were all masters with a grudge. Now that he had even directly annihilated a strand of its split soul, the other party would definitely not just let it go. Oi! It seems like we still need to raise our strength as soon as possible. Chen Chengyi sighed, that desire for strength in his heart was so strong for the first time. This time, it wasn't just for himself, but also for the whole of China. The Sakura country's heart to kill my China will never die, and this is evident from this incident. The great monk has been lurking in Huaxia for so many years, scheming and laying out his plans all over the place. Naturally, Chen Chengyi didn't believe that he would be that only one. In the shadows, I don't know how many jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards are still hidden, peering at this land. Oh, what's this? A small greenish-purple wooden sign slid down from the sky. As soon as Chen Chengyi raised his right hand, the small wooden tablet flew into his hand. Zip! A gust of eerie black gas emanated from the small wooden sign. Chen Chengyi let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his fingers, he completely dispelled the weird black chi. It was only then that the little wooden sign was seen in its entirety. On the front, a bizarre totem of a group of short, clog-wearing people bowing down to a faceless woman. On the back, the word Yamamoto is engraved. This should be the token of this fierce god. Chen Chengyi secretly thought. This faceless woman, before she died, had said that she was the patron saint of the Sakura Kingdom's royal family. So it seems, this Yamamoto clan would be the royal family of the Sakura Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Country. Kyoto Gasho. Kazuo Yamamoto was sitting cross-legged, and above his knees, a Sakura Nation saber was humming as if he was practicing some kind of evil technique. Suddenly, he felt a pang of annoyance in his chest, immediately afterward. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out. What's going on? Yamamoto Kazuo's heart was shocked. He had been practicing this technique for decades, and it had never gone wrong. Could it be the ancestral tomb? Could it be a problem there at the ancestral shrine? Thinking of this, Kazuo Yamamoto hurriedly got up and came to the shrine to check it out himself. Just as he entered, he was startled by the sight before him. The tablets of the ancestors, one by one, fell to the ground and were scattered all over the place. The most crucial thing was that the statue of Buddha enshrined right in the center had black and purple blood bubbling outwards from its mouth, nose, eyes and ears. How? Kazuo Yamamoto was alarmed. It was the statue of Buddha in front of him that worried him more than these patriarchal tablets. Master, are you alright? Kazuo Yamamoto rushed up to check it out. Just then, the Buddha statue suddenly spoke. Its voice was very raspy and it sounded agonized. Yamamoto, my split soul was left behind in China forever. I need you to help me find out what's going on. Forever? Stayed in the WAH? Wouldn't that mean, dead? Hiss. Hearing this news, Kazuo Yamamoto sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this Buddha statue was known to Kazuo Yamamoto, even if it was just a wisp of a split soul, that was not something an ordinary cultivator could deal with. For them, the Yamamoto clan, to be able to have everything they have today, it could be said that it was all bestowed by this Buddha statue. This Buddha statue, in the eyes of Kazuo Yamamoto, was a heavenly godlike existence. But even so, the god of heaven, still defeated in China? How many more secrets are hidden in this land? Master, I, Yamamoto, make a vow that I will raise the entire nation to help you take the land of China. Very well, go ahead. 3 days later, Chen Xingyi was flipping through a book in the Heavenly Master's pavilion, bored out of his mind. What he read was not those books on chi practicing, arts and spells, and so on. These are things that he is not short of. What the Divine Master has, he has in his head, and what the Divine Master doesn't have, he still has in his head. What Chen Xingyi read was some Taoist texts, such as Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Huainanzi. These Taoist texts contain great wisdom. Let's take the example of Laozi, the 5,000 words of Laozi, also known as the Tao Te Ching. In fact, the Tao Te Ching was divided into the Tao Te Ching and the Virtue Ching, but they are now lost. The version that has come down to us not only has omissions, it even has a number of errors. But even so, it's no less a Taoist classic. The reason why Chen Xingyi chose to read such books was actually to cultivate his mind. His cultivation is now very powerful, but after all, he is still young and inexperienced, and his heart is still lacking after all. Reading more Taoist texts to cultivate one's body and mind would be of great benefit to one's future cultivation. These Taoist texts, the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancient sages, not only have a guiding role for people who cultivate Taoism, but also ordinary people who read them, can also have a considerable gain. On the side of the old Heavenly Master, a group of mysterious guests were welcomed early in the morning. The men were not young, some wearing Chinese mountains, some wearing uniforms. Several people talked for several hours. The man at the head of the group sighed and said, "That's the way things are. I still hope that the Heavenly Master's office can step in for a bit. After all, there are specialties in the arts." The old Celestial Master stroked his beard and kept a warm smile on his face. He nodded in approval. "According to reason, my Heavenly Master's house is obliged to do so, only. Old Tao, I'm just a mortal nowadays. I have the heart but not the power. Ah." These people naturally knew about the old Heavenly Master. The head of the person continued to say, "Old Heavenly Master, your things we have heard. We express very sorry, you for the world's living, sacrifice is too big. Let's not talk about this. We came this time, mainly considering, although you have no cultivation, but after all, very status here, you if you can come forward, for us is also a spiritual encouragement. Moreover, I heard that there is a Chin Taoist master temporarily living in the Heavenly Master's palace. I do not know if I can please move him to take action. If you two can come forward, I believe that this matter, there must be a perfect solution." Chapter 66. To be powerful to a certain extent is to be able to do whatever you want. Before coming, these people naturally did their homework. The matter of the old Heavenly Master losing his cultivation had long since been no secret. But in any case, this old god has a high status and prestige. And Chen Shunchangyi had also managed to walk into the eyes of the higher-ups after these few incidents. But they had no friendship with Chen Shengyi and could even be said to be strangers. Even if he had the intention to ask Chen Shengyi for help, it is also unavoidable to seek the old Heavenly Master to build bridges from it. Therefore, in public and in private, the old Heavenly Master was an existence that the crowd could not get around. A few people spoke very directly, and the old Heavenly Master naturally did not mind. He has his own difficulties. Gentlemen, the old Taoist understands the purpose of your visit. But I'll say it ugly up front, Taoist Chen is not one of my Heavenly Master's mansion. He's only staying here temporarily and is a guest of my Heavenly Master's mansion. I can only relay the intentions of the few of you, as they are. As to what the outcome will be, it still depends on Taoist Chen's personal wishes. No one has the right to interfere. The old Heavenly Master's voice was not loud, but the meaning was already obvious. Chen Xingyi was not a member of the Heavenly Master's office and was not under his control. Whether or not he is willing to make a move is up to him, and no one can sway or influence him. Just kidding. Chen Xingyi's Taoist skills were higher than the entire Heavenly Master's mansion put together, who had the ability to be able to force him to do what he himself did not want to do. Not to mention that the old Heavenly Master was unwilling to make an enemy of Chen Xingyi. Even if he was willing to, then he would have to look at his own weight. When a person is powerful to a certain extent, they just can do whatever they want. But there are times when you don't have to use violent means to get what you want. the old heavenly master naturally had a way to accomplish his purpose. Hey! Chen Xingyi was flipping through an unsigned Tao Heart Sutra when he suddenly heard a sigh. He followed the sound and found an old man with white hair and a slightly stooped figure, leaning against the door alone, looking into the distance and sighing alone. It's the old Sky Master. Old Celestial Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Chen Xingyi's heart flashed with a trace of doubt though. But out of respect for the elders, he still chose to be the first to put down the scriptures in his hands and walk forward, asking with a concerned face. When the old heavenly master saw Chen Xingyi coming over, he asked with a surprised look on his face, Xingyi, why are you here? Chen Xingyi smiled and replied, I have nothing to do, I came here to read a book, by the way. This is the hidden scripture pavilion of the heavenly master's mansion, I'm an outsider. The old heavenly master laughed, little friend Chengyi is joking, you are my heavenly master's great benefactor, great nobleman, not to mention a small hidden scripture pavilion, even if it's this heavenly master's position of mine, as long as you want it, you can take it at any time. Cough. Chen Chengyi coughed awkwardly and continued to pursue, old heavenly master, were you sighing just now? Seeing Chen Cheng take the bait, the old heavenly master once again put on a sad face. I hate myself for being so indomitable, right now the current situation is turbulent and bizarre, it is the time when the country and the people need me, but I just happen to be at this time. Harm! The old heavenly master's expression was grave, and his tone was even heavier, speaking with great sadness. There is quite a sense of sadness that there is no way to serve one's country. Seeing this, Chen Xingyi quickly asked, could it be that something else has happened? The old celestial master raised his hand, wanting to speak, this. Hey! Chen Xingyi pursued, old heavenly master, what else do you have to hide from me? Although I'm not willing to take over your position as heavenly master, but as people in the same Taoist sect, we should help each other. If it's really true that the world's people have suffered another ordeal, I, Chen Xingyi, naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Good. The old heavenly master nodded heavily and continued, since young friend Chengyi said so, then I won't hide it anymore, something really happened, it's like this. 2 hours later, the crowd assembled at the foot of the hill. Old Tianshi and Chen Xingyi, surrounded by the crowd, sat in a business bus with a leopard license plate. Accompanying him, there was also Heavenly Master Xuanjun. Ever since Heavenly Master Xianqing had practiced the art of fortune-telling, he had been in deep seclusion. So, the old Heavenly Master then decided to bring along Heavenly Master Xuanjun this time and go for a long look. You are Daoist Chen. What a fine-looking man. Daoist Chen, I've heard your name for a long time, like thunder, I didn't expect to be so young. Yes, it's really worthy of being a hero. Having a young hero like Daoist Chen is really a blessing for the country and a blessing for the people. It's really a great honor for us to have Taoist Master Chen's hand this time. Along the way, Chen Xingyi was frantically complimented by these people. He was originally an unsociable person, and was bent on cultivation, so he really couldn't be interested in these human affairs. Moreover, Chen Xingyi was able to clearly sense that all of these people were working in government departments, and their position levels were not low. The most crucial thing is that this is definitely not an ordinary government department, but rather a special department that specializes in dealing with all kinds of paranormal events. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been too many interactions with the Heavenly Master. Old Tianshi could see Chen Xingyi's discomfort and opened his mouth to relieve him. A few of you, Daoist Chen will have to get his hands on that matter later, he needs to rest. Everyone just leave him alone, and if you have any questions, just ask me when you get back. These several people, to be able to mix to this position now, in addition to the ability, the emotional intelligence is also first class. Naturally, he heard the meaning in the old Heavenly Master's words. Min quickly confessed, yes, what the old Heavenly Master said is right, it's our negligence, it's better for everyone to keep their mouths shut and rest, after all, business is important. The car took 7 turns and a long walk. The roads are also getting rougher and bumpier. Although Chen Xingyi was sitting in the car, his mental power was outstanding and he could clearly feel that he had entered the mountain. The car kept driving for hours until it drove deep into the mountains, which is when it stopped. Old Celestial Master, Daoist Chen, it's here. A few people got out of the car, Chen Xingyi looked around, and sure enough, it was a deep mountain. And from the surrounding vegetation and environment, it was still a place where humans rarely set foot, or at least were less active, in the deep forests. Not far away, there is a cordon after a cordon, and armed police and soldiers with loaded guns. Such a big battle, it looks like it's coming from a lot of people. Heavenly Master Xuanjun poked his head out and looked towards the inside, exclaiming in shock. However, he was given a fierce glare by the old Celestial Master, and then he obediently shut his mouth. Old Heavenly Master, Daoist Chen, inside please. Heavenly Master Xuanjun, you too please. The first person, holding a pass, led the 3 through the layers of barriers, which led them to the deepest part. See only. Right in the middle of a circle of loaded armed police and soldiers was a huge sinkhole. Under the sinkhole, then there is a huge white snake. Chapter 67, Snake walks away from the scaly dragon. This white snake, extremely huge in size, had more than half of its body buried in the earth, revealing a large snake head. The color of its body was odd, said white and vaguely patterned with some light gray, and those patterns looked very unusual. At first glance it looks like it's untraceable, but it's vaguely like a bit of unformed writing or a totem. What was even more shocking was that there was a white bulge on the head of this big snake, occupying 1/3 of the size of its head, and at this moment it looked like the bulge had a soft on hard texture. What a great! It was also the first time in his life that Heavenly Master Xianjun had seen such a huge and bizarre serpent. The mouth snapped open, and subconsciously he was about to say it. But he had only just uttered the words good and great when Chen Chenyi flew and covered his mouth. The old celestial master also turned his head violently and glared at him fiercely. And when he heard Heavenly Master Xianjun open his mouth, the great snake, which was still lazily lying there, suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Heavenly Master Xianjun dead in the face. Those eyes, cold and eerie, yet unable to see any human emotion, looked very scary and bizarre. What was even more terrifying was that the large snake suddenly opened its mouth, its thick snake letters spitting around as if it might attack at any time. Xianjun Tianzhi was taken aback and tried to pose for an attack. However, Chen Xingyi held it down with a deadly grip. The old Heavenly Master didn't make a remark either, and the three men and the snake just stood there in a stalemate. Ryoko. It took a moment for the large snake to quiet down again and plop back down, lazily closing its eyes once more. Phew! Heavenly Master Xianjun snapped loose and sat on his butt. As soon as Chun Chang saw that the great snake had calmed down, he hurriedly made a silencing gesture towards Heavenly Master Xianjun, fearing that he would say something else. The old Heavenly Master didn't open his mouth until then and explained, "This fellow has cultivated spirituality, so it won't attack people easily. As long as you don't actively provoke it, there's no danger. But never say what it is, this is its most taboo. In short, once you anger it, your cultivation is not enough to see, and you'll have to pay for hundreds of lives." What? Hundreds of human lives? Hearing this terrifying figure, Heavenly Master Xuanjun was violently shocked. A cold sweat broke out on his back. If it was because of his negligence that so many people died, then he would be guilty of a great sin. He was suddenly incredibly glad that he hadn't just said the last word. Heavenly Master Xuanjun looked at Chen Xingyi with gratitude, thanking him for stopping him in time. Those who were in uniform were shocked to see this scene. The purple-robed Heavenly Master had to avoid him, so it seemed that this fellow was even more powerful than they had imagined. Chen Shengyi stared at this white snake for a while. He didn't want to hurt this big guy. After all, he was a cultivator, not a murderer. People who cultivate the Taoist way are concerned about retaining a sense of reverence for all things in heaven and earth. Besides, it was not easy for this guy to cultivate to this point. Snakes walking on scaly scales and scaly scales transforming into dragons. This is an evolutionary route that has existed since ancient times. Are there still dragons in this world now? This was something that Chen Xingyi wasn't too sure about. But one thing is for sure, there were a lot of dragons in ancient times. Now that the aura was thin, it was already difficult to transform into a dragon. But Chen Xingyi, however, saw hope in this large snake. The white bulge on his forehead was the sign of a transforming augur. To get this far, one must have at least 1,000 years of cultivation. Therefore, Chen Xingyi did not hold back, destroying its Tao. The most crucial thing was that Chen Xingyi didn't see any sins on its body, which was enough to prove that this fellow had never indiscriminately killed anyone after so many years of cultivation. Instead, they rely on themselves, practicing little by little. This was also the main reason why Chen Xingyi was unwilling to harm it. Sure, turning into a dragon is much more difficult. Go augur is also really not easy. Want to become a real augur, just have the cultivation is not enough, which contains too many things. In common parlance, snakes turn into scaly rivers, scaly into the sea into dragons. The folklore of those walking scaly incidents, this is roughly the case. There is, of course, so much more to it than can be said, and it's not as simple as simply going for a swim in a big river. No matter what, this guy has cultivated spirituality, and has not killed innocents indiscriminately, and there is still the possibility of going augur and turning into a dragon. If one day, one really cultivated into a true dragon, it would be a great fortune for China. Therefore, Chen Xingyi wanted to negotiate with it. That's right, negotiations. This guy was already spiritual and understood human speech, so it would naturally be best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. The old celestial master asked worriedly, "How is it? Are you sure?" Chen Xingyi spread his hands and stated, "Don't you know if you try it?" Chen Xingyi had just taken a step forward, and the white snake stood up with a wow. Heavenly Master Xuanjun was shocked in his heart when he saw this scene and thought that this guy was going to take a shot at Chen Xingyi, so he hurriedly looked at the old Heavenly Master for help. "Master, this guy. Why is he suddenly stressed? He's not going to deal with Taoist Chen, is he?" The old Heavenly Master waved his hand at him, signaling him not to worry. This fellow is scared. It has a strong spiritual sense, so it can naturally sense that Chen Xingyi is not one to be messed with, and is only doing this for self-preservation, and won't go easy on it. Phew! Hearing this, Heavenly Master Xuanjun was relieved. But his afterglow suddenly saw that the scales on the side of this white snake's neck could even stand up. It's just a ring around the neck and a handful of scales, but this looks majestic. Heavenly Master Xuanjun exclaimed in shock and blurted out, "Master, this is a dragon. This is the dragon." No wonder he was so surprised. This circle of scales was exactly the same as the scales on the Chinese dragon in the movie and television. The crowd surrounding them, seeing this scene, also covered their mouths. But despite their surprise, they held back and kept quiet. After all, the people who could come here had been selected at various levels and had done all the psychological construction and even signed a confidentiality agreement. Being shouted at by Heavenly Master Shinjin, this huge white snake seemed to be very flattered. It was as if it was very jealous of being called a snake, and preferred to be called a dragon. Seeing that this big good guy's emotions calmed down a bit, Chen Xingyi then slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'd like to ask you to leave this place. The Yin-Chi is very heavy down here. Although it's very beneficial to your cultivation, you should be able to understand that what's down here isn't a good thing, and it'll cause damage to you in the long run. And what's more, what's down here could even jeopardize the entire Cthulhu if it's not dealt with in time, and now that you're relying on it, we can't get started on it. Only after you leave, we can target the things below and start casting spells, and after it's done it will be counted as one of your merits, which will greatly benefit you in the future." Chapter 68, Chen Xingyi seals the positive for the true dragon seed. Chen Xingyi suddenly began to reason with the great snake in this heavenly pit. Such a sudden and uncharacteristic scene. It left everyone a little puzzled. But soon, an even more shocking scene happened. Only to see, this big snake tilted its head, seemingly thinking, and even more bizarrely, a trace of actually appeared in its pupil's doubt. Ryoko. This large snake opened its mouth and spat out its serpentine letters in a silky manner. It actually mouthed the words, "I cultivate here on my own, and I've never done anything to harm the heavens. As for the rest, I don't care. Furthermore, others have karma, so what does what you're saying have to do with me?" Although this big snake was afraid of Chen Xingyi, it was even more difficult to resist the temptation of the Yin-Chi here. It has been hiding around, practicing for thousands of years, and experiencing 1,000 difficulties and obstacles. It was hard to find this one, a place suitable for cultivation. Naturally, he was not willing to leave easily. Chen Xingyi was also aware of its thoughts and gave a reason that it could not refuse. Only to see Chen Xingyi open his mouth once again, his voice rolling like heavenly thunder, so loud and powerful that it pressed the crowd to catch their breath. "How about you leaving here, the cause, and me sealing the right for you, the effect?" It was such a simple sentence, but it seemed to have an echo. In particular, the last word "how" has been ringing in the ears of the crowd for a long time. They, as yet, had only eaten splash damage, and what Chen Xingyi was mainly dealing with, was still this large snake. With these words, Chen Xingyi utilized the Taoist art of sound waves. Although it couldn't do any substantial damage to this big snake, but it's also a good way to knock down a mountain and deter people, so that it can think about what it's proposing. But what Chen Xingyi didn't expect was that this big snake actually shook its head and refused after thinking for a while. "Taoist master, I know that you have deep magical power, and it is a blessing of several lifetimes for me to have you to seal my righteousness, but this place is really a place of great aim, and you know, Taoist, how beneficial this place is to me, and I have searched for 1,000 years before I could easily find this place, and this place is also my chance, so..." Orochi's words were obvious enough. He is still not willing to give up this place, even though it knew that something bad could be hiding down here. But at the moment, it couldn't care less. This place, the temptation for it, was too great. Chen Xingyi's gaze flashed and he said angrily, "Coveting this place has already planted a cause for yourself, and when the day comes and this place suffers a calamity, can you avoid that fruit? Are you not afraid of the thunderbolt? Aren't you afraid that you will die, and in the end it will be all for naught? That's all. Since you're so stubborn, there's no need to wait for the heavens to send down karma, in order to avoid the lives of the people in this place in the future. Today let me, Master Dao, come to act for the heavens and settle your karmic obstacles. It's just a pity that your 1,000 years of cultivation is about to be ruined because of a single thought." As he spoke, Chen Xingyi's hands were rapidly pinching incantations. "Mentally recite the thunder secret. Rumble." As soon as the words fell, the entire sky darkened with a swish. The whole sky darkened with a swish. It made a rumbling noise. It was as if a terrifying thunderbolt would really strike down in the next moment. Thunder? What's this? There really are people who can call the shots. It's horrible. So big. Air. Guys are spitting in their mouths. This Taoist priest playing guiding minds doesn't seem so hard to accept. The sudden arrival of the thunder law caused the crowd present to be taken aback. The way they looked at Chen Xingyi also began to appear. Of course, the one who was most affected by this was this big snake. Snake is Yin, and the law of thunder is the most rigid and masculine. Therefore, this thunder law was supposed to be their natural nemesis. The big snake trembled and stared at Chen Xingyi with fear. This Taoist master was reasoning peacefully 1 second. How come the next minute it's all hands on deck? Don't. If you had told me you knew how to do this, I would have been honest. The big snake suddenly bowed its body and nodded frantically towards Chen Xingyi. It felt as if they were making a bow. Master Tao, I'm wrong hot. I was mesmerized by the Yin Chi here, and I rushed Master Dao. I deserve to die. I'm wrong. I'll leave now. Please Master Dao, take away the divine power. Chen Chengbian did not want to hurt it. First of all, it hadn't had any killings, and it wasn't easy to cultivate peacefully until now. Secondly, if it really has the day to go scaly and turn into a dragon, the land of China will add another true dragon. For the whole of China, that would also be a great fortune. So, seeing that the other side listens to advice, with a cold snort, Chen Chang'e dispersed the thunderclouds. Thank you, Master Tao. Thank you, Master Dao. The great snake once again bowed 3 times at Chen Chang'e. Then it was ready to leave in a huff. Slow. Chen Chang'e spoke again. That big snake's body suddenly stiffened, and with a palpitating heart, it turned back to look at Chen Chang'e again with an aggrieved face. Master Dao, you still have something to do? I said that if you leave this place, I'll seal the right for you, so naturally I'll keep my word. Hearing Chen Chang'e's words, this great snake's heart trembled violently. Pung! With a cry, he violently bowed down fiercely towards the ground. It didn't think that this Taoist master was actually willing to give it a seal of righteousness. With one hand behind his back, Chen Chang slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the heaven and earth as everyone watched. Ryoko! He snapped his eyes open and said, I will seal the correctness for you, but the thunderbolt, the day of the walking Jiao is not something I can control. The day of the walking Jiao's calamity was originally set by heaven. I only hope that you can control it as much as possible, so that less of the earth will be subjected to the calamity. But you remember, never walk auger here, there are many big rivers, even if you work harder, you go there, I swear here, if you do not abide by what I said, my sealing will also be all invalid, and will personally waste your cultivation. The reason why Chen Chang'e said that was also for its own good. Everything in this world is about karma. Especially for mountainous elves like them, wanting to cultivate would have been to go against the heavens, and would inevitably result in greater karma being added to their bodies. Today, Chen Chang'e seals it precisely because it promises to leave here as the fruit. Having suffered the cause of Chen Shinggong's righteousness, one must accept the effect. If it went back on its word, even if it could get away with walking the auger and transforming into a dragon, the thunderbolt in it would cause it to be doomed. It was so hard to come across a true dragon seed, so Chen Chang'e naturally wanted to give a few more words of advice. This big snake had long been subdued by Chen Chang'e, and right now, it naturally followed Chen Chang'e's orders. Thus, the big head nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, agreeing with Chen Chang'e's statement. Chapter 69 Language has a spirit and is called the spirit of speech. Seeing that the other party really took his words in, Chen Chang'e nodded in satisfaction. He took out 3 pillars of clear incense from his bosom, respectfully lit them and inserted them into the earth, then he respectfully paid a few more obeisances, then he looked at the snake spirit not far in front of him and said aloud, entering the river to become a scaly dragon, and entering the sea to become a dragon. On the day of his life, he will achieve the right result. That was the first time, and then he repeated it 8 more times, adding up to 9. There is a great deal to be said for why it is 9 times. In the traditional Chinese culture, 9 is an extremely important number. It is both the yang number and the extreme number, referring to the height of the sky as the 9 heavens and the extremity of the earth as the 9 springs, and 9 is the most worshipped mystical number in the faith. 9 is the most worshipped mystical number in the faith. Even the ancient Chinese, 9 for the yang number of the extreme number, that is, the largest single number, so more than 9 of this number to attach the emperor, and the emperor of things related to more than 9 related. The emperor's position is called 9-5, the emperor said 9-5. 9 and long homophonic, so the number 9, the meaning is also very good. After chanting 9 times, Chen Chang'e once again stretched out his 2 fingers. A metaphysical energy was injected into the body of the great snake. Feeling this energy, Orochi's eyes were filled with shock. It could feel that on the day it went auger and turned into a dragon, this energy would be able to help it withstand a thunder tribulation. Generally speaking, after 9 recitations, the sealing is also officially over. The reason why Chen Chang'e took an extra step was also to make a good karma for himself. In this age of the end, true dragons could not be encountered, I'm afraid, so investing in a true dragon seed would be excellent. When the day comes for it to achieve success, I can also follow the once in a blue moon, right? After doing this, the great snake once again made a bow towards Chen Chang'e. Brush followed. S stood up. It was not until then that the crowd was able to see the full picture of this large snake, with a body as thick as a water tank and a body as long as a dozen meters. Seeing this large snake stand up, the crowd was also stunned for a moment, followed by an unavoidable commotion. The old celestial master rushed to a man in a Chinese mountain suit and whispered, "It's done, this big guy is leaving, let's quickly make a path out for it. Remember, don't disturb it, and don't say that word." Normally, nothing would happen to this guy since he chose to leave. What's more, there's still Chen Chang'e here to hold down the fort. However, in order not to avoid any complications, the old heavenly master still gave a few more words, especially not to say, "This guy is a snake." Otherwise, the previous seal of approval would not have worked. Brush. After the crowd made a pathway, this large snake twisted its tank-like body and slid towards the distance at an extremely astonishing speed. That's right, it's slippery. It felt as if it was gliding through the water, and by the time it was done going auger, it would be able to fly. Within moments, the large snake came to the edge of a distant cliff. Then, it just disappeared in plain sight. The crowd all rubbed their eyes incredulously, until they finally determined that this big snake had really disappeared out of thin air. Daoist Chen, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, this would have been really difficult. Wait until the big snake has disappeared for a while. Only then did the male lead in the Chinese mountain costume come forward and enthusiastically took Chen Xingyi's hand. It was really the scene just now that had impacted him too much. Chen Xingyi said indifferently, a matter of duty, no need to be polite. The old heavenly master pointed at the sinkhole below and asked worriedly, how is it, do you see anything? Chen Xingyi frowned and replied, the land of extreme evil. A land of great evil. There's either a great tomb or something great and evil down here. The old celestial master nodded and said, it's really eventful, but we have to dig to find out exactly what it is. Chen Xingyi nodded in agreement, no matter what it is, it has to be dug up before it can be treated. The man in the mid-mountain suit also had the sense to say so at this point. Take your time to chat, a few Taoist masters have worked hard, then I won't disturb you, I'll go and arrange for manpower to dig up the bottom and take a look. After a while, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen couldn't help but ask, so walking the scaly dragon really isn't just a legend? The old celestial master smiled and said, it's right to let you come out and grow a bit more, isn't it? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen nodded and continued, Master, Daoist Chen, why don't you guys let me say that guy is a snake, and why is that guy so jealous of people saying it's a snake? It is clearly, caution. The old heavenly master hurriedly stopped it, then slowly opened his mouth to explain. Man is the spirit of all things, and language naturally has a spirit, called the spirit of speech. So what, in normal life, you should say less funeral words, less sighing, and most importantly, say less words that are not favorable to yourself, invariably all detrimental to your own aura. This is just like that. On the first day of the new year, two people meet to say goodbye to each other, say a little joyful auspicious words to each other, is the same reason. You don't underestimate these folk customs that behind all have a big basis. Far from it. Let's get back to this Fengzheng topic. The old heavenly master stroked his beard and continued. Those guys who amend the way, what they crave most is a sentence of sealing righteousness from human beings. When you say it is a snake, you have unintentionally sealed that it is a snake, and it is difficult for it to become a dragon in this life's bitter cultivation. If you guys yell out that it is a snake to its face, you are committing its biggest taboo, and that anger is something that is difficult for ordinary people to bear. So it is. Language has a spirit and is called the spirit of speech. It was the first time that Heavenly Master Xuanzhen had, for the first time, heard such a statement. Think about it, in the myth and legend, Sangjia made the characters and the ghosts and gods were shocked. It is enough to prove the power of Chinese language and writing. Rather than being a script for recording information, the writing was a totem that contained sorcery. Just like the runes now. To be precise, what is drawn on the rune paper should be called a charm. It is the spoken words that are recited by the mouth that are called a mantra. The combination of the two is what makes the charm. Words have a spirit, and language is naturally spiritual. Those incantations and mantras need to be spoken, or recited in the mind, in order to be powerful. Thinking of this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen seemed to understand and nodded his head. There seemed to be a layer of clarity in his heart, but it was difficult to see clearly. So, Daoist Chen just now, was sealing that guy as a dragon? Speaking here, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen suddenly opened his mouth wide. Unbelievably, he stared at Chen Xingyi. Since walking augurs to transform into dragons existed, and Fengzheng also existed, that meant that true dragons also existed. And most importantly, that guy just now, really could have become a true dragon. If it really did cultivate itself one day, then Chen Xingyi, who had sealed the correctness for it today, would surely receive a heavenly return. Chapter 70, Under the Heavenly Pit. The giant snake comes to the door. It's a charm. So many charms. Just as a few people were talking, something had been dug up down there. What was dug up was nothing else. Instead, it was a huge stone slab with dense talismans affixed on top of it, and not only that, even the surrounding area of the slab was scattered with dense talismans, the amount of which was smacking. What's the situation? Get down there and check it out. Chen Xingyi and Xuanzhen Celestial Master, the two of them held the old Celestial Master's arm on the left and the right, and the three of them leapt into the heavenly pit with a swoosh. This is Demon Sealing Talisman. So many demon sealing talismans, what kind of terrifying existence is being suppressed down here? Chen Chang recognized the talisman at a glance. The demon sealing talisman, one of the Taoist talismans for suppressing evil spirits, was also one of the most powerful of them all. With just one, it could suppress a night trickster. Can be seen in front of the eyes. Looking at the densely packed, hundreds of demon sealing talismans, even the knowledgeable old heavenly master could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chen Xingyi hurriedly picked up a kind of demon sealing talisman scattered on the ground and felt it carefully. Above the talisman, there was still residual spiritual energy, but it's obviously been through the ages, at least 100 years ago. How? The old celestial master asked with concern. Chen Xingyi had a grave expression on his face. This talisman is a bit old, but there's still residual spiritual energy on it. The guy in here is most likely still alive, although it was still unclear what kind of terrifying existence was sealed inside. However, Chen Xingyi always had a feeling that the guy in here wouldn't be wiped out so easily. This could also be surmised from the powerful yin qi emanating from the place. The good news was that these talismans that sealed it hadn't completely lost their effect and could still hold up for a while. The bad news is that the energy on these talismans will soon be depleted, and will only last for a while. There is no point in digging any further at this point. The old heavenly master then explained to them and dismissed everyone else first, leaving only Chen Qingyi and a few others to continue studying this stone slab. The stone slab looked like a stone door, and in addition to the densely packed demon sealing talisman affixed to it, on the slab itself, there was also a huge talisman inscribed. The talismans on this stone door are even more ancient and complex than the demonic sealing talismans around it, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen said after carefully observing. The old celestial master nodded, his brows furrowed as he was obviously pondering something as well. The talisman on this stone door, I'm afraid it's the key to suppressing the object. We must act carefully. Once this talisman fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Shengyi also stared at the talisman on it, pondering. The one who could have such a handiwork must be a Taoist powerhouse. But, looking at the reaction of the old heavenly master and the Xuanzhen heavenly master, it was clear that they did not recognize, either, the talisman inscribed on top of this stone slab. That is to say, the person who laid this seal is not from the heavenly master's palace anymore. And who would that be? What could be sealed down here? Chen Shang could not figure it out for a while, so he decided to copy the talisman on it, bring it back to the heavenly master's palace, and study it. He wasn't the only one with the same idea. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen took out a yellow paper, vermilion sand and other props from his pocket. But when he intended to copy the talisman on the stone tablet, he was in trouble. The talisman engraved on the stone slab was mostly covered by the densely packed demonic sealing talisman, and it was impossible to get a full view. Hey! Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen could only let out a sigh. Remove the demon sealing talisman and the seal will expire. Without removing the demon sealing talisman, it would be impossible to copy the talisman on the stone slab and bring it back for study. What a way to go! Just when Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was in a dilemma, Chen Chang'e moved. He flicked his right hand, and a purple silk thread emerged out of thin air. In a short while, an arcane and ancient talisman was outlined. Upon closer inspection, the talisman turned out to be exactly the same as the one on top of the stone slab. Hiss! Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen sucked in a breath of cool air. The heavenly talisman actually has such a wonderful use, it's truly subtle and extraordinary. Even the Heavenly Master couldn't help but look sideways when he saw the scene. After all, a great divine ability like the heavenly talisman that had long been lost, even he had only heard of it in the legends. Longhu Mountain, Tianshir's mansion. The old Celestial Master handed over the ancient talisman that Chen Xingyi had brought back to Celestial Master Xianqing to study. For one thing, his dripping nature is most appropriate. The second was that Heavenly Master Xianqing had recently been studying the art of fortune telling at full strength, which was considered to be a professional counterpart, so it would be good to test the results of his research. It's night. Chen Xingyi was meditating and practicing in one of the guest rooms. Suddenly, an extremely powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy was felt. Chen Xingyi frowned slightly. He always felt that this spiritual power fluctuation was very familiar, as if to be something he had seen somewhere before. Snake! What a big snake! What kind of monster is this? Quickly, go report to Master and Uncle. In the darkness of the night, the Heavenly Master's mansion suddenly resounded with shouts that rose and fell. Only a huge white snake, at some point, appeared outside the mountain gate. Bold sinful animal, how dare you trespass my Heavenly Master's mansion? Why don't you quickly retreat? Several yellow-robed celestial masters heard the news and were very alarmed to see such a huge white snake, but they did not retreat a step. Instead, he set up the Big Dipper North Dipper demon subduing formation and faced this giant snake directly. However, before they could launch their attacks, this giant snake actually began to spit out human words. In the crowd's shock, unbelievable gazes, Orochi slowly opened his mouth. There's no need to be alarmed, I don't mean any harm, I'm here to find Taoist Chen Cheng Yichen. One more thing, stop calling me snake, it's rude. This big snake can actually talk. Several yellow-robed heavenly masters looked at me and I looked at you, and were caught in a dilemma. If you do it, people have said no harm, but if you don't do it, this guy looks like a big demon. Just then, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen arrived at the news. The several yellow-robed heavenly masters could be considered to have found their backbone and greeted them. Master! Heavenly Master Xuanzhen nodded slightly, then looked at this large snake. Mind blown. Isn't this the one that was in the mountains during the day? Hasn't Taoist Master Chen already sealed the deal for it? Hasn't an agreement been reached? How did you suddenly find the Tianshir mansion? Could it be that is here to seek revenge? This. When the words came to his lips, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen suddenly made a mistake. Since he couldn't call it a snake, how should he call it? After a period of brainstorming, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen then continued to speak. This. Brother Long, what is the reason for coming to my Heavenly Master's mansion? Chapter 71. This big snake is here to defect to Chen Chengyi? Xuanjin Heavenly Master it had seen before, and the Great Snake was also showing exceptional excitement when it saw a familiar face coming. Heavenly Master, I'm here to look for Taoist Chen, please also bother to inform me. Come to see Taoist Master Chen? The imitation is that Taoist Chen's sealing doesn't work, and he's come to ask for punishment? Though it was learned that Orochi was here for a purpose. But Heavenly Master Xuanjin was unable to accurately judge, for a moment, the Great Serpent's intentions. So, subconsciously, the worst comes to mind. Then it must not be allowed to succeed. Master Chen has done us a favor, how can we forget it? Thinking about this, Heavenly Master Xuanjin said with a straight face, Taoist Chen is not a member of my Heavenly Master's residence, and is not in the residence at this moment, and we do not know where he is gone. Hear that answer. Orochi froze slightly. It had already established some sort of metaphysical connection with Chen Xingyi, so it was able to clearly sense that Chen Xingyi was here at this moment. That's why it's so important to find your way straight here. But why, then, do these people lie to themselves? You guys lied to me. Taoist Master Chen is clearly here. At this point, the big snake was already a bit angry, although it had cultivated its spirituality, it obviously hadn't yet learned those twists and turns that belonged uniquely to humans. So, not really sure why these people are deceiving themselves. Get out of the way. I'm going in to find Taoist Master Chen. The serpent made a move to break in hard. Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanjin snorted coldly and said, Do you want to force your way into my Heavenly Master's mansion? Come on then. Big Dipper North Dipper Demon Subduing Formation. Tap. With Heavenly Master Xuanjin seated at the seat of heavenly power, several yellow-robed Heavenly Masters also returned to their positions. Next moment, the Great Serpent was then surrounded by the crowd in the formation. The Great Serpent was trapped in the Huanyu, but it didn't panic at all. It looked around the circle and arrogantly said, Fine. Come on then. Sinful animal. I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Heavenly Master Xuanjin knew that this big snake was not to be messed with. But this was his home ground after all, and he had the support of this Big Dipper Demon Subduing Formation, so he was confident that even if this big snake's cultivation level was higher, he wouldn't be a match for him. 7-star voodoo. Heavenly Master Xianjin bellowed, and several yellow-robed Heavenly Masters held their magic swords, their feet stepping on the astral deities, and the formation changed once again. Shoo shoo shoo. A magic sword stabbed towards the big snake, which twisted its body, its thick tail blocking in front of its body. Snap. Only seeing the big snake's tail flinging, several yellow-robed celestial masters were flung away in a matter of moments. Sinful animal, eat my sword. Heavenly Master Xianjin held a magic sword and strangled in his hand as he attacked and killed towards the great snake. Buzz. A golden light that covered the Dharma sword in Heavenly Master Xuanjin's hand, and the Dharma sword immediately emitted a buzzing sword sound. I just want to see Taoist Chen. Why do you guys repeatedly stop me? The serpent shouted, its mouth opened, and a white ability, wrapped in a gust of cold air, fiercely shot towards Heavenly Master Xuanjin. Heavenly Master Xianjin's gaze condensed, and in his heart, he said, Not good. This energy was incomparably strong, and if he himself hit it head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured. And more importantly, this energy was so iron and cold that he was afraid it would instantly turn himself into an ice sculpture. Crap! He didn't expect that the cultivation of this great snake had actually become powerful to such an extent. And this was only the state before the auger was transformed. If one day, walking water transforms into an auger, then the strength is bound to be on another level. If one can successfully walk the auger and transform into a dragon, one simply dares not imagine how terrifying that would be. It was only at this point that Heavenly Master Xuanjin realized the meaning of the old Heavenly Master's words. His little bit of cultivation was really not enough. The great serpent's attack was getting closer and closer, and Heavenly Master Xianjin could already feel it, the piercing chill. He knew that he could not avoid it, so he could only clench his teeth and desperately push the mana in his body. Just then, a lavender light suddenly enveloped him. That extremely cold energy, after touching this purple light shield, was disintegrated in an instant. And almost at the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It's Chen Xingyi coming. Sinful animal. Since I have already let you live and kindly sealed the right for you, why do you still come to haunt this Heavenly Master's mansion? Do you really think I can't bear to kill you? Chen Chang, a long shirt and robes, slowly fell from the air, white robes without wind automatic, looks like the sky descending from the exiled immortal's general. After he sensed the aura of the great serpent, he quickly rushed here, not realizing that he would actually run into the scene. When the great snake saw Chen Xingyi arriving, it hastily withdrew its hands and bowed its head. Taoist Chen, I finally meet you. Seeing that this great snake had no intention of harming Chen Xingyi, Heavenly Master Xuanjin told Chen Xingyi what had just happened. Seeing this, Chen Xingyi learned that it was he who had wished for the great snake, and immediately his tone eased up. Since I have already sealed the correctness for you, why don't you go find a mountainous place to continue your cultivation and come to the Heavenly Master's mansion? The great serpent immediately also said what was in his heart, I have been practicing for thousands of years, I know that the path of cultivation is much more arduous and dangerous, and today when I saw the Taoist master, it was as if I had seen a god, so I would like to accompany the Taoist master all the time, and listening to the Taoist master's lectures on scriptures would be very beneficial to my cultivation as well. This great serpent was able to cultivate to this day, and had been given a lot of chances and had gone through 1,000 hardships. Therefore, I know that the path of cultivation is not easy. Its cultivation nowadays, although it is already considered to be very powerful, walking water into a jiao is also close at hand, just short of a foot in the door. However, as the cultivation became more and more refined, Orochi felt more and more that the way of cultivation was 1,000 times more difficult. Although it seems that it is only a hair's breadth away from transforming into a jiao, it also clearly understands what it means to lose a tiny bit and miss 1,000 miles. This line of separation, without chance, is an eternity. At that exact moment, it met Chen Xingyi. Isn't that its chance? And a big chance at that. Chen Xingyi sniffed and nodded slightly, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. He knew that although this great snake's cultivation was extraordinary, his heart was quite simple, and his desire for cultivation was even more genuine. The road of cultivation is indeed not easy, you are willing to follow me, I naturally welcome, just. After a slight pause, Chen Xingyi continued. It's just that, with your current cultivation, you can't take shape yet, and this body of yours is too flashy, so even though I have the intention to keep you by my side, there are many inconveniences. Although Chen Xingyi also wanted to keep this guy by his side, as it had quite a lot of benefits for him as well. However, carrying around such a large snake by yourself was ultimately a bit of a hassle, and it was a bit difficult for the great serpent to do so now that it was unable to take form. Unexpected. It was as if Orochi had already thought of this. Without the slightest hesitation, it categorically said, this body, give it up, as long as I can stay by Taoist master's side, I'm willing to take on a spirit form. Chapter 72, 18 Consecutively Blooming Golden Lotus of Qi. Give up the flash? Everyone froze when they heard this decision from Orochi. A look of disbelief. Heavenly Master Xuanjin even took a deep breath and muttered, this guy is really crazy. Whether it was man or beast, the essence of cultivation was the process of communicating with heaven and earth and obtaining energy from them. The physical body is the bridge between heaven and earth. Giving up one's physical body also meant that, without opportunity, one's cultivation would stop in the future. Of course, with the exception of creepy creatures, which didn't have a physical body in the first place and relied on sucking in qi and negative emotions to increase their cultivation. Knowing this, one would be able to understand why Heavenly Master Xuanjin was so shocked. This great snake, in order to be able to stay by Chen Xingyi's side, had sacrificed far too much. Chen Xingyi was also startled by this action of the great snake. He frowned and advised, I know you want to use my power to help you transform into a dragon, but is the price a bit too high? With the loss of your physical body, it will be difficult to refine your cultivation any further, and I can't guarantee that I will be able to help you reach that step. Moreover, with your ability, there is absolutely no need to do so, and I believe that by relying on your own hard work, there is hope that you will be able to achieve it. Chen Xingyi said these words with great affection. Although, a snake spirit with 1,000 years of cultivation was able to bring him great help, but Chen Xingyi was not a greedy person. The advantages and disadvantages of this must be made clear to him himself. The big snake had obviously thought it through before it came, and it shook its big head and spoke. Taoist master, I've thought it through, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Following you does feel, with your help, easier for me to take that step, but, Orochi said, and suddenly paused. A pair of snake pupils flickered a few times, the feeling, as if it was thinking in general. After a moment, Orochi continued. I was originally just an ordinary white snake in the mountains, and it was only by chance that I embarked on the path of cultivation. After so many years, it's really surprising and confusing at the same time to have come this far. I don't know what it is that I am practicing my mind day and night for. What is the meaning of my own existence? I have wandered through the mountains and forests countless times, keeping company with the wind and frost and conversing with the stars, but I could never find the answer. Until I met you, Taoist Master Chen. Your appearance opened my eyes to another possibility, a life different from the loneliness and confusion of practicing alone. The great snake's voice was low and powerful, and its eyes revealed a firmness and determination. It continued, I chose to give up my physical body not entirely for the sake of utilizing your power, but more importantly, I want to follow you, experience a different life, and find the meaning of my existence. Chen Xingyi fell silent. He could feel the sincerity and desire in Big Snake's words. He knew that for a cultivator, finding the meaning and purpose of life was sometimes more important than improving his cultivation. But, the fact that the great snake was able to say these words also made Chen Xingyi feel very surprised. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. The Xianjin celestial master on the side stared at the big snake with dead eyes. It felt as if the average person had seen a trick. No, think, negotiable, because Orochi's words were too close to the way. It was simply not something that it could understand with its current spiritual intelligence. What's the way? Countless cultivators, who had spent their entire lives, were in pursuit of the ultimate answer to this question. Thousands of years ago, Lao Tzu had already given his answer: Tao can be Tao, very Tao. The mysterious and the mysterious, the gate of all the marvelous. Tao, in itself is a very subtle question. Xianji, also metaphysical. Chen Xingyi is also in pursuit of his own Tao. There has been no direction. Orochi's words struck a chord with him. At this moment, Chen Xingyi was also moved to cultivate with the great snake. I understand how you feel. Chen Xingyi nodded and said empathetically. But, giving up your physical body is not a trivial matter. Have you really thought it through? Once you lose your physical body, you will no longer be able to freely roam between heaven and earth like before, and you will lose a lot. Orochi nodded, his eyes firm. I think it's clear. Chen Changyi finally sighed when he saw how determined Big Snake was. Just as well. This karma of yours, I'll take it. As soon as Chen Xingyi's words fell, the body of the great snake glowed with a dazzling light. The light was like the sun in the middle of the night, piercing one's eyes. It stings. Several yellow-robed heavenly masters had covered their eyes, but it didn't work at all. It was as if this light could penetrate everything, and covering one's eyes with one's hands could not block it out at all. Xuanjin Tianshi is also not good at the moment. He put his hands together, sat down on his knees, and recited silently, Heaven and earth move, the sun and the moon are bright. The rivers and seas are exhausted, and the mountains are crumbling. The astral air rises and covers my body. Thunder and lightning, wind and fire. Urgent as the law. Immediately, a layer of light golden halo appeared around his body. This halo was able to block part of the white light, but the effect was obviously not very good either. At this time, Heavenly Master Xianjin could be said to be struggling to protect himself, and although he had the intention to help these disciples of his, he was unable to do so. Just then, a huge purple talisman blocked in front of everyone, completely blocking out this dazzling white light. The crowd then slowly opened their eyes. One could only see Chen Changyi with his hands behind his back and a long robe without wind, just like an exiled immortal in the sky. He just stood there silently, with the dazzling light in front of him, and behind him was this heaven and earth. Suddenly, a huge white snake silhouette suddenly rose into the air. It circled around and around in the sky as the crowd looked on in amazement. Eventually, a loud and clear, dragon-like, non-dragon-like, non-gel-like roar was emitted. Then, its huge body violently slammed towards Chen Changyi, who was standing there with his arms folded. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye, this giant snake silhouette completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The entire heaven and earth, once again, returned to calmness, with only Chen Changyi standing with his hands behind his back, as if he was holding up the sky and the earth by himself. Chen Changyi, Chen Changyi, Changyi, with one mind calling the way, Changyi is one. Truly a blessing for my heavenly master's house. A blessing for the entire Tao sect. A blessing for heaven and earth. The old heavenly master stood on top of the great hall, his gaze deep and profound as he looked out the door. A look of unspeakable excitement hung on his aged face. Even his breathing couldn't help but become a few points thicker. On that day, the golden lotus of Qi of the heavenly master's mansion of Longhu Mountain bloomed for 18 times in a row. Chapter 73, Shogun appears. The zombie patriarch who went on a killing spree. Thud. Knock knock. What's that noise? A yellow-robed heavenly master who was responsible for guarding the heavenly pit suddenly stood up and looked around very alertly. Seeing him in this state, the senior brother on the side was full of concern. Where is the sound? You are hearing it wrong, right? That yellow-robed heavenly master frowned, looking towards that huge stone slab inside the heavenly pit, but it was terribly quiet inside, not a single movement, and in the end, he could only give up helplessly. Could it be, really, that I heard wrong? The senior brother at the side spoke again. Before coming here, Master has already explained, the dirty things inside have been sealed. Our task is, don't let unrelated people get close. In case there is any situation, just report to Master in time. We're on an errand this time, so just put your heart in your mouth. After practicing hard for most of your life, you still can't enjoy yourself, huh? Hearing his senior brother's words, this yellow-robed heavenly master immediately put his heart down. Maybe, I'm just too nervous. The elder brother said, relax, you see so many talismans suppressing it, what can happen? Just as he had completely put his mind at rest and was just about to sit down, suddenly, pang, a loud bang came. The stone slabs under the sinkhole suddenly burst open. Debris filled the sky. Talismans were scattered all over the place. A zombie clad in armor, with white hair and an aura of death and corruption suddenly appeared. It was the zombie king, Shogun. I didn't realize that the one sealed there was the zombie king, Shogun. This is going to be difficult. In the great hall of the heavenly master's mansion, the old heavenly master looked complicated and full of sorrow. Legend has it that Shogun is a member of the Panga clan, the ancestor of zombies, and is very powerful. Xuanjin Tianshi asked with a puzzled look on his face, isn't this Shogun something in the legend? Does he really exists? The legend is not empty. Since zombies exist, there is naturally an ancestor of zombies. The old celestial master stroked his beard and spoke of Shogun's origin. Legend has it that under the seat of the soldier ancestor Chiyu, there is a terrifyingly ferocious beast, Hao Hao, who often takes pleasure in swallowing people. Later, the Yellow Emperor fought with Chiyu, and this beast was killed by the Yellow Emperor himself. After the death of Haru, the heart is not willing, the soul is divided into four, leaving only one with his own body, so that the achievement of the zombie body, this, is the origin of Shogun. By the body of the Han, although the spells are lost, but the strength is infinite, the body is as hard as gold, the sword is invulnerable to all laws, has the extreme close combat ability, and natural bloodthirsty, wherever it passes, the living souls are extinct. This, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was shocked. This fellow's origin is actually so great. Wouldn't that be impossible to deal with? After all, whether it is Chiyu or the Yellow Emperor, that can be a legendary figure, and it is also the top of the line. As Chiyu's mount, Harvest is naturally not something to be messed with. This shogun, even though it was only a quarter of Harvest, was terrifying enough. Chen Xingyi sneered, the fact that the Ma clan was able to seal him over 100 years ago proves that he is not invincible. If others can do it, why can't we? Good. The old heavenly master was infected by Chen Xingyi's words, and he looked at Chen Xingyi with a relieved expression. Xingyi, I can't do much to help you in my old age, so this time you'll have to rely on yourself. Just then, Heavenly Master Xianqing, who had been silent, suddenly changed his expression, only to see him cover his chest in death, with a pained expression on his face. Seeing this, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen was shocked and hurriedly walked forward, wanting to assist. Senior, what's wrong with you? But he was stopped by the old celestial master. Xuanqing's conversion to the art of fortune-telling is quite wise, he grasped the essentials in a very short period of time, he's sensing something. Another moment passed. Heavenly Master Xianqing finally slowed down. Inside the empty hall, only his ragged breathing could be heard. Heavenly Master Xuanzhen forced himself to endure the discomfort and said painfully, the heavenly pit. Something has happened. The sudden appearance of the shogun caused a group of yellow-robed heavenly masters from the heavenly master's mansion to be startled. But they were, after all, people of cultivation and had seen great scenes. It soon stabilized. Sinful animal, let you taste the power of my heavenly master. A yellow-robed celestial master held a magic sword, and with the point of his toes, his entire body instantly attacked towards Shogun. Pust. Shogun raised his arm and pierced this yellow-robed celestial master's chest with a palm in the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes. Blood, in an instant, died through the Dao robe. This yellow-robed heavenly master's head went limp, and his entire body suddenly went limp. Senior. Shidoshi. The crowd gave a gasp of surprise, but there was little time left for them to grieve. After Shogun's blow resulted in a yellow-robed heavenly master. The blood of this yellow-robed celestial master barreled down Shogun's arm and dripped onto his body. Having been sealed away for 100 years, the sight of blood immediately awakened Shogun's murderous side. He grabbed the corpse of this yellow-robed celestial master, opened his bloody mouth, and bit into his neck with a poof. Asterisk. Stop it. Seeing General Chen treat his fellow disciples in such a manner, the eyes of each of these yellow-robed heavenly masters were covered in blood. It is common for people who cultivate the way to sacrifice themselves to get rid of demons and defend the way. They've seen life and death over the years. It was an honorable thing for fellow disciples to defend the way with their deaths, but they would never allow this bloodthirsty zombie to mistakenly enter their fellow disciples' corpses. Asterisk. Take a life. Heaven and earth are the basics of the universe, and the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in my body that covers my body. Several yellow-robed celestial masters, in unison, activated the golden light mantra. With the previous lesson, they did not dare to take the enemy lightly. A golden stream of light escorted their circumference tightly. Dangs, hairpins, bells, wooden fish, lead chimes, wangzi, chimes, drums, bells, cymbals, and other magic weapons of various colors were frantically urged like they didn't want money. In a flash, gold, purple, blue, and other various colors of light, echoing each other. Asterisk. Die. The celestial masters stepped on their astral feet, held their magic swords, and various colored magic weapons floated in front of their bodies, attacking towards Shogun in unison. Coming to. Good. Who? Shogun flung the corpse in his hand as he violently let out an earth-shattering roar. This hissing sound, which contained a thick aura of death, heckled all of the people's spells back away. Damn, this is actually so powerful. When the crowd saw this, although they were shocked, none of them retreated. They tightened the magic swords in their hands, and a ray of determination flashed in their eyes. In ancient times, generals still had the bloodshed of wrapping a corpse in horse leather, but for those who practiced Buddhism, why should they be afraid of death? Suddenly, Shogun moved. His figure was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the crowd. Only to see Shogun open his bloody mouth, and in the next instant, he was about to snap the neck of a yellow-robed celestial master. Just in the nick of time, a thick thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly on top of Shogun's head. Boom!